I'm Eton, having transmigrated into this beast-taming world.
Right now, I'm standing on the ritual formation of Qingzhou City's beast-taming altar.
Line up to summon my beast tamer.
The teachers watched the continuous appearance of ordinary-level tamed beasts, their faces showing disappointment as they lamented the poor aptitude of this year's students. I was bewilderedly sorting through the flood of the original host's memories pouring into my mind. Both parents deceased, with no background to rely on, in this world where people mysteriously die every day. I must summon a powerful spirit beast to survive.
Yeton, it's your turn. An impatient voice woke me up. I stepped into the magic circle and performed the summoning spell.
The next second, a purple beam shot into the sky as thunder crackled amidst flashes of lightning, while within the massive vortex, an azure pillar of light descended. A barefoot figure descended slowly.
A humanoid beast tamer. The entire crowd was stunned. Teacher Gao Shuo was immensely excited. This commotion was at least an epic-level beast taming. The figure landed with sapphire blue eyes, cascading hair, and an alluring curvaceous figure, clearly a member of the enchantress race. The demoness azure eyes swept across the surroundings, instantly plunging all the present beast companions into an illusionary realm. Gao Shuo suppressed his astonishment and said with a smile, Eton, you've summoned an epic-level siren. Nurture it well, and its potential will be limitless.
Principal Wang Zhang of the academy also wore a gratified expression. My heart raced as a control panel visible only to me materialized before my eyes. Enchanting demon, unnamed / quality.
Epic 3-star cultivation plan, illusion stone, datura. My cheat is here. This means I can nurture the enchanting demon to legendary grade, or even divine grade. Master. The seductive voice of the enchantress made my whole body tingle. At that moment, a sharp screech pierced the sky as a giant black and blue bird swooped down. On its back were the Thunder family's head, Lei Xiaotian, and his son Lei Chong. Wang Zheng's expression turned grave, while Gao Shuo hurriedly urged me to sign the contract. Just as I reached out, Lei Xiaotian struck Gao Shuo with a palm strike, sending him flying. Lei Xiaotian smilingly offered to donate 5 million star coins to the academy, but his real target was my enchantress. He was planning to take her by force. He looked at me and persuaded. The cost of raising an epic-level beast is beyond what an ordinary person like you can bear. Why not let me buy your enchantress for 5 million star coins? And you can just contract an ordinary beast instead? My father was right, an epic-level beast is wasted in your hands. Lei Chong stared at the seductive enchantress with amusement.
I sneered, whether it's wasteful or not, you're not qualified to comment.
I have a system. What's a mere 5 million star coins good for? Lei Chong burst into laughter. Even using the full strength of my Lei family, it's hard to raise a beast to legendary grade, let alone a broke-ass like you. Lei Xiaotian scowled, raising the bid to 10 million star coins while threatening me not to ruin the beast. I'm firm in my stance. I won't sell. I'm willing to go with him. The voice of the bewitching demon whispered in my ear as she decisively nestled into Lei Chang's embrace, saying, sorry, you can't afford to keep me. The crowd was stunned. A beast betraying its master was unheard of. Lei Xiaotian laughed heartily, praising the bewitching demon for her cleverness. I sneered, you don't actually think you can lead me, do you?
My divine sense remains within her, and I can decide her life or death. The demon enchantress panicked, pushed Lei Chong away, and turned her seductive gaze toward me with a pleading look. Lei Chong became more polite, not wanting me to destroy the bewitching demon, while Lei Xiaotian raised the price to 15 million star coins. I made an outrageous demand. Anything less than 30 million is non-negotiable.
30 million? You're taking me for a fool. Lei Xiaotian gasped in disbelief. Lei Chong insisted on having the bewitching demon.
Lei Xiaotian sighed and tried to persuade me to sell for 15 million by leveraging the Lei family's reputation and promising to resolve any issues for me in Qingzhou City. My tone was icy, either give me 30 million, or I'll destroy the charm demon. The seductress trembled, knowing I wasn't joking, and could only cast a pitiful glance at Lei Chong. Lei Xiaotian gritted his teeth. 30 million is something my Lei family can still afford. Once the money was transferred, I released the divine sense within the enchantress's body. The enchanting demon expressed gratitude toward Lei Xiaotian, then turned to glare at me viciously. A man like you would only waste my youth. Lei Xiaotian left with Lei Chong and the bewitching demon. Wang Zhang and Gao Shuo comforted me. I turned and walked away, knowing full well that this world is too cruel. Without formidable strength, one can only be at the mercy of others. Now that I have 30 million star coins, I need to grow stronger quickly and get into a top beast-taming university.
Chapter 3, The Epic 9-Star Fallen Angel.
Yi Tong wandered aimlessly down the street, gazing at the dazzling neon lights while reflecting on the rules of this world.
He silently accepted it all.
Only 15 days left until the college entrance exams, but before that, I must contract a beast companion.
Otherwise, I won't even qualify to take the test.
The college entrance exams in this world weren't mere tests of theoretical knowledge, they were life-threatening.
The entire process was overseen by the military, divided into 2 rounds. The first was school-based selection, and the second was selection at the Beastmaster University. Both rounds had designated death quotas.
The school-based selection had a death quota of 10, while the Beastmaster University selection had no upper limit.
Competition is fierce, and securing a high-quality beast is crucial for success.
If the seduction demon hadn't betrayed him, he believed he could have achieved an excellent result.
Forget it. It's just an epic tier Mayu. What's there to agonize over? Yi Tong now possessed 30 million star coins.
While he couldn't purchase a beast with better innate talent than the seductress, following the cultivation plan provided by the system, he was certain he could surpass it given enough time. Master, take me to the largest beast merchant house. Beast merchant houses stock not only beasts of all qualities but also rare treasures, evolution agents, and more. Their selection was comprehensive, though prices were steep. As soon as Yi Tong stepped into the grand and imposing hall, a staff member approached him with a warm smile. You look new around here, young man.
First time visiting? Let me give you a quick rundown. The first floor is where you'll find all the rare treasures and evolution agents.
The second floor is for beast trading, and the third floor is reserved for epic tier beasts, though it's empty right now. As you know, aside from that enchanted demon at the Beast Academy yesterday, no epic tier beast has appeared in Qingzhou City for 10 years.
Yi Tong smiled faintly. News sure travels fast. Hey, isn't that Yi Tong? What's this? Spending the money my dad gave you to buy a beast?
Yi Tong turned to see Lei Chong standing there, accompanied by that enchanting seductress demon.
All eyes were drawn to them. Yi Tong couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. But Lei Chong persisted relentlessly. Allow me to formally introduce everyone. This Yi Tong is actually the true master of the enchanting demon by my side. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. So the rumors are true. Lei Chong bought the epic tier enchantress that originally belonged to Yi Tong. But then again, an epic tier beast is beyond the means of ordinary people to keep. Just the cultivation plan alone costs tens of millions of star coins, not to mention the rare materials required. Within the Lei family, this spirit beast can achieve its greatest potential. Thank goodness I didn't follow you. Otherwise, I would have brought shame upon my entire seductive demon clan. The enchanted demon was filled with relief. Little demon, come on. I'll treat you to a feast, haha.
Lei Chong, smug as could be, wrapped his arm around the demoness and headed toward the materials purchasing area.
Yi Tong couldn't help but find it amusing.
This demoness truly had long hair but little sense.
Before long, she'd realize exactly what she'd missed out on.
This way, please. The staff enthusiastically guided Yi Tong into the VIP pet trading area. After all, this was a wealthy patron holding 30 million star coins.
Roar! Woo! Hiss!
The moment Yi Tong stepped inside, the beasts locked in their cages let out a fierce roar at him. Of course, they weren't trying to eat Yi Tong, they were showcasing their strength. Here, the greatest desire of these beasts was to follow a good master.
Gale Wolf.
Talent, Elite Grade 1 star.
Rank, Tier 0. Innate ability, Sky-Splitting Claws. Vajra Bear. Talent, Elite Class 2 star. Level, Tier 0. Innate divine ability, Mount Tai Crush. Frenzied Serpent.
Talent, Elite Grade 5 star.
Level, Tier 1. Innate divine ability, Stranglehold Coil. Yi Tong surveyed the entire display but remained unsatisfied. Is there anything else you have? That's all we have at the moment.
The staff member replied.
Fine then. I'll check out other merchants.
Yi Tong looked disappointed and turned to leave. Just then, the staff member seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, we also have a batch of beasts intended for alchemy.
Would you like to take a look? Beasts for alchemy? They probably aren't worth much. Yi Tong chuckled. Not necessarily. Refining superior pills requires superior beasts.
The staff member urged Yi Tong to take a look.
Alright then, I'll come with you.
The staff member then led Yi Tong to the alchemy chamber.
Inside,
over 100 beast tamers huddled together, maimed and limbless, shivering in the cold as they awaited their fate.
Upon entering, Yi Tong couldn't help but feel a pang of pity.
Yet there was nothing he could do. He wasn't a savior. This world was cruel, where the weak fell prey to the strong. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He spotted a humanoid beast tamer. Upon seeing this, the attendant immediately ordered the humanoid beast, lift your head so the guest can see you. At the command, the humanoid beast slowly raised its head, revealing a pitifully delicate face. Though its features were refined, its skin was coarse and marred by a scar. Compared to the alluring beauty of a demonic spirit, it fell far short.
Fallen Angel. Status, Unbound. Potential, Epic 9 star. Innate abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast.
Recommendation, due to wounds inflicted by the way of heaven, requires Holy Spirit Stones, Ice Heart Jade Dew, and Azure Spirit Fruit for recovery. Yi Tong's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembling with shock. It was an epic tier 9-star beast. Its potential far surpassed that of a seduction demon by more than one tier. Though the fallen angel bore a wound from the heavenly way, he could aid in its recovery. Most crucially, all three materials were available at the merchant houses, though exorbitantly priced. But money was no object for him now. Yi Tong's heart trembled with excitement. He took a deep breath and pointed at the fallen angel. I'll take him. At those words, the fallen angel wore an expression of utter disbelief. After 1849 long days and nights, someone had finally chosen him.
Was heaven taking pity on him? Ha! She gave a self-mocking laugh. A fallen angel who couldn't form a contract, a fallen angel who couldn't fly, what use would she be to anyone who bought her? It seemed this customer had no idea what kind of worthless beast they'd chosen. She slowly lowered her head, choosing to wait quietly for death. Yet deep within her heart, a sliver of hope still flickered. Chapter 4, Legendary Fallen Angel. This one? The staff member looked troubled as he said, I feel compelled to advise you the fallen angel does possess exceptional potential, but she bears a curse from the way of heaven, making her impossible to contract. I strongly recommend choosing another.
No, I won't.
I'll take her.
Yi Tong's stance was unwavering.
Hearing this, the fallen angel abruptly lifted her head to stare at Yi Tong, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She spoke cautiously, I'm a rather poor beast. I can't fly, I can't level up, and I can't be contracted. Choosing me is just a waste of your star coins. As she spoke, 2 clear tears rolled down her cheeks.
No, you are an exceptional beast tamer.
Yi Tong wanted to restore the fallen angel's confidence. The fallen angel shook her head, her voice trembling with tears.
Thank you for your comfort.
Even if I were to throw myself into the alchemy furnace today, I would die without regret.
You're such a fool.
Yi Tong looked at the staff member and asked, name your price. The clerk considered for a moment before replying, though this fallen angel bears wounds from the heavenly way and cannot be contracted, her blood makes excellent alchemical material.
Her price won't be low.
However, since this is your first visit to our trading house, I'll offer you a discount.
10 million star coins, I'll round down the remainder on my own initiative.
Well, you really are a good person. Yi Tong smiled wryly. It was clearly a rip-off, but in his view, the value of a fallen angel couldn't be measured in money.
Please swipe your card.
The clerk pulled out a portable POS machine. I also need Holy Spirit Stones, Ice Heart Jade Dew, and Green Spirit Fruit.
Add those to the total.
Certainly.
That will be 10 million star coins in total.
After swiping the card, the staff member handed it back to Yi Tong.
Follow me.
Yi Tong extended her hand toward the fallen angel. The fallen angel looked utterly bewildered, slowly extending a small, grimy hand. Yi Tong pulled the fallen angel up firmly, her tone gentle.
From today onward, your name is Lingxi.
Lingxi. The fallen angel silently repeated the name in her mind. After obtaining the materials, Yi Tong led the fallen angel out of the merchant's shop only to run into Lei Chong head-on.
Damn, you're not going to contract this fallen angel, are you?
Lei Chong wore an amused expression.
None of your business.
Yi Tong pulled the fallen angel away without another word.
Oomph. Lei Chong couldn't help but sneer coldly, what a clueless country bumpkin.
Master, I sense that fallen angel possesses exceptionally high innate talent. The demonic spirit's expression grew grave. What good is that? A beastmaster cursed by the way of heaven, what future could it possibly have? Lei Chong wrapped his arms around the spirit demon's slender waist and continued, choosing me is the greatest fortune of your life.
Yes, only by following you can I fulfill my greatest potential.
The enchantress wore a fawning expression. I just bought you 10 million star coins worth of rare treasures.
Go back and train diligently.
I intend to dazzle everyone at the school exam in 15 days and make them all bow down at my feet.
Watching Yi Tong's retreating figure, Lei Chong thought to himself, especially you, boy. Dare to take advantage of the Lei family?
I'll make you pay with blood.
Early the next morning. After a good night's rest, Lingxi accompanied Yi Tong to the outskirts. Master, why did you bring me here?
Lingxi looked utterly bewildered. To heal your heavenly path wound, of course.
Upon hearing this, Lingxi looked utterly incredulous. How could that be possible? Countless people have spent tens of millions of star coins on me, yet all their efforts went down the drain. Are you truly capable of doing this?
Yi Tong nodded, placing 3 materials on the ground, the Sacred Spirit Stone, the Ice Heart Jade Dew, and the Azure Spirit Fruit.
Can you truly heal my wounds?
Lingxi still found it hard to believe.
Why don't you try it and see for yourself?
Yi Tong smiled faintly. Lingxi nodded firmly, then slowly absorbed all 3 materials until they were completely depleted. As time ticked by, her body showed no signs of change, making even Yi Tong grow anxious.
Could the system have malfunctioned?
Suddenly, a brilliant blue light shot skyward, mirrored by a massive golden vortex appearing in the heavens.
Lingxi's body slowly rose into the air.
As she leaned back, streams of golden light cascaded down, as if cleansing her very soul. This is louder than when I summoned an epic tier enchantress.
Could Lingxi have already reached legendary tier? Yi Tong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At the same time,
the commotion had already drawn the attention of various factions.
A golden legend has appeared? Who on earth is summoning a beast?
Only a legendary tier beast could manifest such an extraordinary phenomenon.
Someone, go investigate immediately.
It's coming from the northern outskirts.
Move out. Don't let other factions beat us to it. A legendary tier beast is a rarity across the entire Blue Star.
Whoever manages to contract it first would stand at the pinnacle of the Beastmaster world. At that moment, the celestial anomaly vanished and Lingxi slowly descended to the ground.
Are you Lingxi?
Yi Tong's pupils contracted sharply.
The transformation was too drastic. Not only had the scar on her face vanished, but her complexion had become flawlessly fair and delicate. Golden hair and emerald eyes now adorned her, and a pair of pure white wings had sprouted from her back. Lingxi fluttered her wings, and invisible ripples radiated outward from her.
Master! She glided gracefully toward Yitong.
Yitong found himself momentarily at a loss, as the system interface reappeared before his eyes.
Fallen Angel, renamed to Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Grade 1. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Innate Divine Abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Explosion. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Spirit Herb.
Truly a legendary tier beast tamer, it's already reached Awakening Tier 3.
Yitong's face lit up with excitement. Master, you have granted me a second life. Lingxi vows to follow you through countless lifetimes, never to betray you.
Lingxi knelt before Yitong, tilting her head slightly upward, her eyes brimming with anticipation.
Congratulations on becoming my first beast companion.
Yitong reached out his hand in excitement.
Not all beasts were heartless and ungrateful like the demonic spirits, repaying kindness with betrayal. Master, I will prove my worth to you.
Lingxi's face was set with determination as she interlaced her fingers with Yitong's.
Seconds later, the contract was successfully sealed.
Meanwhile, forces from all sides were rushing toward this location at breakneck speed.
Chapter 5, The School Exams Begin. Master, a dangerous aura is rapidly approaching this location. Lingxi's expression turned wary as she assumed a combat stance. Followed by the scent, huh? Ha! Let's go, Lingxi. We're heading home. Yitong couldn't help but sneer coldly.
By the time the various factions arrived, the two had already returned to the city center.
Damn, we're too late. It's already been contracted. That's a legendary tier beastmaster, you know. Whoever this person is, we must find out. We absolutely cannot let anyone else beat us to it. A beast contract isn't impossible to break, it just comes at a hefty price.
But for a legendary tier beast, any cost is worth it. Lei Xiaotian issued a strict order to his subordinates. Within 3 days, they must uncover the owner of the legendary tier beast.
Back home, Yitong's older sister Yixian had already prepared dinner.
Seeing Yitong return, she hurried over and said, "Sit down and eat first."
Oh, is this your girlfriend? Sis, this is my beast companion. Her name is Lingxi. Yitong gave an awkward smile.
Yixian looked curious. "I heard you originally contracted an epic tier enchantress demon, but the Lei family bought it.
Could it be you contracted another one?"
Her purpose in returning this time was to comfort Yitong, fearing he might be struggling. "I bought her at the Beast Tamers Guild," Yitong said with a smile while eating. "I named her Lingxi."
"Hello, sister." Lingxi bowed awkwardly. "Don't be so formal. We're all family here."
Yixian pulled Lingxi closer and smiled.
"Look how thin you are, eat properly."
She served Lingxi some dishes, then turned to Yitong with a serious expression.
"The school entrance exams are coming up soon. Prepare well. I brought some materials for you, Lingxi should be able to use them too. Don't worry, sis. I'll definitely get a great score."
Yitong spoke with unwavering confidence. Yixian still looked worried. Even though it's just the school entrance exam, there's still a risk of death. The thing you need to be most careful about isn't the beasts, but people. Stay vigilant at all times, understand? Got it. Yitong nodded. Open threats are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Beasts lurk in plain sight, but human hearts hide in the shadows, impossible to guard against.
Lingxi's expression hardened with resolve. "Rest assured, sister. I'll protect our master well." Put.
Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but laugh aloud.
"Well then, I'll be counting on you. But you must stay safe too."
In her eyes, Lingxi was merely a frail woman, though she made an excellent companion beast. Hearing this, Lingxi felt a warm glow in her heart.
"Oh, by the way, sis, where's your little beast companion?"
Yitong hadn't seen that little white tiger Xiao Bao in quite some time.
Sigh. Yixian sighed and said, "It got injured recently and is recovering at the beast hospital." "Is Xiao Bao badly hurt?" Yitong looked worried. "After emergency treatment, it's out of immediate danger."
Yixian managed a faint smile. Yitong sensed something was amiss and pressed. Xiao Bao was an awakened 8th tier beast tamer.
Unless it encountered an extraordinary tier opponent, it shouldn't have been injured. "Sis, what exactly happened?" "Don't ask. Knowing more won't be good for you." Yixian refused to elaborate.
After eating a few bites, she placed a storage ring on the table, tidied up briefly, and said, "Xiaoton, I just came back to check on you. As long as you're okay, I'll head back to the barracks now."
"Then I'll walk you out."
Yitong and Lingxi saw Yixian off to her vehicle.
"Ultimately, it's because my strength is too weak. I couldn't help at all."
A burning desire to grow stronger surged within Yitong's heart. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the school entrance exams were upon them.
This exam used a points system, 1 point per slain beast.
Many chose to team up to secure a better score.
"Our team is 1 member short. Anyone interested in joining? Anyone interested in joining a team?" My beast is at the third stage of awakening. Our team needs a control-type beast tamer. Any brothers willing to take a sister into their team? I promise to be obedient. Students shouted loudly at the school exam site. Just then, Yitong walked over with Ling Shi. A humanoid beast tamer? This guy's a big shot, gotta latch onto his coattails. That's Yitong. Wait, wasn't his beast bought by young Master Lei? Where did this one come from? As far as I know, this beast is called the Fallen Angel. Cursed by the way of heaven, it can't be contracted. Then why's he even taking the school entrance exam? That's just pure suicide. The students murmured among themselves, all choosing to keep their distance from Yitong. No one dared to team up with him. Yitong merely smiled, utterly unconcerned. He had no intention of entrusting his back to anyone else. Yitong, long time no see. Thanks to your generosity, I was able to contract such a high-caliber beast. At that moment, Lei Chong approached Yitong with a greeting, his face radiating smug satisfaction. Following young Master Lei is the greatest fortune of my life. True to her nature as a seductress, Mei Yao nestled into Lei Chang's embrace, radiating alluring charm. The classmates watched with envy. Not only was this beast powerful, but it also provided spiritual comfort to its master, perfect in every way. Yitong sneered coldly. I should be thanking you for helping me see this enchantress's true colors sooner. Ha, men can't lose face, I get it. Lei Chong glanced at Fallen Angel, sizing him up with a sneer. Never would have guessed you'd splurge 20 million star coins on a beast you can't even contract. What impeccable taste. Thanks for the compliment. Yitong smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lei Chong burst into laughter. Ha! Stupid to the bone and still clueless. You don't seriously think you can pass the school entrance exam with this piece of junk beast, do you? Whether I pass or not isn't up to you. Facing Lei Chang's provocation, Yitong remained unruffled. Ling Shi, standing nearby, clenched her fists, ready to confront him, but Yitong stopped her. Ling Shi silently resolved to prove her worth to her master. At that moment, Xing Zhan, the military examiner, stood on the stage holding a microphone. His tone was stern as he announced, "Now, I will explain the rules. Every demon beast in the mountain has been marked. The highest rank is Awakening Stage 6. You may form teams to hunt them freely. Beasts from Awakening Stage 1 to Awakening Stage 6 are worth 1 to 6 points respectively. The highest scorer will be crowned champion of this school exam. The time limit is 24 hours. Good luck." With that, all students entered the teleportation array. Those wishing to stay together could link hands, though they would ultimately be transported to different locations. This measure was also to prevent anyone from settling personal grudges inside. Hold my hand tight. Yitong clasped Ling Shi's hand, and the next second, the two were transported to a mountain ravine. Chapter 6, Crimson Flame Tiger. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees as a small river flowed by. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, yet an eerie silence hung over it, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Sure enough, at a shallow ford, a massive crimson flame tiger stood drinking water. Its gaze swept the area like a searchlight, accompanied by deep, resonant growls from its throat, a truly imposing presence. Scarlet Flame Tiger. Talent, Elite 3-star. Level, Awakened Tier 4. Speed, 40. Attack, 50. Mental Power, 60. Innate Divine Ability, Claw that rips the heavens, swift as lightning. Master, be careful. Lingxi stepped in front of Yitong. Damn, what bad luck. We just entered and ran into a 5th stage awakened Crimson Flame Tiger. Lingxi, let's retreat first. Yitong slowly backed away, but the Crimson Flame Tiger's alertness was too keen. At the slightest sound, it turned its head, its piercing tiger eyes locking onto her. Yitong froze in place, unable to move. To say she wasn't afraid would be a lie. A tiger's roar sent birds and beasts scattering. Spotting Yitong and Lingxi, the tiger let out a fierce snarl, opening its gaping maw as it charged toward them. The tiger leapt forward, unleashing its innate divine ability, Sky-Splitting Claw. A paw as large as a washbasin slammed toward Lingxi. That extended claw was a full 10 centimeters long. If it caught them, it could rip out their guts. Master, be careful. Lingxi stepped in front of Yitong. The young girl erupted with battle intent, her hands swiftly casting skills. Soul piercing. In the next instant, a streak of purple light shot from the girl's hands, flying straight toward the Crimson Flame Tiger. Roar! The Crimson Flame Tiger was instantly enraged and charged forward. Suddenly, a splitting headache erupted, its tiger eyes widening in agony. Boom! In the next instant, its head exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only a headless corpse on the ground. Congratulations, host, on defeating the awakened Stage 4 Crimson Flame Tiger. Experience plus 500. Your Beast Master level has increased. Yitong hurriedly checked the little girl's attribute information. Beast Master, Lingxi. Potential, Legendary Tier 2 star. Level, Awakened Tier 4. Speed, 100. Attack, 150. Mental Power, 130. Innate Abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass.
Simply slaying a single 4th tier awakened demon beast caused Lingxi's attributes to skyrocket, truly a legendary tier beast tamer.
Master. Lingxi choked out, did you see? I'm not useless. I can protect you and fight alongside you just like any other beast tamer.
In that moment, Lingxi's emotions ran too deep for words, and crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Over the years, she had endured too many injustices, too much doubt. But now, she had finally proven herself through her strength.
Yi Tong nodded slightly, then stepped forward and embraced Lingxi. In my heart, you are the strongest beast tamer.
One day, you will soar through the heavens and become the mightiest beast tamer in this world.
I won't let my master down. The resentment and frustration in Lingxi's heart now transformed into fuel for her drive forward.
Yi Tong gently patted Lingxi's back and smiled, I believe in you.
Now, time is pressing, we must strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. Understood. Lingxi nodded firmly. On the ranking board,
the teachers stared at the large screen, sighing one after another. The top-ranked candidate, Lei Chong, had 50 points, barely enough for an A grade. The second-place candidate had only 10 points, and the rest were even worse, all in single digits.
Principal Wang Zhang's face darkened as he scolded the teachers, are you ashamed? How did you teach them? How could they be so poor? We did our best. Maybe the monsters were just stronger this year.
The teachers scrambled to offer excuses. Wang Zhang rolled his eyes, his face brimming with impatience.
Enough.
Your performance bonuses for this year are all deducted.
Ha! The teachers stared at each other in disbelief.
Just then, Gao Shuo pointed excitedly at the scoreboard, too flustered to speak.
What's all the fuss about?
Wang Zhang snapped irritably, then looked up and his jaw dropped.
What the hell? How did Yi Tong's name end up at the top? But that wasn't the most crucial part. Why did her points show as 2,000? 2,000 points meant Yi Tong had slain at least 500 beasts. What does that even mean?
He slaughtered his way through them.
Wait, no. Weren't all of Yi Tong's epic tier beasts sold off?
No matter how skilled he is, he couldn't have achieved this in such a short time.
There must be a glitch in the system.
At this thought, Gao Shuo sighed and shook his head.
What a waste of excitement. The chief examiner also suspected a system glitch and turned to ask the technicians, has the bug been fixed? The system is functioning normally. The technician replied with absolute certainty.
Hearing this, the chief examiner cast another incredulous glance at the scoreboard.
2,000. 2,100. 2,200.
The number was still rising.
Something's wrong.
Everyone quickly realized this wasn't a system glitch. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have ignored it, and the numbers wouldn't be fluctuating like this. The only possible explanation was that Yi Tong had slaughtered her way through. At that moment, admissions offices across the nation's Beastmaster universities were monitoring each city's leaderboards. When they saw Qingzhou City's top-ranked player overwhelmingly surpassing the leaders of other cities, the directors of admissions offices couldn't sit still.
Talents like this must be secured first. Chapter 7, could it be God? Master, where did the beasts go? Why did they all suddenly vanish?
Lingxi tilted her head, her face full of confusion.
Little one, they saw you. They've long since hidden themselves in fright. Yi Tong patted Lingxi's head affectionately. He. Lingxi gave an embarrassed little smile.
Just then, a bloodthirsty giant-toothed wolf with no sense of caution suddenly leaped out of the grass, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Yi Tong.
Looking for trouble? Daring to bare your teeth at my master.
Lingxi shot the blood wolf a fierce glare, and a purple streak of light shot straight into its forehead.
Boom!
In the next instant, the blood wolf's head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Congratulations, host, for defeating a stage 3 awakened blood wolf.
Experience plus 300. Ah, if only a pack had come. Otherwise, it's not even remotely challenging.
Yi Tong sighed helplessly.
Suddenly, Lingxi's expression turned alert. Master, I sense at least 30 demon beasts nearby. Then let's move quickly.
Be careful they don't escape.
Yi Tong perked up instantly. Guided by Lingxi, the two crept closer.
They saw roughly 50 giant fawn bloodwolves surrounding a 5-person squad.
Giant fawn bloodwolf, elite 6-star.
Level, awakened tier 6.
Speed, 95. Attack, 100. Mental power, 50. Innate abilities, wolf soul resonance, claw rep, flaming wolf roar. 3 skills? Really?
Yi Tong encountered this for the first time, but it didn't matter. While level was important, attributes mattered more.
In this regard, Lingxi completely outclassed the bloodfawn wolf.
Arg. The pack leader, awakened at stage 6, let out a long, drawn-out howl.
The rest of the pack joined in immediately. That's the bloodfawn wolf's divine ability, flaming howl. It paralyzes movement. Everyone, cover your ears.
The captain shouted while stuffing paper into his ears.
Captain! What should we do?
Su Feishuan's voice trembled, her face etched with despair.
The other 3 looked at the captain pitifully.
If there were only 5 or 6 bloodfawn wolves facing them, the 5 of them could escape even if they couldn't defeat them. But now, with the pack closing in, they couldn't get away even if they had wings. Gritting his teeth as he stared at the drooling giant-toothed blood wolves, the captain growled, "At this point, running is impossible. We have no choice but to fight to the death." One timid classmate shivered and stammered, "Does that mean we're doomed? Even if we die, we'll make these bastards pay dearly. Let's fight to the end. At worst, we die." The four panted heavily, assuming battle stances. The leader, a blood wolf with massive fangs, paced back and forth, savoring the sight of fear in their eyes. It seemed to relish the thrill of its prey facing imminent death. The remaining giant-toothed blood wolves encircled the five, closing in tighter and tighter until the circle shrunk to less than 5 meters. Despair. A wave of deathly terror surged through them. Even if they fought to the death, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Roar. A wolf howl that shook the mountains and forests. Dozens of wolves charged forward together. "Lingxi, act now. We must secure this experience." Yi Tong had worked hard to find so many beasts they couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. "Understood, Master. Use Fallen Inferno Blast." Yi Tong commanded from the sidelines. Soul Pierce proved highly effective against groups of 5 or fewer beasts, but its power diminished significantly when facing dozens simultaneously. Only an area of effect attack like Fallen Flame Burst could better control the current situation. Upon receiving the command, Lingxi soared into the sky. Her pristine white wings instantly transformed into a blood-red hue, spreading to a staggering 30 meters in span. A gentle flap of her wings unleashed a violent tempest that twisted the very colors of the sky and earth, uprooting surrounding flora and trees by their roots. It felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Dozens of low-level blood fawn wolves were seized by terror, letting out piercing howls. The alpha wolf merely glanced at Lingxi, only to feel a bone-chilling pressure that forced it to bow its head. "Captain, is she the goddess come to save us?" Su Feishuan stared blankly at the fallen angel in the sky, who seemed like a deity. It probably is." The captain's face betrayed utter disbelief. This was a sealed space, and all the beasts within had been released by the military. The highest tier creature present was merely the awakened 6th tier bloodfawn wolf before them. If this fallen angel were a beastmaster, he would have heard of it by now. Could it truly be God? Honestly, he couldn't convince himself that such a reason was plausible. It was utterly absurd. Forget about it. We should get out of here fast. The captain snapped out of it and hurriedly led the 4 of them away from the scene. Yet, driven by curiosity, they chose to watch from a nearby vantage point. What unfolded next would remain etched in their memories forever. The fallen angel's icy gaze swept over the beast below. Drop! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. In an instant, the clear sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a massive fissure in the heavens. From the fissure, searing light erupted wildly. Immediately after, scalding lava poured forth like an inverted celestial river, surging from the terrifying crack. As it plummeted, the molten rock was guided by a mysterious force, rapidly coalescing into fiery balls that slammed viciously toward the earth. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed in rapid succession. Dense clusters of fireballs, like a meteor shower, slammed into the ground with world-ending force, instantly carving out bottomless craters. The pack of bloodfawn wolves, caught in the barrage, didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were torn apart. Congratulations, host, for defeating an awakened Tier 2 magical beast. Experience plus 200. Congratulations, host, for defeating an awakened Tier 3 demon beast. Experience plus 350. Congratulations, host, for defeating an awakened 5th tier demon beast. Experience plus 600. Congratulations, host, for defeating an awakened stage 6 demon beast. Experience plus 800. Yi Tong's system panel was flooded with notifications as her experience points skyrocketed. It took a full minute for the barrage to cease. Staring intently, she saw the staggering figure of 30,000 experience points. Earlier, killing a single Crimson Flame Tiger had granted plus 500 EXP, allowing Lingxi to level up once. Now, with 30,000 EXP, just how terrifying would Lingxi's power become? Chapter 8, this is absolutely ridiculous. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Lingxi's body. Her cascading black hair instantly transformed into silvery strands that fell smoothly. The sacred wings on her back had now completely turned pitch black, each feather as hard as dark iron, gleaming with a cold, ominous light. Her former attire transformed into a form-fitting black battlesuit, outlining her delicate frame with a sharp yet alluring silhouette. In her hand, she now gripped a demonic sword, its aura resonating with her fallen essence. Is this an evolution? Yi Tong hurriedly checked Lingxi's attributes. Beastmaster, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2. Level, Awakened 9th Tier, Grand Perfection. Speed, 1200. Attack, 1600. Mental Power, 1500. Innate Divine Abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass. Every attribute has skyrocketed, and her level has jumped from awakening Tier 4 straight to Tier 9. It's like she's cheating. Yi Tong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As far as he knew, the strongest Beastmaster among this year's candidates was only at Awakening Stage 6. His beast was a bit over the top. After Lingxi returned to her true form, her sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Finding no danger, she slowly settled beside Yi Tong. Then, her head nuzzled against his chest as if seeking praise. "You're amazing, little one. Truly worthy of being my fallen angel." Yi Tong stroked Lingxi's silky hair affectionately. That was actually a humanoid beast tamer. Su Feishuan was utterly shocked. A younger classmate nodded. "Earlier, fear consumed us and we mistakenly thought she was God come to save us. Thinking back, it's laughable. A humanoid beast? Could it be Lei Chong?" The captain muttered to himself. Su Feishuan shook her head. His beast is a seductive demon, while this is a sacred fallen angel, two entirely different concepts. I think it's a teacher sent in by the military. That's the only possibility. After all, no one in this class possesses such a powerful beast. Plus, he appeared precisely when we were in danger, proving he's been secretly watching over us. The captain reasoned logically. Then let's go out and thank the teacher. With that, Su Feishuan and the others approached Yi Tong. Yi Tong was still basking in the joy of Lingxi's level up. "Thank you for saving us, teacher. If not for you, we would have become food for the bloodfawn wolves long ago. Once the exams are over, we'll definitely come visit you in person." The five of them said respectfully. Yi Tong froze for a moment. "Rescue them? He's just after the experience points, right? Teacher?" Su Feishuan called out, asking, "What is your surname?" "My surname is Yi." Yi Tong rather liked being called teacher. He gave Lingxi a subtle nod, signaling her to leave. With less than 2 hours left before the school exit exam ended, he intended to use this final window to propel Lingxi directly into the extraordinary realm. Once Yi Tong had walked away, Su Feishuan covered her delicate cheeks with both hands and jumped up excitedly. "Teacher is so handsome. He really is." Envy and resentment were written all over the captain's face. A humanoid beastmaster, a fallen angel, and so beautiful at that. Not only could he be used in battle, but he could also be brought out to ease loneliness when needed. If he could contract a humanoid beastmaster, his life would be complete. "I wonder if fate will bring me and Teacher Yi together again." Su Feishuan murmured to herself, her mind filled entirely with Yi Tong. At that very moment, admissions directors from major beast-taming universities are rushing to train stations, airports, and high-speed rail hubs, all heading for Qingzhou City. Holy crap, 30,000 points? That's miles ahead of second place. How is that even possible? Who the heck is this kid? Could it be a system glitch? This score is outrageous. Admissions directors started calling Xingzhan to verify the situation, only to be told it was real data. This kid is seriously out of this world. Quick, get me a train ticket to Qingzhou? Hey, handsome, grab me a flight ticket to Qingzhou. Sorry to cut in line, but lady, get me a high-speed rail ticket to Qingzhou. The admissions directors were sweating buckets. If this promising prospect got snatched up by another school, they'd never rest in peace. What? 12 hours? What? No plane tickets left? Trains are suspended? What the hell is going on? The admissions directors were all dumbfounded. They couldn't wait that long. So they opted to charter planes, even pulling strings to secure fighter jets. Qingzhou City. All the teachers and officers were collectively stunned. Such terrifying scores in over a century of the school's history, they had never witnessed anything like this. First place, Yi Tong plus 30,000 points. Second place, Lei Chong plus 3,000 points. The gap between first and second place was a staggering tenfold, and Yi Tong's score was still climbing. It was as if he had wiped out the entire lair of the beasts. At that moment, the sky rumbled with thunder. Several fighter jets slowly descended to the ground. As the doors opened, admissions officers holding their university banners rushed over. Holy crap, the two most prestigious Beastmaster academies in the country, Mingjur Academy and Xiantian Academy, they're personally recruiting in Qingzhou City? And so many prestigious 985 and 211 universities too. They've always been so high and mighty in previous years. What's going on this year? Has the sun risen in the west? The teachers buzzed with speculation. Principal Wang Zhang looked equally puzzled. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. Ha! They're all here for my student. Principal, those are my students. Gao Shuo looked utterly speechless. What do you mean yours? They're all mine. Wang Zhang snapped irritably before hurrying over to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with the admissions directors from each college. Chapter 9, Evaluation SSSS. Within the trial realm. With time growing ever tighter, Yi Tong and Lingxi dared not linger. They slaughtered every beast they encountered, reaping rewards along the way, though all were low-tier monsters. He checked Lingxi's attributes. Beastmaster, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2 Star. Level, Awakened 9th Tier, Grand Perfection. Speed, 1500. Attack, 1800. Mental Power, 1700. Innate abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment, usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess.
Cultivation plan, fallen demon stone, 7-star grass. Although Lingxi's attributes had increased, she hadn't broken through to awakening stage 9.
It seemed she'd have to wait for the college entrance trials.
15 minutes left until the school exam ends. Let's take a break first. Yitong found a cool spot and reclined halfway.
Seeing this, Lingxi nestled herself into Yitong's embrace.
Yitong paused in surprise before relaxing.
This little girl clearly had grown dependent on him.
Meanwhile, outside, chaos had erupted.
In their rush to recruit Yitong into their respective academies, the admissions directors were nearly coming to blows. Your academy's teaching facilities are subpar, unfit for such an outstanding student. Our school sells rare materials to students at half the original price.
If Yitong comes to our school, we'll waive all fees. Then we'll waive all fees including room, board, and transportation. We'll cover everything for the rest of his life.
Our school has plenty of beautiful women.
If Yitong takes a liking to any of them, I'll personally arrange it.
What started as a friendly exchange quickly turned heated.
Principal Wang Zhang couldn't stop grinning.
That kid Yitong really knows how to make us proud. As Yitong's teacher, Gao Shua stood even straighter in front of Wang Zhang, his words growing bolder, even his stride carrying a sense of purpose.
Alright. The school exams will be over soon. Stop arguing.
Seeing they were about to come to blows, Wang Zheng quickly interjected with a smile. How about this? We'll teleport Yitong to the classroom shortly.
You can ask him directly.
Hearing this, the admissions directors all agreed. This little girl, how come she's still asleep? Gazing at Lingxi's pure and adorable face, Yitong couldn't resist giving her cheeks a gentle pinch.
Master.
Lingxi rubbed her sleepy eyes. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire trial space.
The school assessment has concluded. Please prepare to depart. 10, 9, 8. Lingxi gripped Yeting's hand tightly.
As the count reached 1, a blinding white light erupted before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a familiar classroom.
The other students were being transported to the plaza one after another. Swish! The moment Lei Chong and the enchantress appeared, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Students rushed forward to congratulate them. Young Master Lei, Mei Yu is incredibly powerful.
She defeated a 5th stage awakened double-headed leopard with only 4th stage power.
Looks like you've got the top spot in this school exam locked up. I reckon young Master Lei has at least 1,000 points. Who do you think you're underestimating? Young Master Lei has at least 2,000 points.
True enough, with Mei Yu being that powerful.
Facing everyone's flattery, Lei Chong couldn't help but sneer coldly. A measly 2,000 points? Let me tell you straight, it's at least 3,000 points.
At this revelation, the crowd gasped in shock.
Among past students, the highest score had only ever been 2,000 points. 3,000 points? That's a double S rank evaluation. This is going to shatter the academy's history. That's my bro Lei for you, so damn awesome. Just business as usual.
Lei Chang's smile stretched almost to his ears. He pulled Mei Yao closer and whispered in her ear, thanks to you this time.
I'll reward you properly tonight. You're so annoying.
Her voice was soft and tingling.
This instantly set Lei Chang's blood boiling.
If not for the crowd around them, he would have taken her right then and there.
Young Master Lei, look.
Following the direction of the pointing finger, Lei Chong saw students from various prestigious beast-taming universities running towards him.
Brother Lei, these are all top-tier Beastmaster universities in the country. Why are they all in Qingzhou City? Could it be because Brother Lei's grades are so outstanding? Of course it is. After all, you're a double S rank. They're definitely here to poach you. Brother Lei, congratulations. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and resentment. Lei Chong laughed triumphantly. Tomorrow I'll host a banquet at Qingzhou City's finest hotel. Everyone, come feast to your heart's content. Thanks, Brother Lei. The crowd shouted excitedly. But what happened next left them dumbfounded. The admissions directors completely ignored them and sprinted straight toward the academic building. As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, the square's large screen abruptly displayed the entrance exam results, counting up from the lowest to the highest. Rank 16,886, Zheng Tao, 78 points. 156th place, Lu Chang 156. Rank 146, Su Feishuan 269. Some rejoiced while others sighed, with bursts of laughter and sighs echoing across the square. 8th place, Wang Su, 567. 7th place, Chang Peng, 623. 6th place, Zhou Song, 638. Before Lei Chang's name appeared, the crowd began congratulating him. Young Master Lei, first place is yours for the taking this time. Among our class, only young Master Lei possesses that kind of strength.
Lei Chong smiled without comment. To secure a top result this time, he had not only intensively trained his demonic beast but also secretly brought numerous thunder bombs, each capable of obliterating a 3rd stage awakened beast. If he didn't take first place now, it would be an outrage. Everyone, remember to come to the banquet tomorrow. Yes, young Master Lei. The crowd cheered. Just as Lei Chong was basking in the joy of securing first place, his name appeared but not in first, only second.
Second place, Lei Chong, 3,100 points, S-grade evaluation. Damn, am I seeing things? How could young Master Lei be second? Unbelievable. Could someone really have scored higher than young Master Lei? Who could possibly be first?
Lei Chong not taking first place came as a huge surprise to everyone.
This can't be. Lei Chong couldn't accept it for a moment. 3,100. That meant he'd slain no fewer than 50 beasts and he'd even used thunder explosive bombs. How bizarre. Who on earth had snatched his top spot? The enchantress was also scrutinizing the rankings word by word, but after several thorough scans, she still couldn't find Yitong's name. A terrifying thought began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that Yitong had taken the top spot? Who the hell snatched my top spot?
Lei Chang's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered.
The enchantress stammered hesitantly, "See, could it be Yitong? I didn't see his name. Impossible. Not only is his beast untamable, but he's also wounded by the heavenly way.
If he's not on the list, he was probably devoured by a demon beast."
Lei Chong dismissed the possibility. Hearing this, the demoness couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That made sense. How could she possibly lose to a wounded beast tamer? Boom!
It felt like the earth trembled. The giant screen suddenly went black, then words began falling from above.
With each descent, a thunderous boom echoed. First place, Yitong. Score, 31,666 points. Rating, SSSS. This score instantly blinded everyone present. Chapter 10, Declining Special Admission, Taking the College Entrance Exam. 31,666 points? Is that even real? 31,666 versus 3,100? That's over 10 times the difference. This guy must be cheating. Yitong must have raided the very lair of the beasts. How else could she have slain so many in just 24 hours?
No wonder so many admissions directors from top universities showed up. They were all after Yitong.
None of the students could fathom such an absurd number.
They struggled to take down even a single beast, yet Yitong had slain at least 1,000.
Was she even human? She's practically a beast. Impossible.
Lei Chong gasped for breath, utterly unable to accept this outcome. After all, Yitong's beast-riding ability had suffered a wound inflicted by the way of heaven.
Mei Yao's expression grew increasingly grim.
Suddenly, she felt her choice might have been a mistake.
Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei, are you still going to eat?
A poor student asked with a grin.
Eating.
Lei Chong exploded with anger, cursing under his breath.
Damn it, that kid Yitong must have cheated. Let's go find the chief examiner. With that, he dragged Mei Yao angrily toward the chief examiner's office. A gap of over 10 times. This must be cheating. Meanwhile, inside the classroom,
Yitong was puzzling over how she'd ended up teleported here.
Suddenly, a group of people rushed in, all asking in unison, "You're Yitong, right?" "Yes, it's me." "What's up?" Yitong looked utterly bewildered. Judging by their expressions, they looked like they could eat her alive.
"Well, young man, scoring 31,666 points. I'm Zhang Ziming, Director of Admissions at Mingzhi Academy. If you enroll with us, your tuition is fully waived."
"I'm from Xiantian Academy."
"You can check our official website for details."
"We're a world-renowned institution. We're from Tanchang Women's Academy. Our school is full of beauties. If you're willing to come, just pick one you like, and the teachers will personally help you win her over." One after another, they acted like madmen, completely shedding their dignified demeanor as teachers and behaving like thugs. "Step aside. What's going on here?" Principal Wang Zhang's stern rebuke finally silenced the chaos. Then he and Gao Shuo strode into the classroom, declaring with authority, "This is recruitment, not a robbery. Take it easy. Come in and sit down first."
The admissions directors realized their own overreaction, stamped their feet, and found seats to sit down.
Wang Zheng wore a look of satisfaction.
Over the years, he had always been humble and cautious around these elite university professors, never daring to offend them. But today, because of Yitong, he had stood his ground. Faced with this scene, he couldn't resist chiming in, "Ahem, Yitong's outstanding achievement today is thanks to teacher Gao's diligent instruction. Of course, it's mainly because I led the team well." Gao Shuo couldn't help but roll his eyes at the principal from the sidelines. "Yitong, these are all top-tier universities renowned domestically, each one is excellent. However, I recommend you choose Mingzhi University." Wang Zheng didn't dare say more, lest others grow suspicious and think he'd accepted bribes from Mingzhi University. Still, trading 5 spots next year for a few kind words was a pretty sweet deal. The moment he spoke, the room erupted. Everyone scrambled to extol the virtues of their own institutions to Yitong. "This is just the school entrance exam. The college entrance exam hasn't even ended yet. Are you already recruiting?" Yitong smiled. "You're getting direct admission," they declared in unison. A promising talent like Yitong deserved special consideration. Yitong shook her head hastily. I won't take the direct admission. I want to take the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam was a golden opportunity to boost Lingxi's rank. She couldn't let it slip away.
Are you kidding me?
Since they began admissions, this was the first time anyone had chosen the college entrance exam over direct admission.
Principal Wang Zhang was stunned. Had this kid lost his mind?
Gao Shuo quickly tried to persuade him. Yitong, if you don't do well on the Gaokao, you'll miss out on these top universities. You really need to think this through carefully. Wang Zhang was getting anxious. The school had finally produced a promising talent. Losing him now would be a terrible waste.
I've thought it through.
I must take the college entrance exam.
Yitong's tone brooked no argument.
Hearing this, the others pressed on with their persuasion. The beasts in the school exam are all provided by the military, with the highest awakening level being stage 6.
But the college entrance exam takes place in the abyssal forest. You could lose your life at any moment. If you choose the direct admission route, you won't face these dangers.
Plus, the school will provide all kinds of resources for your beast at no cost.
Furthermore, the top 1,000 students from every city in Sunnan province will take the college entrance exam. Can you guarantee you'll perform as well as you did in the school entrance exam? Sunnan province is full of hidden talents. If you fail, you won't get into a good university.
Everyone laid out the pros and cons for Yitong, hoping he'd think it through carefully.
Hearing this, Yitong replied without hesitation, I'm currently ranked first in the school entrance exam. I'll definitely be ranked first in the college entrance exam too. You're awfully confident.
Wang Zhang gave a wry smile. As others tried to persuade him further, Yitong quickly cut them off. Teachers, there's no need to dissuade me.
My mind is made up. Alright then, we won't press you further.
We look forward to seeing how you perform on the college entrance exam.
Add my contact info. Call anytime if you change your mind. Everyone proceeded to leave Yitong their contact information. Then, they left, disappointed. In the hallway, Lei Cheng grabbed examiner Xingzhan with a look of defiance and shouted, You knew Yitong was cheating. Why didn't you do anything?
I'm reporting you for misconduct.
What's wrong with you students? I've told you countless times Yitong didn't cheat. Why won't you believe me? Xingzhan looked utterly exasperated. Bull. If he didn't cheat, how did Yitong score 31,666 points? Is he Superman? Lei Cheng demanded fiercely. Hearing this, Xingzhan coldly retorted, Are you questioning my judgment? As a privileged scion of a prominent family, Lei Cheng was accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. He paid Xingzhan no mind and pressed on, As an examinee, am I not entitled to question?
Just then, Yitong emerged from the classroom.
Seeing this, Lei Cheng immediately grabbed Yitong by the arm, gritting his teeth. You little bastard. Cheating is one thing, but pulling off something this outrageous? What? Blaming me for your own poor performance? Yitong had just received his scores from the teacher, a full tenfold improvement over Lei Cheng's, which was indeed outrageous.
But it was all thanks to Lingxi's hard work. I'm warning you, don't think having the chief examiner backing you means you're off the hook.
Mark my words, this isn't over.
With that, Lei Cheng stormed off, dragging Mei Yao with him. Before they vanished, Mei Yu shot Yitong one last look over her shoulder. To be honest, she felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 11, Sparring Partner. Yitong, his accusations stem from jealousy. Please don't take it to heart. We've thoroughly investigated all circumstances and confirmed your scores are genuine and valid. There are absolutely no issues. Xingzhan had also harbored doubts about Yitong's results. To address them, he conducted a thorough investigation into every possible avenue for cheating, ultimately confirming the scores were indeed genuine and reliable. Yitong nodded slightly. The next day, to enhance Lingxi's aptitude, Yitong once again visited the Beast Tamer trading house. The staff lit up the moment they saw her, approaching enthusiastically. Young master, what might you be looking for today? Last time, they'd sold Yitong the fallen angel, wounded by the heavenly Tao, and made a hefty 10 million star coins. This time, they were eyeing another chance to fleece him. Yitong cut straight to the point. Do you have any 7-star grass or fallen demon stones? We have 7-star grass, but fallen demon stones are currently unavailable. Then give me the 7-star grass first. 5 million star coins for the 7-star grass. Please swipe your card. The staff member swiftly produced a POS machine. Yitong couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. After purchasing Lingxi last time, she had only 10 million star coins left. A single 7-star grass had already consumed half of that. Indeed, cultivating a beast companion was far beyond the means of ordinary people. After swiping her card, Yitong inquired, What's the price for the fallen demon stone? 15 million star coins. That was truly expensive. Yitong sighed inwardly but maintained a generous facade. Let me know when you have it in stock. Teacher Yi? Su Feishuan approached Yitong excitedly. Are you here to buy materials too? Yitong nodded. Miss Su, we've prepared all the materials you requested. The total comes to 80 million star coins. The staff member grinned from ear to ear. Su Feishuan was the daughter of a wealthy family. Her father, Su Xiong, was the richest man in Qingzhou City. Su Feishuan flicked a black card at the staff member as casually as if she were spending a few hundred star coins. Yi Tong silently marveled at the gap between people. She'd win spending 5 million, yet others didn't bat an eye. Oh, and please charge Mr. Ye's materials to this card as well.
No need. I've already paid for mine.
Yi Tong thought to herself, if you'd just shown up a moment sooner, I wouldn't have had to spend that 5 million.
Alright then. Su Feishuan smiled and said, Teacher Yi, you saved me last time and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Do you have time today? Let's grab a bite together. No need for dinner. It was just a small favor. Yi Tong hadn't actually intended to save anyone back, then he'd just been after the experience points. Seeing her invitation declined, Su Feishuan quickly improvised, then could you be my sparring partner, Teacher Yi?
1 million star coins per hour. Yi Tong hesitated briefly before replying, sure.
Then come home with me now.
The college entrance exams are in 10 days. I need to improve my skills as quickly as possible. Achieving a high score on the exam would grant Su Feishuan her freedom. Otherwise, she'd end up like the other girls married off. Alright. For the next 10 days, I'll be responsible for training your beast control. Yi Tong couldn't wait to be Su Feishuan's sparring partner 24 hours a day. That way, she could earn 24 million star coins daily. She'd be rolling in it. Soon, they arrived at the Su family's training room. Miss Su, you're back. A middle-aged man greeted Su Feishuan. Beside him stood a nearly 3-meter-tall black bear, his beast companion, the golden bear.
Su Feishuan smiled. Teacher Zhao, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Yi, the sparring partner I found. He's incredibly skilled. He took down dozens of bloodfawn wolves with a single move. Oh?
Zhao Bao, seeing Yi Tong's youthful appearance, snorted disdainfully.
And you expect to be Miss Su's coach? Of course there is.
Yi Tong replied confidently. Hearing this, Zhao Bao was a bit taken aback, so young and already so arrogant.
As your senior, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Bring it on then. I've never fought a beast tamer before. Yi Tong showed no fear. Su Feishuan remained silent nearby. She might be able to glean some experience from their sparring. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yi Tong checked the attributes of the Diamond Bear. Beast, Diamond Bear. Talent, Elite 5-star. Level, Awakened Stage 6. Speed, 658. Attack, 700. Mental Power, 680. Innate abilities, Focused Smash, Frenzy Palms, Merciless Stomp. 3 tiers below Lingxi in rank, and the other stats are half hers? This should be as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Tong thought to himself. I'll let you strike first. Zhao Bao sneered. Because of his low level, he assumed Lingxi was just an ordinary beast. But he never imagined Lingxi was a beast master with a 9th tier awakening. Yi Tong smiled faintly. Lingxi, don't use your innate divine ability. Just use a normal attack. Yes, master. Lingxi immediately summoned the demonic sword. Of course, without transforming, it appeared as an ordinary blade. You're insulting me. Zhao Bao erupted in fury. He, a formidable 6th tier awakened expert, was being treated with such contempt. It's hardly an insult. It's just that your strength is far too inferior to mine. Yi Tong actually disdained engaging in such a one-sided fight, but for the sake of the star coins, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. You insolent brat, you're overstepping your bounds. Zhao Bao commanded, Vajra Bear, destroy her. The words barely left his mouth when the golden bear roared furiously, leaping forward to swipe at Lingxi with a massive paw. Lingxi didn't dodge or flinch, preparing to take the blow head-on. Heh, she's asking for death. This strike packs 5,000 kilograms of force, enough to shatter a boulder, let alone a mere mortal body. A ruthless gleam flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. He'd earned 50 million star coins from the Su family. This lucrative deal was not to be snatched away. Can he really take that? Su Feishuan narrowed her eyes nervously, unable to watch the impending scene. Yi Tong smiled faintly, showing not a trace of worry. Lingxi slowly raised the demonic sword. Upon closer inspection, it was the blade's back, not the edge. This. You really don't fear death, do you? Golden Bear, crush her into mincemeat for me. Zhao Bao was furious beyond measure. This wasn't just a matter of being disregarded, it was as if she treated him like an ant to be crushed at will. Upon receiving the command, the Diamond Bear unleashed its full strength, swiping its paw toward Lingxi's head. The sword's back met the bear's paw with precision. Thud. What appeared to be a light parry sent the Golden Bear flying backward. Chapter 12, I'm impressed. Wah! Wah! The Golden Bear lay sprawled on the ground, emitting a series of whimpering sounds, as if it were crying. A mere swordback had struck its bare paw so hard it felt like it might break. Witnessing this, Zhao Bao staggered, nearly stumbling to the ground. He hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Defeating a 6th stage awakened Kongang bear with a single strike? What kind of power does this fallen angel possess? Su Feishuan stared in utter shock. Are we still fighting? Yi Tong looked at Zhao Bao with a playful expression. I surrender. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhao Bao's face turned ashen.
Staring at the golden bear collapsed on the ground, whimpering, he suddenly realized that the young man before him hadn't struck with full force. Otherwise, when the fallen angel had charged forward with his sword, the golden bear would likely have ended up with a severed paw. Master Yi, your skills are truly remarkable. I've been blind to your true abilities. Zhao Bao clasped his fists in salute, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I beg your magnanimity to overlook my petty transgression. Should you ever require assistance, I shall serve you faithfully. He knew well that someone capable of so easily defeating an elite-level beastmaster was no ordinary figure in Qingzhou City. Su Feishuan hurried forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Teacher Yi, you're incredible. With you as my sparring partner, I'll definitely crack the top 100 in the college entrance exams. Turning to Zhao Bao, she added, Teacher Zhao, thank you for your hard work these past days. From now on, I'll be training with Teacher Yi. Zhao Bao's heart sank, but he forced a smile. It's only right. With Miss Su having a better teacher, I can rest assured. He offered some comforting words to the injured golden bear before leaving the training room with his head bowed. Then let's begin training. Time is money. Yi Tong first checked Su Feishuan's beast writing attribute information. Beast, fire-tailed spirit fox. Talent, epic tier, 1 star. Level, awakening stage 4. Speed, 350. Attack, 586. Mental power, 625. Innate divine ability, soul capture, moonlight blade under moonlight, can condense a blade to attack enemies, possessing strong cutting power. Cultivation plan, earth spirit milk, flower heartgrass. It's actually an epic tier fire-tailed spirit fox. This was quite unexpected for Yi Tong. Truly, the daughter of a wealthy family. Seeing this, Su Feishuan inquired doubtfully, Teacher Yi, are you staring at my beast because something's wrong? Nothing. For the next period, cultivated with earth spirit milk and flower heartgrass. Within 10 days, its aptitude will improve. Yi Tong replied calmly. Su Feishuan nodded. Understood, Teacher Yi. By the way, though my firetail spirit fox excels at mind capture and moonlight blades, it can't defeat beasts of the same rank. Its spiritual power is too weak, and moonlight blade can only be used under moonlight. Therefore, the urgent priority is to strengthen its spiritual power first. Yi Tong instantly identified the crux of the issue. Su Feishuan looked puzzled. Teacher Zhao mentioned this issue too, but after training for so many days, the firetail spirit fox still hasn't improved much. Simple. Lingxi's innate divine ability is soul-piercing. We can use that to train the firetail spirit fox's spiritual power. Next, Yi Tong instructed Lingxi to use soul-piercing on the fire-tailed spirit fox. At first, the fox showed no reaction. But as Lingxi gradually increased the power, the fox's face contorted with pain. Su Feishuan gasped in alarm beside them, Teacher Yi, stop. The little fox can't take it anymore. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. If it can't endure even this much pain, its spiritual power won't improve. Yi Tong had only instructed Lingxi to slightly increase the soul-piercing technique. Had she unleashed its full power, the fire-tailed spirit fox would have instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Alright then. Su Feishuan silently prayed, Little fox, you must hold on. That night, Yi Tong resumed training the fire-tailed spirit fox in Moonlight Blade. That day, Yi Tong served as a training partner for 8 hours straight. Earning 8 million a day, this money came far too easily. Soon, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. The top 1,000 students from Qingzhou City were assembled in the square, with Xingzhan once again serving as the chief examiner. This exam will last 3 days and take place within the Abyssal Forest. Supernatural tier beasts dwell there, meaning the slightest misstep could cost you your life. You now have 3 minutes to decide. Hearing this, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some immediately chose to withdraw, but most remained. Su Feishuan's expression was resolute. For her future, withdrawal was unthinkable. Moreover, under Teacher Yi's training, the fire-tailed spirit fox had already reached the 6th stage of awakening. Xingzhan glanced at the time and said, I didn't expect so many of you to choose to stay. This is truly beyond my expectations. Very well, now I'll explain the rules to you. Each of you will receive a storage ring shortly. Use it to hold the beasts you slay, they'll serve as proof of your achievements. The top performer will receive a mysterious reward from the military. In 3 days, dozens of teleportation arrays will be activated at the outer perimeter of the Demon Abyss Forest. Good luck to you all. The purpose of this arrangement was to give those who might want to drop out midway a chance to do so. Otherwise, who knows how many students would perish. This year, the top 1,000 students province-wide will enter the Abyss Forest. With so many geniuses, we don't aim for top scores, just surviving is the goal. I heard from seniors last year that the beasts aren't the real threat, it's the people. Someone could stab you in the back without warning. Murder and robbery aren't uncommon after all, the authorities turn a blind eye. Then it all comes down to who's stronger. On the way to collect their storage rings, the students buzzed with discussion. Su Feishuan teamed up with the same 4 people as during the entrance exams. As for Lei Chong, while he was technically part of a team, in reality, all the monsters hunted by others belonged to him. This time, he was determined to crush Yi Tong with overwhelming force. If the chance arose, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Yi Tong inside.
Meanwhile,
Yi Tong had just arrived at the square.
after receiving his storage ring, he stepped into the teleportation array. Teacher Yi, why are you here too? Su Feishuan looked puzzled.
Yi Tong smiled but said nothing. Only students were allowed to participate in this college entrance exam.
Why was Teacher Yi here? Su Feishuan couldn't quite figure it out.
Suddenly, a bull thought struck her.
Could Teacher Yi be a student? Right, his surname is Yi.
And the top scorer was named Yi Tong, whose beast companion was a humanoid creature.
I never imagined a student could be this talented. Su Feishuan was deeply curious about how Yi Tong had managed to achieve such feats. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a pillar of white light descended. In the next instant, all the students vanished from their spots.
When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the abyssal forest. Some were transported to swamps, others to the domains of demonic beasts. Most absurdly, one student was even teleported directly into the jaws of a demonic beast, meeting their end instantly.
Yi Tong was downright unlucky, finding himself transported into a deep, murky green water. Just as he prepared to leave, a fiery red python swam toward him.
Sensing danger, Lingxi grabbed Yi Tong and flew them into the air.
Seeing this, the fiery red python abruptly rose to its feet, towering over 10 meters tall.
Its gaping maw revealed fangs stretching 20 centimeters long, an utterly terrifying sight.
Yi Tong watched in terror, but thankfully Lingxi could fly, allowing them to evade the serpent's attack.
Upon reaching land and taking a brief rest, Yi Tong resolved to eliminate the fiery red python outright. Chapter 13, Murder and Plunder. Fiery Red Python. Level, Awaken Stage 6. Speed, 985. Attack, 999. Mental Power, 785. Innate Abilities, Death Coil, Dragon's Tail Strike. After reviewing the Yen Hongmang stats, Yi Tong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
Thankfully, Lingxi had already reached Awakening Stage 9. Had this been earlier, he would have certainly met his end at the serpent's fangs.
Master, let me take her down right now.
Lingxi was brimming with fighting spirit.
Yi Tong nodded. First, attack with your mental power.
Then use the demon sword to sever its head.
Why not just shift forms? Lingxi looked puzzled.
Yi Tong explained, transforming into the fallen goddess form would drain your stamina significantly.
If danger arises then, you'd be in trouble. That's why we must always keep reserves. Upon hearing this, Lingxi nodded in sudden understanding. I see. Next, she soared into the air, magic sword in hand. Lure it onto land first. Yi Tong called out.
Receiving the command, Lingxi flashed a mischievous grin, beckoned to the flame red python with a flick of her finger, then turned and flew toward the nearby land. Seeing this, the flaming red python let out a thunderous roar. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning as it moved in an S-shaped pattern, its tail swinging wildly from side to side, flattening all the surrounding plants and trees in its path.
At that moment, Lingxi halted. Seizing the moment, the flaming red python leapt upward, attempting to swallow Lingxi whole. Soul Piercer.
Lingxi swiftly cast the skill with both hands, and a purple streak of light plunged directly into the flame red python's head. The next instant, the fiery red python was seized by excruciating pain in its head, then fell straight to the ground.
Thud!
A massive crater gouged into the ground.
The flaming red python writhed in agony on the ground, its massive body spanning dozens of meters, flattening everything around it. Lingxi, finish it.
At Yi Tong's command, Lingxi dove from the sky, her sword slicing clean through the fiery red python's head as it hit the ground.
Well done. Yi Tong was thoroughly satisfied with Lingxi's performance.
Earlier, when Lingxi had used Soul Pierce, she hadn't unleashed her full power.
Otherwise, the flaming red python's head would have exploded instantly.
In the upcoming battles, he would have Lingxi focus on using standard attacks.
The purpose was to hone Lingxi's combat skills.
Congratulations, host, on defeating the Awakened Stage 6 Flaming Red Python.
Experience plus 900. Yi Tong immediately checked Lingxi's attributes. Beast Master, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2. Level, Awaken 9th Tier Grand Perfection. Speed, 1600. Attack, 1900. Mental Power, 1800. Innate Divine Abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass.
Apart from some attribute increases, her level hasn't changed at all.
It seems I'll need to hunt more beasts and gain more experience before Lingxi can break through to Awakening Stage 9. This can't be rushed, it must be done step by step. Yi Tong aimed his storage ring at the flame red python's corpse. A triangular beam of deep blue light shot from the ring, enveloping the python. In the next instant, it vanished. Let's go to the next location. Just as Yi Tong and Lingxi prepared to leave, a young man emerged from the nearby grove. Beside him stood a massive golden lion king. My name is Li Bing, young scholar. I saw you just now take possession of a flaming red python. Might I ask if you'd be willing to part with it? If you want to steal it, just say so. Why beat around the bush? I hate people like you the most.
Yi Tong's face twisted with disgust.
Hearing this, Li Bing's expression darkened, a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Then I won't waste words. Hand over the flaming red python's corpse peacefully, and you may leave unharmed. Otherwise, I won't mind getting my hands bloody. Ha! Like you could.
Yi Tong glanced at the Golden Lion King and the system interface appeared before her eyes.
Beast Taming, Golden Lion King.
Talent, Elite Grade 9 Star.
Level, Awakened Stage 7. Speed, 1100. Attack, 1200. Mental Power, 1000.
Innate abilities, Claw Rip, King's Fury, Shadow Speed, Lion Dash.
Looks like you're not convinced. Well, I'll show you what I'm capable of.
Golden Lion King, take him down. At Li Bing's command, the Golden Lion King lunged directly at Yi Tong. Yi Tong smiled faintly.
Lingxi, play with it for a bit. Yes, master.
Lingxi, sword in hand, became entangled with the Golden Lion King. Yi Tong and Li Bing stood by watching the battle unfold. Since Lingxi could fly through the air, the Golden Lion King found the fight extremely taxing. After several leaps, its stamina had significantly depleted. Watching from the sidelines, Li Bing grew increasingly anxious.
He shouted, "Use the king's wrath."
Receiving the command, the Golden Lion King roared furiously, its form swelling to a larger size. When it lunged at Lingxi again, its speed had increased several-fold. Lingxi, caught off guard, nearly fell into its grasp. Seeing this, Yi Tong's expression turned cold.
Lingxi, slay it. Understood, master.
Lingxi had grown much smarter.
She aimed to eliminate enemies with minimal exertion, so she didn't even use soul piercing.
Instead, she resorted to a basic attack. The Golden Lion King's mane was as hard as steel. Lingxi's magic sword struck its body several times, yet failed to inflict even a scratch.
Ha!
Seeing this, Li Bing laughed triumphantly, "Golden Lion King, tear her to shreds." Hearing this, the Golden Lion King's speed surged again. It bared its claws, over 20 centimeters long, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Lingxi.
My original intent was merely to wound your beast companion and make you back down. I didn't expect you to go for the kill. Don't blame me then. Yi Tong's voice was icy.
Lingxi, stop playing around. Sensing her master's killing intent, Lingxi unleashed the soul-piercing technique once more, this time with full force.
Boom!
In the next instant, the Golden Lion King's head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A 9th tier awakened facing a 7th tier, a 2-tier gap meant any skill could deliver an instant kill.
How is this possible?
Li Bing stared in utter disbelief.
Nothing is impossible. I've been giving you chances all along.
With that, Yi Tong strode away, Lingxi in tow. They were all students. He hadn't intended to kill anyone, but he'd been forced into it.
Stay right there.
Li Bing suddenly stood up and shouted at Yi Tong, "You killed my beast companion.
One day, I'll make you pay with your life." Ha! Without your beast's protection, do you really think you can survive in the Abyss Forest? Yi Tong said indifferently.
At those words, Li Bing's face instantly drained of color. Just then, a black and white leopard locked eyes with Li Bing.
Terrified, Li Bing trembled uncontrollably, his pants soaked through. Lingxi, let's go.
Yi Tong gave a faint smile, pretending not to notice. Seeing this, Li Bing cried out in desperation, "I'll give you 50 million star coins.
Please save me."
Yi Tong didn't even turn her head as she continued walking forward.
100 million. 200 million. I'll give you 100 million. Save me.
Li Bing cried out in despair.
Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The leopard clamped its jaws onto Li Bing's thigh and dragged him away. Chapter 14, The Mad Ape's Transformation. After what just happened, Yi Tong finally understood the depths of human depravity.
Had he not instructed Lingxi to hold back, he might well have fallen victim to Li Bing's treachery. By the way, Lingxi, when I asked you to play with it earlier, it was to hone your combat skills, not for fun.
This is a life or death battle, not child's play. Understood, master.
Lingxi hung her head, looking aggrieved.
Good girl. Yi Tong patted Lingxi's head affectionately. Be extra careful in future battles.
That Golden Lion King's full power strike nearly caught you. It scared the living daylights out of me. He still felt the chill of fear.
If anything happened to Lingxi, his fate would mirror Li Bing's, becoming prey for the beasts. I'll remember, master. Hearing Yi Tong's concern, Lingxi giggled softly. That night, exhausted from hunting beasts all day, Yi Tong fell asleep in the tree alongside Lingxi.
Suddenly, sounds of a fierce battle erupted from the nearby woods. Yi Tong initially intended to ignore it, but a blade of light, blue as the moon, caught his attention.
Moonlight Blade, isn't that Su Feishuan's beast taming skill? Could she be in danger? Forget it, I should go check. After all, I was her teacher for 10 days. Truth be told, Yi Tong was mainly motivated by the money. He and Lingxi quietly climbed a large, concealed tree to observe the battle. Zhang Tao, have you no sense of honor? We killed that 5th tier awakened mole rat first. If you're capable, go kill it yourselves. Why steal our kill? Huijin, leader of Su Feishuan's 5-person squad, was furious. Exactly. How shameless. Su Feishuan wore a look of utter contempt. Being able to snatch it is a skill in itself, don't you agree? Zhang Tao turned to his 4 teammates.
Right. The 4 teammates cheered loudly.
After that brief skirmish, Zhang Tao had gauged the opponent's strength. Aside from Guizhen, the rest were no threat. You want to steal it? Come on then.
Guizhen wasn't about to hand over the demon beast they'd hunted with such effort.
You refuse the wine, so drink the punishment. Guys, hold nothing back. In the Demon Abyss Forest, death is commonplace. There's no legal liability to worry about. Zhang Tao snorted coldly and launched the attack first.
His beast companion was a 7th-tier awakened mountain splitter ape, renowned for its strength and agility. Guizhen's beast was a 6th-tier thunder tiger.
Though swift, its intelligence couldn't match the mountain splitters.
After several rounds of fierce combat, the thunder tiger was severely wounded by the mountain splitter.
Overestimating your strength.
Hand over the burrowing mole's corpse now, or I'll smash your thunder tiger into mincemeat.
Zhang Tao threatened viciously.
Guizhen clenched his fists tightly, his heart aching as he watched his wounded thunder tiger.
Su Feishuan, now trained by Yi Tong, fought with ease against beasts of equal rank.
Yet her opponent remained 1 tier above her, sealing her defeat.
You have 3 seconds to decide. Hand it over, or not?
Zhang Tao was growing impatient.
3, 2, we surrender.
Guizhen gritted his teeth and handed over the mole drill from his storage ring.
Why didn't you just do this earlier? What was the point of all that?
Zhang Tao waved his hand smugly.
Let's go.
Guizhen, enraged, slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk, drawing blood from his hand. There was nothing he could do if anyone was to blame, it was their own lack of strength.
Halt!
Just then, Yi Tong and Ling Shi descended from the sky.
It's Teacher Yi! Guizhen exclaimed excitedly. Yi Tong. Ever since learning Yi Tong was a student, Su Feishuan couldn't bring herself to call him teacher anymore. Classmate? Guizhen exclaimed in surprise. Su Feishuan nodded. His name is Yi Tong. At this revelation, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Yi Tong.
Top scorer in the university entrance exams with 316,666 points.
A talent even top-tier university admissions officers scrambled to recruit.
He's just a student like us, yet he's so incredibly talented. Honestly, comparing ourselves to him is just infuriating.
Guizhen couldn't deny the pang of envy.
Zhang Tao halted, furrowing his brow before slowly turning to Yi Tong.
Were you calling me? Of course. Yi Tong offered a faint smile. Hand over every single beast you hunted. Hearing this, Zhang Tao couldn't help but laugh. You wouldn't be planning to take on all 5 of us alone, would you? What? Is that a problem?
To be honest, Yi Tong was actually tempted to try his hand at this murder and robbery business.
Ha! You little punk, are you trying to stick up for that pretty girl? Zhang Tao shot a wicked glance at Su Feishuan.
For some reason, he suddenly found the idea intriguing.
Yi Tong shook his head. No interest. I just want the beast in your hands. Hearing this, for some reason, Su Feishuan felt a pang of disappointment. Enough talk. We'll see if you have the strength for it. Zhang Tao ordered the mountain-splitting ape to attack. Boom! 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 The mountain splitter leaped every 3 steps, each landing causing the earth to tremble. Yi Tong's vision automatically displayed the mountain splitter ape's attribute information. Mountain splitter ape. Level, awakened 7th tier. Speed, 1085. Attack, 1269. Mental power, 1100.
Innate abilities, Mountain Shattering Fist, Frenzied Ape Transformation, Diamond Heart Immortality. Lingxi, Unleash Soul Piercing at full power.
Aim for a 1-hit kill. Yi Tong coldly commanded. Yes, master. Lingxi's hands moved in rapid succession, and a streak of purple light instantly pierced the mountain-splitting ape's forehead. The next second, the mountain-splitting ape let out an agonized howl. It's a psychic attack. Zhang Tao's expression turned cold as he commanded, activate the mad ape transformation.
Receiving the command, the mountain-splitting ape roared furiously, slamming its fists hard against its chest several times.
Instantly, its body doubled in size.
Seeing this, Yi Tong checked the mountain splitter ape's attributes again.
Mountain Shattering Ape. Level, Awakened Stage 8. Speed, 1400. Attack, 1600. Mental power, 1500. Innate divine abilities, Mountain Shattering Fist, Frenzied Ape Transformation, Diamond Heart Immortality.
Instantly reaching Awakening Stage 8, with stats nearly matching Lingxi's truly remarkable.
Yet even so, he'll still lose. Yi Tong was utterly confident in Lingxi.
Boy, you're the first to force me to unleash the mad ape transformation. With such an honor, you can die without regret. Since summoning the mountain-shattering ape, Zhang Tao had never tasted defeat. Moreover, he led the school exams by a staggering margin of over 10,000 points ahead of the runner-up.
You're celebrating too soon. Lingxi, shift forms. Yi Tong held nothing back. The next instant, Lingxi soared into the air. In a flash, the sky darkened as ink-black clouds churned and gathered.
A golden light crashed down like a river from the heavens, enveloping her entirely. Her cascading black hair instantly transformed into sleek silver strands, gleaming with a cold, icy sheen. The once pure wings on her back had now completely darkened to jet black, each feather as hard as black iron, radiating a cold, ominous glow. Her former attire vanished, replaced by a form-fitting black battlesuit that traced the contours of her slender frame with a sharpness laced with deadly allure. In her hand, the demonic sword manifested once more, this time coiled with crackling lightning that danced along its blade. In that instant, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of dread, their hearts surrendering to an instinctive urge to bow down and worship.
Chapter 15, Reunion with Su Feishuan. The mountain-splitting ape looked up at Lingxi, its previously overbearing aura instantly crushed. Now, it had lost all will to fight. Seeing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically. The fallen angel's pressure was overwhelming. If this continued, the mountain-splitting ape might kneel in submission. Realizing this, he urgently shouted, "What are you standing around for? Kill it now!" As if awakened by the command, the mountain splitter roared furiously. With both hands, it uprooted a towering tree dozens of meters tall and hurled it toward Lingxi. After transforming, Lingxi's demon sword now channeled terrifying power. Without even lifting an eyelid, she merely twisted her wrist. The demon sword sliced through the sky in a sharp arc. In the next instant, the colossal tree was cleaved clean in two. Seeing this, the mountain splitter monkey pounded her chest in fury. She leapt forward, swinging a fist as large as a millstone toward Lingxi. Fallen God, judgment. As the words fell, the heavens darkened. Black clouds gathered thickly overhead, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Lingxi stood amidst it all, resembling a goddess. Her demon sword whirled relentlessly, unleashing streaks of sword energy that tore through the sky, sweeping toward the mountain splitter ape with overwhelming force. Is this the power of an awakened? I can't help but feel that transcendence is nothing special. He scored 31,666 on the school exam. Everyone thought he was cheating, but it turns out he truly has the strength. It's terrifying. If we ever face Yitong in the Genius Tournament, then just surrender immediately. Su Feishuan and her four companions spoke in unison. Although Zhang Tao sensed the power of those streaks of energy, he remained as steady as a mountain. One of the mountain-splitting ape's divine abilities was called Invincible Diamond, which, as the name implied, made it harder than diamond itself. Even armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate it, let alone a few mere streaks of sword energy. The mountain splitter ape dared not meet the attack head-on. Its outstretched fist retracted like a child's hand flinching from a blow. It drew in a sharp breath, every muscle tensing. The next instant, terror washed over its face. Its pupils dilated to the limit, and its body collapsed backward like a deflated balloon, limp and lifeless. Simultaneously, its massive frame split cleanly into several pieces. Blood flowed like a small river to Zhang Tao's feet. "Little monkey!" Zhang Tao roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yitong. "We're classmates. How could you be so ruthless? Heh, you were just trying to kill me. What's the matter, scared now?" Yitong couldn't help but sneer coldly. "You?" Zhang Tao pointed at Yitong, momentarily speechless. "Let's go." With that, he turned and walked away. "Didn't you forget something?" Yitong reminded them. Hearing this, Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. "Don't push it too far. I am being unreasonable. What are you going to do about it?" Yitong smiled faintly. "Here." Zhang Tao flung the storage ring across the room before storming off. Unlike Li Bing, even without a beast companion, his men could safely escort him out of the abyssal forest. "Master." Lingxi floated lightly to Yitong's side. Yitong gave a slight nod before taking Zhang Tao's storage ring. Yitong, thank you. You've saved us once again." Su Feishuan's face flushed crimson as she spoke. "Why aren't you calling me Teacher Yi anymore?" Yitong teased. Su Feishuan replied shyly, "Do you like it when I call you Teacher Yi?" "I like it. I think that's a pretty good title." Yitong actually has a knack for teaching. "Then, Teacher Yi, could you please give us back the mole we hunted?" Su Feishuan kept her head down, her hands clenched together, clearly having mustered up a great deal of resolve. After all, Yitong had worked hard to snatch it from someone else. Yitong hesitated for a moment, then gracefully took Su Feishuan's snow-white hand and placed Zhang Tao's storage ring into her palm. She smiled, "Since you called me Teacher Yi, I'll give it all to you. There's also the corpse of a 6th-tier awakened beast inside." Hearing this, Su Feishuan excitedly clasped Yitong's hand. "Thank you, Teacher Yi." "No problem. It's nothing." Yitong smiled faintly. "Yitong, why don't you travel with us? It'd be helpful to have someone look out for us along the way." Huizhen extended a warm invitation. If Yitong could join their group, they'd be able to walk tall through the abyss forest. Su Feishuan added, "Teacher Yi, though our combat strength may be lacking, I can take care of your daily needs." At this remark, the other four jaws dropped. "You'll take care of my daily needs too?" No, I meant I could give Teacher Yi a shoulder massage or knead his legs." "Oh my, stop saying such nonsense." Su Feishuan quickly covered her face with both hands. Yitong smiled and said, "I'd rather not trouble you all. With that, he and Lingxi departed. Su Feishuan tried to persuade them further, but Guizhen stopped her. He sighed and said, "We're simply not on the same level as him anymore." But Su Feishuan tried to speak, but the words died on her lips. Yes. Yi Tong was so powerful they would only slow him down. Let's go too. Guizhen forced a smile before leading the four of them away. At that moment, Yi Tong and Ling Shi arrived at the edge of a cliff. Looking down, they saw a barren valley below, devoid of any vegetation except for the carcasses of demon beasts. Suddenly, dust swirled in the distance as a herd of beasts charged forward: fiery tigers, golden leopards, multicolored pythons, and more. Normally, these beasts would clash if gathered together. Why were they all charging in one direction now? Could something be summoning them ahead? Curiosity gnawed at Yi Tong, compelling him to investigate. He and Lingxi followed their trail. A stone mountain appeared in the distance, and the beasts all vanished into a cave shaped like a tiger's mouth. There's something inside. Yi Tong and Ling Shi quietly followed the beasts. Upon reaching the end, they saw all the creatures standing in perfect order. On a platform, a winged tiger stood before them. Roar! A majestic tiger roar echoed through the air. All the beasts bowed their heads in submission. Who knew there was a leader among the beasts, and not even from the same species? Seems this winged tiger is quite powerful. Yi Tong checked the winged tiger's attribute information. Bifurcated tiger. Level, Extraordinary Tier 1. Speed, 1500. Attack, 1800. Mental power, 1700. Innate abilities: Fierce Tiger Wings, Soul Chasing Claws, Storm Cloud Rift. Its attack surpasses Lingxi's, but the rest are comparable. In a one-on-one fight, I still stand a chance. However, this winged tiger has awakened sentience. If it commands these beasts to gang up on Lingxi, then Lingxi is doomed to lose. With this realization, Yi Tong decided it was best to leave immediately. Upon stepping outside, a sudden plan formed in his mind. Chapter 16, Transcendent Realm. The interior of this mountain is a vast cavern. If he detonates explosives from outside, the sheer impact alone could crush countless beasts. Lingxi would surely break through to the 9th stage of awakening then. Yi Tong was thrilled. After surveying the terrain, he pointed northeast and declared, "We'll start the explosion from there." "Yes, master. The explosion will be quite loud. Stay back and be careful not to get hit by debris," Lingxi cautioned. "Alright, I'll stand farther away." Yi Tong ran to a distant location, crouching behind cover. Lingxi turned to look at Yi Tong's position, mentally noting it before soaring into the air. Fallen Inferno Blast. Fall. This time, Lingxi unleashed the spell with full force. In an instant, the clear sky seemed torn open, spilling scalding hot magma from within. Surges of heat rippled outward, the air temperature skyrocketing to over 1000 degrees. As the molten rock plummeted downward, it solidified into fireballs the size of washbasins, crashing into the mountainside with world-ending force. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the mountain cracked apart. In mere moments, the once majestic mountain had been reduced by half, leaving only undulating piles of rubble radiating scorching heat in the intense temperatures. Roar! Roar! The beast let out agonized screams. Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened 5th tier rainbow python. Experience plus 500. Congratulations, host, on defeating the awakened tier 4 flame red lion. Experience plus 400. Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened tier 3 burrowing mole. Experience plus 300. Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened bloodthirsty mad bull tier 5. Experience plus 500. The system panel was flooded with notifications once more. This feels so satisfying. Yi Tong hurriedly checked Lingxi's attribute information. Beast Tamer, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2. Level, Transcendent Tier 1. Speed, 2100. Attack, 3500. Mental power, 2500. Innate abilities: Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass. Ha, just as I expected, Lingxi has reached the Transcendent Realm. But then again, why hasn't any celestial phenomenon occurred? Just as Yi Tong pondered this, Lingxi underwent a remarkable transformation. A sword-shaped mark appeared between her brows, her features grew more refined, and her skin turned paler. Yet these were merely superficial changes, nothing else seemed to shift. The vast mountain was nearly level to the ground, smoke billowing everywhere. Exploding magma flowed into the crevices, incinerating numerous demonic beasts. The mission accomplished, Lingxi descended from the sky. 4 wings. Only then did Yi Tong notice Lingxi's transformation. Her 2 wings had become 4. Yet the system offered no explanation. Why? Lingxi nodded. Master, I've evolved again. If one day I become a 6-winged angel, I'll gain a miraculous power. So that's it. Yi Tong nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder her attacks had grown so much stronger. Something's off. Yi Tong suddenly remembered something. Among the experience points the system had just granted, there was no mention of the supernatural realm twin-winged tiger.
It seemed the beast was still alive. Boom! Suddenly, the rubble seemed to explode apart as a twin-winged tiger flapped its wings and burst forth from within, its pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yitong and Lingxi.
Lingxi, you got this? Yitong asked calmly. Yes. Lingxi nodded firmly. Good. Go eliminate it, but be careful. Yitong instructed.
If Lingxi were still at the 9th awakening stage, he would have ordered her to retreat without hesitation. But now that she had reached the transcendent realm, she was no weaker than anyone else at the same level. Roar! The twin-winged tiger let out a thunderous roar, then launched itself forward in a sudden leap, charging straight at Yitong and Lingxi. Seeing this, Lingxi grabbed Yitong's hand and quickly dodged. She then flew into the air, setting him down on a tree trunk and saying, "Master, hide well. I'll take care of it. Be careful, don't let your guard down." Yitong urged urgently. Though Lingxi was a humanoid beast tamer, her nature was mischievous, much like a child. After the twin-winged tiger missed its attack, it grew furious, baring teeth as sharp as blades at Lingxi in the sky. With a few flapping motions, it too soared into the air. Now that's a true sky-winged tiger, Yitong exclaimed. While wielding the demonic sword, Lingxi simultaneously unleashed Soul Pierce. A purple streak of light pierced the twin-winged tiger's forehead. The twin-winged tiger instantly grimaced in pain. Though it was an extraordinary level beast, the attack didn't kill it outright, but its combat effectiveness was severely diminished. The next instant, sharp claws extended from all 4 of its paws as it lunged straight at Lingxi. Lingxi sidestepped effortlessly, then swung his sword backward, striking the twin-winged tiger's body. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. As if striking iron. Impressive defense. Yitong marveled. Still, Lingxi maintained the upper hand midair. The twin-winged tiger's agility couldn't match hers. The twin-winged tiger's repeated attacks all missed their mark, and it had sustained significant internal injuries. Realizing it couldn't afford to drag this out any longer, it unleashed its most devastating attack, Storm Star Cloud Blast. The twin-winged tiger threw its head back, unleashing a roar that shook the mountains and forests. This roar was no ordinary bellow, it carried an eerie resonance. The sky darkened, and the air around it began to violently tremble. In an instant, a violent wind surged, transforming into swirling gray-black currents that coiled around it, forming denser and denser whirlwinds like a nebula. It abruptly folded its wings, then spread them wide again. In that instant, the nebula behind it exploded violently, countless wind blades, each carrying a cold gleam, shot forth from the nebula. At the core of the wind column, sparks of light flickered wildly. With a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, they slammed toward Lingxi's location. Wherever they passed, the ground was carved into deep gullies by the air currents, and even the air itself seemed torn open. Truly worthy of a beast with transcendent power. Yitong marveled, his gaze shifting back to Lingxi. Lingxi dared not take it lightly, unleashing the fallen god's judgment once more. Yet this manifestation differed from when she had awakened its 9th tier. As her 4 wings unfurled, the heavens darkened. A colossal vortex appeared overhead, churning with thunderclouds that crackled and roared. A violent wind suddenly arose, and within dozens of miles, a light drizzle began to fall. Boom! A thunderclap exploded. Lingxi raised the demonic sword in her hand. Judgment! A voice like a death sentence echoed through the void. In the next instant, the demon sword struck the twin-winged tiger with thunderous force. Without even a scream, the twin-winged tiger's body was cleaved in 2. Unbeaten since my debut, another instant kill. Yitong smiled faintly. Chapter 17, The 5-Colored Spirit Herb. Lingxi floated down from the sky, her playful smile brightening as she asked, "Master, am I impressive?" "Impressive. Every time you strike, it's an instant kill." Yitong affectionately ruffled Lingxi's hair and chuckled, "We should clean up the battlefield now." He retrieved his storage ring and stowed the beasts inside. Counting them, there were roughly 150 monster corpses, most of them having awakened to the 4th tier. At the same time, such a commotion drew many people rushing over. "What is that?" Suddenly, a dazzling, multicolored light burst from the rubble. Yitong walked over, pushed aside the stones, and discovered a plant with 5 distinct colors. He opened his phone and searched online. The plant was called the 5-Colored Spirit Herb. The 5 colors represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Consuming it could enhance the quality of tamed beasts. Even beast taming merchants didn't carry it, it was usually auctioned off. The last time one appeared was 10 years ago, selling for 90 million star coins, a truly invaluable item. "Lingxi, though this is precious, you don't need it," Yitong remarked calmly. Lingxi nodded. "Yes, I know my master has a specialized plan for cultivating me." "Smart girl." Yitong smiled. "Put down the multicolored spirit herb." At that moment, someone shouted from nearby. Immediately after, dozens of people approached him. "A 5-colored spirit herb? That's incredibly valuable, tens of millions of star coins per plant." "Yeah, never thought we'd find it here. He's alone. Let's take it from him." "Hold your horses. Let's try trading first. If that fails, then we'll take it by force. After all, there are so many people watching. We don't want to embarrass our school."
Big brother's right. The crowd murmured in agreement, yet their footsteps didn't falter. Instead, they closed in on Yitong, as if afraid he might escape. Lingxi drew his magic sword with a look of alertness. Classmate, don't be afraid. We're not here to rob you, we're here to trade. Name your price, I'll pay whatever it takes. Or trade beasts instead. That's right, Yitong. We're not short on money. At that moment, Lei Chong emerged from the crowd accompanied by his spirit beast, the demon spirit. After just a few days, his beast had already reached the 8th stage of awakening. It seemed the Lei family hadn't skimped on investments for the demon spirit. Oh, brother Lei, you know him? The speaker was Lu Ziming from neighboring Yanjing City. Lei Chong sneered coldly, his tone dripping with scorn. Him? He's just the guy who cheated his way to first place in the school entrance exams. Everyone at our high school knows him. You're lying. Su Feishuan couldn't help but step forward. Lei Chong sneered with contempt, am I making this up? 31,666 points? What does that even mean? Is that even humanly possible? He must be in cahoots with the chief examiner, tampering with the scores to an absurd extent. 31,666 points? I only got 1,200. That's dozens of tiers apart. Our Lugu only scored around 3,000 points, right? Yeah, that kid scoring over 10,000? That's ridiculous. Probably just added an extra digit when they changed his score. Probably. What a disgrace to us men. If you lack the skills, go train, don't cheat. Despicable scum. Everyone wore expressions of utter contempt. Su Feishuan declared indignantly, if you knew Yitong's true strength, you'd believe his results are genuine. Pfft, what strength? As if I don't know? Besides, I bought the epic tier beast he summoned. Now he's relying on a wounded fallen angel. What do you think he could possibly do? Right in front of Yitong, Lei Chong mocked him without restraint. Hearing this, the crowd shot Yitong another wave of contempt. He's so money-grubbing he'd even sell his own summoned beast. A man like him doesn't deserve the 5-colored spirit herb. Exactly. Giving it to him would be a waste. Lu Ziming sneered, Mr. Yi, since you're going to sell the 5-colored spirit herb anyway, why not just give it to me? You really want it? Yitong asked playfully. Of course I do. Name your price. Money is the last thing I lack. Lu Ziming's tone was remarkably magnanimous, but Yitong's next words instantly turned his face pale. Yitong held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of Lu Ziming. Not much 500 billion star coins. I want it now. 500 billion. The crowd gasped in shock. The Lu family might be wealthy, but they couldn't possibly come up with that much money. Clearly, Yitong wasn't serious about selling. Damn it! Lu Ziming blurted out, then forced himself to suppress his anger. So it's 500 billion. I don't have that much right now. How about I give you 10 million as a deposit? If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Stop pretending to be generous. Yitong retorted coldly. Hearing this, Lu Ziming's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Yitong with murderous intent. If everyone's alright, I'll be on my way. As Yitong took his first step, Lu Ziming's men and Lei Chang's men closed in, surrounding him completely. Hand over the 5-colored spirit herb, then kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. After that, shout 3 times that I cheated on the school entrance exam. Only then will I let you go today. Having finally seized this chance to punish Yitong, Lei Chong wouldn't let it slip away so easily. Brother Lei has spoken. Yitong, do us the favor and kneel. Lu Ziming roared with laughter. Kneel. Or I'll break your legs. Kneel now. What are you waiting for? The others joined in the jeering. They were all underlings of Lu Ziming and Lei Chong, accustomed to acting as lackeys who followed orders without question. You dare insult my master? Believe me, I'll cut you down with a single sword strike. Lingxi held the demon sword, pointing it at everyone. At her words, the others' beasts lunged forward, their vicious eyes fixed on Lingxi. Not a trace of fear crossed Lingxi's face. She was even prepared to fight every beastmaster present. Lingxi, put down your sword. Yitong barked. Lingxi reluctantly sheathed the demon sword. Brother Yi, a wise man knows when to yield. Besides, it's no hardship for you, we won't tell anyone, heh. Lu Ziming laughed heartily. Lei Chong urged, hurry up. We still need to hunt beasts. Don't waste our time. Exactly. Don't you know time is life? A subordinate chimed in from the side. Bullying him like this with so many of you, what kind of men are you? Su Feishuan couldn't help but speak up for Yitong. None of your damn business. If you open your mouth again, I'll beat you senseless. Now get lost. Lei Chong glared fiercely at Su Feishuan. Su Feishuan tried to say something, but Guozhen pulled her back. He whispered, don't worry, they can't touch Yitong. You bullies have gotten too comfortable with your thuggery, now you're picking on me? Yitong gave Lingxi a meaningful glance. Lingxi understood immediately and lifted Yitong into the air. Lingxi, take out one of their beasts first to show them what we're made of. Yes, master. Lingxi unleashed soul piercing, obliterating one of the beasts before everyone's eyes, its head exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 18, Hand them over.
You fools have no idea how many eyes the Horse King has.
You've come robbing the wrong house. Everyone present, hand over every demon beast you've slain. Refuse, and I'll make your beasts die instantly.
Yi Tong looked down at the crowd, her voice cold and commanding. You dare kill my beast? The owner of the slain beast roared in fury. The others stood frozen in shock, unable to recover for a long while.
Kill it right now? That's awfully rash.
Decisive and ruthless, such a man is destined for greatness. Guozhen thought to himself, determined to latch onto this man's coattails when the chance arose.
Teacher Yi is so handsome. Su Feishuan gushed with starstruck adoration. Yi Tong, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? With so many of us here, you show us no respect at all. How dare you kill a royal beast? Once we're out of here, we'll report your actions.
The crowd erupted in curses.
Lu Ziming and Lei Chang's faces darkened. Yi Tong's actions were a direct slap in their faces. Further discussion is pointless.
Yi Tong snorted coldly. Lingxi unleashed another soul-piercing strike, instantly reducing another 6th-tier awakened thunder leopard to a cloud of blood mist.
This scene instantly terrified everyone present to the point of losing their wits. That was a 6th-tier thunder leopard. Instantly killed. Was it really a fallen angel that was injured?
If this keeps up, we're all doomed.
All eyes turned to Lu Ziming and Lei Chong. Yi Tong, it's merely a soul attack. Do you truly believe you can control everything? Lei Chong snorted coldly. Little demon, cast the soul binding spell.
Yes, master. The spirit demon, eager to prove herself, unleashed her mind binding spell with full force. Her pupils turned blue as she fixed her gaze intently on Lingxi. Lingxi faltered only momentarily before snapping back to her senses. A purple streak of light shot like lightning into the spirit demon's forehead. In that instant, the enchantress felt her mind jolt violently, a splitting headache erupting within her skull.
Put!
A mouthful of blood spurted forth. Even an awakened 8th-tier enchantress has fallen.
What kind of power does this fallen angel possess? Is there anyone here who could stand against him?
31,666 points, perhaps that's his true score. Yi Tong's displayed power greatly surpassed everyone's expectations, and his absurdly high entrance exam score gradually began to win them over.
Lu Ziming clenched his fists tightly, desperate to punch Yi Tong to death.
Yet his beast companion was a massive gorilla, powerful in attack but weak in psychic strength. If he clashed head-on with Yi Tong, defeat was certain. Lei Chong, Lu Ziming, hand over the beasts you hunted. Yi Tong's icy gaze fixed on the pair. If these two complied, the others would naturally follow suit. Lei Chong and Lu Ziming exchanged grim glances before addressing Yi Tong.
Don't push things too far.
This may be the demon abyss forest where no one cares, but once we leave here, if you want to keep your place, you'll have to bow to us. I advise you to think this through carefully. With that, the others seemed to find their courage, shouting angrily. We'll hand over all the demon beasts to you, we just fear you won't be able to handle them.
Once we're outside, you'll regret this. Watch out for my dad, he'll beat you up. You have family, right? I might not be able to beat you, but I can certainly take them on.
The moment these words left his mouth, a murderous intent surged within Yi Tong. Pointing at the man, he coldly ordered, Lingxi, kill his beast.
Ah, I'm sorry, Brother Yi. Please spare me.
The man was practically begging on his knees, but his beast died instantly.
I've lost patience. Are you handing it over or not?
Yi Tong said with murderous intent.
I'll hand it over. Me too.
Many handed over the beasts they had hunted.
Lei Chong remained stubborn.
He threatened, Yi Tong, my father is the head of the Beast Tamer Guild. If you plan to stay in Xinzhou, you'd better leave some room for future dealings.
We might cross paths again.
Poof.
What does your father amount to? Yi Tong sneered. You. Lei Chong glared at her viciously before reluctantly handing over his hunted demon beast. Yi Tong, I, Lu Ziming, remember you. Lu Ziming spat out the threat before storming off in a rage. Lei Chong shot Yi Tong a fierce glare and snorted coldly, little demon, let's go. After everyone had left, Yi Tong collected all the spoils of war. He glanced at them and couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. Quite a haul, over 400 corpses. Teacher Yi, you're truly amazing. Su Feishuan blushed and felt her heart race the moment she approached Yi Tong. If she stood even a little farther away, she'd practically turn into a lovesick fool. It's nothing special. Anyway, the college entrance exams end in just one day. You should hurry up and hunt those beasts. Having provoked so many privileged brats this time, Yi Tong knew he'd be targeted once they left. He had to crush them with overwhelming strength. Got it. See you after the exams. Su Feishuan nodded and started to leave, but before she had gone far, they hurried back. Teacher Yi, countless monsters are charging this way. Su Feishuan gasped, breathless. It's a beast tide, led by 5 extraordinary level beasts. Guizhen's face betrayed panic. Facing transcendent level beasts, they had no chance of resistance. Hearing this, Yi Tong frowned. A single transcendent level beast might be manageable for Lingxi, but 5? That was a different story. Then let's retreat first.
Yi Tong glanced toward Lu Ziming and Lei Chong, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Head northeast. Got it. Su Feishuan and the others dared not linger, immediately breaking into a run.
Behind them, a pack of beasts pursued like mad, closing in relentlessly.
Lei Chong! Yi Tong shouted.
Lei Chong and the others jolted at the sudden shout.
What was Yi Tong up to now? Was he trying to extort them again? He turned to look. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This kid lured all the beasts over to our side.
The group cursed furiously and scrambled toward the outer perimeter. Along the way, many perished at the beast's claws due to their low beast master ranks. Yi Tong, however, was carried aloft by Ling Shi. Whenever they encountered flying beasts, she dispatched them with ease.
Well, this is the perfect opportunity to hunt monsters, isn't it?
Yi Tong commanded. Lingxi, unleash the fallen inferno blast.
Yes, master.
Lingxi accelerated her flight and began casting the spell from a short distance away. By the time the beasts approached, the skill had already been unleashed. Fireballs the size of washbasins rained down upon the ground like hail.
Chapter 19, Transcendent 8th Rank. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The fireballs whistled through the air as they plummeted toward the ground, exploding into blinding light upon impact. The beasts at the epicenter were instantly charred to blackened husks, unable even to utter a scream. Those slightly farther away were violently hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Some had broken bones, others were pierced by flying debris. They twitched a few times before their life faded. Others attempted to flee, only to be overtaken by the spreading flames. Their fur ignited instantly, and they rolled on the ground, emitting shrill wails before finally stilling. The air thickened with the acrid stench of smoke and blood, a sight that chilled the soul. Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened 5th tier Bloodfang Wolf.
Experience plus 500.
Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened 6th tier Earth-splitting Leopard.
Experience plus 600.
Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened 5th tier Twin-headed Crane.
Experience plus 500.
Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened Stage 7 Berserker Bear.
Experience plus 500.
The system panel was flooded with notifications once more, and the stream of alerts showed no signs of stopping. This time, Lingxi is bound to undergo another major upgrade.
Yi Tong felt a surge of quiet excitement.
A full 10 minutes later, the system notifications finally ceased. The beasts lay dead or wounded, with only those of awakened stage 8 or higher still struggling to resist. Seeing the corpses littering the ground, some students, driven by greed, attempted to loot them only to be instantly killed by a beast at the transcendent realm. Still, some managed to gain an advantage, like Lu Ziming and Lei Chong, who collected numerous monster corpses.
Those that could be blown up are already gone. Let's gather the spoils first.
Yi Tong pulled out her storage ring and began collecting monster corpses along the way. Meanwhile, the beasts awakened to the 8th tier and above were enraged, hunting down and killing anyone in sight.
Run! The beasts have gone mad. It's all that brat Yi Tong's fault. Otherwise, the beasts wouldn't be acting like this. That troublemaker. People cursed as they fled.
Many, having lost their beast companions to the attack, had already abandoned their college entrance exams and were fleeing toward the edge of the Demon Abyss Forest.
Brother Lei, I have a plan.
Lu Ziming's lips curled into a vicious smile.
Speak.
Lei Chong frowned deeply, his voice grave. His eyes held a hint of urgency, clearly seething with pent-up frustration from earlier. Destroy the teleportation array. Lu Ziming emphasized, his eyes flashing with calculation.
That brat Yi Tong thinks he's so capable? Without the teleportation array, even if he finds countless rare treasures, he won't be able to leave. He'll be trapped to death in this Demon Abyss Forest. Not only will we avenge our past humiliation, but we'll also secure an excellent result in this college entrance exam. Lei Chang's pupils contracted sharply.
He sucked in a sharp breath, then licked his dry lips as a cold smile slowly spread across his lips.
That plan is truly vicious. But I like it. With that, the two accelerated toward the edge of the abyssal forest, simultaneously ordering the others to destroy every teleportation array except those they personally needed. At that moment, after collecting the beast's remains, Yi Tong examined Lingxi's attribute information. Beast Master, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2. Level, Transcendent 6th Tier. Speed, 9,000. Attack, 11,000. Mental Power, 12200. Innate abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass. This cultivation advancement is truly rapid. Yi Tong marveled. But its innate talent showed no change whatsoever. It seemed he needed to find a Fallen Demon Stone soon. After all, innate talent determines a beast's ultimate potential. For instance, an elite tier beast could only reach awakening tier 9 at best, while an epic tier beast could reach transcendent tier 9, a pillar of strength anywhere on Blue Star. As for legendary tier beasts, they could attain the commander tier. Of course, it doesn't stop there. A beast's innate potential also enhances its mental awareness and comprehension of innate divine abilities. Thus, a beast's innate potential determines its future growth potential. Roar! 5 extraordinary tier beasts, accompanied by over a dozen awakened 8th and 9th tier beasts, surrounded Yi Tong. This is experience practically handed to me on a silver platter. Yi Tong smiled faintly. Lingxi, eliminate them all. Yes, master. Lingxi spread her 4 wings, radiating an unparalleled aura of menace. These 5 extraordinary beasts were the saber-toothed tiger, silverback gorilla, sky-devouring python, wind spirit bird, and giant-fanged blood wolf. Though beasts, they possessed awakened intelligence. The first wave of attack came from subordinates at the 8th and 9th awakening stages, primarily to drain Lingxi's stamina. Quite clever. But you're facing a beastmaster whose realm far surpasses your own. Yi Tong smiled faintly. Lingxi immediately unleashed soul piercing, instantly slaying the awakened 8th and 9th tier beasts. Seeing this, the 5 extraordinary grade beasts began to retreat. But Lingxi would never let them escape. Perhaps sensing the killing intent radiating from Lingxi, the 5 transcendent grade beasts didn't give her a chance to unleash soul piercing. Instead, they swarmed her simultaneously, unleashing their innate divine abilities. Lingxi was instantly enveloped by the 5 extraordinary grade beasts, seemingly about to be torn to shreds. Lingxi, be careful! Yi Tong gasped in horror. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted. It sent the 5 extraordinary grade beasts flying backward. Seeing this, Yi Tong breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lingxi, wielding the demon sword, transformed into the form of the fallen goddess. Roar! Hiss! 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 Chirp chirp! The 5 extraordinary grade beasts seemed to be discussing some tactic before launching another assault. This time, however, they didn't swarm together. Instead, the silverback gorilla, the sky-devouring python, and the giant-toothed blood wolf targeted Lingxi, while the wind spirit sparrow and the saber-toothed tiger charged straight at Yi Tong. You're quite clever, aren't you? Yi Tong smiled faintly. Seeing this, Lingxi flew into a rage. How dare you harm my master? Wielding her demon sword, she flickered forward. 2 swift swings sent the wind spirit sparrow and saber-toothed tiger's heads tumbling to Yi Tong's feet. The remaining 3 beasts turned and fled at once, fully aware that their strength was no match for this beast tamer. Judgment! A commanding voice boomed. Dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Lingxi wielded the demon sword, channeling the power of thunder and lightning. With a single swing, a colossal sword aura stretched hundreds of meters. Wherever it passed, towering trees and massive boulders were cleaved clean in two. The 3 beasts were severed at the waist before they could even utter a scream. Congratulations, host, for slaying the awakened extraordinary tier 1 wind spirit bird. Experience points plus 1000. Congratulations, host, for defeating the awakened supernatural tier 2 saber-tooth tiger. Experience plus 1200. Congratulations, host, for slaying the awakened 6th tier silverback gorilla. Experience plus 1100. Congratulations, host, for defeating the tier 1 transcendent swallowing heaven python. Experience plus 1100. Congratulations, host. You have slain a tier 1 supernatural bloodfawn wolf, gaining plus 1100 EXP. The screen is flooded again. Just how high would Lingxi's level climb this time? The system interface reappeared before Yi Tong's eyes. Beast Tamer, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 2. Level, Transcendent 8th Tier. Speed, 11,000. Attack, 13,000. Mental Power, 14,000. Innate abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, Fallen Demon Stone, 7-star Grass. Damn, if I could stay a few more days, Lingxi reaching commander rank wouldn't be a problem at all. Yi Tong was overjoyed. After clearing the battlefield, he planned to continue their hunting expedition with Lingxi. Just then, Guozhang and Thunder Tiger ran toward him, both covered in blood. Thunder Tiger was particularly badly injured, having lost one of his legs. Chapter 20, The Teleportation Array Destroyed. What happened to you two? Yi Tong frowned. Guozhang gasped for breath. Yi Tong, you must go see for yourself. Lei Chong and his men are destroying the teleportation array, aiming to trap you inside and kill you here. We tried to stop them and are all gravely wounded. Only Su Feishuan remains, still fighting desperately. In truth, they could have escaped using the teleportation array. But after Su Feishuan discovered Lei Chang's plan, she risked her life to stop them. In the process, the 4 of them were mistaken for accomplices and attacked. They're courting death. Yi Tong rushed toward the demon abyss forest at full speed, Lingxi in tow. Meanwhile, Su Feishuan lay collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her fire-tailed spirit fox lay gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Su Feishuan, why must you do this? What's so great about Yi Tong that you have to protect him like this? Lei Chang's anger flared with every word. Don't forget, I'm your fiancé. Get lost. I'd rather die than marry you. Su Feishuan gritted her teeth. She and Lei Chong had been betrothed since childhood. To escape the engagement, she had to prove herself to her father through the college entrance exams.
Few knew of this arrangement, and she preferred to keep it hidden.
Master, do you still want a woman like this? The demon spoke in a sultry, seductive tone. What use would she be? Brother Lu, I'll give her to you. Lei Chong waved his hand dismissively. If Brother Lei doesn't want her, why would I? Lu Ziming grinned lewdly. Guys, she's got some looks. I'm giving her to you. Hearing this, dozens of men surged forward in a frenzy, as if they intended to devour Su Feishuan alive. What are you doing? There are too many of you, how could she handle it? Line up, one at a time. Lu Ziming barked, then flashed another lecherous grin. Miss Su, we've long heard of your beauty. Seeing you today, it's truly as rumored.
A male student with a wicked expression immediately laid hands on Su Feishuan. Su Feishuan struggled desperately, but she was, after all, a frail woman. In the end, she gave up resisting, her eyes filled with despair.
Bunch of scumbags.
At that moment, Yi Tong and Ling Shi appeared.
Hearing that familiar voice, Su Feishuan whirled around.
Seeing Yi Tong, she felt as if she'd spotted a lifeline. She shoved the boy aside and rushed toward Yi Tong.
Get out of here. Lu Ziming knew he was no match for Yi Tong, so he immediately entered the teleportation array. Better safe than sorry. Let's get out of here. Lei Chong hurriedly pulled Mei Yao into the teleportation array as well.
Lingxi, kill every last one of them.
Yi Tong's killing intent surged. Yes, master. Lingxi's fury ignited.
She unleashed her full power with soul-piercing. A purple streak of light, serpentine in motion, darted swiftly among the beasts. Wherever it passed, a beast exploded in death. Most of the boys who had attempted to assault Su Feishuan were left behind, but Yi Tong couldn't lay a finger on them. Killing beasts was tacitly permitted, but killing people was a crime.
If caught and reported, it would be trouble. Are you okay? Yi Tong asked with concern. Whoa! Su Feishuan clutched Yi Tong, sobbing, Teacher Yi, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, my life would have been ruined. Don't worry, I'm here for you.
After comforting her for a moment, Yi Tong frowned and said, now that all the teleportation arrays are destroyed, we'll likely be stuck here.
We should hurry and find an exit. The college entrance exam ends in just 5 hours. Wei Jin and the others sighed heavily.
If they'd known this would happen, they never should have gotten involved in this mess. Though they were at the edge of the abyssal forest, finding an exit was no simple task. The abyss forest stretched tens of thousands of kilometers from north to south. Once inside, getting lost was almost inevitable. Over the years, not a single map had ever surfaced, which was precisely why they relied on the teleportation arrays to leave.
Then let's go.
Yi Tong, however, remained cheerfully optimistic. Truthfully, the college entrance exam held little significance for him.
Meanwhile, everyone had been teleported to the same location, Sangnan Square. With less than 5 hours remaining, all examiners, teachers, and admissions directors had already arrived on site.
Teachers greeted their students who emerged early with warm inquiries about their well-being, followed by questions about their scores. Upon learning of the beast tide, their expressions instantly darkened.
Clearly, everyone's scores would inevitably suffer. After all, who would dare hunt beasts during a beast tide? Oh, it's over. Total wipeout.
Out of the 100,000 who entered, fewer than 50,000 have emerged so far. Add those who withdrew, and very few will score above 500 points.
It's just bad luck running into a beast tide.
I hope the students can at least protect themselves.
Scores don't matter. Exactly. Staying alive is the foundation of revolution.
The teacher clearly held no hope for this round's results.
I wonder how that kid Ji Tong is doing. Gao Shual looked deeply concerned.
Wang Zheng sighed in frustration. If that kid had listened to me, he'd be in a top university by now.
Why take such risks? Now look caught in a beast tide.
Forget grades, we don't even know if he's alive or dead.
Maybe he'll surprise us.
Though worried, Gao Shua couldn't shake the feeling that someone who scored 31,666 on the school entrance exam couldn't possibly perform poorly on the college entrance exam.
Let's hope so.
Wang Zheng had already given up hope for Yi Tong. As time ticked away, less than an hour remained.
Students began emerging one after another, handing over their hunted beasts to the statistics department. Staff there would calculate their scores based on the value of the beasts. Soon, the giant screen displayed everyone's scores, which kept updating as more students emerged. Currently, Lu Ziming led with 2,000 points, followed by Lei Chong at 1,900. Damn, the top score is only 2,000 points? Last year it was 30,000 points. That's a huge drop. It's embarrassing to even mention it. We encountered a beast tide, no one could have prevented that. That's it. Admissions officers from each university start the enrollment process based on these scores. The chief examiner sighed. Hearing this, the admissions directors turned and walked away. Where are you going?
With scores this low, there's no way we can admit them.
We're heading to other provinces. The admissions directors hurried away. If they delayed, they might miss out on recruiting top students from other provinces. Chapter 21, The Fallen Demon Stone. Ah, what rotten luck.
They'll just be wasting their time at third-rate universities.
Half an hour left before the college entrance exams end. Everyone who should be out is out. Let's announce the results.
The teachers in charge of grading were about to release the results early.
Wait, Yitong hasn't come out yet. Chief Examiner Xingjun still held out hope for Yitong.
At that moment, Lei Chong stepped forward, his face filled with regret.
Yitong has fallen.
Though Gao Shua and Wang Zhang had anticipated this outcome, they still paled in shock.
What happened? After the beast tide erupted, everyone scattered. Yitong was targeted by 5 transcendent level beasts and perished on the spot. After finishing, Lei Chong added, Lu Ziming witnessed it too.
We tried to rescue her, but our hearts were willing, yet our strength was insufficient. If Yitong hadn't drawn those 5 transcendent level beasts away, none of us would have made it out safely.
Lu Ziming sighed. What a waste of such promising talent.
Gao Shua was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. He could have been admitted directly.
Why did he insist on taking the college entrance exam? Now look, he's lost his life.
Wang Zhang was so furious he wanted to punch someone.
Then let's announce the results now.
The judge picked up the microphone and announced calmly, first place, Lei Chong.
Second place, Lu Ziming. After announcing the top 10, the award ceremony commenced.
The prize everyone was most curious about, the mysterious gift from the military.
Xingjun ordered someone to bring up a box.
He slowly opened it and announced before everyone, this is a fallen demon stone from beyond our domain.
It can instantly elevate a beast tamer's aptitude by 1 rank.
Now, I will present the award to the first place winner.
A fallen demon stone? Brother Lu hit the jackpot this time. This thing is incredibly rare and priceless. Everyone was filled with envy. Below the stage, Lei Xiaotian, Lu Ziming's father, grinned from ear to ear. The college entrance exam results didn't matter, it was all about this fallen demon stone.
With this, his beast taming skills could advance further, breaking through the 9th extraordinary rank and entering the commander level tier. Then, the Lei family would become the foremost clan in Qingzhou City, able to command the winds and rains at will. Thus, the fallen demon stone held immense significance for the Lei family.
Xingjun wore a look of utter disappointment. Honestly, with only 2,000 points on the college entrance exam, what right did he have to claim the fallen demon stone? But the rules were what they were, and there was nothing he could do about it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lei Chong stepped onto the stage, his face aglow with excitement, to receive his prize. Xingjun reluctantly handed the fallen demon stone into Lei Chang's grasp. Just then, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. What's the rush? The time hasn't come yet, has it? A handsome young man, accompanied by a fallen angel with 4 wings and breathtaking beauty, walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yitong. Xingjun's expression flashed with excitement as he snatched the fallen demon stone back from Lei Chang's grasp. Ha! You finally showed up, kid. I thought you were dead. Good. Good. Gao Shou rushed forward, slapping Yitong's shoulder hard in excitement. Wang Zhang beamed with delight. I knew you weren't ordinary. Now, tell us, how many demon beasts did you hunt this time? While some rejoiced, others grieved. Lei Chong glared at Yitong with a dark expression, seething with hatred, wishing he could kill him on the spot. That kid's got some nerve. Lu Ziming gritted his teeth. Lei Xiaotian's heart was already filled with murderous intent. He never imagined Yitong could grow to such a level in less than a month. If he allowed him to continue developing unchecked, the Lei family would be in grave danger. After all, he and Yitong were now sworn enemies. I've caused you all worry. Yitong smiled faintly. Wang Zhang urged, quickly show everyone the demon beast you hunted down. During the school entrance exams, Yitong had dominated with a score of 31,666 points, securing first place. Consequently, everyone was keenly interested in her college entrance exam results. Gao Shuo wore an expectant look. Wang Zhang's heart was in his throat, his nerves on edge. Yitong smiled faintly and flung all the beasts from her storage ring onto the ground. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. Awaken stage 5, awaken stage 6, awaken stage 8. Holy crap, there's even a 9th tier awakened beast. And what's more, there are actually over a dozen awakened 9th tier beasts. Is this even human? What? There are even 6 beasts at the transcendent realm? How is this possible? Just how powerful has Yitong become? Thousands of beasts piled up on the square like a mountain. Everyone was stunned, numb with shock. Is this real? Gao Shuo's face betrayed utter disbelief. Wang Zhang rubbed his eyes, his gaze widening. After several moments of confirmation, he exclaimed, holy crap! You must have stirred up a nest of beasts. How many points is this worth? First tier monsters are worth 100 points, second tier 200 points, and so on. Transcendent tier monsters double the points. With so many beasts, that's probably over 100,000 points combined. That's too low. I'd say at least 300,000 points. Most are awakened beasts at tier 3 or above. 400,000 points is entirely possible. Damn beasts. We're only in the hundreds, while they're counting in tens of thousands. Comparing ourselves to them is infuriating. Everyone speculated wildly about Yitong's score. It took the judges a full half hour to calculate Yitong's score. 677,800. Holy, 677,800 points.
The sheer magnitude of the number sent shockwaves through the crowd, nearly causing them to collapse.
Whoa! Gao Shua sucked in a sharp breath. Damn impressive.
Wang Zhang gave Yi Tong a thumbs up. After calming his excitement, he immediately arranged for the broadcast station to loop this achievement across all high-speed rail stations, subway stations, and airplanes.
Upon hearing the news, the directors of the admissions office immediately turned back. Chapter 22, Mingjuri University.
Driver, Sangnan Square, full speed ahead.
Bro, that's a red light. 6 demerits and a 200 starcoin fine. There's not a single car at the intersection. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That won't do.
I'll transfer you 10,000.
Send me your payment code. Ding. 10,000 yuan received. All set.
The driver launched into a quick start, heading straight for Sangnan Square. The other instructors weren't far behind, racing toward Sangnan Square at top speed.
At the same time,
the award ceremony officially commenced.
Everyone's faces were beaming with smiles. Especially Gao Shua and Wang Zhang, they were over the moon with joy.
Xingzhan presented the demon sealing stone with both hands, smiling as he said, "Only you are worthy of this demon sealing stone."
Thank you.
Yi Tong bowed in gratitude. With this fallen demon stone and the 7-star grass, Lingxi's beast taming aptitude would instantly rise by a level. Lei Chong, who had once held the coveted first place, now found himself demoted to second. Worse still, this second place finish garnered no attention or glory. Standing there felt like being invisible. The humiliation was unbearable, and he stormed off the stage in anger.
Lu Ziming approached Yi Tong with a forced smile.
Congratulations on topping the college entrance exams.
I look forward to facing you in the next Genius War.
Yi Tong gave a cold laugh and ignored him. Lu Ziming stood awkwardly for a moment. Though seething inside, he could only feign indifference and walk away. I now officially announce that Yi Tong has achieved the top score in the college entrance exam with 677,800 points.
Xingzhan declared loudly. This time, no one dared to question Yi Tong's entrance exam results. Cheating was impossible within the Abyss Forest. Only genuine ability could prevail. At that very moment, the admissions directors from prestigious universities had already arrived in full force at Sangnan Square. Ahem. Wang Zhang shot them a disapproving look and said irritably, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?"
Principal Wang, we thought this batch of students was nothing special.
We never expected a dark horse like Yi Tong to emerge. Indeed, a total score of 677,800 on the college entrance exam?
That's unprecedented in the history of Great Xia, a feat that will likely never be matched.
Such a promising talent can only attend a prestigious institution like ours. Surely you wouldn't send her to some third-rate college?
The admissions directors from prestigious universities had shed their former haughty demeanor, presenting themselves as utterly humble before Wang Zhang because Yi Tong's file was in his hands.
Of course not.
Wang Zhang declared triumphantly, Yi Tong is a top prospect for our school.
To be honest, I wouldn't feel entirely comfortable sending her to any of your institutions. So, I need to carefully consider this decision and also consult Yi Tong herself. Here's what we'll do, you all line up first. Principal Wang, this doesn't seem quite right. We're teachers, not students. Though displeased, the admissions directors forced smiles. What could they do? An exceptional student brought immeasurable intangible value to any school. What's wrong with being a student for a few minutes? It's because Yi Tong is simply too outstanding.
Wang Zhang grinned so widely his mouth nearly turned into a crescent.
All right then. The admissions directors lined up in a row and held up their university signs. Yi Tong, come take a look. These universities are all excellent, take your pick.
Wang Zhang said with a smile. Yi Tong scanned them briefly.
What perks come with enrolling at your school? Start with yours. Free room and board, transportation, and a 50% discount on beast taming resources. Anything our school has, you can use for free. Our school has plenty of beauties. Pick anyone you like and I'll personally arrange your match. Come to our school and you won't even have to attend classes. Every day will be free and easy.
After finishing, he whispered in Yi Tong's ear, I can give you a position as a Beastmaster Patrol Officer.
Hearing this, Yi Tong's interest was instantly piqued.
A Beastmaster Patrol Officer, that was a managerial position, granting the authority to reward or punish on behalf of the department head.
This is turning the world upside down. These prestigious universities are acting so humble before Yi Tong. You know, they're usually so arrogant.
That's the power of top grades. If you could score 670,000 points, you'd get the same treatment.
Not in this lifetime. Everyone present was filled with envy. Wang Zhang asked curiously, have you made your decision? I choose Mingjuri University. Yi Tong replied calmly. Excellent choice. Mingjuri University is among the top 10 universities in the Great Xia Kingdom.
Wang Zhang nodded approvingly.
Top 10?
Yi Tong looked puzzled.
As far as he knew, Mingjuri University ranked among the top 3. You'll find out soon enough. Just remember, once you're in, don't neglect your studies. Train diligently and never slack off. There are countless geniuses far stronger than you inside. Wang Zhang urged earnestly. Hearing this, Yi Tong grew even more puzzled. Could anyone possibly be stronger than him, the one with cheat codes? He had to see that for himself. Consider our school, will you? Our university is quite excellent too. What Mingzhi University can offer you, we can offer too. The admissions directors pleaded earnestly. Sorry, I've already made up my mind. Yi Tong said calmly. Hello, I'm Yan Jidong, Director of Admissions at Mingzhi Academy. You can call me Old Yan. Let's get started with the process now. Alright. Yan Jidong, fearing delays, immediately processed Yi Tong's enrollment paperwork and took his files directly. Meanwhile, due to Yi Tong's exceptionally outstanding performance in both the school entrance exam and the college entrance exam, Xingzhan personally went to the military district headquarters to report Yi Tong's information to the commander of the Tsungnan military district. He actually managed to kill a transcendent level demon beast? Commander Wei Yunlong of the Tsungnan military district was utterly astonished. Xingzhan nodded. His beast companion is a fallen angel. Its power is beyond my comprehension. I estimate it's at least at the third tier of the transcendent realm. In my opinion, it's even higher. Every demon beast he hunted was instantly killed. He must possess at least transcendent 5th tier strength. Wei Yunlong analyzed. Commander, I believe this kid can clear the underworld's secret realm. Xingzhan held high hopes for Yi Tong. Wei Yunlong pondered for a moment before saying, go fetch Yi Tong to the military district. I want to speak with him. The Yaoquan secret realm was treacherous beyond measure. Hundreds had already perished within it. Therefore, if Yi Tong declined, Wei Yunlong wouldn't force him. The next day, Yi Tong and Lingxi slept until noon before waking up. Master, that felt so good. Lingxi stretched lazily, her waist supple as a willow in the breeze, utterly alluring. Yi Tong smiled and said, well rested? Then let's enhance your innate talent first. He took out the fallen demon stone and the 7-star grass, placing them in Lingxi's hands. Lingxi closed her eyes slightly. The fallen demon stone and 7-star grass floated in the air, and a multicolored gas entered her body. 3 hours later, subtle changes had overtaken her entire being. Yet Yi Tong couldn't pinpoint exactly what had shifted, so he examined Lingxi's attribute information. Beast Master, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary Tier 3. Level, Transcendent 8th Tier. Speed, 11,000. Attack, 13,000. Mental Power, 14,000. Innate abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, 10,000-year Spirit Milk, Dragon Marrow Elixir, Sacred Crystal Stone. Talent level successfully upgraded. Cultivation Plan has been updated. Yi Tong looked up these 3 rare treasures online. What he found shocked him. All were priceless treasures fetching over 100 million at auction, and even with money, they were nearly impossible to obtain. Fortunately, Lingxi's aptitude is strong enough that we don't need to rush for now. Master, I'm hungry. Alright, I'll take you out for a proper feast. Yi Tong treated Lingxi to a feast of delicacies, stuffing her until her belly was round and full. Walking down the street, she was a dazzling sight. To others, she wasn't some beast tamer. She was clearly Yi Tong's sweet little wife. Chapter 23, The Extraordinary Secret Realm. Chief Examiner, what are you doing here? Yi Tong spotted Xingzhan crouched on the stairs of her building and asked, are you here to see me? You're finally here. Come with me to the military district now. Xingzhan looked urgently impatient. Yi Tong asked suspiciously, is there an emergency? You'll find out when we get there. Without further explanation, Xingzhan ushered Yi Tong and Lingxi into the car. 2 hours later, Xingzhan drove the car into the military zone. Yi Tong rolled down the window and looked out, noticing not only soldiers engaged in combat training but also beast tamers. Seeing Yi Tong's astonished expression, Xingzhan explained with a smile, within the military zone, both beast tamers and their hosts undergo specialized training focusing solely on lethal techniques. They bear the responsibility of defending our homeland, so there's no room for carelessness. Yi Tong nodded, a wave of admiration welling up inside her. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure. Sis? Yi Tong was overjoyed. Your sister? Xingzhan asked, puzzled. Yi Tong nodded and pointed. My sister's name is Yi Xian. She's right over there. Xiao Xian? I know her. She's a very hard-working girl. It's just that during our last sparring session, her beast, the white tiger, was badly injured. It's still lying in the beast hospital now. Xingzhan couldn't bear to recall the scene of the white tiger being beaten that day. Yi Tong asked directly, who beat it? Lei Yun. You should know him. He's the brother of the guy who accused you of cheating that day. Xingzhan had never held a favorable impression of Lei Yun. Though powerful and a team captain, the man was ruthless and treacherous. Yi Tong's expression darkened instantly. No wonder sister hadn't wanted to tell him the truth about Xiao Bai's injury back then. So that was it. The Lei family held immense power and influence in Qingzhou. They were indeed untouchable. But times had changed.
The Yitong of today was more than capable of confronting the Lei family.
Lei Yun, I'll remember you.
A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Yitong's eyes.
We're here. Xingzhan led Yitong and Lingxi to the commander's office. Commander, the individuals have been brought in. You may leave now.
Yes, sir. Xingzhan marched out in step. Commander Wei rose, appraising Yitong and Lingxi with a glance before inquiring, "You must be the fallen angel who caused such a stir in Great Xia decades ago."
That's me. But I bear the wounds of heaven's will, and no one would have me. If not for my master, I would have been refined into an elixir long ago.
Lingxi glanced at Yitong, her heart brimming with gratitude. This life, she lived solely for her master.
It seems your wound from the heavenly Tao is healed. Commander Wei smiled. Since we sought you out, it's clear we require your assistance. Me? Yitong looked utterly bewildered. How could I possibly be of use to your military district? That's hard to say. I've reviewed your school entrance exam and college entrance exam scores, they're exceptional. With your abilities, even Xingzhan might not be your match. Commander Wei's gaze shifted to Lingxi. You possess extraordinary 6th-tier strength, correct?
Your insight is truly sharp, Commander.
Yitong couldn't help but admire him.
In this world of beast tamers, discerning another's cultivation level required one of three things: being at least 2 tiers above them, relying on specialized instruments, or being a cheat like him.
Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, let's get down to business. Commander Wei smiled.
In recent years, thousands of secret realms connecting the other world to Blue Star have been discovered worldwide. These realms not only transport beasts here but also devour the lives of beast tamers.
We must seal them. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yitong asked doubtfully. It's both difficult and not difficult.
To date, we've only conquered 25 such realms.
Commander Wei sighed.
These realms vary in size and have tier restrictions: awakening realms, transcendent realms, commander realms, and so on.
So you want me to enter a transcendent secret realm? Yitong asked doubtfully. Commander Wei nodded. That's correct. To date, hundreds of our military personnel have perished within them. You may choose not to go. However, if you do undertake the mission, even if you fail to complete it, you may select any one item of heavenly treasure from the military treasury. 10,000-year spirit milk, dragon marrow essence, sacred crystal stone. Do you possess any of these three?
Yitong wasn't concerned about the danger, he cared only about whether items to enhance Lingxi's potential existed.
You're quite the demanding one, kid. Those 3 items are priceless, money can't buy them.
Even the military treasury only holds a small amount of dragon marrow elixir and sacred crystal stones.
Very well, if you complete the mission, both of those items are yours. Commander Wei waved his hand generously. Deal. Yitong agreed immediately.
Hearing this, Commander Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had made a solemn military pledge: this extraordinary secret realm must be conquered within a month. By the way, only 3 people can enter the transcendent secret realm this time.
The military will also send 2 geniuses to accompany you.
You can discuss tactics with them when the time comes.
Yitong nodded. With hundreds of military personnel having perished within, the danger level was extremely high.
Having 2 more people would at least help share the burden.
Time is tight. You'll enter the transcendent secret realm tomorrow. It was clear Commander Wei was in a hurry. May I explore the military camp now? Yitong asked. Of course. Li, show Yitong around. Commander Wei instructed.
Yes, sir. Li then led Yitong outside to the area where soldiers usually trained.
Sis. Yitong called out.
Hearing that familiar voice, Yixian turned around and saw it was her younger brother. She rushed over, her voice trembling with excitement.
Shatong, what are you doing here?
I scored well on the college entrance exam, so Chief Examiner Xing brought me to tour the military zone. Yitong didn't mention the extraordinary secret realm, not wanting to worry his sister.
Yixian exclaimed with delight. Really? I was just planning to take leave to visit you. Tell me, what score did you get? Can you get into a good university? Just over 700,000 points. I've already been accepted to Mingjuri University. Yitong's tone was matter of fact. Over 700,000 points?
Yixian gasped, her face filled with disbelief. Sis would have needed an extra 2,000 points back then.
Little Tong, how did you manage that? Just luck. Yitong smiled. Yixian, what are you doing? Come over and train.
A sharp-featured man shouted at Yixian from a short distance away.
He was Lei Yun, a squad leader from the military district. What a jerk. Why's he always picking on me lately?
Not long ago, he beat Xiao Bai half to death, and now he won't stop making me train.
He won't even give me a moment to rest. If this keeps up, I'm quitting. Yixian felt utterly frustrated. Yitong suddenly remembered something and asked, Sis, is his name Lei Yun? His brother is Lei Chong, and their father is Lei Xiaotian? Looks like you already know everything. Yixian sighed. Don't get involved in this. I can handle it.
Seeing Yixian still standing there, Lei Yun exploded in anger.
Daff?
Yi Xian, you're punished with 50 kilometers of cross-country running.
No dinner tonight. I'm coming right now.
Yi Xian dared not disobey the order and hurried over.
Damn it, you dare bully my sister? If I don't cripple you today, I'm not Yi Tong. Yi Tong strode toward Lei Yun. Chapter 24, One-Hit Kill. Who do you think you're talking to? Don't you know this is a military zone? Do 1,000 squats right now, then go for a run.
Lei Yun barked angrily. Clearly, he intended to push Yi Xian to her limits. His motivation stemmed from news he received yesterday. Yi Xian's younger brother, Yi Tong, had snatched his own brother's fallen demon stone. Worse still, Yi Tong had bullied him within the demon abyss forest. Thus, he resolved to crush Yi Xian, seeking vengeance for his brother. Yi Tong stepped before Lei Yun and demanded coldly, Lei Yun, are you abusing your authority to bully people like this? What business is it of yours? Lei Yun didn't recognize Yi Tong. She's my sister. Yi Tong said coldly. Hearing this, Lei Yun froze in surprise before scrutinizing Yi Tong closely. Yi Tong said impatiently, what are you staring at? You just want to get revenge for your brother? If you've got the guts, take it out on me. Targeting my sister? What kind of man are you? That's going too far. This is standard training. Where's the targeting? With outsiders present, Lei Yun couldn't possibly admit it. You despicable coward. Yi Tong chuckled. But fine. You're just a kid fresh out of school, clueless about how the world works. I'll teach you a thing or two about how to behave. Lei Yun resorted to the same tactic of goading Yi Tong. Then let's compare notes until one of us admits defeat. Yi Tong showed no fear. This played right into Lei Yun's hands. He barked coldly, go summon my beast, the earth-splitting dragon. Yes, Captain Lei. Moments later, a colossal dinosaur trotted over. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, it possessed a neck as long as a giraffe's, legs as thick and powerful as tree trunks, and curved, razor-sharp claws stretching half a meter long. Roar! The earth-splitter dragon let out a roar of immense authority. Upon hearing it, the other beasts instinctively lowered their heads in submission. Just a worthless insect. What's with the dragon act? Lingxi sneered with disdain. Hearing this, Lei Yun couldn't contain his rage. His face flushed crimson as he snapped, so young and already so arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Dare to bully my sister, and I'll chop your earth-splitter dragon into pieces, string it up, and roast it for dinner. Lingxi's innate talent had improved, and her spiritual intelligence had opened up considerably, making her speech particularly sharp. Lingxi, the earth-splitting dragon is at the transcendent realm. You can't defeat her. Come back now. Yi Xian urgently tried to dissuade her. Sis, don't worry. Even 10 earth-splitting dragons wouldn't stand a chance against Lingxi. Yi Tong declared with absolute confidence. Yi Xian looked skeptical. That's impossible. Stop joking around. Sis, I'm not lying. How do you think I got my college entrance exam scores? Yi Tong smiled faintly. Yi Xian thought about it and realized she was right. The Abyss Forest was so dangerous, and she'd even heard rumors of a beast tide. Yet Xiao Tong had returned unscathed. Clearly, Lingxi was also at the transcendent realm. Who would have thought that in just a few short days, Lingxi had grown to such a level? Earth-splitting dragon, tear him to shreds. Lei Yun's murderous intent flared. If you're going to be so ruthless, don't blame me. Yi Tong sneered coldly, Lingxi, do as you said, slay this earth-splitting dragon. We'll feast on grilled meat. Yes, master. Lingxi spread her 4 wings, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. The lower-tier beast tamers immediately fell to their knees. You're also at the transcendent realm. Lei Yun frowned. Lingxi ignored him. With a flick of her wrist, a demonic sword materialized from thin air. She swung it down toward the earth-splitting dragon. Simultaneously, the earth-splitter dragon swung one of its claws forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. Lingxi's hand tingled from the recoil, yet the earthcracker dragon remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Lei Yun smirked smugly. The earth-splitter dragon's defenses are incredibly high. Even a Barrett rifle couldn't scratch it, let alone some measly sword. How utterly delusional. Yi Xian's face was filled with worry. Yi Tong smiled faintly and checked the earth-splitter dragon's attributes. Beast, earth-splitter dragon. Potential, epic 3-star. Level, transcendent tier 4. Speed, 8,500. Attack, 9,000. Mental power, 7,800. Innate abilities, void-piercing claws, diamond body, shadow sphere. Is that all? Yi Tong sneered dismissively. Lingxi, cut the act. Or else it'll think you can't beat it. Yes, master. Fallen god, judgment. Lingxi soared into the sky, instantly transforming into her fallen goddess form. So beautiful, so handsome, so commanding. Yi Xian was utterly mesmerized. She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Tong, wondering inwardly, being with such a stunning spirit beast every day, doesn't Xiao Tong have even the slightest thought about it? The heavens darkened, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and a violent storm erupted. A colossal vortex appeared in the sky.
Lingxi, wielding her demonic sword and channeling the might of thunder, struck directly at the earth-splitting dragon. To cause such celestial phenomena, this fallen angel is at least beyond the 5th tier of transcendence. The earth-splitter dragon is as good as dead. Not so fast. I've seen the earth-splitter dragon activate its diamond body before even conventional missiles couldn't scratch it. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. Realizing the immense power behind that strike, Lei Yun urgently shouted, "Activate diamond body." Poof. To defy the heavenly sword with mere flesh? No matter how steel-hard you are, you'll die. Yi Tong couldn't help but sneer coldly. Roar. A faint golden protective aura formed around Crack Earth Dragon. This was the diamond body. The demonic sword struck the protective aura, not pausing for even a second before cleaving it clean in two with overwhelming force. Boom! The colossal body of the earth-splitter dragon crashed backward, severed in two. Blood flowed like a small river at Lei Yun's feet. Seeing this, Lei Yun's heart twisted in agony. He had poured countless efforts into cultivating the earth-splitter dragon to the transcendent realm, only to have it instantly slain by the fallen angel's single strike. He stood frozen in place, unable to accept this outcome. One round and it's gone? The onlookers were utterly stunned, each wondering just how powerful the fallen angel truly was. Xiaoli, who had assumed this was merely a sparring match, expected at least 10 rounds of combat. The instantaneous defeat was a major incident after all. A 5th-tier transcendent beast had perished. If the military district investigated, Yi Tong might face execution. He hurried back to report to Commander Wei. After recovering from his grief, Lei Yun glared at Yi Tong with fierce severity, his voice tight with anger. "You killed my beast within the military zone. Do you understand the consequences of this?" "Nothing more than execution by firing squad." Yi Tong replied indifferently. "At least you have some awareness." Lei Yun drew his pistol, chambered around, and aimed it directly at Yi Tong. "How dare you!" A furious shout erupted as Commander Wei strode forward. Chapter 25, Visiting Xiaobai. "Commander!" Lei Yun quickly holstered his pistol, then nervously jogged to Commander Wei's side and saluted respectfully. "Li has already informed me of your altercation. In the military, discipline and obedience are paramount. How dare you engage in brawling? What kind of example does this set?" Commander Wei reprimanded coldly. Lei Yun hastily explained, "Yi Tong provoked me first and killed my beast companion." "Commander, you must stand up for me. You have the nerve to say that? A captain like you, defeated by a high school student? If word gets out, you'll bring shame upon the entire military district." "That's enough. Go process your discharge papers." Commander Wei had long harbored grievances against Lei Yun. Lei Yun retorted defiantly, "Commander, even without my beast, I'm still more than qualified to be an instructor in the military. Discharging me outright, isn't that showing favoritism toward Yi Tong? Don't you know what you've done?" Commander Wei snapped. "All these years, in every martial arts competition, you've gone all out against your opponents, ruining countless careers. I've tolerated you for far too long." Hearing this, Lei Yun fell silent. He gritted his teeth, shot Yi Tong a furious glare, then stormed off in anger. Commander Wei turned to Yi Tong with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, Commander Wei." Yi Tong replied respectfully. "This isn't your fault. I've been meaning to deal with Lei Yun for a while now." Commander Wei waved his hand dismissively before adding, "After you finish talking with your sister, go get ready." "Yes, sir." Yi Tong replied with a smile. Yi Xian asked doubtfully, "Prepare for what?" "Nothing much. Sis, take me to see Xiaobai." Yi Tong changed the subject. "All right." Yi Xian didn't press further. She led Yi Tong to the beast hospital, where they entered the ward. Little White Tiger was hooked up to an 4 drip. "Awah!" The moment it spotted Yi Tong, the little white tiger let out an excited cry, then grinned, baring its teeth. "It's been ages since I last saw you. I never imagined you'd grow so big." Yi Tong vaguely recalled that back then, the little white tiger had been only as big as a wolf dog. The little white tiger kept its eyes closed, looking utterly content. Yi Tong asked, "Sis, did the doctor say how much longer it'll take for the little white tiger to recover?" "Probably another half year." Yi Xian sighed. Ever since Xiaobai got injured, she hadn't taken on any more missions outside. Looks like Xiaobai's injuries were pretty serious. A flash of determination crossed Yi Tong's eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly grabbed the multicolored spirit herb. "This is the 5-colored spirit herb?" Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. Yi Tong nodded. "I found it by chance in the Demon Abyss Forest. Xiaobai will recover much faster after eating this. Xiaotong, once you enter university, you'll participate in competitions. Lingxi is bound to get injured then, so you should give this to her instead. Xiaobai doesn't need it right now." Yi Xian hastily declined. "Sis, Lingxi doesn't need it." Yi Tong waved the multicolored spirit herb in front of Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, do you want to eat it?" Xiaobai nodded eagerly, his eyes pleading. "Seeing how adorable you are, I'll give it to you." Yi Tong fed the multicolored spirit herb into Xiaobai's mouth. The moment he swallowed it, Xiaobai felt an immediate wave of comfort wash over his entire body.
His sickly appearance vanished instantly, replaced by a vibrant, energetic glow. This is incredible. Yi Xian looked astonished. Yi Tong hadn't expected the multicolored spirit herb to have such a pronounced effect either. He called over the doctor and had him examine Xiao Bai's body. The doctor was equally stunned. What happened? How did his injuries heal in an instant? I gave him the 5-colored spirit herb, Yi Tong said calmly. Upon hearing this, the doctor realized, that explains it. No wonder it recovered so quickly. However, it can't be discharged yet. The effects of the 5-colored spirit herb are too potent. We need to let its body recuperate for 3 days. Xiao Tong, I don't even know how to thank you enough. We're family. No need for thanks. But this 5-colored spirit herb is incredibly precious. It's worth nearly 100 million star coins. Yi Xian had been working for nearly 3 years and still didn't have 10 million star coins in her pocket. At her salary, she'd never be able to repay Xiao Tong for this favor in her lifetime. Nothing is more precious than the bond between us as siblings. In Yi Tong's heart, no amount of star coins or precious treasures could ever buy a bond of kinship. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face softened with emotion. Alright then, I'll treat you to dinner. Sure. Early the next morning, Yi Tong arrived at Chief Wei's office at the appointed time. Inside were a man and a woman. The man was average-looking, with a boisterous demeanor that made him seem like a goofball. The woman was not only stunningly beautiful but also had an impeccable figure. Yet her face bore a cold, distant expression, radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. These two must be the geniuses Commander Wei had mentioned. Commander Wei stood up and introduced, this young man is Manhwa. His beast companion is a plant-type cloud-climbing vine. And this young lady is Xia Yifei, whose beast companion is a cloud-swallowing lark. They will accompany you into the Transcendent Secret Realm. Understood, Commander. Yi Tong introduced himself, my name is Yi Tong. My beast is the fallen angel. Given the immense dangers within, you must work together as a team. Never fight alone, and absolutely avoid internal conflicts. According to those who've been inside, there are 3 major trials, each guarded by hundreds of demonic beasts. To overcome them, you must cooperate with each other. Commander Wei imparted everything he knew to them. As for whether they could succeed, that would be left to fate. After they had eaten their fill, Commander Wei personally escorted Yi Tong and the others into the Transcendent Secret Realm. Commander, do you think they'll succeed? Hard to say. But with that Xia family girl in the mix, their chances should be pretty good. And that Yi Tong, she managed to instantly kill Lei Yun. She's no pushover either. As for Sun Huahua, I'm mainly counting on his plant-type beast, the cloud-climbing vine. Commander Wei dared not make rash judgments, but he had a premonition that this time, they would definitely succeed. Chapter 26, Shadow Venom Scorpion. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City. After Lei Yun returned home from military service, he stormed through the door and flew into a rage. Not only did he smash everything in his room to pieces, but he even laid hands on the household servants. What's going on? Lei Xiaotian entered with a grim expression. Lei Yun immediately recounted everything that had happened in the military to his father. After listening, Lei Xiaotian looked puzzled. Why would Yi Tong be at the military base? He was probably visiting his sister, Lei Yun replied. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with Commander Wei, or else we'd be in trouble. But the fact that Yi Tong instantly killed your earth-splitting dragon means his fallen angel beastmaster has at least reached the 7th extraordinary rank, Lei Xiaotian analyzed gravely. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll become a major threat. Lei Yun gritted his teeth. If we can't kill a fallen angel, surely we can handle a mere Yi Tong? Xiao Yun, arrange for assassins to monitor Yi Tong. The moment an opportunity arises, eliminate him immediately, Lei Xiaotian ordered coldly. Understood. Lei Yun responded promptly. With the Lei family's influence in Qingzhou, eliminating someone discreetly was no difficult task. Oh, right. Your brother is getting married at the end of the month. Lei Xiaotian suddenly mentioned. Though Lei Chong was still young, Lei Xiaotian had already arranged a marriage for his youngest son. Lei Yun inquired, is it still that young lady from the Su family? Precisely her. Not only is she a natural beauty, but she also possesses remarkable insight. Lei Xiaotian praised. I also have a favorable impression of her. Lei Yun had met Su Feishuan once before. Stepping into the extraordinary realm, a storm of yellow sand swept over them, the wind lashing pebbles against their faces with stinging force. From afar, the world appeared a uniform, murky yellow. Barren, rocky mountains stood starkly against the horizon, the only hint of solid form in the desolate landscape. Not a trace of green remained, not even the lowest shrubbery where beasts might hide. The silence was so profound that the howling wind became the sole audible sound. Such barren land could sustain no living creature. Everyone stay alert. Shadow poison scorpions roam here. Though low level, they swarm in vast numbers. A single sting injects venom that infiltrates the nervous system, causing neurological failure and posing a mortal threat. Sun Huahua wore a look of vigilance as his cloudvine extended its dense network of tendrils to probe the path ahead. Yi Tong checked its attribute information. Beastmaster, cloud climbing vine.
Potential, Legendary 4-star. Level, Transcendent Tier 6. Speed, 9600. Attack, 8600. Mental Power, 7800. Innate abilities, Entangling Restraint, Vine Net Trap, Thorn Piercing. Though its attack power isn't high, it can effectively restrict an enemy's movement range. It seems Commander Wei valued not only combat strength but also beast handling skills when selecting his team. Yi Tong then turned his gaze to Xia Yifei's Swallowing Cloud Sparrow. Beast, Swallowing Cloud Lark. Potential, Legendary 5-star. Level, Transcendent 7th tier. Speed, 11,000. Attack, 1,000. Mental Power, 9,800. Innate abilities, Claw Rip, Aerial Alert, Wind Blade Dive. High Altitude Alert is a great skill. If danger lies ahead, we can quickly detect it and take appropriate measures. After analyzing their abilities, Yi Tong concluded that each had distinct strengths, but overall, Lingxi remained the most formidable. Master. Lingxi's small hand tapped Yi Tong's waist. Yi Tong asked in confusion, "What is it?" "I sense numerous magical beasts moving nearby, but I can't pinpoint their exact location." Lingxi's expression turned alert as her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Yi Tong quickly warned Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua, "My beast senses danger. Everyone, hold your positions for now." "Oof. Then why hasn't my cloud climbing vine reacted?" "Looks to me like your beast is scared and just doesn't dare move forward." Sun Huahua rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "The cloud climbing vine has scanned the entire path without detecting anything unusual. Now you suddenly claim there's danger? That's laughable. Huahua, don't be careless. Better safe than sorry." Xia Yifei gently cautioned. Her Swallowing Cloud Sparrow circled low overhead, scanning the area, forcing her to follow cautiously behind Sun Huahua, her eyes heavy with concern. "My kindness is being taken for granted." Yi Tong snorted coldly, halting her steps as she held her breath and scanned the surroundings intently. If Lingxi had clearly sensed danger, it couldn't be unfounded. Besides, the shadow venom scorpions of this desert were masters of concealment. They might very well be lurking in the shadows, using the sand and rocks as cover to watch them. Just then, the Mo Yun vine before Sun Huahua suddenly shook violently. Its tips rapidly contracted, and its leaves curled into a tight bundle with a sharp rustle. "What's happening?" Sun Huahua's expression changed abruptly. Before he could react, the sand beneath his feet suddenly exploded with a pop. A dark yellow shadow burst from the earth, its sharp poisonous claws gleaming coldly as it lunged straight for Sun Huahua's calf. It was the shadow poison scorpion. "Watch out!" Xia Yifei's swallowbird dove down, its wings flapping to unleash several wind blades at the shadow poison scorpion. The blades were deflected by its hard carapace. Seeing this, Yi Tong immediately shouted, "Lingxi, cut it down." Lingxi flickered forward, her magic sword raised, and brought a slashing blow down upon the shadow poison scorpion. The scorpion screeched in pain, its stinger whipping upward. The sharp, cyan poison spike slammed into the sand, attempting to bury itself and escape. Trying to run? Yi Tong's eyes narrowed with intensity. Lingxi, having anticipated the scorpion's move, leapt into the air and drove her sword into its back, killing it instantly. Only then did Sun Huahua belatedly stumble back a few steps. Staring at the hideous form of the shadow scorpion, the mockery on his face had long since turned to fear. This thing was actually hiding in the sand. Xia Yifei exhaled softly, turning to Yi Tong. "Thank you for warning us. If not for you, I would have been stung just now." Sun Huahua looked apologetic. "Sorry, I was way out of line earlier." "Enough about that. There's more than one shadow scorpion here." Yi Tong signaled Lingxi to stay alert. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei dared not take it lightly this time. "Ah!" Xia Yifei suddenly screamed. The swallowbird soared upward abruptly as a dark shadow darted from the sand at her feet. Another shadow poison scorpion, slightly smaller in size, its stinger lunging straight for her ankle. Sun Huahua's cloud climbing vine finally reacted. Its tendrils lashed out like whips, precisely wrapping around the little sand scorpion's tail stinger. But the scorpion jerked violently, instantly leaving several fine, jagged marks on the vine. These sand scorpions can burrow deep beneath the sand. The roots of the cloud climbing vine can't reach that far. Sun Huahua, both shocked and terrified, urgently commanded the cloud climbing vine to grow wildly. The vines intertwined on the ground, forming a net in an attempt to block the scorpion's escape route. Lingxi shielded Yi Tong behind her, swinging her magic sword relentlessly around them. Just then, a rustling sound erupted from a nearby hillock. Sand churned like boiling water as hundreds of dark yellow shadows emerged from beneath the surface. A dense swarm of venomous scorpions glinted coldly in the sunlight. Xia Yifei's hair stood on end. Swallowing hard, she gasped, "How can there be so many?" Yi Tong's heart sank. He shouted urgently, "Fall back behind the rocks. The sand is shallow there, they can't hide." The three had barely taken cover behind a massive boulder when the foremost sand scorpions lunged forward. Their tails arched high as a hail of pale blue venom shot toward them, striking the rock and sizzling into smoke. Sun Huahua gritted his teeth at the sight before him. "We're going all in. What are we risking? From now on, everyone follows my lead." Yi Tong fixed her cold gaze on the swarm of sand scorpions.
Sun Hua, you restrict the movements of these shadow venom scorpions.
Xia Yifei and I will handle eliminating them.
Sun Hua nodded solemnly, his hands swiftly forming seals as he barked, Moyan Vine, rise. As the words fell, the yellow sand beneath them suddenly trembled with a rustling sound. Countless deep green vines burst violently from the earth, shooting upward like raging serpents. Covered in dense, sharp thorns, the vines swiftly intertwined and spread under Sun Hua's control, sweeping toward the sand scorpion swarm. The front row shadow poison scorpions, just raising their stingers to spew venom, were instantly ensnared by the vines that reached them first. Thick mane vines clamped around their carapaces, while slender tendrils coiled like chains around their pincers and stingers.
The sand scorpions thrashed frantically, their pincers clacking loudly, yet they couldn't break free from the vine's grip. Instead, the vines tightened their hold. Got em. Sun Hua's forehead glistened with sweat as he stared intently at the vine net. They're immobilized for now. Hurry! Yi Tong's eyes sharpened as she barked at Lingxi, use Fallen Inferno Blast. Chapter 27, Crisis Averted.
Lingxi spread her four wings and soared into the sky. Her hands rapidly formed seals, causing several fissures to appear in the void.
Scorching lava poured from within, coalescing into fiery orbs that plummeted toward the ground. Boom!
The deafening explosions reverberated across the desert. Crimson-black flames surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly igniting the yellow sand into a sky filled with sparks.
The swarm of shadow venom scorpions, entangled by vines, bore the brunt of the onslaught.
Their hard carapaces sizzled and crackled under the scorching fallen flames.
The dark blue venom they sprayed was instantly vaporized by the flames.
In an instant, most of the sand scorpions curled into charred lumps within the fiery waves, reduced to ashes before they could even emit a hiss.
Some got away. Xia Yifei cried urgently.
Several smaller shadow poison scorpions slipped through gaps in the vine net amid the chaos, dragging scorched tails as they fled deeper into the sand, attempting to burrow beneath the surface once more.
Swallow Cloud Sparrow, intercept! Xia Yifei raised her hand in command. The swallow cloud bird, circling overhead, instantly folded its wings and dove downward like a streak of azure lightning.
As it swept over the fleeing sand scorpions, its wings flapped violently, unleashing several razor-sharp wind blades that struck the scorpions' backs with precision, splitting their carapaces open. The wounded sand scorpion slowed, about to burrow back into the sand, only to be seized by the swallow cloud sparrow's sharp claws. It yanked them by the tail, flinging them violently against the rocks. Several crisp crack sounds echoed as the last few fleeing sand scorpions were utterly crushed. The flames gradually died down, leaving only charred remains scattered across the ground and vines still smoldering. Sun Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he surveyed the scene.
Xia Yifei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Had it not been for Yi Tong and Lingxi's sudden burst of power, their fate would have been grim.
This time, you saved us. I apologize for my earlier underestimation of you. Sun Hua's expression was sincere. No need for thanks, I'm sick of hearing it. Since we entered this secret realm, we must work together.
Otherwise, we won't just fail the mission Commander Wei entrusted us with, we might perish here.
After the battle, Yi Tong also understood the importance of teamwork. Yi Tong is right. We must work together. Xia Yifei dropped her aloof demeanor.
Yi Tong remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the rocky hills in the distance as he said in a low voice, we need to get out of this open area as quickly as possible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than mounds of yellow sand began rising behind them like small hills. Clearly, these were shadow poison scorpions again, but this time, they were far larger.
Everyone, be careful.
Sun Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In the next instant, several shadow poison scorpions crawled out of the sand. Their bodies were as large as oxen, with tails stretching over 5 meters long.
Their jet black backs gleamed like iron. Yi Tong immediately checked their attribute information. Shadow poison scorpion. Level, extraordinary tier 6. Speed, 11,000. Attack, 9,000. Mental power, 10,000.
Innate abilities, venomous sting assault, scorpion venom heart devouring, carapace hardening.
Weakness, abdomen.
The system actually automatically alerts me to the shadow poison scorpion's weakness. Yi Tong looked astonished. With this hint, future battles would be twice as effective with half the effort. Just then, Xia Yifei shouted while running, quick, retreat to Stone Mountain. Hearing this, Sun Hua retreated while fighting. But in the desert, the shadow poison scorpions moved with blinding speed. They quickly caught up to Xia Yifei and Sun Hua, their twin pincers snapping viciously toward them. Fortunately, their beast tamers reacted swiftly, guiding them out of the attack's path.
What do we do? They're too fast. We can't outrun them. Xia Yifei was frantic with panic. Though the swallow cloud bird could fly, its small size made it impossible to carry her. You go first. Sun Hua shouted, unleashing the entangling bind once more.
Hundreds of vines swiftly coiled around the shadow poison scorpions' bodies, temporarily restraining their movements.
We're leaving together.
Seizing the moment, Xia Yifei commanded the swallow cloud sparrow to unleash its sharp claw rip.
Go for their eyes.
Upon receiving the command, the swallowing cloud sparrow dove through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its claws, sharp as blades, lunged viciously toward the shadow-poisoned scorpion's eyes. Just then, the shadow-poisoned scorpion broke free from the binding vines, its powerful hooks lunging directly at the swallow cloud sparrow.
No! Swallow, dodge! Xia Yifei cried out in panic. But the swallow cloud bird could no longer evade.
Suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The scorpion's claw fell to the ground, spraying a jet of blue venom.
Seizing the moment, the swallow cloud sparrow clawed out the shadow-poisoned scorpion's eyes.
Seeing this, Xia Yifei breathed a sigh of relief and shot a grateful glance at Yi Tong. Hiss! But this action completely enraged the remaining shadow-poisoned scorpions. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Tong and the others, their tail hooks raised high like poisonous arrows poised to strike. The snapping of their pincers echoed with a sharp crackling sound, making the very air seem to vibrate.
Watch out for their tail hooks and pincers.
Before Yi Tong's words had fully faded, the scorpion on the far left launched itself forward. Its 5-meter-long tail darted through the air with a whistling sound, aiming straight for Xia Yifei. The tip of the pitch-black scorpion hook glowed with a sinister blue light, clearly saturated with deadly venom.
Stop it! Yi Tong barked.
Receiving the command, Ling Shi moved like lightning, blocking with her sword. A sharp clang echoed as the blade bent into a startling arc under the immense force. She was knocked back 3 steps, her palm numb. Meanwhile, another venomous scorpion swung its pincers towards Sun Huahua, the razor-sharp edges aiming for his side. Sun Huahua reacted instinctively, rolling sideways to narrowly evade the pincers. Yet the hard sand and gravel beneath him were crushed to dust by the crushing force. As the fragments flew, his sleeve was torn open, and his skin instantly tingled with a stinging numbness. He had been splashed by the venom still clinging to the pincers. Their pincers can actually crush rocks. Sun Huahua, both shocked and furious, urgently commanded the cloud-climbing vine to wrap around the scorpion's limbs. But the moment the vine touched the scorpion's pincers, it snapped with a sharp crack. The severed ends emitted wisps of green smoke, clearly corroded by the venom. Xia Yifei commanded the swallow cloud sparrow to dive in for support, but the scorpion reacted with lightning speed. Its tail hook lashed out like a whip, cutting through the air toward the sparrow's wings. The sparrow scrambled upward, yet the tail hook still grazed its feathers. Several green feathers instantly charred black. It let out a pained cry, its speed noticeably slowing. These things have lightning-fast, poisonous stingers, and their pincers are ridiculously hard.
Xia Yifei's palms were sweating with anxiety. Regular attacks won't break through their defenses. Their weak point is the abdomen.
No sooner had Yi Tong spoken than the shadow-poisoned scorpions launched another wave of attacks.
Hearing this, Sun Huahua swiftly commanded the cloud-piercing vines to drive several tendrils deep into the ground.
They then burst upward from beneath the earth, piercing straight through the shadow-poisoned scorpion's body.
I'll draw its attention. You handle the attacks.
Xia Yifei commanded the swallow cloud sparrow to continuously harass the shadow-poisoned scorpion in midair.
Sun Huahua seized the moment when the shadow-poisoned scorpion was distracted to deliver a fatal blow. With the crisis averted, Yi Tong breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not order Ling Shi to unleash her full power. Instead, he used this opportunity to let her hone her skills, preparing her for stronger foes ahead. Chapter 28: The Giant-Toothed Rat.
Having identified the shadow-poisoned scorpion's weakness, Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei executed flawless coordination. The swallow cloud lark exploited its lightning speed to harass and divert attention, while the cloud-piercing vine burrowed deep underground, striking with a surprise, lethal blow. Soon, the shadow-poisoned scorpions all at the extraordinary 6th tier were wiped out. Wisps of green smoke rose from the scene, quickly scattered by a gust of yellow wind.
Yi Tong, we owe this to you. Without you, Xia Yifei and I would have perished here.
Sun Huahua felt a pang of shame, recalling how he had underestimated Yi Tong earlier.
Yi Tong, I've reviewed your records. I never imagined someone from a small city could be this formidable. I underestimated you.
Xia Yifei had initially assumed Yi Tong was merely here for the prestige, but she was genuinely skilled.
Let's go. This isn't a place to linger.
No sooner had Yi Tong finished speaking than more small hills began to rise 100 meters away.
Get out of here.
Although they had discovered the shadow-poisoned scorpion's weakness, their numbers were overwhelming. Not only could they not be completely wiped out, but fighting them would also drain their own stamina. Fortunately, the shadow venom scorpions were still a short distance away, allowing them to retreat to safety. An hour later, they discovered that the rocky mountain they had glimpsed earlier soared skyward, its summit lost to the horizon.
There's a cave over there. Just as Yi Tong was about to enter, Xia Yifei hurriedly stopped him. We don't know what's inside yet. Let's not go in for now. If we don't go in, then what about dealing with these shadow-poisoned scorpions?
Yi Tong countered. Xia Yifei stared at the countless shadow venom scorpions before them, her heart unable to muster even a shred of courage to fight back. Forget fighting, they could crush us with their bare feet.
Yifei, let's just go inside first. Whatever's in there, we'll deal with it as it comes. I'll show you how it's done.
Sun Huahua's cloud-reaching vine extended hundreds of tendrils to probe the path ahead. As the shadow-poisoned scorpions closed in, Xia Yifei gritted her teeth and sprinted into the cave. Yi Tong and Ling Shi were the last to enter. He glanced back and saw the shadow-poisoned scorpions hadn't followed. Instead, they turned away in terror. He instantly realized something far more terrifying lurked within. As they delved deeper, dozens of cavern openings appeared ahead. Each measured over 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, indicating the monsters within were roughly that size. Could this be the giant tooth rat's lair? It seems a bit too large. Yi Tong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Xia Yifei trembled with fear. If a giant-toothed rat emerges now, in this confined space, we're done for. Let's hurry up and move. This place feels eerie. I have goosebumps on the back of my neck. Sun Huahua cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, he sniffed the air around him and quipped, "What's that fishy smell? Yifei, did you forget to shower? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Yifei frowned. There really is a pungent smell. Yi Tong caught the scent too. Suddenly realizing something, he shouted urgently, "Run! It's the scent of a giant rat." Ha! Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei abandoned all caution, darting into the nearest cave entrance without a second thought. The giant-toothed rat, sensing human scent, gave chase with frenzied ferocity. This place is no good for fighting. If we get caught, we'll be skinned alive if not killed outright. Yi Tong felt genuine danger for the first time. He grabbed Ling Shi and ran without looking back. Soon, a pit larger than a football field appeared ahead, filled with animal carcasses and even human remains. The pungent stench nearly choked them. Hide first. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei quietly hid in one corner. Yi Tong and Ling Shi hid on the opposite side. Suddenly, a great giant rat peered cautiously out of a hole. Its nose twitched constantly as it sniffed the surroundings, eventually heading toward Sun Huahua's position. It spotted us. Xia Yifei gasped in alarm. Better to strike first than wait for disaster. Sun Huahua's cloud-climbing vine instantly coiled around the giant rat. Thorn-piercing. Countless thorns, each about 20 centimeters long, sprouted from the vines of the cloud-climbing vine, piercing the giant-toothed rat's body like needles. Seeing this, Xia Yifei immediately commanded the swallow cloud sparrow to target the giant-toothed rat's eyes. Squeak! 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 The giant-toothed rat, in pain, tore through the cloud-piercing vine and swept the swallow cloud sparrow aside with its short, sharp claws. The swallow cloud bird dodged frantically but still lost several feathers. Yi Tong quickly checked its attribute information. Giant-toothed rat. Level, Extraordinary 8th tier. Speed, 12,000. Attack, 11,000. Mental power, 12,000. Innate abilities, Tooth-shattering combo, crevice drill, regeneration. This time, the system didn't even hint at any weaknesses. Yi Tong pondered for a moment before saying, that means the giant tooth rat has no obvious weaknesses. This is going to be trouble. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei were still locked in a fierce battle. Though thorn piercing inflicted damage on the giant tooth rat, it swiftly recovered using its healing technique. How does it have a life-restoring skill? Sun Huahua looked utterly shocked. Xia Yifei noticed too and turned to Yi Tong. Regular attacks don't work on the giant tooth rat, and it keeps regenerating health. We have to take it down in one hit. Fire, you handle restricting its movement. You and I will go all out. You two rest and recuperate. Leave the giant tooth rat to me. Though troublesome, Lingxi possessed the strength to eliminate the giant tooth rat without difficulty. Yi Tong was utterly confident in this. Are you kidding? It's at least a supernatural 7th tier powerhouse. What do you plan to use against it? Yi Tong, I know you're powerful, but the giant tooth rat isn't something you can handle alone. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei pleaded together. They had to unite as one now, working in concert. Otherwise, if any one of them fell, their chances of escaping would plummet. Don't worry, I've got this. You two should rest and recover your strength first. Yi Tong said calmly, Lingxi, it's up to you now. Yes, master. Soul piercing. Lingxi's hands formed seals in rapid succession. A streak of purple light instantly entered the giant tooth rat's consciousness. SSSSSSSS. The giant tooth rat clutched its head, the pain feeling like it would explode. Against this mental assault, its healing magic proved utterly useless. Yet, possessing the strength of an extraordinary 8th rank, the soul-piercing attack couldn't kill it in one strike. It's a mental assault. Sun Huahua exclaimed in shock. Xia Yifei nodded, conceding with genuine respect, Huahua, he's stronger than all of us. Much stronger. The giant tooth rat let out a frenzied roar and lunged toward Lingxi. Crunch! Crunch! Its jaws tore relentlessly, each bite so powerful it crushed stone to dust. No wonder the shadow-poisoned scorpions dared not enter. Exclamation point. Lingxi spread all 4 wings, evolving into the fallen goddess. Wielding her demonic sword, she channeled a devastating thunderous force, striking the giant-toothed rat's head with a single swing. Sword energy surged through the air, severing everything in its path. The giant-toothed rat didn't even have time to scream before its head rolled to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Tong nodded with satisfaction. Lingxi had dispatched the giant-toothed rat effortlessly without even unleashing her ultimate technique, Judgment. It seemed her breakthrough to the 8th tier of transcendence was drawing near. Chapter 29, Oasis, Ancient Castle.
Was it really that easy? Sun Huahua looked utterly incredulous. If it had been him, he would likely have perished here. Xia Yifei felt inadequate. She couldn't help but mock herself. Huahua, we call ourselves geniuses, but compared to Yi Tong, do you think we're worthy? We don't. Yi Tong's demonstrated prowess left Sun Huahua utterly in awe. Xia Yifei looked ashamed. At first, I thought Yi Tong would hold us back. Now it seems we're the ones holding her back. Yeah, without Yi Tong, we might have perished in the very first stage. Sun Huahua sighed. Today, he had finally witnessed what true genius truly meant. Lingxi sheathed the magic sword and glided slowly before Yi Tong. Taking her hand, she beamed, Master, am I impressive? Of course. My little girl is the most skilled beast tamer. Yi Tong stroked Lingxi's silky hair affectionately. Seeing this scene, Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua couldn't help but cringe. That said, aside from her wings, Lingxi looked just like any other girl. Combined with her flawless appearance and figure, no normal man could resist her. Congratulations, host, for defeating the extraordinary 8th-tier giant Fongrat. Experience points plus 800. What a pity. When we killed the shadow poison scorpion earlier, I only let Lingxi practice. Otherwise, she might have broken through to Transcendent Tier 8. Yi Tong smiled faintly. After these two battles, Lingxi's skills had grown increasingly agile. She could now eliminate monsters of the same tier without even needing to unleash her ultimate move. Cough cough cough. Sun Huahua cleared his throat twice. Well, even though the giant tooth rat is dead, we still haven't found the seal location. I've already sent Swallow Cloud to investigate. We should have news soon. Xia Yifei's Swallow Cloud bird skill, high altitude alert, proved invaluable. Then we should rest for now. Another tough battle is bound to come later. Yi Tong remained cautious. Though Lingxi was powerful, facing consecutive beasts above the 6th extraordinary tier would eventually wear her down. Their immediate priority was locating the sealing site to resolve the matter once and for all. Soon, the Swallow Cloud bird returned. After communicating with it for a moment, Xia Yifei said, exit through this cave opening. To the northwest lies an oasis with a ruined ancient castle atop it. That should be the sealing site. How far is it? Yi Tong asked. 3 kilometers. Xia Yifei replied solemnly. Sun Huahua's face darkened. 3 kilometers. That's too far. Walking there would take at least 2 hours, not to mention the shadow poison scorpions lurking beneath the sand. We'd be dead if we tried to leave. Stop complaining. We need to figure something out now. Numerous plans flashed through Xia Yifei's mind, but she dismissed each one in turn. The shadow scorpions were a major obstacle. Sun Huahua's expression hardened. We'll just fight our way through like we did earlier. You can take out 10, but can you handle thousands? Xia Yifei countered. Sun Huahua was instantly speechless. The atmosphere froze for a moment. No one spoke, each lost in deep thought. Just then, Yi Tong noticed the intricate network of tunnels and suddenly had an idea. What are rats best at? Stealing things, of course. Sun Huahua blurted out. Xia Yifei shot Sun Huahua a disdainful look. Digging holes, of course. Tunnels? Her eyes lit up instantly. You mean these holes could lead to the ancient castle? It's possible, but that'll require your Swallow Cloud bird to scout the way. Yi Tong smiled. That's no problem at all. Xia Yifei stroked Swallow Cloud's head as she said, Go on, Swallow, check each of these holes carefully. Swallow Cloud nodded and began inspecting each one. An hour later, it flew back to Xia Yifei and chirped a few words. Good work. Without you, we'd be running around like headless chickens. Xia Yifei smiled with satisfaction, then turned to Yi Tong. According to Swallow's findings, the third cave leads directly to the ancient castle. Then let's set out now. Yi Tong and the others entered the third cave opening. They encountered no danger along the way. As they neared the exit, Lingxi's expression turned alert. My master, I sense 2 9th-tier supernatural beasts nearby. What? 9th-tier transcendent beasts? Sun Huahua was stunned. Even 8th-tier beasts were tough enough to handle, and now a 9th-tier one had appeared? This was practically a death sentence. Xia Yifei's expression grew grave. At this point, we have no choice but to fight. Commander Wei instructed us earlier that only by slaying the beasts within the sealed land will the rift vanish, allowing them to return. We have no choice. Yi Tong couldn't think of a better solution either. Suddenly, Lingxi declared with absolute certainty, those 2 beasts are inside this ancient castle. Yi Tong looked up. 3 characters were inscribed atop the castle Merfolk clan. Was this place once an ocean? Xia Yifei nodded. I researched before coming. This place was once lush and beautiful, home to a peaceful Merfolk tribe. But one day, a rift opened in the void. Countless demon beasts poured out, slaughtering them all. Over time, this land became a barren wasteland. Sun Huahua wore a look of deep concern for the world. Due to the relentless invasions of these beasts, humanity's living space keeps shrinking. So far, dozens of races have vanished. Hearing this, Yi Tong felt a pang of sympathy. But now was no time for sentimentality. He and Lingxi quietly approached the window and cautiously peered out.
They witnessed a giant toothed rat and a shadow scorpion casting spells upon a pitch-black fissure. As the crack widened, one by one, grotesquely shaped beasts were teleported from somewhere else.
No wonder magical beasts are causing chaos all over the world. So that's how it is.
Yi Tong murmured to himself, checking its attribute information.
Giant toothed rat. Level, Transcendent 9th tier. Speed, 13,000. Attack, 12,000. Mental power, 13,000.
Innate abilities, Tooth-Shattering Combo, Crevice Drill, Regeneration Shadow Venom Scorpion.
Level, Extraordinary 9th tier. Speed, 12,500. Attack, 11,000.
Mental power, 12,000. Innate abilities, Venomous Sting Assault, Scorpion Venom Heart Devouring, Carapace Hardening.
These stats are already on par with Lingxi. One-on-one, we still have a chance to win. But if it's 2 against 1, Lingxi will be in danger. Yi Tong turned to look at Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua.
If the three of us coordinate, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Chapter 30, Transcendent 9th tier. At that moment, Sun Huahua leaned against the window and asked, Olji, got a plan?
After several life or death encounters, he had started calling Yi Tong Olji.
Xia Yifei glanced over, her mind racing with strategies.
A direct confrontation was out of the question after all. She and Sun Huahua were a full tier below the giant tooth rat.
Huohuo excels at immobilization, while Tunton specializes in ambushes and harassment. The fallen angel possesses formidable offensive capabilities.
If we were facing just one of them, victory would be within our grasp.
But with 2 of them, that's a whole different story. This is going to be tough. Sun Huahua mused.
Yi Tong's expression grew grave.
I do have a plan, but it requires someone to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice?
Sun Huahua shook his head hastily.
Then let's forget it. Just tell me what it is first. Xia Yifei said. Yi Tong looked at Xia Yifei and said, you need to distract one of the beasts.
After Sun Huahua and I take care of the other one, we'll come back to rescue you.
It's the only way, but you'll be putting your life at risk. Absolutely not.
Sun Huahua immediately refused.
Xia Yifei remained silent, her head bowed in deep thought for a long moment. Finally, she clenched her fists and declared resolutely, all right, I'll distract it. You two finish it quickly. Yifei, but this is far too dangerous.
Sun Huahua pleaded earnestly.
It'll be fine. I trust you. Now, let's move.
Xia Yifei commanded directly, and the swallowing cloud sparrow flew into the ancient castle.
Yi Tong and Sun Huahua hid in the shadows, waiting for their chance.
The shadow poison scorpion and giant toothed rat were fully absorbed in casting spells. Seizing the moment, the swallow cloud bird launched a full-force attack, tearing the giant toothed rat's ear to shreds.
The giant toothed rat roared with rage, but it didn't abandon its spell.
Instead, it tried to crush the swallow with one claw. Yet, after several failed attempts, not only did it fail to seize the bird, it ended up covered in wounds. Finally, unable to endure the disturbance, it abandoned its spell and turned to attack the swallow cloud sparrow.
Seeing this, the swallow flew toward the ancient castle, the giant rat hot on its heels. Yet even now, the shadow poison scorpion still hadn't abandoned its spell. Be careful. Yi Tong cautioned. Xia Yifei nodded before directing the swallow cloud bird in battle from a short distance away. Yi Tong and Sun Huahua charged into the ancient castle. Entangle and bind. Sun Huahua dared not be careless. With Xia Yifei still outside, the Emoyun vine unleashed thousands of tendrils at once, tightly binding the shadow poison scorpion.
As the shadow poison scorpion struggled relentlessly, its tail hook sprayed a stream of venom, corroding the vines into a mass of holes.
Old Yi, hurry up. I can't hold out much longer. Sun Huahua shouted urgently. Lingxi, target its abdomen with full force. Yi Tong commanded. Lingxi spread all 4 wings once more, evolving into the fallen goddess.
Wielding the demonic sword and channeling the power of thunder, she thrust it toward the shadow poison scorpion's abdomen.
Clang! As if striking iron. Lingxi was actually knocked back.
The shadow poison scorpion has evolved to the point where it has no weaknesses.
No wonder the system didn't alert me.
Yi Tong's face drained of color.
Just then, the shadow venom scorpion completely broke free from the Emoyun vine's grasp.
Its tail hooks relentlessly stabbed toward Lingxi with blinding speed and devastating force, piercing holes through the surrounding structures.
Damn it, Yi Tong! I can only restrict its movement one more time. You've gotta step up.
Sun Huahua's cloud-clasping bind shot out thousands of tendrils again, weaving a vast net in midair before descending upon the shadow poison scorpion. Each step the shadow poison scorpion took was hindered by the vines, forcing it to use its powerful pincers to violently sever them.
Though the Emoyun vine possessed countless tendrils, its growth wasn't infinite.
Thus, it strained every fiber to slow the shadow poison scorpion's movements.
Fallen Inferno Blast.
Standing in the void, Lingxi transformed the molten lava flowing from the fissure into fiery orbs, hurling them with brutal force at the shadow poison scorpion.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Fireballs continuously exploded on the shadow poison scorpion's body. Though its carapace was hard, it was still shattered into pieces. The scorching lava dripping onto its body emitted puffs of steam. The shadow-poisoned scorpion's blood-red eyes locked onto Lingxi. Yitong, sensing something was amiss, shouted urgently, "Lingxi, watch out." Sure enough, the shadow-poisoned scorpion arched its back, its tail hook lunging toward Lingxi. Soul-piercing. Lingxi was ready, and a purple streak of light instantly plunged into the shadow-poisoned scorpion's mind. The shadow scorpion's head throbbed excruciatingly. Its extended tail hook drooped limply like a deflated old man, collapsing straight down. Its body was riddled with craters from the fireballs, and a pungent, burnt odor filled the air. Before long, it ceased struggling and collapsed completely. To prevent any last-ditch attack, Lingxi's fireball reduced it to a pulpy mess before ceasing its assault. Seeing this, Yitong and Manhwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, host, on defeating the transcendent 9th-tier hidden venom scorpion. Experience points plus 900. Lingxi must have broken through. Yitong hurriedly checked its attribute information. Beastmaster, Lingxi. Talent, legendary 3-star. Level, transcendent 9th tier. Speed, 14,000. Attack, 13,000. Mental power, 15,000. Innate abilities, soul piercing, fallen inferno blast, fallen god's judgment usable after evolving into fallen goddess. Cultivation plan, 10,000-year spirit milk, dragon marrow elixir, sacred crystal stone. Old Yi, let's hurry and rescue Xia Eifei. Alright. Yitong and Manhwa rushed out immediately. At the same time, Xia Eifei. The two hurried outside. At the same time, after luring the giant toothed rat a kilometer away, Xia Eifei sensed something was amiss as it began sprinting back toward them. Seeing this, Swallow Cloud dove down from the sky. Its powerful claws tore a chunk of flesh from the giant rat's skin. Yet even so, the rat's speed didn't waver and its wounds healed rapidly. Swallow, stop it for me. If the giant toothed rat returned, all Xia Eifei's efforts would be wasted, and Yitong and Manhwa might lose their lives. Seeing that attacking its body was ineffective, Swallow Cloud Sparrow targeted the giant rat's eyes. This proved successful, slowing its pace, but it also enraged the beast. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Swallow Cloud Sparrow. Each bite produced a clanging sound, like metal striking metal. Xia Eifei watched in horror. Each time the Swallow Cloud Sparrow dodged, it came dangerously close to being caught. One slip, and it would become the giant rat's meal. Panic seized her. Hurry up, everyone. I can't hold it anymore. Squeak. 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 After its attacks missed, the giant rat resorted to using both its claws and mouth, launching a full-force assault on the Swallow Cloud Sparrow. The Swallow Cloud bird scrambled to dodge, but exhausted from its exertions, it was violently knocked aside by the giant rat's claws. Swallow! Xia Eifei gasped in horror and sprinted towards Swallow Cloud Lark. Seeing this, the giant toothed rat swiftly lunged towards Xia Eifei. Seeing its owner about to fall prey to the giant rat's jaws, Swallow Cloud spurted forth with all its might, soaring upward and once again targeting the giant rat's eye. The giant toothed rat swung its paw, sending the Swallow Cloud bird flying 30 meters away. This time, it could no longer rise. With a lingering, reluctant gaze towards Xia Eifei, it accepted its fate. Tun. Xia Eifei clutched Swallow Cloud, sobbing uncontrollably. The giant toothed rat showed no intention of sparing Xia Eifei. It opened its gaping maw once more, preparing to swallow her whole. Xia Eifei didn't even lift her head, for she had already prepared herself for death. Chapter 31, Resurrection. Clang! A sound like clashing iron erupted suddenly. Just as the giant rat's cold, gleaming fangs were about to bite into Xia Eifei, a demon sword radiating an eerie blue aura sliced through the air like lightning. With pinpoint accuracy, it pierced the creature's hardest, sharpest fang. The giant rat felt a tremendous force surge through its teeth straight to its skull. With a buzzing sensation, its mind felt like a swarm of bees colliding wildly, and darkness flooded its vision. It let out a muffled groan of pain, its massive body jerking backward 2 steps uncontrollably. Its pea-sized eyes instantly turned bloodshot, its vicious gaze locking onto Lingxi, sword in hand, like a poisoned blade. A low growl rumbled from its throat, saliva dripped from between its teeth, splattering the ground into tiny wet marks. Seizing this opening, Manhwa's cloud-climbing vine shot out like a serpent, swiftly enveloping the panicked Xia Eifei and the wounded Swallow Cloud Sparrow before pulling them back to safety. Xia Eifei landed, still shaken, her voice trembling as she watched Lingxi's retreating figure. Lingxi, be careful! Squeak! 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 The giant toothed rat, publicly provoked, was utterly enraged. Every hair on its gray-brown body stood on end, making it resemble a hedgehog about to explode. Suddenly, it jerked its head upward, emitting a piercing, shrill screech that pierced the eardrums, sending chills down the spines of Yitong and the others. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before the screech faded, the ground beneath their feet began to violently tremble. Sand collapsed at a visible pace, cracks spreading like a spider web. Immediately, giant rat-like creatures of varying sizes burst from underground burrows. Their eyes glowed with the same vicious red light, their sharp incisors snapping at the air. Their dense swarm quickly surrounded the trio, forming an impenetrable circle.
Holy, we're screwed.
Sun Hua was face drained of color.
Xia Yifei's slender body trembled as she murmured, "We'll be devoured down to the last bone.
I refuse to accept this." Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Ling Shi gripped her magic sword tightly, shielding Yi Tong behind her. At that moment, Sun Hua and Xia Yifei turned to Yi Tong with desperate, pleading eyes.
Old Yi, do you have any other options? Sun Hua's lips turned pale. Yes. You protect Xia Yifei. I'll handle the 9th tier supernatural giant tooth rat.
Yi Tong was confident he could defeat it, but he couldn't guarantee Sun Hua and Xia Yifei's safety after all. Both their beasts were injured.
Alright, no problem.
Better than sitting here waiting to die. Old Ji, if we make it out of this alive, from now on, you're my big brother and I'm your little brother.
Sun Hua declared solemnly. Yi Tong gave a wry smile. Why did he feel like he was getting the short end of the stick? Just then, the front row of giant-toothed rats could no longer contain themselves.
They let out shrill, snarling cries and rushed forward in a frenzy, their sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight.
Yifei, don't panic.
Though they're numerous, their strength is only around the 6th extraordinary tier.
I can still handle them. Sun Hua's Mo Yun Vine shielded Xia Yifei with one section while the others attacked the giant-toothed rats.
Meanwhile, Lingxi lifted Yi Tong into the air. With all 4 wings spread wide, she drew her magic sword. The sky instantly darkened as a black vortex appeared overhead, crackling with bolts of lightning.
Squeak! Squeak! Squeak!
Sensing the threat, the giant-toothed rat launched a preemptive strike, snapping its powerful jaws toward Lingxi. Soul Pierce. Lingxi's psychic assault sent a sharp pain through the giant rat's skull, forcing it to abandon its attack. Seeing it couldn't overcome Lingxi, the giant rat burrowed straight into the ground.
Lingxi instantly lost her target. We absolutely cannot let it escape.
Yi Tong's gaze sharpened as he scanned for the giant rat's trail.
He spotted sand mounds rising toward the ancient castle, clear evidence the creature was burrowing beneath the surface. Why must it enter the ancient castle? Could it possibly revive the shadow-poisoned scorpion?
The thought sent a chill through Yi Tong.
Lingxi, stop it.
Lingxi swung her magic sword relentlessly, sending waves of sand 3 meters high into the air. Yet the giant-toothed rat moved with astonishing speed underground, causing most of her attacks to miss their mark. As the giant rat neared the ancient castle, Yi Tong could only shout, "Sun Hua, distract it." Hearing this, Sun Hua strained every muscle, unleashing several vines that coiled around the giant-toothed rat's limbs.
Lingxi, kill her now. Yi Tong commanded coldly. Yes, master. Fallen god, judgment.
Lingxi's silver hair whipped wildly as black mist surged around her like waves. The blade of her demon sword instantly connected with the spinning black vortex in the sky, unleashing thousands of purple-black lightning bolts that surged along its edge. The next second, her wrist snapped forward, the demonic sword tracing a resolute arc of light. The sword energy, carrying the might of thunder, tore through the sky like a meteor crashing to earth. The air split with a piercing, buzzing sound. The giant rat, bound by the Mo Yun vines, had no time to dodge.
Its massive body was instantly cleaved in two.
Before the blood could spatter, it was scorched away by the lightning within the sword energy, and the two waves crashed heavily to the ground.
Phew! Lingxi exhaled deeply.
The move had taken a heavy toll on her, but thankfully, the danger had passed. The other giant-toothed rats, seeing their leader dead, scattered in panic.
Ha! I survived. Sun Hua rejoiced. Xia Yifei also flashed a rare smile. Just as everyone thought the danger had passed, the giant rat's body began to slowly reconnect. Eventually, even the sword wound vanished. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Tong and the others. Opening its gaping maw, it lunged straight at them. Master, be careful. Lingxi's face drained of color. She dove downward in a flash, thrusting her sword into the giant rat's eye. Blood spurted out, staining her clothes crimson. The giant rat let out a feral snarl and instinctively swiped at Lingxi with a claw. Lingxi had no time to dodge and was knocked several meters away. Lingxi! Yi Tong cried out in alarm, his heart clenching painfully as an unprecedented wave of panic washed over him. All or nothing. Xiaohua's cloud-climbing vine lashed out like a raging giant serpent, its tens of thousands of barbed tendrils tearing into the giant rat's thick fur. Dark green sap mixed with the beast's blood dripped from the wounds. Yet the monster merely let out an impatient growl. A flash of golden light erupted from the wounds, and flesh began healing at a visible pace. I can't fall. Lingxi's voice was as thin as a thread. For deep gashes on her chest, exposing bone, still gushed blood. Yet she gritted her teeth, forcing herself up from the pool of blood. Her blood-stained face bore only stubbornness in her clear eyes. My master is still waiting for me. Boom! A blinding crimson light erupted, staining the gray sky blood red. Lingxi's pupils were completely swallowed by crimson. Strands of disheveled hair clung to her sweat-drenched cheeks, mingled with splattered droplets of blood. Her appearance was harrowing yet resolute. She's burning her essence blood. Xia Yifei's voice trembled with terror as she stared at the crimson figure, her fingertips quivering. Yi Tong felt as if a chunk had been torn from his heart, the pain nearly suffocating him.
Yet he clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms, forcing himself to stay calm through the pain. Lingxi had risked her life for this chance, it couldn't go to waste. That desperate strike would have killed any ordinary beast, yet the giant fawn rat remains unscathed. We must find a way to counter its unnatural healing. To kill it in one strike, we must shatter its demonic core. Xia Yifei's voice was urgent yet unwavering. I understand. Yi Tong's eyes snapped open with realization. He immediately shouted to Lingxi, find its magic core and shatter it. Roger that, master. Lingxi strained every sense to locate the giant rat's magic core. Suddenly, her face lit up with delight. Found it. Chapter 32, The Mermaid Pearl. It's hidden inside your skull? Then I'll cleave it open myself. A fierce glint flashed in Lingxi's eyes. The power of her second time unleashed ultimate move surpassed even the first explosion. Dark clouds swirled overhead like churning ink, while purple gold lightning danced wildly between the gaps. Her robes billowed in the turbulent currents, strands of hair flying wildly, yet they could not obscure the icy resolve in her eyes. In that moment, she resembled a god of judgment surveying all creation, channeling the world's most murderous energy into the demonic sword in her palm. Fallen god, judgment. Her thunderous command pierced the roar of the thunder, echoing across the barren desert. The demonic sword erupted in a blinding radiance, casting a colossal sword-like shadow larger than mountains as it descended from the heavens. The sound of its blade slicing through the air tore at the eardrums, as if the very fabric of the universe itself would be cleaved apart by this strike. The giant rat sensed mortal peril, emitting a shrill screech as its massive body thrashed wildly. Yet it remained firmly anchored in place by Manhwa's sky-climbing vines. The phantom sword descended with world-shattering force, striking squarely against its hardened skull. A crisp crack echoed as the skull, harder than refined iron, shattered. Crimson blood mixed with brain matter spurted forth. Sword energy whipped up a whirlwind of yellow sand. Within the dusty haze, the giant rat's head had been cleanly cleaved in two. Its massive body crashed to the ground, the impact cracking the earth into spiderweb like fissures. Boom! The demonic core hidden deep within the skull split in two, exploding under the force of the judgment's impact. Congratulations, host, on defeating the giant-toothed rat extraordinary tier 9. Experience points plus 900. Yi Tong's vision once again flickered with the system interface visible only to him, but he paid it no mind. His greatest concern now was the toll Lingxi's burning of her essence blood would take on her body. Lingxi's body was now extremely weakened. She slowly flew toward Yi Tong and whispered, her voice barely a whisper, Master, are you okay? I'm fine. It's you. Before Yi Tong could finish, Lingxi collapsed into his arms. Ah, you've really been through so much. Yi Tong stroked Lingxi's jet-black hair, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just then, an ethereal, distant voice echoed throughout the space. 3 young men of the transcendent realm, thank you for avenging the merfolk. Here are pearls from our tribe, please accept them. May you henceforth take the world as your responsibility, and for justice and all living beings, brave fire and water. As the words faded, 3 inconspicuous decorative stones on the ancient castle's facade suddenly burst open. 3 emerald green orbs emerged, flying toward Yi Tong and his companions before settling effortlessly into their palms. Such powerful vitality. Yi Tong exclaimed in awe. Legend says mermaid pearls can not only revive fallen beast tamers but also help them break through cultivation barriers. I wonder if that's true. Manhwa examined the green pearls, trying to discern their hidden secrets. Xia Yifei nodded. It's true. My grandfather's beast once used a mermaid bee to break through to the commander rank. If that's true, then wouldn't my cloud-climbing vine break through to the transcendent realm if it absorbed a mermaid pearl? Manhwa's face lit up with excitement. Xia Yifei replied, theoretically, yes. Since the mermaid pearl is so precious, let's not go out just yet. We should refine it right here. Yi Tong suggested. Manhwa nodded. Old Ye's right. If we take this thing out, all the factions will fight over it. Better to digest it now. Agreed. Xia Yifei agreed to the decision. The 3 immediately entered the ancient castle and found a quiet spot to absorb the mermaid pearl. Yi Tong gazed at the blood-stained collar of Lingxi's robe, his heart aching as he gently pinched her cheek. Little one, wake up. It's time. Master, I'm so tired. Can't I just stay in your arms a little longer? Lingxi's pleading tone was impossible to refuse. Then rest in my arms while you absorb the mermaid pearl. Yi Tong placed the pearl in Lingxi's palm, and waves of pale green life energy slowly flowed into her body. At the same time, Commander Wei had been waiting outside for 3 days and nights without closing his eyes once, pacing anxiously. Shali cautiously spoke up, could they have perished? Hundreds of groups had perished inside before them. Don't jinx it. I handpicked all 3 of them, each with unique strengths. If they coordinate well, even a 9th-tier supernatural beast shouldn't be a problem. Chief Wei silently prayed in his heart, hoping Yi Tong and the others would successfully seal the transcendent secret realm without incident. Supernatural realm. Manhwa's cloud-piercing vine had fully absorbed the mermaid pearl. Its once slender tendrils had thickened by a full 50 centimeters, while its length surged by 400 meters.
Its attack power skyrocketed exponentially.
With a casual flick, it effortlessly pierced through a 1-meter thick wall. It's might terrifying. Suddenly, the swallow cloud sparrow let out a piercing shriek as it tilted its head upward. Its once drab gray feathers now shimmered in a dazzling pattern of black and crimson. Its body had swollen to twice its original size, especially its claws now sharp as scimitars, gleaming with a chilling, menacing light under the light.
Tun Yunjue has directly broken through to the 9th tier of transcendence.
Xia Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her face frozen in shock.
Yifei, my cloud-climbing vine has also advanced to the 9th tier of transcendence.
This misfortune has truly turned into a blessing for us, haha.
Sun Huahua laughed heartily. We owe it all to Yi Tong. If not for him, we'd be dead already. By the way, how is he doing now?
Xia Yifei scanned the area and soon spotted Yi Tong in the corner, his arms gently wrapped around Lingxi. The mermaid pearl continued to radiate a steady stream of warm, life-giving energy. Olji really is a lucky man, Sun Huahua remarked, watching the pair with envy.
What do you mean? Xia Yifei was completely baffled.
Sun Huahua gave a mysterious smile and leaned closer.
You know why everyone prefers humanoid spirit beasts? Isn't it because they're intelligent and easier to communicate with? Xia Yifei retorted instinctively.
Sun Huahua chuckled softly, lowering his voice.
That's only part of it.
Human form beast tamers also provide their hosts with emotional value.
Xia Yifei didn't catch on at first.
After a moment of blankness, she suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing slightly.
She kicked Sun Huahua hard and snapped, "You're so vulgar." Boom!
At that moment, an invisible wave of energy erupted from Yi Tong's body, radiating outward.
Lingxi's body underwent a dramatic transformation.
The bloodstains on her clothes faded silently, and her wounds healed at a visible pace. She slowly rose to her feet, radiating vibrant vitality, her entire being glowing with renewed vigor. Even more astonishing, her original 4 wings had expanded into 6. Shimmering with radiant light, she soared effortlessly into the air with a single leap.
Chapter 33, Spatial Confinement.
Yi Tong hurriedly checked her attribute information and was utterly stunned.
Beast Master, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary 3-star. Rank, Commander Tier 1. Speed, 17,000. Attack, 17,000. Mental Power, 18,000. Domain, Spatial Confinement. Innate Divine Abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess. Cultivation Plan, 10,000-year Spirit Milk, Dragon Marrow Elixir, Sacred Crystal Stone. It actually developed a domain. Yi Tong couldn't hide her delight, letting out a laugh. Spatial Confinement.
Lingxi snapped coldly.
Everything within the ancient castle froze in that instant. Even Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua's beasts of burden couldn't move an inch. Compared to the situation, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter.
Lingxi, stop playing around.
Yi Tong chuckled. Yes, master.
Lingxi slowly flew to Yi Tong's side, her face beaming with delight. If we take on both the hidden venom scorpion and the giant tooth rat at once this time, I can take them down instantly.
Whoosh! Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua's beasts were both startled. Is this what a commander-level beast is like? Terrifying.
Sun Huahua stared in disbelief.
Xia Yifei also struggled to believe it.
Superior tier and commander tier are worlds apart. He didn't even need to use skills, just his domain alone crushed the superior tier beast. I heard Yi Tong is a college entrance exam candidate like us.
Wonder which university he got into? I'll go ask. Sun Huahua called out, Hey Yi, which university got you in? Mingzhi University. Yi Tong walked over to Sun Huahua with a smile. What about you guys? Us too. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei chuckled.
Sun Huahua looked curiously at them. I heard Singnan produced a genius in the college entrance exam, scored over 700,000 points.
That's insane. Do you know him?
The highest score in our Xingbei region was only around 30,000 points.
I have no idea how that kid pulled it off. He's more beastly than beasts, more animalistic than animals.
Sun Huahua's competitive spirit flared. Olji, I scored over 9,000 on my college entrance exam.
Yifei got a bit lower than me. What about you? Hold on, let me guess. Over 10,000 points, right? Xia Yifei chuckled, you're underestimating him.
Based on Yi Tong's abilities, he'd easily score over 20,000 points at the very least.
Close enough.
Yi Tong smiled faintly.
This only fueled Sun Huahua's curiosity further. He tugged at Yi Tong insistently, come on, just tell me what was your actual score.
Yi Tong sighed helplessly.
My master scored over 700,000 points. Lingxi beamed with pride. Ha! At this revelation, Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei's eyes widened so wide their mouths could fit an egg.
So you're that peerless genius. My eyes were blind.
Old Ji, please forgive my earlier rudeness.
Sun Huahua immediately adopted a polite tone.
Xia Yifei couldn't help but feel ashamed.
In Sangbei, she had considered herself a genius, but seeing Yi Tong made her realize she was nothing.
I'm not that petty. Alright, we should head out now. Alright. Let's go then. Commander Wei must be waiting impatiently outside. Yi Tong and the others headed toward the exit. With the dark hidden scorpion and giant tooth rat slain, the fissure sealed itself.
Now only low-level beasts remained in this area, which the military would soon designate as a training ground.
They're coming out.
Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly. Seeing them emerge, Commander Wei exclaimed with both surprise and delight, "Ha!
I knew you'd be fine. Hungry? Come on, I'm treating you to a feast today." Yi Tong and the others didn't refuse.
These past 3 days had been exhausting. Over dinner, they recounted everything that had happened inside, even mentioning the mermaid pearls without holding back. After all, they had been absorbed.
You're sharp.
If you'd brought that mermaid pearl out, even I, as your commander, would have had to find a way to buy it back from you.
Commander Wei's face betrayed genuine envy.
Mermaid pearls were rare treasures once absorbed, their benefits lasted a lifetime. Hearing this, Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei couldn't help but glance at Yi Tong.
If not for her, they wouldn't have brought them out at all. Your performance this time was outstanding. I decided to confer the rank of Major on Yi Tong and the rank of Lieutenant on Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua. When you enroll in Mingzhi Academy, these ranks will be officially recorded, granting you certain privileges.
Commander Wei's decision to grant the rank of Major was based on multiple considerations. First, her outstanding performance in the supernatural secret realm. Second, her status as the top student in the Tsangnan District College entrance exams. And third, her combat prowess reaching the commander level.
Thank you, Commander. Xia Yifei and Sun Huahua beamed with excitement. Yi Tong smiled and asked, Commander, what about my dragon marrow elixir and sacred crystal stone? Got them, got them. I brought them all. Xiao Li.
Commander Wei called out, and Xiao Li promptly retrieved 2 boxes, handing them to Yi Tong.
Thank you, Commander.
With these 2 items in hand, Yi Tong now only needed the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. After lunch, he visited his sister Yi Xian before heading home. Meanwhile, Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei, having made the rare trip to Tsangnan, planned to visit Qingzhou City.
Meanwhile, Lei Family Manor.
The air was filled with the clamor of gongs and drums. Luxury cars lined the streets, and crowds filled the area. Every prominent figure in Qingzhou City had gathered.
Today was Lei Chang's wedding day. Originally, Lei Chong had intended to treat Su Feishuan merely as a plaything.
Yet the thought that she would willingly sacrifice her life for Yi Tong filled him with a surge of savage fury, compelling him to plan a brutal assault upon her.
Lei Xiaotian wore a broad smile. Today marked both Lei Chang's coming-of-age ceremony and his wedding, a double celebration indeed. If Su Feishuan could conceive tonight, that would be even better. Congratulations. Xiaotian, you must be desperate for grandchildren. Your son's barely an adult and you're already marrying him off. Ha ha.
Marrying early means this father can rest easy.
Facing everyone's teasing questions, Lei Xiaotian answered without hesitation.
In this era filled with daily dangers, the more descendants the Lei family produced, the better. Besides, his son wouldn't be marrying just one wife in his lifetime.
Feishuan, don't blame your father. I had no choice.
The Lei family threatened us with the lives of over 50 members of the Su clan. If you must blame anyone, blame my own incompetence. Su Xiong, Su Feishuan's father, watched his daughter's heartbreak with a pain so sharp it felt like knives twisting in his own chest.
My daughter, I'm so sorry for what you've endured. Su Feishuan's mother, Zhou Pinru, wept uncontrollably. What else could Su Feishuan say? Reluctantly, she climbed into the wedding car. She had believed that achieving good grades would free her from the fate of marriage, yet it proved futile. After crying for a day and night, she finally bowed to reality. Chapter 34, The Wedding Hijack. Is there some grand celebration today? Yi Tong was buying tonics for Lingxi at the Beast Tamer's shop when she noticed the festive decorations inside and asked. The staff member smiled and replied, Today is young Master Lei's wedding day. Not only is our shop celebrating, but the entire city is in a festive mood. With whom? Yi Tong inquired. The staff member chuckled, Su Feishuan, the young beauty from the Su family. You've met her, the one who's always so generous with her spending. Horror.
Yi Tong remembered Su Feishuan vividly. After all, she'd nearly sacrificed her life for him.
So it's mutual?
Facing Yi Tong's inquiry, the staff member shot a wary glance around before pulling him aside and whispering, Truth is, that girl never wanted to marry Lei Chong. But the Lei family wields immense power in Qingzhou City, so the Su family had no choice but to compromise. I heard from insiders that during a drinking session, young Master Lei claimed he married Su Feishuan to get back at someone named Yi Tong. Hearing this, Yi Tong's expression turned cold.
He immediately rushed to the Lei family residence. If this was true, he couldn't stand idly by.
At that moment, Lei Chong, dressed in a suit, was walking down the aisle with Su Feishuan, her eyes red-rimmed, as they performed the wedding ceremony.
The successful figures below the stage praised them. What a perfect match.
I hear the bride is exceptionally gifted too. She awakened to 9th tier power at such a young age. Well, she is Su Xiong's daughter.
Of course she's outstanding. Before long, Yi Tong arrived at the wedding venue.
He found a spot to sit down and watched Su Feishuan's heartbroken expression, feeling deeply troubled himself. After all, she was his very first student.
On stage, the officiant asked Lei Chong, "Do you promise to love Miss Su for the rest of your life?" "I do." Lei Chong wore a playful expression. The host then asked Su Feishuan, "Do you promise to love Mr. Lei for the rest of your life?" Su Feishuan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this insincere question.
She remained silent. The crowd began to murmur. Seeing this, Lei Xiaotian walked over to Su Feishuan with a dark expression and whispered, "If you don't want your entire family to die, you'd better obey me."
A murderous aura enveloped Su Feishuan.
She knew Lei Xiaotian was capable of his threats.
"I do."
The moment the words left her lips, applause erupted from the crowd.
At that moment, the host smiled and said, "Since both of you are willing, why not have the newlyweds share a kiss?" The entire hall erupted in unison, "Kiss! Kiss!" Lei Chong spotted Yi Tong below and deliberately glared at her.
Then, grabbing Su Feishuan's head, he moved to force a kiss upon her.
Su Feishuan instinctively shoved Lei Chong away.
Furious and humiliated, Lei Chong was about to explode when his father shot him a warning glance, signaling him to mind his manners.
"Perhaps I was too rough. My wife doesn't like it."
Suppressing his anger, Lei Chong forced a light-hearted smile, giving Su Feishuan a second chance. Su Feishuan kept her head bowed, her fingernails digging into her flesh. She felt sickened and couldn't accept it. "Honey, I'm coming in." Lei Chong deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring Yi Tong could see everything yet remained powerless to intervene. For her family, Su Feishuan slowly raised her head. But when she saw Yi Tong below, she pushed Lei Chong away violently once more, without knowing why. This time, Lei Chong could no longer contain his rage. He raised his hand, ready to slap Su Feishuan across the face.
"Young Master Lei, if she refuses, are you going to force yourself on her?"
Yi Tong sipped his fine wine, his voice calm and measured. With those words, Yi Tong instantly became the center of attention.
"Who is this kid? Never seen him before. He's the top college entrance exam scorer from Sunnan Military District. His name is Yi Tong.
I heard young Master Lei even bought his enchanting demon from him.
But what's he doing here? Judging by his tone, he's probably here to steal the bride. Daring to snatch Lei Xiao Meiyao's bride? Even a top college entrance exam scorer won't get away with that."
The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Yi Tong remained utterly composed.
Lei Xiaotian and Lei Yun wore amused expressions. Did he come to disrupt the wedding? Let him make a scene.
Then, the Lei family could use this opportunity to eliminate Yi Tong, and the authorities wouldn't be able to say a thing.
"You finally spoke. I thought you were mute." Lei Chong sneered. "What? Have you got a crush on my wife? If you want her, just say so. I'm not stingy, you know. So you think I'd just hand her over?"
Yi Tong smiled faintly.
Lei Chong feigned generosity. "Of course. All right then, Feishuan. Young Master Lei has spoken. You're coming with me."
Yi Tong then bowed to Lei Chong.
"Young Master Lei truly is magnanimous, even willing to part with his own wife. My thanks. I'll treat you to dinner another day."
With that, he beckoned to Su Feishuan and urged, "Come on, let's go."
Su Feishuan approached Yi Tong, trembling with fear. Lei Chong clenched his teeth in fury.
He hadn't expected Yi Tong to be so brazen.
"Yi Tong, you have some nerve. Stealing someone on the Lei family's turf? Don't you want to live anymore?"
At that moment, Lei Yun strode toward Yi Tong.
Accompanying his threat, Lei family enforcers riding beast riders instantly surrounded Yi Tong. "Isn't this my defeated foe, Lei Yun? What's this? You're not satisfied?
Summon your beast, the earth-splitting dragon.
Let's settle this one-on-one."
After speaking, Yi Tong suddenly feigned remembrance and hurriedly added, "Oh, I forgot your earth-splitting dragon was cleaved in two by my beast spirit, Lingxi." The remark instantly caused an uproar.
Everyone knew Lei Yun was a squad leader in the Sunnan Military District, and his earth-splitting dragon possessed extraordinary 7th-tier strength, a formidable presence even in Qingzhou City. Who would have thought it could be slain by a college entrance exam candidate like Yi Tong? Whether it was true or not remained unclear. Lei Yun's face darkened, his knuckles cracking audibly as he clenched his fists.
Seeing this, the crowd thought to themselves, it seems Yi Tong wasn't lying. Otherwise, given Lei Yun's temper, he would have brought the earth-splitting dragon here already. Oh, I forgot to mention Su Feishuan is my student. So if any of you plan to bully her or force her into doing something against her will, you'd better ask me first. Yi Tong's tone was forceful, brooking no argument. Su Feishuan, standing nearby, looked at Yi Tong, her heart brimming with emotion. Lingxi pursed her lips, a hint of displeasure visible.
Yes, she was jealous. "And you think you can handle us?" Lei Yun couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really think my Lei family can't handle you? Then step outside. I'll fight you one-on-one." With that, Lei Chong stormed outside, followed by the furious Mei Yu. Lately, he'd bought Mei Yao quite a few rare treasures. She'd now reached the second tier of transcendence. Passing by Yi Tong, Mei Yu shot a meaningful glance at both Yi Tong and Lingxi. She realized Lingxi's strength was something she couldn't fathom at all. She was deeply curious. What kind of magic did Ji Tong possess? How could a penniless youth cultivate a fallen angel, wounded by the Tao itself, into such an exceptional being? Chapter 35, Conflict. On the stage. Lei Chung pointed at Yi Tong and bellowed, "Come on up and fight if you've got the guts." Maya's strength had surged dramatically over the past few days, boosting his confidence immensely. What's the point of just fighting? No stakes involved? Yi Tong said indifferently. Without hesitation, Lei Chung declared, 50 million star coins. Today is my younger brother's joyous occasion. It's not appropriate to fight. Xiao Chong, come down immediately. Lei Yun looked utterly embarrassed. Yi Tong's strength was above the 7th extraordinary tier, and he had never dared tell Xiao Chong, fearing it would hurt his pride. Lei Chung persisted stubbornly, "Brother, what are you afraid of? That brat got you discharged. I'll kill him if I have to. I already cut down your brother's earth-splitting dragon. What makes you think I'd hesitate over a mere extraordinary tier 1? Get down from there before you make a complete fool of yourself." Ling Shi couldn't bear to watch any longer. She had no idea where Lei Chung got his confidence from. Impossible. My brother's earth-splitting dragon was a 4th-tier supernatural powerhouse, a top-tier force in all of Qingzhou City. How could you? Lei Chung snorted coldly. Since childhood, Lei Yun had been his role model. Hearing this, Lei Yun wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Lei Xiaotian's face darkened as he scolded, "Xiao Chong, come down immediately." Lei Chung protested urgently, "Brother, say something." "What's there to say?" Lei Yun looked utterly speechless. Lei Chung suddenly sensed something was amiss and pressed, "Brother, did Ji Tong really kill the earth-splitting dragon?" With so many people present, Lei Yun felt his head spinning. As a squad leader in the military district, losing to a high school student was already disgraceful enough. Admitting defeat would mean the Lei family could never hold their heads high in Qingzhou City again. Seeing this, everyone else understood the truth. If Lei Yun's earth-splitting dragon hadn't been killed, why wouldn't he refute it? Clearly, Lei Chung had hit the nail on the head. "Chonger, today is your joyous occasion. Why are you fighting? Come down at once." Lei Xiaotian barked. Lei Chung instantly understood. He felt drained of all his energy, as if every ounce of his spirit had been sucked out. He never imagined Yi Tong had grown this powerful. Seeing this, Lei Xiaotian patted Lei Chung on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't lose heart. Our Lei family possesses countless rare treasures. You will surpass him sooner or later." "MHM." Lei Chung nodded solemnly, clearly still reeling from the blow. Yi Tong gave a faint smile, parted the crowd, and prepared to leave with Su Feishuan. At that moment, Lei Xiaotian roared, "Stop! Think you can just walk away? What do you take my Lei family for? You disrupted my son's wedding today. Even if you're the top scholar in the college entrance exam, you'll pay the price." "What price? Care to elaborate?" Yi Tong's expression was amused. "Leave one hand behind, and I'll let you go." Lei Xiaotian spoke casually, as if crippling Yi Tong's hand were some great favor. "Old man, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Tong snapped coldly. Setting aside their combat prowess, he was still a major in the Tsangnan military district. What kind of merchant dared to lay a finger on him? Su Feishuan tugged at Yi Tong's arm. "Teacher Yi, I'm already so happy you came. You can't take on the Lei family. You should leave quickly." "It's fine. With me here, the Lei family won't dare harm you," Yi Tong said calmly. "Guards." At Lei Xiaotian's command, over a dozen enforcers surrounded Yi Tong. Their beast tamers were all at the transcendent realm. "You disrupted my son's wedding. Not even the heavens themselves could save you today." Lei Xiaotian waved his hand, and over a dozen thugs surged forward. Ling Shi suddenly stepped forward, poised to unleash a killing spree, when a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Let's see who dares touch old Ji." Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei stormed over to stand beside Yi Tong. "What brings you here?" Yi Tong asked curiously. Sun Huahua replied irritably, "We just passed by this Lei residence and heard people talking about you. I thought it was your wedding day, so I came in hoping to share in the celebration. But then I saw them about to beat you up. Given our relationship, I couldn't just stand by and watch." Seeing Sun Huahua's goofy expression, Xia Yifei couldn't help but laugh. She had changed into a new outfit today, appearing both innocent and alluring. Combined with her stunning figure and fair, delicate complexion, she captivated a crowd of men. As Yi Tong would say, Xia Yifei was the little dragon girl of their world. Lei Chang's eyes lit up with lustful intent towards Xia Yifei. He barked orders to his henchmen beside him, "Take them all down, especially her." No sooner had the words left his mouth than over a dozen men lunged at Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei. "Get lost! How dare you!" The spirit beasts behind Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei released an invisible aura of pressure, forcing all the spirit beasts present to lower their heads in submission. 9th tier transcendent. The crowd sucked in a collective breath. Such power at such a young age, which prestigious clan scion was this? Is being at the 9th tier of transcendence so impressive? Lei Xiaotian's voice rang out coldly. His beast companion, the azure Shin bird, let out a piercing cry, and the oppressive aura that had weighed down the crowd vanished instantly. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei instinctively took several steps back. Commander level. The Lei family truly lives up to its reputation as a major clan in Qingzhou City. Yi Tong sneered dismissively before checking that Sanchuan Bird's attribute information. Beast, Sanchuan Bird. Talent, Epic Tier, 8 star. Level, Commander Tier 2. Speed, 16,000. Attack, 15,000. Mental Power, 14,000. Domain, Absolute Gravity. Innate Divine Abilities, Sky-Splitting Cloud-Piercing Strike, Feathered Blade Scatter, Sonic Wave Interference. Though he was a second-tier commander, his stats were even lower than Ling Shigao's. That put his mind at ease. Lei Xiaotian turned to Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei, his voice cold. This doesn't concern you. Mind your own business. He sensed their backgrounds were no ordinary matter and advised them to leave. Otherwise, given his temperament, anyone connected to Yiton would be crippled. Olji is my friend. I'm sticking around today. Me too. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei radiated a fighting spirit. Having shared life and death experiences in the secret realm, their bond transcended ordinary friendship. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. As a commander-level beastmaster, Lei Xiaotian's mere aura suffocated the swallow cloud sparrow and the cloud-devouring vine, leaving them gasping for breath. Lei Chong strode smugly towards Xia Yifei, intending to make a pass at her. But the moment he reached out, a sharp slap sent him crashing to the ground. It was Yi Tong. True, my cultivation falls far short of yours. But don't forget this is the Lei family estate. Here, even tigers must lie low, and dragons must coil. Lei Chong had come to terms with it. If he couldn't catch up, then why bother? His family held power and influence. Wasn't being a spoiled rich kid good enough? Why suffer through school? He turned to his father. Father, avenge me. Do you truly believe the Lei family is without men? Lei Xiaotian's voice dripped with murderous intent, channeling the full weight of his Sanchuan Bird's aura onto Yi Tong. A normal transcendent realm cultivator would have fallen to their knees by now. Yet Yi Tong stood as if nothing had happened. Just as Lei Xiaotian was puzzled, he suddenly realized his own body was frozen in place, even that Sanchuan Bird stood motionless, as rigid as stone. It's spatial confinement. He's a commander-level cultivator. Lei Yun trembled in fear. How could Yi Tong's cultivation have advanced so much in just a few days? Commander level? Lei Chang's face was etched with disbelief. Mei Yao had already fainted from crying. Yes, she regretted it. If she had insisted on following Yi Tong back then, standing before him today wouldn't be the fallen angel, but herself. Chapter 36, Back to School. Smack! Yi Tong strode up to Lei Xiaotian, turned her hand, and slapped him hard across the face. This first slap is for me, she said coldly. Smack! Another slap. This second slap is for my teacher. Smack! These 3 slaps are for Su Feishuan. Smack! 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 These 4 slaps are for my own vengeance. Witnessing this scene, the crowd held their breath in terror. They dared not provoke a commander-level expert. Lei Xiaotian's face was swollen like a pig's head from the blows, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His eyes blazed with fury, yearning to kill Yi Tong, yet his entire body was immobilized. Today, I'm taking Su Feishuan away. If the Lei family dares to trouble her family, I, Yi Tong, will annihilate your Lei family. Do you hear me? Yi Tong's roar sent a crushing pressure bearing down on Lei Xiaotian like a mountain collapsing. Thud! Lei Xiaotian collapsed straight to his knees. Yi Tong snorted coldly, then turned and walked away with Su Feishuan. Sun Huahua and Xia Yifei followed closely behind. Only after they had disappeared into the distance did Lei Xiaotian slowly rise. His eyes bulged with fury as he overturned the table, roaring, Yi Tong, I'll make you wish you were dead. Seeing this, the guests in the hall departed in a huff. Dad! Lei Chong and Lei Yun called out, trembling with fear. Xiao Chong, Xiao Yun, remember today's humiliation. Lei Xiaotian's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Don't worry, Dad. We won't let Yi Tong off easy. Lei Chong and Lei Yun's faces darkened with malice. Yi Tong, do you truly believe the Lei family's resources are so limited? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Lei Xiaotian's mouth. He looked at Lei Chong and Lei Yun, his tone solemn. At this point, it's time for you to return to the family. What do you mean? From his tone, Lei Yun and Lei Chong understood the Lei family was a formidable clan. Lei Xiaotian sighed. Back then, your grandfather said I couldn't accomplish anything outside the Lei family. I refused to accept that, so I resolved to leave home and make my way in the world. Though I built a successful career now, I never stop longing to return. After Yi Tong caused such a scene, Qingzhou City is no place for us to stay now. We've lost all face. I need to pull myself together. Lei Yun and Lei Chong wore expressions of deep melancholy. Lei Xiaotian patted Lei Chang's shoulder and said earnestly, Son, don't think about jumping on every woman you see. Once you're strong enough, you'll have your pick of any woman you want. Dad, I'll remember that. Lei Chong nodded firmly, his eyes set on the path ahead. Alright, now go buy a few gifts for your grandfather. We're heading to Jinling City tomorrow. Oh, and your grandfather enjoys a little drink. Lei Xiaotian instructed. Lei Yun and Lei Chong were overjoyed.
They never imagined the renowned head of the Lei family in Jinling City was their own grandfather.
With this powerful backing, they would receive far more guidance.
Their cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds.
Yi Tong, just you wait. I'll make you pay for every drop of blood you've spilled. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and the others were having lunch together. Teacher Yi, thank you. Su Feishuan looked genuinely sincere. You're welcome. You're my first student, and I won't let anyone bully you.
Yi Tong suddenly imagined taking on a whole bunch of disciples someday, with students scattered far and wide. That would be pretty satisfying.
Su Feishuan smiled without responding. She certainly didn't want to be Yi Tong's student.
That's why, when applying to schools, she chose one right next to Mingzhi Academy so she could see Yi Tong every day.
Old Ji, you two will be our guides for this trip. We've finally gotten away from home, we need to relax properly.
Manhwa had been cooped up at home studying non-stop, practically going stir-crazy.
Before Yi Tong could respond, Su Feishuan chimed in cheerfully, sounds great. Let's go explore Jiuli Mountain, it's absolutely gorgeous. Then let's head there after dinner and stay overnight. All right.
Yi Tong hadn't gotten a word in edgewise before they'd already decided on the destination.
Xiaohuahua turned to Yi Tong and asked, Old Ji, what do you think? Sounds good. It really is a nice place. Yi Tong smiled. Happy times are always fleeting.
Soon, it was time for university to start.
Su Feishuan enrolled at neighboring Mingda University. Though differing by just one character from Mingzhi University, their educational resources were worlds apart. Mingda was privately run, merely riding on Mingzhi's coattails. Yi Tong, Manhwa, and Xia Yifei walked into Mingzhi University.
After completing enrollment procedures, Yi Tong and Manhwa were assigned to the same dorm room.
Manhwa looked mortified. Whoever assigned these rooms is an idiot. Can't they see? Old Ji, you go talk to them. How is Lingxi supposed to handle this as a girl? All right.
Yi Tong approached the teacher to explain.
The overweight, bespectacled woman responded with a nasty attitude, you think you're special? If you want to stay, stay. If not, tough luck. My Mingzhi Academy doesn't need you. Hearing this, Yi Tong's temper flared. My beast is a humanoid beast. Are you blind? So what if it's humanoid? You don't actually plan to do something with her, do you?
The plump teacher wore a look of utter contempt. At this remark, the surrounding students burst into laughter.
Who knows? A man and a woman alone in a room together? Anything could happen. Maybe they'll have a kid before graduation. Hey, buddy, why not rent out your beast?
1,000,000 star coins a day.
Over 3 years, you'd be the richest person in the world. Ha ha.
The onlookers grew more animated with each passing moment, their remarks becoming increasingly vulgar.
This enraged Yi Tong, who snapped, what's so funny? All of you, get lost. Seeing Yi Tong's anger, most wisely backed off. But one stubborn fool stepped forward, what's the big deal, bro? It's just a humanoid beast. Can't we have a little fun with it?
The speaker was Zhang Yong. Beside him stood a massive black wolf, its imposing presence radiating sheer dominance.
A few henchmen trailed behind him, the classic type who lorded over others daily. People like this were everywhere. Get lost. Yi Tong's voice was icy. You think you can snub me? You're asking for trouble, kid. Zhang Yong threatened. Yi Tong turned to the plump female teacher beside him and demanded, aren't you going to do anything about this? Ha! Scared? Now you're begging the teacher for help? Are you in elementary school? Zhang Yong knew the plump female teacher was just a temporary worker, so he wasn't afraid. The plump female teacher shot Yi Tong a dismissive glance, unwilling to engage. Seeing this, Yi Tong coldly snapped, since you won't intervene, this makes things easier. Lingxi, teach them a lesson they won't forget. Chapter 37, Enrollment. Boom! Lingxi's gaze sharpened, and an invisible aura of pressure enveloped Zhang Yong and the others.
Suddenly, they found themselves unable to move, frozen in place like wooden statues.
Yes, Lingxi had activated her domain.
Against this group of mere transcendent realm cultivators, she could crush them effortlessly.
You're pretty cocky, aren't you? Yi Tong stepped before Zhang Yong, delivering a backhand slap before kicking him flying backward. At that moment, the plump female teacher scolded, fighting is not allowed on school grounds. Shut your filthy mouth. Yi Tong snapped coldly. Hearing this, the plump female teacher flew into a rage. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? You have no respect for your elders. Do you want to be expelled? So what? You want to expel me? Yi Tong sneered coldly. The plump female teacher frowned. Considering your age, just apologize to them and this matter will be settled. Just then, Manhwa walked over. Glancing at the scene, he quickly whispered in Yi Tong's ear, Olji, just let it go. She is your teacher after all. Not everyone deserves to be called a teacher. Yi Tong snorted coldly, striding toward the group who had just hurled filthy insults. As she slapped each one across the face, she declared, today, I'll teach you a lesson your parents never could. Smack! 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 He mercilessly slapped each of them several times across the face.
Some bled from the corners of their mouths, while others even lost teeth. Seeing this, the plump female teacher beside them erupted in fury.
You dare hit someone right in front of me? Looks like you don't want to attend the school anymore.
She immediately called the admissions office director, Yen Jidong, and ordered, "I've got a troublemaker causing a fight at the dorm entrance.
Get over here and handle this." With that, she hung up the phone. This is bad news. Manhwa University has a strict disciplinary policy. Anyone caught fighting off campus gets expelled immediately.
Manhwa was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. After Yitong finished her beating, Zhang Yong and the others immediately let out agonized screams.
Their eyes burned with hatred as they glared at Yitong and demanded coldly, "Why couldn't we move just now? What kind of magic did you use on us? If you've got the guts, fight fair. No dirty tricks. He's not even a supernatural tier."
One of them pointed at Yitong, his voice trembling.
Zhang Yong retorted impatiently, "Of course I know he's not transcendent tier, just awakened tier.
But honestly, if an awakened tier scares you this much, you're not worth my time.
You're an embarrassment." No, that's not it. The man stammered, "He's a commander level."
Only then did the others realize, he immobilized us using a commander tier exclusive skill domain.
How is that possible? He's so young.
Disbelief spread across their faces, yet the undeniable reality forced them to accept it and to acknowledge his power.
A commander must not be disrespected. That was the rule at Manhwa Academy. We're sorry, classmate. That was our mistake. Many immediately began apologizing.
A commander-level figure regardless of future achievements was far beyond anyone present could afford to provoke. Seeing this, the plump female teacher beside them sneered, "So what if you're a commander? This is a school, not a place for you to run wild."
Well said.
According to Manhwa Academy's rules, if you don't receive our forgiveness, you'll have to withdraw from school. Zhang Yang's voice trembled slightly, but with so many underlings present, he couldn't afford to lose face or show weakness.
Just then, someone shouted, "Director Yen is here."
Zhang Yang perked up instantly, straightening his back and sneering arrogantly, "You're finished, kid.
Director Yen oversees admissions. If he tells you to leave, you leave."
Seeing how hard you work to get into Manhwa University, just bow your head and apologize properly. I'll pretend this never happened. The plump female teacher's tone made it sound like she was bestowing some great favor upon Yitong.
Yitong couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Plenty of universities want me. If I leave now, your Director Yen might just be sorry to see me go."
At this remark, everyone burst into laughter.
Are you kidding? Do you know what Manhwa College has in abundance? Students. The moment you leave, there's a line of people waiting to take your spot. You really think you're so special? Wait till Director Yen shows up. I wonder if you'll still be so cocky then.
No sooner had the plump female teacher finished speaking than someone called out, "Director Yen is here."
Everyone turned to look.
Yen Jixiang strode over in a crisp suit, his expression stern.
He barked, "Fighting on your first day? Are you trying to get expelled?"
Manhwa immediately stepped in front of Yitong and explained, "Director Yen, they started it."
Are you blind? Can't you see the injuries on our faces? Zhang Yong cursed viciously. The plump female teacher added, "What are you hiding behind your friend for? What, you dare hit people but won't own up to it? Hua, move aside." Yitong pushed Manhwa aside.
The plump female teacher snapped coldly, "Let me make this clear, if you don't apologize to them today, I'll expel you."
Yitong.
Yen Jidong immediately dropped his stern expression and spoke politely, "There are just too many students.
I got so busy I completely forgot.
You should have called me when you arrived, kid." Seeing this, the plump female teacher felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could sink into a hole.
Yitong gave a faint smile. With expulsion hanging over my head, how could I possibly dare to call Director Yen? At this remark, Yen Jidong turned to the plump female teacher and snapped, "Who gave you the authority to expel a student? Go write a 5,000-word self-criticism and hand it in." Yes, sir." The plump female teacher hurriedly left.
Zhang Yang and the others dared not linger either. Taking advantage of the moment Yitong was speaking with Yen Jidong, they took off running.
Yen Jidong smiled. "Yitong, whatever you need, just ask. I'd like a suite." Yitong and Lingxi would be sharing the room, and a cramped space would be extremely inconvenient. A suite? Manhwa's eyes widened.
Such a demanding request was bound to be rejected by the teacher.
But the next second, Yen Jidong replied without hesitation, "No problem. Any other requests?" "Nothing for now." Yitong replied indifferently. "Then if you have any other requests in the future, just let me know." Yen Jidong spoke as if afraid Yitong might slip away. "All right." Yitong smiled.
"I'll be off to attend to my duties. Oh, and make sure you perform well in tomorrow's military training. There will be generous rewards."
With that, Yen Jidong left.
Manhwa looked utterly shocked. "Olji, I never would have guessed you had such powerful connections."
"What background do I have?"
Yitong replied with a wry smile.
The next day, military training commenced.
Freshmen wore combat uniforms, followed by a variety of tamed beasts: plant type, insect type, flying type, marine type, and more.
Yi Tong glanced around and couldn't help but marvel. Truly a prestigious institution, most students possess strength at the 8th awakening stage or higher.
Back in Qingzhou City, these would be elite performers, yet here, they were merely the bottom of the barrel.
Chapter 38, The Thousand-Legged Centipede.
They arrived at the training ground. Everyone formed square formations according to their classes. Yi Tong scanned the group, 50 people total, 20 of whom were girls. To his surprise, the group of loudmouths from yesterday were in his class too.
Talk about running into the wrong crowd.
Zhang Yong dared not even lift his gaze toward Yi Tong. He'd once dreamed of dominating this class, but now it seemed impossible he'd be relegated to playing second fiddle. At that moment, the drill instructor bellowed with imposing authority, "Since this is military training, I will subject you to rigorous discipline. While your Beastmaster rank matters, your personal combat prowess cannot be overlooked. Therefore, I will now initiate a grueling training regimen."
Is that understood, everyone? Got it. The entire class shouted in unison.
What followed was brutal training for Yi Tong, lasting from dawn until 5 in the afternoon. There was no break except for meals. His entire body ached, and all he wanted was to lie down and rest. Lingxi sat beside him, kneading his legs and massaging his shoulders, a sight that made others green with envy. That kid's living the high life, getting a humanoid beast as his contract beast.
Yeah, and he's so damn good looking too. Staying together tonight? I bet they'll get busy. Beasts are born to serve their masters. How about this? I'll pay to rent his beast for everyone to enjoy. Would he even let us? If he won't, we'll take it by force. What's there to fear? Let's go.
The speaker was Lu Chuang, who had become the class leader just one day after enrollment. As he rose, 5 other boys stood up behind him. They stormed up to Yi Tong, leering at Lingxi with lustful eyes.
Bro, how much? We wanna rent her.
Yi Tong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and menacing.
If you don't want to die, get lost. Everyone heard that, right? This kid insulted me first. Lu Chuang sneered coldly. Kid, you tell us how we should handle this. What do you want? Lingxi snapped angrily. Heh, either you keep me company for a few days, or I'll beat him up. Lu Chuang stared at Lingxi, practically drooling. She hadn't played with a human-shaped beast tamer yet. Seriously, I just don't get it. Can't you even control what's down there? What kind of men are you? Might as well just be beasts.
Yi Tong rolled her eyes.
Yesterday she encountered a provocateur, and now this? Seems he'd been too low-key.
Just as he prepared to make an example of Lu Chuang, Zhang Yong suddenly pushed him flying with the help of yesterday's henchman.
You little punk looking for trouble? Daring to bully my big brother?
Zhang Yong clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment, while the Beastmaster Thunder Leopard behind him bared its teeth.
Yi Tong froze. When had he become anyone's big brother? Just a second-tier transcendent? Who's afraid of who?
Pushed aside, Lu Chuang flew into a rage. Behind him, his beast companion, the thousand-legged centipede, abruptly rose to its feet, towering over 5 meters tall. Seeing this, Zhang Yong showed no sign of backing down.
With a commander-level beast standing behind him, what did he have to fear?
The two stood ready to fight, swords drawn and crossbows cocked. Just then, the instructor strode over.
After glancing at them, he barked, "Want to fight? Then get on the stage." The loser apologizes publicly in front of everyone. Fine. I doubt he'll dare. Lu Chuang retorted coldly. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Yang glanced at Yi Tong. Bro, I'm going up first.
Yi Tong gave a faint smile but said nothing. This guy really was a sly fox, using him as a shield. But then again, after yesterday's events, the kid had quickly come to respect him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to reach out first.
Upon reaching the platform,
Zhang Yong immediately commanded the Thunder Leopard to attack, its speed reaching its peak. Like a bolt of lightning, it circled around the thousand-legged centipede. Lu Chuang smiled faintly, centipede tail strike. The centipede swept its tail horizontally, generating a shockwave radiating outward from its body.
Song Leibao couldn't get close and was struck by the centipede's tail on his thigh. Sharp as a blade, it sliced open a 10-centimeter gash.
Seeing this, Zhang Yongqi shouted, "Use wind-splitting pounce."
Kill it.
Receiving the command, the Azure Thunder Leopard shifted its form, leaving only afterimages behind. Seizing the centipede's paws between swipes, it leapt forward, its sharp claws gripping the creature's back and tearing it viciously downward.
Roar!
The centipede roared in agony, whirling to devour the Thunderbolt Leopard whole. But the Azure Thunder Leopard was incredibly agile. It leapt violently, dodging the attack. The centipede, its attack missed, flew into a rage.
Seeing this, Lu Chuang sneered coldly, "You think your Thunder Leopard is fast? What a joke! Do you really think my centipede grew all those legs for nothing?"
Hearing this, Zhang Yong frowned and urgently warned the Azure Thunder Leopard to be cautious. The next instant, the thousand-legged centipede's crawling speed surged. Its body was long enough, and with hundreds of densely packed claws, its attack range was enormous. Though the thunder leopard dodged the centipede's deadly strikes several times, its body was already covered in wounds from the tiny claws. Zhang Yong was burning with anxiety. This fight was impossible.
Still not conceding defeat? Lu Chuan watched Zhang Yong with a look of amusement.
Zhang Yong gritted his teeth, glancing back at Yi Tong. Seeing her impassive expression, he steeled himself and declared, "Don't count me out until the very end. Little leopard, unleash shadow assault, throat lock, heart pierce." The moment the words left his mouth, the azure thunder leopard launched its attack. It shifted its form repeatedly to confuse the thousand-legged centipede, then struck with a sudden assault aiming straight for the centipede's head.
Its claws crackled with lightning, clearly aiming for a fatal strike. "I refuse to believe you won't die this time."
Zhang Yong gritted his teeth.
"Looks like you don't know how hard a centipede's head is."
Lu Chuang sneered coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Yong cried out in alarm.
The next instant, the centipede whipped its head around, its venomous fangs snapping toward the blue thunder leopard.
No matter how swift the thunder leopard was, the centipede's deadly jaws still tore through its thigh.
How is this possible? A leopard can't even beat a centipede? Are you blind? That centipede is huge. Even a tiger wouldn't stand a chance against it.
All those legs crawling everywhere, it's downright creepy. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just then, Lu Chuang's henchman bellowed, "Chuang's the man."
"Big Chuang's the man." Lu Chuang grinned triumphantly. Thud.
The thousand-legged centipede lashed out violently, sending Kangalbao flying. His mouth turned black, his body convulsed, and he foamed at the mouth, clearly poisoned by the centipede.
Soon, the school nurse carried the Tsanglei leopard away. "We're all classmates. That was a bit too harsh, don't you think? Yeah, this isn't a life or death sparring match. It's already hard enough to contract a beast these days. This practically ruins someone's college career."
Everyone voiced their indignation on Zhang Yong's behalf, but Zhang Yong reasoned, "You win some, you lose some.
I was simply outmatched." With that, he returned to his team. Yi Tong couldn't help but chuckle.
Though Zhang Yong was a scoundrel, he had the guts to own up to his actions.
"You up there. I challenge you."
Lu Chuan pointed at Yi Tong. The moment those words left his mouth, Yi Tong instantly became the center of attention.
Zhang Yong's eyes lit up.
Lu Chuan was Lu Chuan. Why pick a fight with a commander-level soldier?
This was going to be entertaining. "Little leopard, someone's going to avenge you." Yi Tong wore a playful expression. "Fighting you would be a waste of my time. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother from now on. But if I win, you have to let your beast companion accompany me." "What do you say?" Lu Chuan confidently laid out his terms.
Yi Tong shook her head and smiled.
"You're not worthy to be my subordinate.
How about this? If you lose, you give me 10 million star coins.
How does that sound?" Though he was currently well provided for, money was still needed for everyday expenses. "Deal."
Lu Chuang agreed without hesitation. Money was no issue for him, but he was certain of victory in this battle.
Chapter 39, Third Sister-in-Law.
Under everyone's gaze, Yi Tong slowly walked onto the stage. He glanced at the thousand-legged centipede, and the system automatically displayed its attribute panel.
Thousand-legged centipede. Level, Supernatural Tier 2. Speed, 1600. Attack, 2200. Mental power, 2000. Innate abilities, Dragon's Tail Strike, Fatal Twin Gouges, Thousand-Legged Assault. It's not just a little different from Lingxi.
Yi Tong glanced at Lingxi and said with a smile, "Just use normal attacks.
Think of it as training. But you mustn't let it get close, watch out for its poisonous hooks." "Don't worry, master."
Lingxi flashed a playful smile, flicked her right hand, and a demonic sword materialized from thin air.
"Go easy on her, don't hurt my beauty." Lu Chuan cautioned, but the next second he regretted it. With a single strike, Lingxi's sword cleaved the shell on the thousand-legged centipede's back clean in two. The scene stunned everyone. Earlier, the thunder leopard had strained every ounce of strength just to chip off a piece of the hard shell. Yet this fallen angel seemed to slice it clean in two with what appeared to be a mere flick of her wrist. What kind of power was this? How could she be so strong? Is this what commander-level power looks like? Zhang Yong murmured to himself. Seems your beast isn't ordinary. A single strike shattered the centipede's armor. But your journey ends here. Now I'll crush the flower with my own hands. In this situation, Lu Chuang absolutely could not lose. The centipede hissed, its thousand legs surging like a tidal wave toward Lingxi. Its poisonous claws, gleaming with a sinister blue-black light, stabbed straight for her heart. Lingxi's toes lightly touched the ground, evading the attack. Her demon sword traced a silver arc, slashing diagonally down along the gaps between the centipede's segments. Another shower of hard shell fragments flew into the air. What blazing speed! A gasp erupted from the crowd. That azure thunder leopard was moving so fast it couldn't even touch the centipede, yet she managed to weave through the gaps? Lu Chuang's face turned ashen. Use the deadly double hooks. The centipede arched its body violently, its tail hooks shooting out like poison arrows. Lingxi spun sideways, the spine of her sword striking the hook tips with a sharp clang. The impact sent shockwaves through the centipede, causing it to convulse in pain. The poisonous hooks were even chipped by the blow. Lingxi pressed her advantage, the demon's sword humming as it pierced the centipede's shattered carapace. The thousand-legged centipede writhed in agony, but Lingxi pinned its vital point with her foot, driving the blade another 3 inches deeper. The crowd fell deathly silent, then erupted in gasps of shock. The once arrogant second-tier extraordinary beastmaster now lay pinned like a wriggling loach. Sweat beaded on Lu Chuang's forehead, while the crowd stared at Lingxi's flitting form, utterly incredulous. That power must be beyond supernatural 6th tier. The thousand-legged centipede thrashed in agony, attempting to fling Lingxi away with a dragon's tail strike. Yet Lingxi clung like a parasite, her toes lightly tapping and shifting across its back. Each swing of the demonic sword sent sparks flying and shattered its shell. She dares leverage the centipede's back? Isn't she afraid of getting caught in the whirlwind? Someone in the crowd gasped. Just moments ago, the Azure Thunder Leopard had been flung away and gravely wounded by this very tactic. Lu Chuang roared, thousand-legged assault. Strangle her. The centipede's body suddenly stiffened, its countless jointed limbs coiling toward Lingxi like steel cables as poisonous hooks closed in from all sides. But Lingxi spun upward in midair, her demon sword slashing vertically down to strike precisely at the soft junction where the centipede's head met its torso. With a squelching sound, dark green fluid spurted out. The thousand-legged centipede's assault froze instantly. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching once before falling utterly still. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Zhang Yang's jaw nearly dropped. It's over? The fallen angel didn't even unleash a single skill. What level is this fallen angel? One sword pierces its shell, one stomp crushes its weak spot. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Eyes fixed on Lingxi now brimmed with awe. No one dared underestimate this seemingly delicate figure anymore. Lu Chuang's face turned ashen, while Lingxi sheathed her sword and hopped over to stand before Yi Tong. Master, how did I do? Excellent. Yi Tong gave her a thumbs up. Yi Tong, you actually killed my beast companion. How could you be so ruthless? Lu Chuang gritted his teeth. Yi Tong responded coolly, that's just how I am. If I don't strike at all. But once I do, blood must be drawn. You were outmatched. Accept defeat gracefully. Fine. You just wait. Lu Chuang stormed off the stage in fury, but Yi Tong suddenly called after him, you're not paying up? At this, all eyes instantly turned to Lu Chuang. Saving face, he reluctantly transferred 10 million star coins to Yi Tong. Old Ji, you're buying me a feast after military training ends. Sun Huahua grabbed Yi Tong's arm, refusing to let him leave. Sure, no problem. Yi Tong agreed with a smile. Attention! The drill instructor barked, and all the students snapped to attention. Training begins now. 1,000 push-ups each. With that, the instructor walked up to Yi Tong and began his special treatment. From that day on, Yi Tong became a household name among the freshmen. The school forum was flooded with threads about him, and even girls started confessing their feelings, though he couldn't care less. Bro Tong, that Yi Tong guy's been getting way too much attention lately. He's even stealing your spotlight. Yeah, especially those pretty girls. They actually say that Kid Yi Tong is better looking than you. Boss, you've got to teach him a lesson at the military training assembly. I'll knock that kid flat on his back. Many harbored jealousy toward Yi Tong, secretly plotting to teach him a lesson during the military training competition. After these days of training, Yi Tong had gained a lot. His physique had become stronger, his spiritual power more refined, and his connection with Lingxi had grown even tighter. He'd also acquired new knowledge. A host's essence blood could enhance a beast's combat power, while beasts could reciprocally benefit their hosts. Beyond innate divine abilities, beasts could learn skills later in life. The school's Divine Ability Pavilion housed various techniques for students to choose from as needed. The next day, the military training assembly commenced formally. Leaders took their seats in order, while all students gathered around the arena. This contest operated on a volunteer basis. Anyone could step forward to challenge. The victor would not only receive a scholarship of 500,000 star coins but also gain access to the second level of the Divine Ability Hall. While the scholarship itself seemed modest, the opportunity to enter the Divine Ability Hall was priceless, something money couldn't buy. Thus, everyone was eager to compete. At that moment, a delicate-looking boy stepped onto the stage. His beast companion was a black armored lizard, commonly known as the Three Sisters. This creature possessed formidable offensive power. Though its speed lagged behind other beasts, its defensive capabilities were astonishingly strong. A single bite was almost always fatal. I am Qian Tong. I humbly request your guidance. Qian Tong's smile sent an inexplicable chill down spines, and for a moment, no one dared step forward to challenge him. Chapter 40, No One Dares Step Forward. I, Xingzhong, come to offer my guidance. A tall, imposing young man stepped forward, forming a stark contrast to Qian Tong. His beast was a two-horned rhinoceros, more than twice the size of the black armored lizard. Now this should be interesting. Who do you think will win? The two-horned rhinoceros is incredibly strong. Those horns could pierce right through that black armored lizard. I'm betting on the rhinoceros. Not necessarily. I'm betting on third sister-in-law. So what if you're incredibly strong? One bite from third sister-in-law and you'll be 6 feet under. The crowd placed their bets, most favoring the two-horned rhinoceros. Old G, who do you think will win? Manhwa stroked his chin, his face full of indecision. One moment he leaned toward the two-horned rhinoceros, the next toward third sister. Probably third sister-in-law. Yi Tong had heard of third sister-in-law's prowess even before his transmigration. Not only was she thick-skinned and tough, but she also carried deadly venom. He glanced again at her attribute information. Black armored lizard. Level, extraordinary tier 6. Speed, 2000. Attack, 3000. Mental power, 2100. Innate abilities, lethal venom, black armor defense, mutual destruction. This mutual destruction skill is rather intriguing. Yi Tong, who usually had little interest in such combat, found himself intrigued by this ability. At that moment, the instructor stood atop the tower and announced, "Casualties are inevitable in this contest. All trainees, please maintain composure." "Roger that," the entire group shouted in unison. "Sissy, I'll let you strike first." Xingzhong silently signaled the two-horned rhino to stay vigilant, warning it to beware the black armor lizard's venom. Qiantong chuckled darkly, "Don't cry later, okay?" With that, the black-armored lizard launched its attack. Though not as swift as predators like leopards or tigers, its speed was still formidable. Its 4 feet were as large as washbasins, and its extended tongue stretched over a meter long, an utterly terrifying sight. The lizard's tongue lashed out like a barbed whip, carrying a foul stench as it struck the rhino's flank. Yet the thick hide deflected the blow, leaving only faint white marks. Xingzhong sneered coldly, "Is that all? Tickling me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two-horned rhinoceros violently pawed at the ground. Its hooves kicked up dust as it charged forward like an out-of-control tank. The rhinoceros horn gleamed coldly, poised to pierce the black-armored lizard clean through. Qiantong gave a faint, cold laugh. Instead of retreating, the black-armored lizard arched its body, its dark scales instantly bristling like a layer of steel armor. Boom! The rhino horn slammed into the scales, shaking the entire arena. The rhino shook its head, seemingly dazed by the impact. The black-armored lizard slid 3 meters backward from the collision, unscathed, and used its momentum to circle around to the rhino's rear flank. No! Xingzhong was about to warn them when the black-armored lizard moved. Its speed erupted in that instant. Like a dark shadow, it darted to the rhino's flank, slamming its basin-sized foot down to pin the beast's hind leg. Then, opening its gaping maw to reveal 2 rows of venom-coated fangs, it snapped down with a sharp crack, sinking its teeth into the rhino's hind leg. The two-horned rhinoceros let out a piercing bellow, its massive body thrashing violently as it tried to fling the predator off with sheer force. But the black-armored lizard clamped down with deadly grip, venom surging instantly through its fangs into the bloodstream. Within seconds, the rhino's movements slowed. Its limbs began to twitch, and the fierce glint in its eyes rapidly faded. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust, and lay utterly still. Seeing the two-horned rhinoceros fall, Xingzhong's face drained of color. He lunged forward 2 steps, only to be halted at the edge of the arena by the instructor's stern gaze. He could only watch helplessly as his beast lay motionless in the dust. His clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. His tall frame trembled slightly as his Adam's apple bobbed several times before a stifled sob squeezed through his teeth. Little bull. After all, this was a companion he'd raised from infancy and fought alongside for years. How could he not feel the pain? Yet when Qiantong approached with the black-armored lizard, Xingzhong took a deep breath, roughly wiped his face, and forced back the moisture welling in his eyes. "I lost." Xingzhong's voice was hoarse, yet he stood tall, nodding to Qiantong. "Your black-armored lizard is formidable. I concede." Turning to leave, he cast one final glance at the rhino on the ground. His steps were heavy, but he did not look back. A loss was a loss. Beastmaster duels never tolerated cheating. Even though it felt like a piece of flesh had been torn from his heart, he still possessed the backbone to accept defeat gracefully. The arena fell silent for several seconds before erupting in a cacophony of gasps. Holy crap! That fast? All the money I bet on the rhino just went down the drain. That venom was brutal. Gone in an instant? Third sister-in-law is amazing. Full marks for that counterattack. I told you not to underestimate poison-type tamers. Now I'm bleeding money. Manhwa's eyes widened in shock. His hand, still resting on his chin, froze mid-motion. After a long moment, he muttered, "Holy, old G, are you a fortune-teller? How did you predict that? I was convinced the rhino would win just now. That twist nearly made my heart leap out of my chest." Xia Yifei beside her commented, "The black-armored lizard timed it perfectly, avoiding direct confrontation and targeting weak spots. But that venom is terrifyingly potent. It gave me goosebumps just watching." Yi Tong watched the black-armored lizard release its grip and slowly crawl back to Qiantong's side, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Though its mutual destruction skill hadn't been used, the sheer potency of that venom alone was enough to inspire fear. "Anyone else willing to step up for a fight?" Qiantong's tone carried 7 parts smugness and 3 parts provocation. The massive carcass of the double-horned rhinoceros still lay motionless on the ground.
The venom lingering at the corners of the black-armored lizard's mouth glowed eerily in the sunlight, sending a chill down the spines of those who saw it. The earlier clamor of bets abruptly fell silent, replaced by a tide of murmurs rising from the crowd.
That venom is brutal.
That rhino was full of life just moments ago, and now it's gone. A boy shivered, glancing at the beast beside him before sighing. My golden lion is fierce, but if that lizard bit it, it probably wouldn't stand a chance.
Exactly.
Just moments ago, we were sure Xingzhong's rhino had it in the bag. This reversal came way too fast. A girl nearby murmured, while casualties are allowed in Beastmaster duels, who wants to watch their partner die right before their eyes?
The cost is just too high.
Someone craned their neck toward the center of the arena before quickly retracting it.
Xiantong's black-armored lizard is like a walking poison vault. You can't take it head-on, and you can't flank it without getting caught. Going in is just suicide.
I was thinking about challenging it earlier, but now I think I'll pass. A boy who had been eager to fight waved his hand, his voice tinged with lingering fear.
Winning is one thing, but losing means losing your beast. That's a gamble I can't afford.
The murmurs grew quieter, yet no one stepped forward to shout, "I'll take you on," as they had before. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and apprehension. The once boisterous arena now felt eerily quiet. After witnessing that brutal duel, everyone had grown cautious. The rewards were tempting, but life was priceless.
Sun Huahua observed the motionless crowd at the sidelines and clicked his tongue.
Looks like third sister-in-law's fight has intimidated everyone.
That's some serious deterrence. Xia Yifei nodded softly.
After all, beasts are companions, not tools.
No one wants to sacrifice them needlessly. Though Qiantong won this round, I doubt anyone will dare challenge him lightly from now on. Chapter 41, Bloodthirsty Monkey.
Qiantong stood in the center of the arena, his fingertips lightly caressing the rough scales of his black-armored lizard.
His face wore an unmistakable smugness.
3 consecutive victories had filled him with confidence, especially the instant kill of the double-horned rhinoceros that had left the entire crowd speechless. Chin thrust forward as he surveyed the crowd, his tone laced with provocation.
I've defeated 5 opponents. Is there anyone else here who dares to challenge me? Come on up and teach me a lesson.
The crowd fell silent.
Sun Huahua nudged Xia Yifei beside him.
Look at Qiantong strutting around like that.
Does he really think no one can take him down? Xia Yifei rolled her eyes. It's mostly because third sister-in-law's venom is terrifying. Anyone who steps up is just asking to die.
Just then, a clear voice rang out from the back of the crowd, "I'll give it a try." Everyone turned to see a handsome boy with side-swept bangs stepping forward.
I am Chao Tong, a third-year student from the Beastmaster department. I've come to seek your guidance. Qiantong scoffed. You? Is your beast here to be third sister-in-law's snack? Poof. Chao Tong gave a cold laugh.
Behind him, a black-haired monkey clutching a jet-black shortstaff leapt onto the stage.
Its fiery red eyes fixed warily on the black-armored lizard. Yi Tong glanced at the bloodthirsty monkey's attribute panel and murmured in surprise, Supernatural Tier 6? Attack 3500, Speed 2000, Mental Power 2800. These stats are impressive. Sun Huahua shook his head. That bloodthirsty monkey's so skinny could it even withstand one bite from third sister-in-law?
Old G, I'll bet 1,000 star coins.
You in? You're on. Yi Tong smiled.
I'm betting on Chao Teng to win. This bloodthirsty monkey may be small, but its agility absolutely outclasses the black-armored lizard.
Plus, primate beasts might have resistance to poison. The match begins. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, Qiantong barked the order, go.
The black-armored lizard lunged forward, its long tongue lashing out with barbed tendrils toward the bloodthirsty monkey.
Jump! Chao Teng bellowed. The bloodthirsty monkey leapt gracefully, dodging the attack while simultaneously lashing its staff across the black-armored lizard's jaw. Sun Huahua's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap! Is this monkey possessed? Jumping that high and counterattacking too.
Others nearby chimed in, that monkey's so agile. Way more nimble than third sister-in-law. Yi Tong pointed at the scene and analyzed, this is the advantage of primate beasts, they can use both hands and feet and wield tools. Look at how it grips the stick, it's clearly been trained for a long time.
The black-armored lizard's head jerked sideways from the blow.
It spun around, charging forward with its scaled back raised like a shield.
Chao Teng calmly commanded, circle around its left flank.
The bloodthirsty monkey slid like a dark shadow along the ground, effortlessly circling behind the black-armored lizard. Its short stick pounded rhythmically against the lizard's hind leg joints. Picking on the weak, someone chuckled from the sidelines. Third sister-in-law's turns are like Tai Chi moves.
Sun Huahua gasped, that's too sneaky. Look, Qiantong's face is turning green.
It's not sneaky, it's smart, Yi Tong smiled. The scales at the joints of the black-armored lizard are weak.
This is precisely targeting its vulnerability.
The black-armored lizard grew increasingly frantic on the field, wildly lashing its long tongue but failing to even graze the bloodthirsty monkey. Seeing his prolonged assault yield nothing, Qiantong's eyes hardened. Gritting his teeth, he barked the order, third sister-in-law, go for mutual destruction.
The black-armored lizard's body suddenly swelled. A sinister blue venom seeped from the gaps between its scales. The next instant, it violently expelled all the venom, instantly engulfing the entire arena in a toxic mist. Holy! It's trying to poison the bloodthirsty monkey. The bloodthirsty monkey can't dodge this. The poison is too thick. Some spectators clenched their fists in tension. Sun Huahua smirked triumphantly. Old Yi, looks like you're gonna lose. Yi Tong's eyes lit up. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Amidst the toxic haze, the bloodthirsty monkey leapt nimbly. The venom splashed upon its body slid off like water droplets on a lotus leaf. When the fog finally cleared, it shook its fur, not a scratch, just a touch of dust. What? The crowd gasped in unison. How can it be immune to poison? Immune? This monkey is immune to toxins. Someone shouted excitedly, third sister-in-law's trump card is useless now. She's definitely going to lose. Qian Tong screamed in disbelief, impossible. How could it be immune to my venom? Chao Tong replied calmly, bloodthirsty monkeys are naturally immune to poison. Your venom is useless against it. No sooner had he spoken than he roared, now! Heaven-shattering strike! The bloodthirsty monkey plunged like a black meteor, its ebony staff piercing the gaping jaws of the black-armored lizard with a tearing sound. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the black-armored lizard slid half a meter backward, its throat emitting agonized whimpers. Beautiful! A deafening cheer erupted from the sidelines. One strike, one kill. What a reversal! Just when we thought the monkey was done for, it turned the tables. The black-armored lizard twitched once before collapsing lifelessly. The arena fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in frenzied excitement. Tang is a beast. That tactic was pure genius. Immunity to toxins is way too overpowered. It's practically the bane of poison-type tamers. Qian Tong won't be able to gloat now, huh? Sun Huahua handed over 1,000 star coins with a sour expression. Old Yi, you won. Who would have thought the bloodthirsty monkey was immune to poison? Yi Tong smiled as he accepted the coins. This shows how crucial beast pairing is. Countering relationships are key. Qian Tong walked off the stage, head hanging low. Chao Tang stood in the center of the arena and asked, is there another student willing to challenge me? Challenges immediately echoed from the sidelines. Sun Huahua surveyed the lively arena and remarked, this kind of match is a pleasure to watch. Winning through skill is far more satisfying than relying on poison to ambush opponents. Yi Tong nodded. A Beastmaster's battle is never about who has the deadliest trump card. It's about tactics and synergy. Lingxi, you should learn from this. Yes, Master. Lingxi nodded earnestly. The murmurs from the sidelines continued. Chapter 42, Mammoth Elephant. After defeating Qian Tong, Chao Tang secured 2 consecutive victories. The bloodthirsty monkey's earth-shattering strike drew gasps of admiration from all trainees. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the edge of the arena. A beautiful woman, accompanied by a cloud-swallowing sparrow, slowly ascended the stage. None other than Xia Eifei. Though the black-armored lizard's rank was low, its venom was exceptionally potent, which was why she hadn't entered the arena earlier. The bloodthirsty monkey's skills, however, were relatively clean. With her extraordinary 9th-tier strength, she was more than capable of handling it. She wore a light blue training uniform, her long hair pulled into a high ponytail. Sunlight danced across her fair cheeks, drawing gasps from the male spectators lining the arena. It's Xia Eifei. The freshman goddess is stepping up. She's actually challenging Chao Tang? That's incredibly brave. Sisfei's swallowing cloud sparrow was renowned for its speed. She might just have a chance. Yi Tong watched the composed, confident figure on the stage, a faint smile curling her lips. Xia Eifei had not only undergone rigorous training in the Transcendent Secret Realm but also elevated her cultivation to Transcendent 9th tier. Thus, there was no doubt the victor of this battle would be Xia Eifei. Chao Tang's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Xia Eifei as his challenger. He then bowed his hands and said, please instruct me. Begins. Xia Eifei returned the bow. The match begins. At the instructor's command, Chao Tang charged forward first, bloodthirsty monkey, double combat power. Swallow Cloud Sparrow felt exceptionally powerful, so he immediately commanded the bloodthirsty monkey to unleash its ultimate move. The bloodthirsty monkey, a 7th-tier transcendent being, instantly glowed crimson. Its muscles bulged, the arm gripping the ebony shortstaff swelling a full size. Speed and strength visibly surged as it launched toward Swallow Cloud Sparrow like an arrow released from a bow. Xia Eifei's eyes narrowed as she commanded sharply, Cloud Swallowing Lark, ascend. Swallow Cloud Lark soared upward, its wings unfurling with a pearlescent sheen. Its tail feathers spread like drifting clouds as it swiftly ascended several meters into the air. The bloodthirsty monkey swung its staff at empty air, the tip striking the platform and sparking sparks. It turned, letting out a threatening growl at the Swallow Cloud Sparrow in the sky. Wind Blade Barrage. Xia Eifei flicked her finger. The Swallow Cloud bird's wings beat furiously, unleashing several translucent wind blades that dove downward like willow leaf daggers, precisely targeting the bloodthirsty monkey's limbs and joints. Chao Tang urgently commanded, block with your staff.
The bloodthirsty ape swung its short staff, shattering the wind blades with clanging sounds, yet the force of the blade's impact forced it to stumble backward repeatedly.
Spectators at the edge of the arena watched, eyes glued to the action. Holy crap, how is this even possible? How can she fire so many wind blades in succession? The goddess's psychic control is incredible. The bloodthirsty ape's double combat power is useless up here. The bloodthirsty monkey's face twisted with frustration as its repeated leaping attacks were effortlessly dodged by Swallow Cloudlark. Xia Yifei seized the moment, sharp claw rip. Swallow Cloud Sparrow traced a graceful arc through the air, circling behind the bloodthirsty monkey like a silver arrow. Its sharp claws struck viciously at the creature's back, tearing flesh and bone. Squeak! The bloodthirsty monkey let go in pain, its black gold shortstaff clattering to the ground. Chao Teng's face paled. Pick it up quickly. But the Swallow Cloud Sparrow wouldn't give it a chance. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up a whirlwind, blowing the club to the edge of the arena. Deprived of its weapon, the bloodthirsty monkey panicked. Just as it turned to retrieve the staff, the swallow dove down, its wind blades slicing clean through the tendons of its hind legs. Brilliant! Cheers erupted from the sidelines. Brilliant tactics. Disarm first, then strike the weak spot. The goddess commands brilliantly. She's got the bloodthirsty ape running circles. Swallow Cloudlark's speed is insane. The bloodthirsty ape can't even touch a single feather. With its hind legs injured, the bloodthirsty ape moved sluggishly. Xia Yifei's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, final strike high-altitude dive. A faint azure glow enveloped the swallow cloud bird. Its wings beat, churning layers of mist into a streak of light that slammed into the bloodthirsty ape's chest. A dull thud echoed as the bloodthirsty monkey's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and knocking it unconscious. Cloud Swallower wins. As the instructor announced the result, the crowd erupted. She won. The goddess won. Now that's a technical battle. 100 times more thrilling than poison or brute force. Swallow Cloud Sparrow is the true ruler of the sky, speed and skill maxed out. Yi Tong clapped along, delighted for Xia Yifei. Chao Teng addressed Xia Yifei sincerely, your Swallow Cloud is formidable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Xia Yifei gave a slight nod. Just then, a burly figure suddenly leapt onto the stage, causing the ground to shake. Nice lady, but now it's my turn. Gao Feng's face was thick with muscle, his eyes fixed greedily on Xia Yifei. Behind him, a mammoth elephant crashed to the ground, instantly drowning out the cheers sparked by the Swallow Cloud Sparrow. It's Gao Feng. A low gasp rippled through the crowd. That madman who repeated 3 years just to enter the divine hall. Xia Yifei paled. The 5-meter-tall mammoth elephant, its gray-brown skin as hard as rock, its wrinkled body covered in sparse black bristles, and its 2 curved tusks gleaming a yellowish-white. This sight instantly drained her confidence, even though they were both at the 9th tier of transcendence. Yi Tong's smile vanished instantly, his brows furrowing tightly as he hurriedly checked the mammoth elephant's attribute information. Beastmaster, Mammoth Elephant. Level, Transcendent 9th tier. Speed, 5,000. Attack, 6,300. Mental power, 6,000. Innate abilities, Mountain Crush, Trunk Shield Defense, Ivory Charge. Its attack is 1,000 points stronger than Swallow Cloudlark's, and mammoth elephants naturally possess formidable defense. Yifei's Swallow Cloudlark is in trouble. Yi Tong's expression grew grave. Sun Huahua also watched the stage with a look of concern. Xia Yifei's eyes sharpened as she signaled Swallow Cloud Sparrow to initiate the attack. Its form was graceful, wings unfurling with a pearlescent sheen. Tail feathers spread like drifting clouds, each flap stirring gentle breezes, a stark contrast to the colossal mammoth elephant. The match begins. Swallow Cloud Sparrow, Wind Blades. Xia Yifei commanded first. The Swallow Cloud bird executed a nimble turn in midair, its wings flapping out several translucent wind blades that shot toward the mammoth elephant's eyes like flying daggers. Fool! Gao Feng sneered. Mammoth, use your trunk shield. The mammoth elephant abruptly raised its long trunk, its broad snout shielding its face like a shield. The wind blades struck the trunk with sharp pops, leaving only faint white marks. The swallow, its strike missed, immediately soared skyward, circling behind the colossus like a silver arrow. It knew full well that a head-on clash held no chance of victory, relying solely on speed to evade. Xia Yifei commanded calmly, attack the hind leg joints. The swallow dove downward, its sharp beak striking viciously at the folds of the giant elephant's hind leg. Roar! The mammoth elephant, pained, violently raised its hind leg and kicked backward. The swallow cloud reacted with lightning speed, skimming along the ground to evade the kick. Its wings swept the earth, kicking up a trail of dust. Spectators at the edge of the arena watched in horror. Close call. Almost got trampled. The swallow is so fast, but its attacks can't break through the defense at all. That elephant's hide is too thick, wind blades and claws are useless. Seeing this, Gao Feng laughed triumphantly. Lady, don't waste your effort. Your pathetic bird can't even scratch the giant elephant. Giant elephant, use Mount Tai Crush. The mammoth elephant received the command and suddenly leapt into the air, its massive body crashing heavily back down onto the ground. The arena shook violently, the tremors felt even by spectators far away. The shockwaves sent the swallow reeling. Get out of the way. Xia Yifei shouted urgently. The swallow drew an S-shaped arc through the air, narrowly evading the colossal beast's stump. But the mammoth elephant's assault continued relentlessly. It whipped its trunk in a sweeping strike, the gale it generated making it nearly impossible for the swallow to close in. Its tusks thrust forward violently, forcing the swallow to retreat step by step. After several exchanges, the swallow cloudbird's speed gradually slowed, feathers at the edges of its wings becoming disheveled. Though it too was a ninth-tier extraordinary being, facing a giant elephant of equal rank, its stamina drained rapidly. Xia Yifei's forehead glistened with sweat as she fixed her gaze on the battlefield, her heart sinking with each passing moment. This must end. A ruthless gleam flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. Mammoth, wrap it up. The mammoth elephant suddenly accelerated its charge, its trunk darting out like a lightning-fast serpent. In the instant the swallow cloud sparrow dodged, it wrapped precisely around its wings. Chapter 43, Manhwa was defeat. Chirp. The swallow cloud bird let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings desperately but unable to break free. The mammoth elephant swung it violently, slamming the swallow cloud sparrow hard onto the arena floor. It then raised its massive foot and stomped down on it with crushing force. Stop. I surrender. Xia Yifei's face drained of color as she cried out urgently, her voice trembling. Gao Feng, however, grinned coldly, refusing to lift the elephant's foot. You can surrender, but... He took a step forward, his lecherous gaze lingering on Xia Yifei as he murmured, spend the night with me, and I'll have the elephant release your pathetic little bird. How about it? Though his voice was low, everyone heard it. The crowd erupted in curses. Gao Feng is disgusting. He wins and still acts like a thug. Is this a contest or humiliation? That's too much. Why isn't the instructor doing anything? This is breaking the rules. Manhwa was blood-boiled. Rolling up his sleeves, he lunged forward, that bastard's asking for it. I'll beat him to a pulp. But Yitong grabbed his arm, her voice as cold as ice, don't move. His gaze locked onto Gao Feng, the pressure around him so thick it sent a chill through those nearby. Xia Yifei stumbled back a step, her cheeks flushing crimson with fury and distress, her eyes instantly reddening. She bit her lip tightly, staring at the swallows trampled beneath the giant elephant's feet. Her voice trembled with tears yet remained unyielding, you're dreaming. Gao Feng, don't push it too far. Too far? Gao Feng sneered, stepping closer to the edge of the arena. Once you're in the ring, strength is the rule. You disagree? Then watch your swallow cloud sparrow get crushed into mincemeat. He deliberately pressed the giant elephant's massive foot down harder, and the swallow cloud sparrow let out a pained cry. You! Xia Yifei trembled with rage, tears finally spilling onto her training uniform. Yet she stubbornly glared at Gao Feng, refusing to yield. Gao Feng! Stop this. The instructor beside them finally roared in fury, release Swallow Cloud immediately. Or I'll strip you of all your qualifications and expel you from the academy. Only then did Gao Feng grudgingly signal the giant elephant to lift its foot. He shot Xia Yifei a lecherous glance. Hey, beauty, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You'll have to agree eventually. Xia Yifei rushed forward and scooped up the injured Swallow Cloud sparrow. The bird weakly rubbed against her palm, its feathers stained crimson with blood. She hurried off the stage with the swallow in her arms. Passing by Yitong, she could no longer hold back her sobs, tears blurring her vision. Yitong watched her reddened eyes and the dying swallow in her arms, then glanced at Gao Feng's smug face on the stage. The last trace of warmth vanished from his eyes. He slowly released his clenched fist, knuckles turning white, and whispered to Lingxi, kill it for me later. Yes, master. Lingxi had been itching to get on the stage. Yifei, rest assured. I'll make that brat pay for this. At that moment, Sun Huahua abruptly stood up and declared, Old Yi, this revenge must be mine. Then, like a lit firecracker, he charged forward, you old holdover. How dare you bully Yifei? Today, you'll taste Grandpa's wrath. He leapt onto the stage, flipping over its edge. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of emerald light erupted. Moyan vine, strangle that stupid elephant for me. The vines burst from the ground, instantly growing several zhang in length. Their sharp, barbed tendrils darted toward the mammoth like venomous snakes. The students gasped in shock. Sunhua's cloud-piercing vines were renowned for their speed and dense entanglement, having even slain beasts beyond their level. Gao Feng scoffed. Is that all? He patted the mammoth's body and smiled indifferently, let's loosen its joints a bit. The mammoth elephant let out a deafening roar. Its massive limbs stomped the ground violently, instantly cracking the stone platform into spiderweb like fissures. Facing the charging vines, it neither dodged nor retreated. Its massive body charged forward, and the vines capable of snapping steel slammed against its hide. They bounced off its hard skin with a sharp crackling sound, their barbed tips unable to penetrate. How is this possible? Sun Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. But the most astonishing display was yet to come. The giant elephant's trunk coiled around the thickest main vine with astonishing precision, then pulled back with tremendous force. The roots of the cloud-piercing vine were torn from the earth, emitting a groaning creak. Sun Hua's face paled as he felt the excruciating pain radiating from the vine's end. Break it! Gao Feng roared.
The giant elephant violently swung its trunk, snapping the main vine clean off. Green sap splattered everywhere. Sun Huahua grunted, staggering backward as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Deprived of its main stem, the Mo Yun vine instantly withered. The giant elephant's massive foot crushed it with a loud crack, the severed vine twitching painfully on the ground. Wah wah! Xia Yifei cried out from below the stage, her swallow cloud bird chirping anxiously in her arms. Gao Feng clapped his hands, looking down at Sun Huahua clutching his chest. You're not even fully grown yet and you dare come here to die? Get off the stage! The giant elephant raised its foot as if to stomp again, terrifying Sun Huahua into scrambling off the stage. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. Holy crap! That mammoth elephant's defense is insane. The cloud-piercing vine didn't do a thing. The power gap is just too huge. No wonder Gaofeng repeated 3 years. How could any ordinary freshman stand a chance? This is so unfair. Returnees competing with freshmen for resources is bad enough, but to go this far? But you gotta admit that mammoth is seriously strong. Its defense alone is enough to dominate the entire freshman year. Sun Huahua was helped over to Yitong, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth. That bastard's mammoth has skin thicker than steel. My vines couldn't pierce its defenses. Yitong remained silent, lifting her gaze toward the arena. Gao Feng was sweeping the crowd with a smug look. When his gaze landed on Yitong, he deliberately puffed out his chest and mouthed silently, "Next." The surrounding murmurs continued, some cursing Gao Feng for bullying the weak, others marveling at the giant elephant's power. Yet no one believed anyone else could challenge Gao Feng. Yitong slowly flexed her wrists, joints popping softly. The chill in her eyes deepened. "Lingxi." His voice eerily calm, "It's our turn." Ling Shi, who had remained quietly behind him, stepped forward. A powerful aura swept over the entire arena. All eyes turned to Yitong and Ling Shi as they rose to their feet, instantly causing an uproar. Chapter 44, Instant Kill. It's him. Who is he? He's the top scholar from Qingzhou City. He scored over 700,000 points on the college entrance exam. Back then, prestigious universities across the country offered incredibly generous terms to recruit him. Holy crap, over 700,000 points? That makes him a big shot even nationally. But he's facing a senior who repeated 3 years. This battle looks dicey. Plus, his fallen angel beast companion looks pretty weak, though it's gorgeous like a porcelain doll. If it were me, I'd never let my fallen angel fight. The crowd buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Gao Feng couldn't help but frown. He couldn't gauge the fallen angel's strength at all. But then he thought, a freshman? No matter how strong, could he really be stronger than me? With that thought, he sneered coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you're friends with those 2 guys I just defeated, right? Congratulations, you guessed right. I'll give you a big gift later. Yitong replied indifferently. Gao Feng glanced at Yitong's fallen angel beast and burst into laughter. You think you can beat me? A mammoth elephant could crush your beast with a single stomp. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here now. We'll see who ends up running away. Yitong snapped coldly. Ling Shi flicked her right hand and the demonic sword materialized out of thin air. Her toes lightly touched the ground as pure white wings traced gentle arcs in the sunlight, like a feathery snowflake dancing across the arena. The mammoth elephant roared, rearing its head. Its 8-meter-tall frame charged forward like a moving fortress, its massive tusks sweeping through the air with a piercing shriek. But Lingxi's speed was extraordinary. She always twisted away at the very instant before the colossus's attack landed. Occasionally, the demon sword would cleave into the elephant's thick, armor-like hide, yet it only left a fleeting white mark. Is that all you've got? Gao Feng stood with his hands on his hips, his face brimming with smug disdain. My mammoth's hide can't even be pierced by bullets, let alone your pathetic sword. Hearing this, the crowd below the stage couldn't help but sigh. The size difference is too great. There's no way to fight it. Fallen angels look the part but lack substance. Their attack power is utterly useless, they can't inflict any damage on a mammoth elephant. This is nothing but a one-sided slaughter. On the podium, the academic affairs director pushed his glasses up. The top scholar of Qingzhou City's choice of beast is far too emotional. How can one judge a beastmaster's combat ability by looks alone? Before he could finish, the old headmaster beside him suddenly sat bolt upright. A sharp gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes. He had clearly seen it, that seemingly weak fallen angel dodged each attack with terrifying precision. Evidently, the fallen angel hadn't revealed its true strength yet. Lingxi dodged the giant elephant's swinging trunk, landing at the edge of the arena. She flapped her wings lightly, not a speck of dust clinging to her pristine white feathers. Gao Feng laughed even louder at the sight. What? Realized you can't win? Kneel down and beg me now, and maybe I'll tell the giant elephant to go easy on you. You really don't know when to quit. Yitong sneered coldly. Lingxi, don't waste any more time. Understood, master. Lingxi slowly raised the magic sword. Her once gentle eyes now gleamed with a blade-like sharpness, and faint lightning flickered along the edges of her pure white wings. In an instant, the sky above the arena darkened abruptly. Ink-black clouds gathered at a visible pace, lightning snakes danced wildly within the layers, and the muffled thunder rolled like war drums. Even the air itself grew scorching and viscous. What is that? Students in the front rows leapt to their feet, pointing skyward in gasps of terror. Lingxi's figure hovered midair, the demon's sword pointing directly at the heavens. Her icy voice pierced through the thunder, echoing across the entire arena, "In the name of judgment, judge." The moment the words fell, the demon's sword erupted with blinding, azure lightning. Crackling currents, as if alive, coiled around the blade, spreading upward along its edge to coalesce behind her into a pair of thunderous wings that obscured the sky. The mammoth elephant sensed the deadly threat, pawing the ground in agitated panic and letting out terrified snorts. Its thick hide quivered with a fine, rapid tremor. Impossible. This can't be. The smile froze on Gaofeng's face, his complexion turning as pale as paper. How could she possess such immense power? Lingxi's figure transformed into a streak of light as she dove downward. Thunder in the sky seemed summoned, coalescing along the demon's sword into a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel. As the entire crowd gasped in horror, she met the colossal elephant's terrified gaze and swung a sword strike that shattered the heavens. The lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. There was no earth-shattering collision, only the faint sound of lightning-piercing flesh. The mammoth elephant's massive body froze abruptly. A small, charred hole appeared between its brows, and the savage glint in its eyes extinguished instantly. The next second, its mountain-like form crashed to the ground. The dust it kicked up blanketed half the arena, yet not a speck touched Lingxi's clothing. A deathly silence enveloped the entire arena, even the thunder seemed to pause in that moment. 3 seconds later, deafening cheers erupted. Holy! Instant kill! What kind of god-tier move was that? Who just said he couldn't land a hit? Does your face hurt yet? That must be the fallen angel's ultimate skill, judgment. The legendary forbidden technique. On the podium, the Dean of Academic Affairs dropped his pen with a clatter onto the documents, ink spreading in a wide blotch. Oblivious, he gaped, muttering, This is a freshman? The old principal slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, his eyes blazing with excitement. Pointing at the figure in the arena, he barked at his secretary, Quick! Retrieve Yitong and his Beastmaster records. Prioritize his training. This kid is pure gold. Lingxi sheathed her magic sword and landed lightly beside Yitong, nudging his palm with her body. Her voice softened to its usual sweet tone, Master, this big guy isn't exactly durable either. The remark drifted lightly through the crowd, triggering another wave of gasps from the stands. So that seemingly passive dodging earlier had merely been practice? Gaofeng slumped to the ground, staring at the elephant's corpse with a deathly pallor. He finally understood he'd never been worthy of being her opponent from the start. Manhwa stared at Yitong standing composedly on the stage, unable to suppress his awe. Commander-level strength is terrifying. That judgment lightning just now nearly blinded me. What are we supposed to do if we face Old G in future school sparring matches? Xia Yifei tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her tone matter of fact. What else can we do? Just concede defeat. Losing to an opponent of that caliber isn't shameful at all. You're absolutely right. Manhwa nodded emphatically, then suddenly lowered his voice. Besides, we're friends with Old G. If we actually face him, maybe he'll go easy on us? Before he could finish, Xia Yifei tapped him on the head. Stop thinking about underhanded tricks. Beastmaster sparring should be fair and square. At that moment, Yitong stood at the center of the stage, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire arena. The lingering aura from his earlier defeat of the Judgment Mammoth Elephant still hung heavy. Students on the stage averted their eyes, none daring to respond lightly. He cleared his throat and spoke in a detached tone, Is there anyone else willing to step forward for a match? The arena fell deathly silent. Eyes darted from one person to another, each gaze filled with hesitation. The image of the mammoth elephant crashing to the ground was still fresh in their minds. That creature possessed armor capable of withstanding bullets, yet Lingxi had slain it with a single strike. Who would dare risk their own Beastmaster now? Chapter 45, Little Fangirl by Ziyue. Just then, a commotion erupted from the back rows. Several boys with dyed yellow hair surrounded a tall youth, egging him on. One scrawny, monkey-like boy nudged the tall figure. Brother Tang, didn't you say you'd teach Yitong a lesson? This is the perfect chance. Yeah, Tang, another boy fawned. That kid stole your thunder today. If we don't teach him a lesson, will take us seriously anymore? Wang Tang, the one called Brother Tang, flushed alternately pale and crimson. He'd felt uneasy when Yitong had instantly defeated the mammoth elephant earlier and was about to slip away quietly when his underlings dragged him into the thick of things. If we miss this chance, there won't be another. The underlings continued to fan the flames. The Xuanjia turtle's defenses are even stronger than the mammoth elephant's. That fallen angel won't be able to break through. Trapped by their flattery, Wang Tang gritted his teeth and stood abruptly. Who says I'm afraid? He pushed through the crowd toward the stage, kicking Gaofeng where he sat slumped, useless piece of trash. You wasted 3 years repeating the grade. Today, I'll show you what true defense looks like. Wang Tang's beast companion was a 1-meter tall black armor turtle. Its shelled lean jet black, covered in diamond-shaped patterns. With limbs and head retracted inside, only two alert little eyes peered out. Its defensive prowess was immediately apparent. Black-shelled turtle, impregnable as a fortress. Wang Tang bellowed, and the turtle's shell instantly glowed with an earthy yellow aura, its surface rippling with rock-like textures. Lingxi gripped her magic sword, assuming a combat stance, but Jitong shook her head gently.
Don't use judgment.
He wanted Lingxi to understand the unique traits of each beast.
Lingxi nodded obediently, fluttering her wings as she charged toward the black armor turtle.
The demon's sword struck the shell with a clang, yet the Xuanjia turtle remained unmoved. Instead, as Lingxi withdrew her strike, it lunged forward, snapping its jaws at her ankle. Lingxi deftly dodged, but her successive attacks bounced off the shell, leaving not even a scratch.
Ha ha ha. See how tough it is now. Wang Tang laughed triumphantly.
The black armor turtle is renowned for its defense.
Your attacks are useless against it. He commanded the turtle, seize any opening to strike back. Wear her down until she's exhausted.
True to its defensive strategy, the turtle retreated into its shell, moving slowly. Each time, it waited until Lingxi's attack ended before slowly extending its head or claws for a sneak strike.
Though it failed to injure Lingxi, it prevented her from launching full-force attacks.
Seeing this, Manhwa fumed, that turtle's a total coward.
Can't hit it, and it keeps sneaking attacks.
No, Lingxi is probing the Xuanjia turtle's defensive weaknesses, and she hasn't unleashed her full power yet.
Xia Yifei glanced at Yi Tong.
This was enriching Lingxi's combat experience. Sure enough, after several feints, Lingxi suddenly spun around to flank the Xuanjia turtle. Her magic sword, glowing with a faint purple light, stabbed toward the seam where the carapace met the plastron, the very spot where the turtle's defenses were weakest.
No! Wang Tang's face paled as he shouted urgently, retreat. But it was too late. Lingxi's movement was lightning fast. The demon's sword pierced precisely into the gap. The black armored turtle let out a painful hiss. Its earth-yellow aura instantly dissipated, and its limbs slumped limply, clearly losing all combat capability. Wang Tang froze in place, watching his black tortoise defeated. His face flushed red, then drained pale, his earlier arrogance completely vanishing.
Yi Tong observed him calmly.
Want to keep fighting? Wang Tang's lips trembled.
Amidst the roaring laughter of the crowd, he slunk off the stage, too humiliated to even take his beast with him. Manhwa doubled over with laughter in the stands.
And this guy dared mock Gaofeng? Ha!
Xia Yifei couldn't help but curve her lips, her gaze toward Yi Tong now tinged with a complex mix of emotions.
With Wang Tang's humiliating exit, the outcome of the school's Beastmaster Challenge was now undeniably clear.
Yi Tong and Lingxi's team had crushed their opponents in 2 consecutive victories.
Lingxi's final strike, which pierced the Xuanjia turtle's defensive blind spot with pinpoint accuracy, sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. Oh my god, Yi Tong is so amazing. I want to have 10 kids with him? From today on, I'm Yi Tong's #1 fangirl. Does anyone have Yi Tong's contact info?
I'll pay 5,000 star coins for it. The girls were all swooning. Yi Tong smiled helplessly, about to slip away quietly with Lingxi, when a petite figure deftly squeezed in front of him, none other than Bai Ziyue from their class. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she spoke with unabashed admiration. Yi Tong, you're so amazing.
Yi Tong smiled and asked, is there something you need? Can't I just come find you for no reason? Bai Ziyue blinked innocently, sticking close to his side. Where are you headed next? I'll tag along, I've got nothing better to do anyway.
Yi Tong, unable to shake her off, recalled the referee mentioning that the champion could select a skill from the Divine Ability Pavilion. He pointed toward the nearby training tower. I'm heading to the Divine Ability Pavilion. If you're free, go ahead and grab a training room on the 3rd floor.
I'll meet you there later. Got it. Mission accomplished. Bai Ziyue immediately agreed, skipping and jumping toward the training tower.
Yi Tong shook her head and led Lingxi into the Hall of Divine Powers. The Hall of Divine Abilities was divided into 3 levels, the first held basic skills, the second rare skills, and the third the legendary forbidden skills. With his champion's credential, he ascended directly to the 2nd level. The 2nd floor displayed an array of skill scrolls. Yi Tong's gaze immediately locked onto the scroll at the far end, shimmering with silver light. 10,000 swords return to the source. This was an extremely rare sword-based divine skill, capable of condensing countless sword shadows from one's own spiritual energy. Its power increased exponentially with cultivation advancement, making it perfectly suited for Lingxi. Without hesitation, he took the scroll, registered it, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the 3rd floor training room, Bai Ziyue was cornered at the doorway by a male student wearing a sophomore uniform. Behind him lurked a 3-meter-long ice crocodile, its body covered in bluish-gray scales, constantly exhaling white frost from its nostrils and mouth, clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Little sister, we've got our eyes on this training room. If you know what's good for you, you'll clear out now. The boy said with a cocky grin. He was Lu Song, a sophomore who had gained some notoriety within his grade. Bai Ziyue frowned. I found this place first. Why should I leave? Because of this. Lu Song patted the frost crocodile beside him. My frost crocodile is a 9th tier supernatural beast. If you don't want to suffer, get lost. Though frightened, Bai Ziyue summoned her courage, remembering she was holding the spot for Yi Tong. I'm not leaving. This practice room is for Yi Tong. Yi Tong? Which Yi Tong? Lu Song sneered. I'm student council. Think throwing around a name scares me? He shot a glance at the ice crocodile. Teach her a lesson. Show her what rules are all about. The ice crocodile growled lowly, suddenly spewing a blast of frigid air. Bai Ziyue hurriedly commanded her beast, the swift-wind rabbit, to block the attack. Though swift, the swift-wind rabbit was only at the 7th extraordinary tier with extremely weak offensive power, utterly unable to withstand the ice crocodile's frigid blast. Xiao Bai, be careful. Bai Ziyue rushed anxiously to stand before the swift-wind rabbit. But as a beast companion, its duty was to protect its master first. So the rabbit leapt forward again, shielding Bai Ziyue with its body. Just then, the icy blast struck them both. The swift-wind rabbit froze instantly, shivering violently and collapsing to the ground. Though Bai Ziyue was only struck on the arm, the pain twisted her face into a grimace as tears streamed down her cheeks. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, "You dare hit me? I'm Yi Tong's friend." Hearing this, Lu Song's laughter grew even more arrogant. Just the top recruit from freshman military training. Even if Yi Tong were standing here, I'd still hit her. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the doorway. Is that so? Yi Tong had appeared at the doorway unnoticed, his gaze as cold as ice. Seeing the icy marks on Bai Ziyue's arm and her reddened eyes, the aura around him instantly turned dangerous. Lu Song froze upon recognizing Yi Tong as the military training challenge champion. Yet as a sophomore, he felt no fear toward a freshman. He sneered arrogantly, "So you're Yi Tong? Perfect. Your little sidekick doesn't know her place. I'll teach her a lesson. It's none of your business." Yi Tong's voice was icy. The next second, Ling Shi flashed forward, sword raised, charging at the ice crocodile. Chapter 46, Four-Winged Fire Ants. Facing Ling Xi's attack, Lu Song wore a look of contempt, commanding the ice crocodile to take the blow head-on. When the sword struck the creature's body, his expression abruptly changed. The strike had actually cleaved a gash in the ice crocodile's hardened hide, blood seeping from the wound. Seeing this, Lu Song dared not take it lightly anymore. He commanded the ice crocodile with murderous intent, "Use Frozen World. Let this arrogant fool see your might." The ice crocodile suddenly opened its massive jaws, and frigid air surged from its body like an erupting volcano. White frost instantly engulfed the entire training room. Icy crystals spread across the walls at a visible pace, sharp ice spikes formed on the floor, and even the air seemed frozen solid. This was the ice crocodile's ultimate technique, the Frozen World, capable of instantly freezing everything within a 10-meter radius. It's the Frozen World. Brother Lu's ice crocodile is finally getting serious. This chill is even more intense than when it froze that 5th-tier demon beast last time. That fallen angel trapped inside is bound to turn into an ice sculpture. The few underlings who had followed Lu Song witnessed the scene and immediately let out excited shrieks, each convinced Ling Xi was as good as dead. Bai Ziyue watched Ling Xi being swallowed by the frigid air, her eyes reddening with panic. She tugged at Yi Tong's arm, stamping her feet. "Yi Tong, make Ling Xi retreat. This is impossible to withstand." Yi Tong gently patted her hand, her gaze fixed on the faint purple figure within the heart of the frigid air. Her tone remained calm, "I believe in Ling Xi." Before she could finish, a dazzling purple light erupted from the Frozen World. Ling Xi's figure darted through the icicles like a ghostly apparition. The moment her demonic sword sliced through the frigid air, the ice layers capable of shattering tempered steel crumbled like brittle glass, shattering into countless fragments. Her toes lightly touched the ice surface, using the rebound to leap into the air. The demon sword, enveloped in faint purple demonic patterns, slashed straight down. There was no unnecessary flourish, only a sword strike of extreme speed. Thud. The dull thud of blade meeting flesh echoed clearly. The ice crocodile's skull split open instantly, the freezing cold that could halt all life receded like a tide, leaving only a twitching corpse sprawled on the ground. Dead silence filled the training hall. Lu Song's henchmen gaped, their earlier shouts stuck in their throats, their faces frozen in disbelief. Lu Song himself collapsed as if his bones had been pulled out, muttering, "Impossible. This can't be." Ling Shi sheathed the demon sword, fluttering her wings lightly as she returned to Yi Tong's side. Her small face bore its usual carefree expression. Lu Song slumped on the floor, watching Ling Xi effortlessly return to Yi Tong's side. A surge of rage, mingled with humiliation and fear, shot through him. He struggled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Tong's nose. "Yi Tong. You just wait. This isn't over. I won't let you off the hook." Yi Tong didn't even lift an eyelid, merely turning to Bai Ziyue. "How's your arm?" Only then did Bai Ziyue feel the stinging pain in her arm. Earlier, consumed by worry for Ling Xi, she'd forgotten her own injury. Gritting her teeth against the ache, she shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't push yourself." Yi Tong took her wrist. "Let's go to the hospital." With that, he turned and led Bai Ziyue away, not once glancing back at Lu Song. That utter disregard stung more deeply than any verbal or physical abuse. Lu Song watched their retreating figures, his teeth grinding audibly. He slammed his fist into the wall. "What are you standing around for?
Get back to the student council office with me. Back in the student union office, Lu Song entered to find Hua Ao seated on the sofa processing documents. Hua Ao, the student union president, was also a 9th-tier extraordinary cultivator, but he had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation and had even attained a domain. Brother Ao. Lu Song rushed over, his voice trembling with emotion. You have to stand up for me. Hua Ao lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. What happened? Lu Song recounted the incident with dramatic exaggeration, naturally omitting his own attempts to seize the practice room and his initial aggression. He emphasized how Yi Tong, relying on her formidable beast-taming skills, had not only injured his ice crocodile but also publicly mocked the student council as a bunch of useless losers, showing utter contempt for the seniors. That brat's way too cocky. If we don't teach him a lesson, we'll take the student council seriously anymore? Lu Song fanned the flames. He thinks we're easy to push around. Hua Ao's fingers drummed on the tabletop as his expression darkened. The student council's authority was his top priority, and Lu Song's words struck a nerve. A mere freshman dares to be so arrogant? Fine, I'll handle this. He turned to Lu Song, go spread the word. Tomorrow afternoon, on the stadium stage, I'll meet him face to face. Let everyone see what happens to those who dare challenge the student union. Got it. Thanks, Brother Ao. Lu Song was overjoyed and immediately turned to spread the word, painting Yi Tong as a reckless troublemaker who disrespected elders, challenged authority, and insulted the student union. Meanwhile, Yi Tong took Bai Ziyue to the school clinic. After examination, the doctor confirmed it was only minor frostbite. With medication and bandaging, she'd be fine. Just then, Bai Ziyue saw the news on the forum that Hua Ao had publicly challenged Yi Tong. She turned pale with fear and exclaimed, Yi Tong, we're done for. Hua Ao wants to challenge you. It's fine. I just need to accept it. Yi Tong opened her phone, logged into the forum with her real name, and commented directly under Hua Cheng's post, I accept. I hope you'll let me show my true strength. The moment those words appeared, the forum erupted. Yi Tong is so fierce, so bold. I love it. That's how a man should be. Who cares about the student council? Just do it. The comments poured in, some supporting Yi Tong, others mocking her. She actually dares to step forward? Does she have a death wish? Brother Ao has mastered his domain. What do you have to fight him with? She's overestimating herself. The school leadership had also taken notice of this battle. Bai Ziyue still felt a lingering fear. Yi Tong, Hua Ao won't be easy to handle tomorrow. I heard his beast control is formidable. Don't worry. Yi Tong's tone remained calm. I'm confident. The following afternoon, the playground buzzed with even more excitement than during the last challenge tournament. Nearly all the freshmen and sophomores had gathered, crowding the ring so tightly there was barely room to breathe. Even the school leaders were present, though they were dressed in plain clothes. Lu Song stood behind Hua Ao, smugly surveying the crowd below as if already witnessing Yi Tong's crushing defeat. As Yi Tong and Ling Shi stepped onto the stage, murmurs rippled through the crowd below. Hua Ao stood tall in the center of the ring, his gaze haughty. With a fist-sized, fiery red ant clinging to his side, his beast companion, a 9th-tier extraordinary 4-winged fire ant. The creature possessed 2 pairs of wings, its abdomen glowing with a sinister blue light, and a pair of giant pincers flashing a metallic coldness that made one's scalp tingle just to look at it. As everyone knows, the student council is the core that maintains order in the school. Hua Ao picked up the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the venue, yet there are always presumptuous freshmen who think they can disregard the rules and challenge authority. His gaze swept toward Yi Tong, laden with warning. Today, I will make you understand that the student council's authority is not to be challenged. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he gave the order, 4-winged fire ant, show him what you're capable of. The 4-winged fire ant flapped its wings, emitting a buzzing sound as it soared into the air. Its 2 pairs of massive pincers opened, revealing teeth glowing with a faint blue light, teeth coated in a potent anesthetic venom. A single touch would instantly render its victim incapable of fighting. Chapter 47, The Slowing Domain. Lingxi, watch out for its pincers and venom, Yi Tong warned. Lingxi nodded, drawing her demon sword. Purple magical patterns swirled along the blade. Unlike last time, she didn't charge headlong but instead spread her wings, engaging the 4-winged fire ant in aerial maneuvers. The 4-winged fire ant moved with blinding speed, its flight as agile as a streak of flame. Its massive pincers swung relentlessly, each strike accompanied by a sharp, air-tearing crack. Lingxi blocked several swings with her sword, but the ant dodged each one with dexterity. Instead, it seized an opening and lunged its pincers toward the demon sword. Clang! The massive claws collided with the demon sword, producing a sharp metallic clang. Lingxi felt a tremendous force surge through her, causing a slight numbness in her wrist. The 4-winged fire ant used the recoil to swiftly retreat, flapping its wings and expelling a cloud of acrid indigo mist, its anesthetic venom. Lingxi flapped her wings urgently to ascend, evading the mist while simultaneously slashing her sword to unleash several purple sword chi. The 4-winged fire ant seemed prepared, executing a nimble mid-air turn to dodge the sword chi before diving down, its giant pincers aiming straight for Lingxi's wings. The attack was swift and vicious. Lingxi couldn't fully evade in time, only managing to sidestep.
Her wing was still grazed by the claw's tip, instantly drawing a thin trickle of blood.
Lingxi! By Ziyue shouted anxiously from below the stage. Manhwa and Xia Yifei couldn't help but look worried too, but seeing Yi Tong's calm expression, they knew Lingxi was merely practicing.
Yi Tong's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent.
Lingxi's eyes sharpened, clearly provoked.
She stopped dodging. The purple glow of her demon sword surged as her form shot forward like a violet lightning bolt, charging straight at the four-winged fire ant. This time, she gave it no chance to evade. Her demon sword struck at an awkward angle, aiming directly for the joint where the ant's wings connected its relatively vulnerable spot.
The four-winged fire ant immediately swung its massive pincers to block, but it hadn't anticipated Lingxi's sword strike being a feint. Seizing the instant it blocked, she flipped her wrist, and the demon sword slid downward, slashing precisely across the fire ant's abdomen. Squeak!
The four-winged fire ant let out a shrill screech as its abdomen split open, releasing a stream of dark blue venom. Seeing this, Hua Ao's face darkened as he growled menacingly, "You forced my hand, four-winged fire ant, slow down field." As his voice faded, a faint gray aura suddenly erupted from the four-winged fire ant's body. The glow rapidly expanded outward from the center of the arena, thickening the air wherever it spread. Since he wasn't a commander level, he could only sacrifice his own essence blood to activate the four-winged fire ant's domain. It wouldn't last long, but it would suffice.
The crowd below erupted instantly. It's a domain. Hua Ao's four-winged fire ant has mastered a domain. Holy crap! Domains are the hallmark of commander-level beast tamers. Does this mean Hua Ao is just one step away from commander rank? No wonder he's been so cocky, he's been hiding this trump card. Yi Tong is in trouble now.
Several leaders in the audience stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. The dean pushed his glasses up and murmured, "To comprehend a domain at such a young age.
Hua Ao's talent is astonishing. Indeed.
Given time, he'll surely become a great talent."
A teacher nearby nodded approvingly.
Another instructor overseeing the Beastmaster assessment shook his head inside. Yi Tong is in trouble now. Within a slowing domain, her speed advantage will be completely neutralized.
She won't stand a chance.
The murmurs around them grew louder, nearly everyone convinced Yi Tong was doomed to lose.
It's over. No matter how fast the fallen angel is, it'll move in slow motion within the slowing domain.
The gap is just too vast, it's a domain, after all. Yi Tong has already done remarkably well to reach this stage.
Looks like Yi Tong is truly going to lose.
Just as the crowd accepted the outcome, Sun Huahua in the crowd suddenly snorted with derision, "What's the rush?
The real show is yet to come."
Xia Yifei's lips curved into a faint smile, her gaze serene.
A domain? Did they truly believe Yi Tong possessed none? On the stage, Lingxi's movements indeed slowed by half a beat, the flapping of her wings noticeably less frequent. Hua Ao smirked triumphantly at the sight. Scared now? Too late.
But the next second, his smile froze on his face. A flash of purple light flickered in Lingxi's eyes. Her slender fingers closed gently as she uttered two cold words, "Space."
Confinement.
The moment the words left her lips, the pale gray, sluggish domain suddenly froze as if bound by an invisible force. The four-winged fire ant's body abruptly halted midair.
Its wings ceased flapping, its giant pincers froze in midair, and even the flowing venom solidified into crystalline ice beads. It resembled a frozen sculpture, utterly deprived of any ability to move. What? Spatial confinement? This is a spatial ability only commanders can master?
The collective gasp echoed louder than before, everyone frozen in place as if under a spell, staring dumbstruck at the purple figure on the stage. The teacher who had just lamented Yi Tong's fate suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. A freshman, already possessing commander-level combat power? Students who had sparred with Yi Tong before now flushed crimson. Recalling their earlier arrogance and defiance, then witnessing this overwhelming display of power before them, they could only concede defeat. The gap between them and Yi Tong was like comparing the depths of the earth to the heights of the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingxi swung her demonic sword in a crisp arc. Thud! The four-winged fire ant, trapped within the spatial confinement, offered no resistance. Cleaved in two by the demonic sword, its massive body plummeted from the air. It twitched a few times upon hitting the stage before all life left it. This can't be. Hua Ao's face twisted in disbelief. He couldn't accept this outcome. Beside him, Lu San's legs trembled uncontrollably. He never imagined a mere freshman could wield commander-level combat prowess. This was beyond genius, it felt like cheating. Chapter 48, Dual Pupil Domain. Insane. Insane. I recall last year's top freshman barely reached extraordinary rank 8 by the second semester of sophomore year? Yeah, but Yi Tong is already commander level as a freshman. He's a 1 in a million genius. We're nothing compared to him. Looks like Mingzhi Academy's rankings are in for a shakeup. Though the rankings update frequently, the top 10 remain largely stable, especially the top 3. Chen Xuanwu, Duan Tian, and Su Jiqing are as steady as old dogs, monopolizing the top spots. The students buzzed with discussion. In just 2 short days, the name Yi Tong had sent shockwaves throughout the entire Mingzhi Academy.
The faces of those teachers in plain clothes were equally expressive. Professor Lee's fingers, twirling his beard, suddenly froze. His goatee shot upward. This boy, truly a raw diamond. In his 30-plus years of teaching, he had seen at least 80, if not 100, geniuses. Yet he had never encountered a student whose progress was so astonishingly rapid. Just 3 months ago, Yi Tong was merely at the elite tier. And now, in such a short time, he had firmly stepped into the commander tier. Beside him, Mentor Wang pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose. Truly remarkable. He must be prioritized for intensive cultivation. The voice of academic director Chen Mo carried an unquestionable resolve. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Tong's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with sharp focus. Transfer his file to the core cultivation roster immediately. Allocate resources, reserve secret realm slots, and assign mentors. Everything must be done at the highest level. A young instructor beside him hesitated. But director, granting him top-tier resources so quickly, mightn't it cause discontent among the other students? Resentment? Chen Mo scoffed coldly. The capable shall take their place. Does the academy employ us merely to let genius go to waste? If we miss out on a prospect like Yi Tong, we'll be the academy's eternal villains. He paused, then turned abruptly to Professor Lee. Old Lee, you teach Yi Tong's theory courses, right? Keep a close eye on him going forward. His fundamentals are solid, but his character still needs serious refinement. Professor Lee nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I'll prepare a customized cultivation plan immediately. Chen Mo nodded, his eyes burning with fervor. I can't wait to see how tall this promising sapling will grow. Yi Tong's name spread like wildfire overnight, echoing through every corner of the academy, from cafeterias to dormitories, classrooms to training grounds. Discussions about him erupted everywhere. Meanwhile, the academy's official strength rankings quietly added Yi Tong to their list, marked as freshman, commander tier 1. He's actually ranked 36th. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Yeah, everyone below him is also commander tier. That's just asking for trouble. Challengers for Yi Tong won't be short in the coming days. Clearly, this was deliberately arranged by the teacher. Yet Yi Tong seemed utterly unfazed. Challenging him was fine as long as they could bear the consequences of defeat. That day, Yi Tong brought Lingxi to the training chamber. After 3 hours of practice, Lingxi had fully grasped the essence of 10,000 swords returned to the source. Truly a legendary tier beast tamer, her comprehension was extraordinary. 10,000 swords returned to the source, heed my command. Lingxi abruptly thrust her hand forward, pointing. The ring of swords in the air abruptly contracted. Hundreds of blades instantly coalesced into a dazzling sword dragon. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it charged forward, violently blasting a gaping hole through the training room wall. The training room is for practice, not destruction. Yi Tong turned to see a girl in a white bodysuit standing on the stone steps nearby. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her back, her skin as fair as snow. Her oval face bore little expression, especially those eyes like icy stars gazing down at him with undisguised contempt. It was Su Jiqing. Ranked third in the school, president of the student union's publicity department, the academy's acknowledged genius goddess, and notoriously aloof. Rumor had it that since her enrollment, no one had ever seen her smile at anyone. Yi Tong responded coolly, you're targeting me so relentlessly, could it be that you're here to defend Hua Ao, senior? Stand up for him? Su Jiqing's voice was icy. He's not worthy of my attention. I just can't stand seeing people get so arrogant after a little success. Do they really think making the rankings makes them special? She snapped her fingers, and a snow-white feline beast stepped forward. The beast stood nearly half a person tall, its forehead marked by a crescent-shaped pattern. Its eyes held an eerie dual iris, and its claws glowed with a sinister, icy blue light. This is my beast companion, Moon Shadow Cat, a second-tier commander class beast. Su Jiqing's voice held not a shred of warmth. As your senior, I'm going to teach you a lesson in humility today. Lingxi, try your 10,000 swords return to the source. Yi Tong turned her gaze to the Moon Shadow Cat, examining its attribute information. Beast, Moon Shadow Cat. Talent, legendary tier, 1 star. Level, commander tier 2. Speed, 17,500. Attack, 15,000. Mental power, 14,000. Domain, dual pupil confinement. Though it's a second-tier commander, aside from being 500 points faster than Lingxi, its attack and psychic power are far inferior. Yi Tong smiled faintly and urged, training opportunities like this are rare. You must seize it. Understood, master. Lingxi's petite form suddenly soared upward, ripples distorting the surrounding space as a long sword, coiled with, materialized out of thin air. Oh? You've been hiding a trump card? Su Jiqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Moon Shadow Cat, show her what true speed looks like. Maya. The Moon Shadow Cat let out a sharp hiss, its form abruptly transforming into a white streak of light. The crescent moon mark on its forehead glowed brightly, its claws gleaming with a sinister blue light as it lunged toward Lingxi like an arrow released from its bow. Its speed was astonishing, leaving multiple afterimages in the training room, making its physical form nearly impossible to track. Lingxi, wield your sword across the heavens.
The moment Yi Tong's voice fell, the demon sword in Lingxi's hand trembled violently, its magical runes writhing like living creatures. She touched the ground lightly with her toes, using the sword's spiritual energy to soar into the air. The blade traced a sweeping arc before her, unleashing countless condensed sword energies that poured down like a meteor shower. They precisely sealed off every possible evasion path for the Moon Shadow Cat. The sword chi collided with the Moon Shadow Cat's sharp claws, producing a piercing, grinding sound. Though the Moon Shadow Cat barely evaded vital strikes with its speed, its snow-white fur bore several bloody gashes. A flicker of savagery passed through its deep blue pupils.
Claw storm. Su Jiqing's eyes narrowed with intensity.
The Moon Shadow Cat spun violently, all four clawed limbs lashing out simultaneously.
In an instant, a torrent of claw-like streaks, dense as a downpour, surged from every direction.
Accompanied by a shrill screech that seemed to tear through space, they completely enveloped the area within 10 feet of Lingxi. This was the Moon Shadow Cat's signature move, a barrage of claw strikes delivered at blinding speed. Any ordinary commander-level beastmaster caught in its path would be torn to shreds in an instant.
10,000 swords converge.
Golden light flared in Lingxi's eyes as the demon sword in his hand abruptly surged in size. The demonic runes along its blade ignited completely, instantly gathering hundreds of scattered sword energies. They coalesced before him into a solid, thick sword shield. The claw-like sparks collided with the shield, producing a dull rumble, yet they could not breach the barrier forged from the demon sword's spiritual energy.
This is interesting.
A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jiqing's eyes before she coldly snorted, but that's not enough. She raised her hand to form seals, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the Moon Shadow Cat. The Moon Shadow Cat raised its head, letting out a soul-shaking roar. The crescent moon pattern on its forehead fully blossomed with silver radiance, and the whirlpools within its pupils began spinning at breakneck speed.
Dual pupil domain, activate.
In an instant, the training room seemed to be pulled into a hazy moonlit night. Moonlight veiled the surroundings like gauze, yet carried an eerie, bewitching power. The scenery began to warp and overlap, broken walls transformed into cliffs, scattered metal shards became monstrous boulders, and even the air itself was thick with a heart-stopping aura of illusion.
Yi Tong felt a sharp pang in his consciousness.
The spirit stream and Moon Shadow Cat before his eyes began to blur.
Countless faint whispers seemed to echo in his ears, tempting him to sink into the illusion. Chapter 49, Becoming an Apprentice. Master, beware.
This domain can disrupt your mind. Seeing her master trapped in the illusion, Lingxi knew she had to act swiftly. She shook her head, a flicker of clarity flashing through her golden pupils. With a sudden thrust, she raised the demonic sword, its tip pointing straight at the ground. The space around her erupted with violent ripples.
Spatial confinement. A domain 10 zhang in diameter abruptly descended, centered on Lingxi.
The space seemed gripped by an invisible hand, the air thickening like amber, even light itself warping. The Moon Shadow Cat, which had been darting freely within the domain, halted abruptly. Its lightning-fast movements instantly slowed, and the illusory power of its dual pupil domain rapidly weakened under the spatial compression.
How is this possible? Su Jiqing's expression changed drastically.
She could distinctly feel the spatial force severing the connection between her spiritual energy and the Moon Shadow Cat, making the operation of the dual pupil domain unbearably sluggish. Spatial confinement, seemingly simple, was in fact the ultimate application of spatial laws. Lingxi, with her legendary tear comprehension, had fused this ability with the 10,000 swords return to the source technique, forcibly suppressing the dual pupil domain, renowned for its illusions.
Now,
Yi Tong, while her mind was still relatively clear, issued the command to Lingxi.
The demonic sword in Lingxi's hand hummed with a resonant hum. Empowered by the spatial confinement, its speed surged dramatically.
It transformed into a golden streak of light, trailing a long sword shadow as it lunged toward the Moon Shadow Cat. The sword S intertwined with spatial energy, forming a blade sharp enough to tear through illusion.
The Moon Shadow Cat struggled desperately within the confinement, its dual pupils straining to unleash illusions to disrupt Lingxi's judgment. Yet the spatial confinement proved as unyielding as the strongest cage, rendering all its evasive maneuvers futile. Thud! The demon sword struck the Moon Shadow Cat's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy.
The violet sword energy surged instantly into its body, disrupting the flow of its spiritual power. The Moon Shadow Cat let out a pained wail as its dual pupil domain shattered. Its massive body staggered backward, its snow-white fur stained crimson. Unable to remain standing, it collapsed with a thud. The dual pupil domain dissipated, releasing the spatial confinement. The training room returned to its original state, save for the hole in the wall and the mess scattered across the floor.
Lingxi sheathed the demon sword and glided over to Yi Tong.
She nuzzled his cheek with her head, the gesture carrying an undeniable hint of intimacy.
Su Jiqing couldn't bear to watch.
She turned her gaze to the Moon Shadow Cat gasping for breath on the floor, her face as pale as paper. Her pride and joy, the dual pupil domain, had been utterly shattered by a mere first-year beast tamer. The power of that spatial confinement carried an overwhelming dominance she couldn't comprehend, as if it were inherently designed to counter all illusions and speed.
I lost.
Su Jiqing's voice carried a hint of reluctance, yet it was crystal clear. As she looked at Lingxi beside Yi Tong, the contempt in her eyes faded for the first time, replaced by an incredible complexity. She had lost.
Defeated by a freshman.
And she had lost so completely. Yi Tong stepped forward, observing the disoriented Su Jiqing, and spoke calmly, "Senior, what do you think of me now?" The words struck like a heavy hammer, crashing into Su Jiqing's heart. She snapped her head up, her eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment, but above all, an indescribable complexity of emotion. She had been a prodigy since childhood, her cultivation progress far outpacing her peers.
The Moon Shadow Cat's dual pupil domain made her virtually unmatched among those of her level.
After entering the academy, she crushed all competition, ascending to the position of publicity department head at a young age. Everyone fawned over her, even her mentors showed her special favor. Over time, she developed an arrogant demeanor, believing everyone below the top 2 on the rankings was insignificant. So when she heard Yi Tong had defeated Hua Ao, her first reaction wasn't surprise, it was fury.
How dare a freshman challenge someone from the student council?
Su Jiqing opened her mouth, but something seemed stuck in her throat. The sharp words she prepared vanished, leaving her speechless. Yi Tong watched her shifting expression and said nothing more. He knew that for a proud genius like Su Jiqing, failure itself was the heaviest blow.
Just then, Su Jiqing suddenly took a deep breath and stepped forward.
Then, under Yi Tong's stunned gaze, she bent down and bowed to him. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, yet her words rang out with unusual clarity. "Su Jiqing humbly requests to become Yi Tong's disciple. I implore you, master, to impart your teachings without reservation."
Yi Tong was utterly dumbfounded.
He had expected Su Jiqing to fly into a rage, to seek revenge at the first opportunity, or even to be crushed by this defeat.
But this outcome was the last thing he had anticipated. Become his disciple? This aloof, proud genius goddess, renowned throughout the entire academy, was actually asking to be taught by him, a mere freshman? Seeing his lack of reaction, Su Jiqing lowered her head again, her voice firming. "This disciple knows that with sincere devotion to learning, no matter how difficult the path, I shall never retreat." Having witnessed the terror of spatial confinement, only one thought remained in her mind: she must master this power. The dual pupil realm was powerful, yet it had its limits. Spatial attribute power, however, seemed to hold infinite possibilities. That seemingly simple sword strike Lingxi had just executed contained exquisitely intricate spatial laws, a realm she had never encountered before. To become stronger, what did it matter to set aside pride? Yi Tong gazed at the girl before him, her head bowed slightly. Suddenly, he smiled. "Get up." Su Jiqing snapped her head up, a flicker of delight dancing in her eyes. "You may become my disciple, but you must obey my commands." Yi Tong wouldn't take on a disobedient disciple. "I'll be very obedient," Su Jiqing answered without hesitation. "Very well. Since you're genuinely eager to learn, I won't hold back. Lingxi, share more about your combat techniques and expertise in spatial domains." Yi Tong could explain it himself, but he was too exhausted and wanted to rest for a while. "Understood, master." Lingxi spent nearly 3 hours sharing all her insights with Su Jiqing. Su Jiqing gained profound insights and proactively invited Yi Tong to dine at the cafeteria. Arriving at the school cafeteria, it happened to be mealtime, so it was packed. Jiqing explained, "The cafeteria at Mingzhi Academy is way better than anything outside. It gathers all kinds of delicacies from every corner of the country. Even many graduates can't resist coming back." "Well, I'll have to try some then." Yi Tong headed to the oil-splashed noodle window and ordered a bowl of the 3-in-1 variety. "So you're from the north, huh?" Su Jiqing looked genuinely surprised. Education in the north was lagging behind, so producing a genius like Yi Tong was truly rare. Yi Tong offered a faint smile but said nothing. Before his transmigration, he had been a northerner. Now, he was indeed a southerner. "Isn't that Su Jiqing, the goddess ranked 3rd on the Beastmaster leaderboard? Why would she be with a freshman?" "What freshman?" "That guy's Yi Tong, our freshman year's rising star. Not only did he win first place in military training combat, he also defeated student council president Hua Ao. That's impressive. Now he's even hooked up with the goddess Su Jiqing. I'm so jealous. In 2 years, this is the first time I've seen goddess Su dining alone with a guy. Duan Tian has been showering goddess Su with attention every single day, but she never once ate with him or gave him a friendly look. Now look at the way she gazes at Yi Tong, it's pure tenderness." The girl beside her clutched her chopsticks, her voice dripping with disbelief. "I bet $5 these two are definitely something. Just look at how naturally Yi Tong handed Su goddess that tissue." Someone in the back row clapped their hands on the table, cheering them on, only to be quickly silenced by their friend. "She'll keep it down. Goddess Su seems to be looking this way." The murmurs gradually quieted. Su Jiqing's fingertips gripped the glass cup, yet a faint blush crept onto her ears. When she lifted her gaze, it met Yi Tong's looking over. She hastily averted her eyes, pretending to study the dishes on her plate, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward.
They'd always love to speculate. She murmured softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet her cheeks grew even warmer. She lowered her head to take a bite of rice, her long lashes falling to conceal the emotion in her eyes. I don't mind, but if it bothers you, just keep your distance from me. Yi Tong looked utterly unperturbed. Su Jiqing shook her head hastily. Of course not. You're my master now. Chapter 50, Hellhound. Su Jiqing? Why would he be having dinner with a guy? Duan Tian, ranked second on the school's Beastmaster leaderboard, was downstairs at that moment. He saw Su Jiqing by the window, tilting her head to listen to a man speak. Sunlight slanted across her hair, making her look exceptionally beautiful, like a fairy. Yet the man beside her, his hand resting on the windowsill, seemed jarringly out of place. Fuming, he stormed upstairs. The cafeteria's glass doors swung open violently as his gaze locked onto the windowside table. Whoa, Duan Ji Zora is like he's about to eat someone alive. Someone in the back row muttered in a hushed voice, nearly dropping their chopsticks. Yi Tong dares to steal Duan Tian's girl right after freshman year? Has she had enough of living? Shoo, haven't you forgotten that kid from class 3 last week? Just for exchanging a few extra words with Su Jiqing, he got chased down 3 blocks by Duan Tian's hellhound. The person beside him glanced at Yi Tong, their eyes clearly saying, good luck with that. I heard Duan Tian's hellhound is already at the 2nd-tier commander level. What does Yi Tong have to fight him with? Ignoring the murmurs, Duan Tian strode straight to the food window, slamming his tray down on the counter. The same as his. The food lady's hand shook, spilling half a spoonful of chili oil onto the rice. He acted as if he hadn't noticed, snatching up his tray and rushing toward Su Jiqing. Move. He slammed his tray down on the empty seat next to Su Jiqing, the stainless steel edge clanging loudly. Su Jiqing frowned and shifted slightly to the side. Duan Tian, can you please stop this? Su Jiqing abruptly stood up and snapped, this is the cafeteria, not a place for you to act out. Yi Tong was leisurely picking fish bones from his meal, not even lifting his eyelids. Only when Su Jiqing placed her tray across from him and sat down with a slightly pouty expression did he glance up and smile. The fish is pretty fresh. Want to try some? You're asking for it. Duan Tian's voice boomed like thunder as he abruptly stood up, sending soup splashing everywhere from his tray. Pointing his finger right at Yi Tong's nose, he roared, I'll say it again, stay away from Jiqing. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. Getting serious now? Yi Tong, apologize now. You won't end well if you go head-to-head with Duan Tian. Why is Su Jiqing still siding with Yi Tong? Can't you see Duan Tian's eyes are bloodshot? Su Jiqing slammed her chopsticks down, fuming. Enough, Duan Tian. Yi Tong is my master. Who do you think you are, telling her what to do? He's your master? Duan Tian looked utterly incredulous, then sneered, a freshman like him? Are you out of your mind? None of your business. If you touch him today, you'll have to get past me first. Su Jiqing stepped forward, shielding Yi Tong. Yi Tong gently pulled her aside, then met Duan Tian's gaze directly, a hint of careless amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you want? What do I want? Duan Tian burst into a maniacal laugh, his voice thick with malice. If you dare steal my woman, you better be ready to face the consequences. Now, do you dare step into the ring with me? He slammed his fist on the table, sending dishes clattering. The loser, he roared, will never show their face to Jiqing again. Just as Yi Tong was about to refuse, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, detected host entering Beastmaster world with an undefeated record. Rewards system activated. Defeating commander-level Beastmaster Duan Tian grants 1200 experience points. He raised an eyebrow, swallowing his refusal. Instead, a faint sneer escaped his lips, fine. But losing isn't enough. Vanishing won't suffice. Duan Tian froze. What else do you want? The loser will call the winner grandfather 3 times in front of everyone. Yi Tong's voice was quiet, yet it pierced everyone's ears like ice shards. The cafeteria erupted in chaos. Holy! Has Yi Tong lost his mind? Does he even know what he's saying? This is rubbing Duan Tian's face in the dirt. It's over. Duan Tian won't hold back now. Duan Tian's face flushed crimson, then turned iron gray, finally draining to a deathly pallor. He glared at Yi Tong as if he wanted to devour him alive. Fine. Very fine. Just you wait. I'll make you regret this. With that, he slammed his tray to the floor and stormed out. His dark figure vanished at the doorway, his suppressed roar still echoing behind him. Soon, the playground's ring was packed tight, the circular stands overflowing with people. Their chattering whispers washed over the 2 figures in the center like waves. Duan's hellhound supposedly devoured another grass yesterday, its power must have surged. Yi Tong is strong, but brother Duan's been ranked 2nd on the leaderboard for years. Look at Su Jiqing. She's standing with Yi Tong. Brother Duan will probably explode with rage when he sees this. Duan Tian stood at the center of the arena, flanked by his waist-high hellhound. Blue flames danced across its black fur, each pant expelling hot breath thick with the stench of sulfur, drawing gasps from the stands. Yi Tong, kneel and beg for mercy now. There's still time.
Duan Tian stroked the demon dog's head, his eyes cold and ruthless. Don't wait until you don't even have a chance to regret it.
Yi Tong strolled leisurely onto the stage. Only when he stood directly opposite Duan Tian did he curve his lips into a smirk.
Enough talk. Let's begin. Chapter 51, The Student Council are all useless. You're asking for death. Duan Tian roared, snapping his fingers. Demon dog.
Tear him apart. The hellhound let out a deafening roar, its forepaws pounding the ground as it charged toward Yi Tong. An eerie blue fireball swelled in its maw, its heat wave forcing the front row spectators to retreat.
Yi Tong scanned its attribute information. Beast, Hellhound. Talent, Legendary 1 star. Level, Commander Tier 2. Speed, 15,000. Attack, 16,000. Mental Power, 14,000. Domain, Roar Domain. Innate Divine Abilities, Shadow Rift, Abyssal Gaze, Hellfire Breath. Though one rank higher than Lingxi, none of its attributes surpass hers.
Yi Tong smiled faintly.
Lingxi, finish this quickly. Understood, Master.
Upon receiving the command, Lingxi spread all 6 wings. With a flick of her wrist, the demonic sword materialized from thin air.
Demon Hound, kill him for me. Duan Tian gritted his teeth. The Hellhound leapt forward, its gaping maw snapping toward Lingxi.
Unfazed, Lingxi gently fluttered her 6 wings. Her form shifted sideways like a ghostly apparition, and the Hellhound streaked past, grazing her feathers.
Roar! Seeing its attack miss, the demon dog arched its back violently.
Its jet-black fur bristled like steel needles, and a thick black mist instantly swirled around its body.
This darkness was no ordinary shadow, it was the materialization of its roar domain.
Within the fog, hundreds of phantom hounds materialized, each bearing drooling fangs and unleashing deafening barks at Lingxi.
The barks pierced like tangible spikes, penetrating eardrums to stab the mind.
The phantoms collided and tore at each other frantically, the cold gleam of claws and the grinding of teeth intertwining within the black mist, as if intent on shredding both Lingxi's body and will.
Lingxi's 6 wings faltered slightly, a flicker of disorientation passing through her dark golden pupils.
This domain not only conjured illusions but also triggered mental resonance through the frenzied barks, freezing the target in terror. Yet it caused her not a shred of harm. Forget not that her divine power was soul-piercing, granting her psychic strength far surpassing that of other beast tamers of her rank. Poof! A cold, dismissive snort pierced the illusion. Lingxi abruptly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her pupils had condensed into pure, dark gold light. The 6 wings on her back suddenly spread wide, and dark gold sacred power surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the illusory forms closing in.
Spatial confinement. The detached voice echoed as the black mist-shrouded area rippled, sealed off by an invisible wall. The colliding phantoms slammed into the transparent spatial barrier, instantly disintegrating into black smoke. The Hellhound itself was pinned in place by this force, its limbs immobilized, the fireball in its maw frozen mid-air, a frustrated growl escaping its throat. Lingxi slowly raised the demonic sword. The next instant, the blade traced a brilliant arc through the black mist, no unnecessary flourish, only a slash of extreme speed. Splatter! The sharp blade sliced through flesh with a distinct audible crack. As the sword fell, the spatial confinement dissolved, cleaving the Hellhound's body cleanly in two. Black blood mingled with shattered entrails, spilling across the floor. The black mist that had woven the illusion lost its source and receded like a tide, leaving only the cooling corpse on the platform. Lingxi sheathed the demon sword. Her 6 wings fluttered lightly, sweeping a dark golden glow that cleansed the lingering stench of blood and sulfur from the air. Duan Tian's face drained of color instantly. Impossible, it can't be. Below the stage, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on the still bleeding corpse of the demonic hound on the platform. What just happened? A boy rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. All I saw was a flash of light. A second-tier hellhound, just gone like that? The person beside him swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. That was legendary tier potential. Duan's ace in the hole. Who was that woman? 6 wings, dark golden holy power, what kind of beastmaster is she? Someone pointed at the wings unfurling behind Lingxi, their voice thick with disbelief and dread. I've never seen this form in any bestiary. Speed like teleportation, plus spatial confinement? Is this supposed to be commander tier power? Are you crazy? Duan Tian's demon hound didn't even last a single strike? That spatial confinement just now had crushed the Hellhound's roar domain outright? How terrifying must her psychic power be? This isn't a freshman, it's a monster pretending to be weak. It's over. Duan Tian's completely finished. Someone muttered under their breath, their voice tinged with relief after narrowly escaping disaster. Just now I thought Yi Tong was insane, but now it seems we're the ones who are crazy. With power like this, forget Duan Tian, even the top-ranked player would have to think twice. That sword light, it was so fast I couldn't even see it clearly. Lingxi? The name sounds like a support class, but she's a badass who can one-shot a commander? Duan Tian's face went completely white. Look at that expression, like he saw a ghost. Just moments ago he was demanding someone kneel and beg for mercy, and now he's the one frozen in terror. This isn't even the same league.
A hooded boy slumped in the stands, muttering, Duan Tian didn't lose unfairly.
He really didn't. As Lingxi sheathed her demon sword, its 6 wings fluttering lightly to wash away the bloodstain, the stands fell into an eerie silence once more.
This time, no one spoke. Countless gazes, a mix of shock, awe, and even fear fixed themselves on that dark golden figure.
Moments ago, Duan Tian's hellhound seemed terrifyingly formidable.
Now, they understood what true dominance, true power, truly meant. Congratulations, host, on defeating the second-tier Hell Wolf Commander.
Experience points plus 1,200.
That's too little. Yi Tong swept his gaze across the crowd, a plan forming instantly.
He sneered openly, are all student council members this useless?
The remark ignited a powder keg.
Several student council members on the stands erupted instantly. Who do you call useless? How arrogant! Think beating Duan Tian makes you invincible? Where are the student council members? Let's take him on together and show him what we're made of. Su Jiqing pushed forward anxiously. Yi Tong, stop talking.
But Yi Tong seemed deaf to her pleas. He strode toward Duan Tian, who lay sprawled on the ground, towering over him.
You were so cocky just now. Why aren't you shouting now?
He raised his foot to crush Duan Tian's wrist, his voice as cold as ice.
The student council?
To me, it's just a bunch of useless cowards who bully others with their power. How dare you insult the student council? A bespectacled boy roared as he leaped onto the stage. His beast companion was a 9th-tier Thunderbird.
I challenge you. Count me in too. Count me in.
In an instant, 8 beast masters surged onto the stage. Yi Tong surveyed the crowd before him, a thrill of excitement curling his lips. He turned and gave Lingxi a knowing wink. Lingxi understood immediately he actually intended to challenge all 8 beast tamers single-handedly. Chapter 52, Instantly Defeated. I'm Xing Kai from the Student Council.
My beast is a 9th-tier supernatural white bone lion.
I'm Chao Rui, group leader of the Student Council.
My beast is a blood lion at the commander tier.
I'm Ding Hu, leader of Team 2 of the Student Council.
My beast is a supernatural 9th-rank heavenly bull python. I'm Lu Quan from the Student Council.
My beast is a command tier shadow bat.
Now, the 8 of us shall witness the extraordinary skills of Student Yi. After the introductions, Xing Kai roared, Yi Tong, you're just a freshman.
Relying on your meager strength, you've repeatedly disgraced our Student Council.
Today, though I may not be your match, I'd rather die fighting here than back down. You will pay the price. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll think the Student Council is easy to bully, won't you? Come at me all at once.
Yi Tong smiled faintly, raising her eyes with a careless arch of her brow.
I need to get some rest after this.
Her words ignited the atmosphere like a match tossed into a barrel of oil. Xing Kai's white bone lion suddenly arched its back, its ghostly blue flames licking down from its mane to the ground. The overwhelming aura of a 9th-tier transcendent being made the uniforms of surrounding students flutter wildly. Roar! Its front paw slammed down, sinking the hardened concrete half an inch. A gale reeking of decaying bones surged toward Lingxi's face. Chao Rui's blood lion, a rank 1 commander, was even more ferocious. Bone dust clung to its fangs, falling in a shower that instantly corroded black holes into the plastic chairs below. Its massive form blurred into a streak, closing in on Xing Kai's white bone lion in a pincer movement. Ding Hu's heavenly ox python lashed like a poison-soaked whip. Its bull-thick body cracked against the ground with a sharp smack, sending sparks flying. The barbs on its scales glinted coldly as it silently coiled toward Lingxi's ankles. Its speed left only a gray blur, a 9th-tier heavenly ox python whose crushing force alone could snap steel bars. Even more terrifying was the swarm of shadow blood bats. Over 30 bats suddenly folded their wings, coalescing into a churning black mist. Their shrill screeches pierced like countless steel needles into one's brain, causing several classmates to immediately cover their ears and crouch down. From within the darkness, crimson claws darted out intermittently, shadow assaults capable of tearing through mental barriers. The summoned beasts of the remaining 4 beast masters weren't idle either. The venomous lizard's acid droplets sizzled the ground into smoke, the stone golem's fist pounded the stands until they shook, and the thunder eagle's wings whipped up purple lightning, cracking the air with each beat. 8 assaults wove a deadly net from every direction. Even the most seasoned beastmasters on the stands clenched their fists. This lineup would defeat even elite 3rd years. A freshman beastmaster was bound to be torn to shreds. It's over. It's over. Lingxi's been caught in the crossfire. A girl's voice trembled with panic as she pointed toward the direction of the heavenly ox python's attack. Look at those barbed scales. It was inches from her ankle just now. If it had coiled around her, it would have crushed her bones. The boy in the baseball cap beside her swallowed hard. The Student Council's 8 beasts? 2 are commander tier alone, and the rest are all high tier extraordinary. Their assault is so dense not even a fly could escape. Lingxi has no chance of dodging. And the blood lion's corrosive bone powder. It just burned a black hole through that plastic chair. If that stuff touches her skin, is there any hope? Lingxi might. A boy in the back row trailed off, but the terror in his eyes spoke volumes. The surrounding students fell silent, many averting their eyes in distress. This situation left Lingxi with no chance of survival. Amid the murmurs, someone suddenly pointed at the center of the arena. "Look at Yi Tong."
He hasn't reacted at all? All eyes snapped to him.
Yi Tong stood perfectly still, the faint smile never leaving his face. The putrid bone wind from the white bone lion made the strands of hair at his forehead flutter slightly.
He didn't even lift an eyelid.
As the blood lion's afterimage lunged close, he even tilted his head slightly, as if observing something amusing. Only when the gray shadow of the heavenly ox python coiled around his feet did he slowly lift his leg, the movement so light it seemed afraid of hurting something. Just as he avoided the python's body, he raised an eyebrow at its head.
Has he lost his mind? Someone cried out. Showing off at a time like this? Can't he see Lingxi's about to be swallowed by the shadow bat's black mist? Wait.
A girl who had been watching Lingxi suddenly widened her eyes.
Look at Lingxi. She doesn't seem to be dodging either.
She's standing right next to Yi Tong, and that black mist is practically grazing her clothes, yet she hasn't even blinked.
The words hung in the air, silencing the stands for several seconds. Then, an even louder uproar erupted. No way. Are those two scared out of their minds? What are they doing just standing there? This is a commander-tier beastmaster's assault. If they don't move now, they'll be minced meat. Is Yi Tong even capable? She said she'd rest after this fight, yet she's not moving at all. Is she waiting to be torn apart? Gale, Shadow, Venom, Python Tail. 8 vicious attacks closed in relentlessly.
Yet Yi Tong suddenly tilted her head toward Lingxi, as if sharing some idle chatter. Lingxi's slight nod stood out starkly amidst the swirling killing intent.
It's over. They've completely given up. Someone slumped in the stands, their voice thick with resignation. Lingxi is probably going to.
At that moment, Lingxi moved. No one could discern how she moved. Only a silver arc flashed before their eyes, like a blade tempered by moonlight suddenly slicing through the air. As she raised her hand, a demonic sword radiating a moonlit glow materialized in her grasp, its blade reflecting a cold, piercing glint under the lights. Where the blade swept, fine ice crystals suddenly swirled up. Those crystals exploded mid-air with a boom, showering frost flowers mingled with sword energy as they drifted down. Shinkai's skeletal lion lunged forward, but as the sword's aura swept across its mane, its ghostly flames snuffed out with a hiss. The massive form froze in place, ice shards erupting from its hide like wildfire. Within moments, it was encased in a translucent ice sculpture, its very eyes frozen solid. Chaorui's blood lion slammed on its brakes, but Lingxi, wielding the demon sword, had already darted like a ghostly apparition to its rear flank. With a flick of her wrist, the sword's spine snapped against the lion's hind leg joint. The bone armor there cracked with a sharp snap, fine fissures forming as frost seeped into the cracks. The lion howled in agony, attempting to turn and counterattack, only to find its hind legs frozen solid. It collapsed onto its haunches with a thud, its front paws futilely scraping at the ice. Before the beetle serpent could tighten its coils, Lingxi swung her sword in a backhand strike. The scabbard of the demon blade snapped precisely onto its vital point. Her fingertips twisted lightly on the hilt. The frost clinging to the scabbard seeped into the softest spot of the python's scales. That patch of scales curled back as if sliced by a blade, then froze solid in an instant. Ding Hu watched helplessly as his giant python convulsed violently. The creature that moments ago could snap steel bars now couldn't even curl itself up, lying limp on the ground, panting and trembling. The dark mist of the shadow bloodbat swarm suddenly dispersed. As Lingxi looked up, the demon sword traced a semicircle before her. The gust of wind from the blade swept her hair, and as the sword hummed, it seemed as if a transparent membrane unfolded above her head. The moment the bats collided with it, a string of them fell with a thud, thud, thud. Each wing was coated with a thin layer of ice. After a couple of flaps, they fell completely still, as if the sword's wind had sucked all their strength away. The venomous lizard's acid spray landed half a meter before Lingxi. She blocked it with a horizontal sword strike. The demon's sword's blade glowed with a faint blue aura. The acid collided with the surface, instantly freezing into yellow-green icicles that clinked to the ground along the blade. As the rock golem's stone fist smashed toward her, Lingxi sidestepped while lightly touching its knuckles with her sword tip. The hard rock shattered from the point of contact, crumbling into a shower of pebbles that revealed a dull, gray energy core within. As the Thunder Eagle's purple lightning struck before her, Lingxi's grip on the sword tightened abruptly. The demonic blade acted like a magnet, drawing the lightning serpent onto its surface. The purple electricity danced halfway around the blade before transforming into a string of sparks that crackled onto the ground, leaving only a small, charred pit. From the 8 beasts' simultaneous assault to their complete subjugation, the entire sequence lasted 9 seconds. Lingxi withdrew the demon's sword, a fragment of unfrozen frost still clinging to her hair like a sliver of moonlight. Chapter 53, The System's New Feature. The 8 beast tamers froze in place, their faces as white as paper. Shinkai stared at his lion, frozen solid like an ice sculpture, his lips trembling. He couldn't utter a word for a long while. Chaorui slumped to the ground. The shock of his Tier 1 Beastmaster's creature being effortlessly subdued by the demon's sword left him staring blankly. Ding Hu's hands shook violently. Frost continued to spread across the scales of his heavenly ox python, his pride and joy in battle. The stands fell so silent you could hear your own heartbeat. A full 10 seconds passed before someone gasped. Instantly, the entire stadium erupted like a boiling pot. Holy! That's a demon sword? Lingxi is actually a sword cultivator beast tamer? That speed just now, combined with the demon sword's sword chi? It's practically a walking killing machine? A 9th tier white bone lion frozen solid by sword chi? Even a commander level beast couldn't withstand a single strike? Ding who's heavenly ox python. That thing can withstand missiles. And it got its vital point pinned by a sword scabbard? The student filming with their phone was shaking so badly the footage looked like an earthquake scene, but that didn't stop the video from spreading like wildfire across campus forums. The title changed from Yitong's foolhardy provocation of the student council to Lingxi, with the demon sword in hand, single-handedly crushing 8 opponents within 3 minutes, racking up over 10,000 views instantly. I take back what I said about Lingxi being a pretty face. This is a sword-wielding nuclear bomb? Yitong told them to come at her all at once. That's not arrogance, it's knowing Lingxi's demon sword clears the field fast. Look at Yitong in the video. When Lingxi swung her sword, he remained so calm and composed. Indeed, Yitong remained leaning against the railing, even brushing off a flake of rust. The earth-shattering battle seemed distant, until Lingxi tugged his sleeve. He glanced down, a faint smile touching his lips as he ruffled her hair as effortless as brushing dew from petals. This moment was captured by countless cameras, instantly shifting the tone of the forum comments. Suddenly get why Yitong is so damn cool. That unflappable in the face of disaster vibe is just too damn awesome. Did he know Lingxi's demon sword could wipe them out in an instant? That's why he stayed so calm? Yitong is undeniably the school heartthrob. His power knows no bounds, he fiercely protects his partner, and that cool composure. I'm done for. Girls in the stands covered their mouths and screamed, while even some boys couldn't help but pound the railings shouting, "Damn, that's awesome." Yitong seemed oblivious, nearly tilting his chin toward the 8 pet tamers still frozen in place. You're not ready yet. Xing Kai and the others opened their mouths, but none dared to respond. Outmatched, what could they possibly say? From this day forward, Yitong's name, paired with that shaky video, was permanently etched into the school's top male student rankings. It wasn't because of her looks, but that absolute confidence hidden beneath her nonchalance, it was simply too dazzling. Congratulations, host, for defeating the 9th tier white bone lion. Experience points plus 900. Congratulations, host, on defeating the tier 1 blood lion commander. Experience points plus 1000. Congratulations, host, on defeating the tier 2 hellish demon wolf. Experience points plus 1200. Congratulations, host, on defeating the extraordinary 9th tier heavenly ox python. Experience points plus 900. Congratulations, host, on defeating the tier 1 dark veiled bat. Experience points plus 1100. The system flooded the screen once more. With experience points nearly depleted, Yitong wondered inwardly, has Lingxi not leveled up yet? He scrutinized Lingxi closely, suddenly noticing something peculiar. Previously, her demonic sword radiated thunderous lightning, yet today it emitted a distinct icy glint. Could it be that a new skill had been unlocked? He hurriedly checked her attribute information. Beastmaster, Lingxi. Talent, Legendary 3-star. Level, Commander Tier 1. Speed, 18,000. Attack, 18,000. Mental power, 19,000. Domain, Spatial Confinement. Innate divine abilities, Soul Piercing, Fallen Inferno Blast, Fallen God's Judgment usable after evolving into Fallen Goddess, Frozen Heaven and Earth. Post-Heaven Divine Ability, 10,000 Swords Return to the Source. Cultivation Plan, 10,000 Year Spirit Milk, Dragon Marrow Elixir, Sacred Crystal Stone. It really activated a new skill. Yitong rejoiced, then strode to the center of the arena and declared to all present, from this day forward, I, Yitong, accept challenges from any member of the student council. How arrogant! Challenging the entire student council single-handedly? His arrogance won't last long. Don't forget, President Chen Xuanwu hasn't returned yet. Once he's back, Yitong is finished. Exactly. President Chen mastered the 3rd tier ages ago. With his strength, he'll crush Yitong. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chen Xuanwu was a prominent figure at Ninja Academy, admired by many female students. Yet he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, never entertaining romantic entanglements. Having gone elsewhere to train, his strength was believed to have surged dramatically. In the Mingjur Academy office, smoke swirled thickly. Yen Song broke the silence first, his voice thick with excitement. Principal Xiao, Director Wang, you witnessed it yourselves. Yitong and Lingxi's potential is truly unfathomable. The power of Lingxi's demon sword far surpasses that of any beast tamer at her level, and Yitong's mental fortitude is exceptionally rare. Students like these must be prioritized for cultivation. Wang Yongshan nodded, his fingers tapping the desk. You're right. Yitong stunned the entire audience with his first move. To draw out such power from Lingxi shows his Beastmaster talent is absolutely top tier. With the University Exchange Conference approaching, we desperately need such elite students. Principal Xiao Liang took a drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke rings. Yensong, you teach his class and know him best.
This kid is no ordinary student, calm, confident, and possessing absolute control over Lingxi.
Pour resources into him, and the returns will be substantial.
Have him come over. See what he needs. Soon, Yi Tong was summoned to the office.
Facing the 3 school administrators, he remained composed, his gaze serene.
Yi Tong, take a seat.
Xiao Liang gestured to the chair opposite him and got straight to the point.
We've all seen your performance and Lingxi's this time. The school has decided to invest heavily in your development. Whatever you need, just ask. As long as it's reasonable, we'll make it happen.
Yi Tong paused briefly before stating directly, I need sacred crystal stones. Yensong and Wang Yongshan exchanged glances. Sacred crystals were invaluable, rare materials essential for cultivating high-tier beast tamers. Yet Xiao Liang replied without hesitation, we can provide the sacred crystals, but the school has one condition, we hope you will represent the school at next month's National University Exchange Tournament.
Yi Tong considered it.
Lingxi needed resources to grow, and competing in the exchange meet would expose her to stronger opponents and potentially secure more resources. She nodded in agreement.
Agreed. Excellent.
Xiao Liang sealed the deal.
It's settled. Teacher Yensong will deliver the sacred crystal stone to you this afternoon.
Upon receiving the sacred crystal stone, Yi Tong immediately had Lingxi absorb it.
A flash of light erupted, and Lingxi's aura surged dramatically.
On the attribute panel, the talent column transformed into legendary 4-star, while all other attributes saw significant increases. The range of domain, spatial confinement, expanded by nearly double. A few days later, Yi Tong received notification that she had been accepted into the school team to prepare for the university exchange tournament.
In the school team's training room, 7 second-year prodigies were already waiting.
They were all top-tier combatants meticulously selected by the school, several of whom consistently ranked at the top of the campus leaderboards.
Upon seeing Yi Tong enter, their reactions varied.
Captain Zhao Feng, a standout sophomore whose beast was a Command Tier 3 Thunderwing Tiger, frowned slightly, his tone tinged with scrutiny.
You're Yi Tong? Heard you're quite the fighter. Another tall male student, Li Mang, snorted derisively. So what if you're good? You're still just a freshman. Isn't the school being too hasty, letting a newbie join the team?
Lin Weiwei, a girl beside him, shot Yi Tong a cold glance.
Don't think beating a few student council members makes you special.
The school team is forged through real, hard-fought battles, not gimmicks. The others remained silent, but their eyes betrayed obvious contempt and skepticism. They acknowledged Yi Tong had some skill, but mostly dismissed him as all hype. They believed he'd gained attention through Lingxi's demon sword, and doubted he could hold his own against a top-tier opponent of equal caliber. Yi Tong ignored their attitudes, finding a spot to stand and closing his eyes to rest. To him, their doubts were meaningless, his strength would prove everything.
The atmosphere in the training room instantly grew tense.
Days passed, and while everyone else had grown somewhat familiar with each other, Yi Tong remained an outsider superfluous, yet he couldn't care less. That day, prodigies from other universities had already arrived at Mingzhi Academy. The Beastmaster Exchange was about to begin. Chapter 54, Tianshui University. Hundreds of crystal chandeliers hung from the dome of the Beastmaster Hall, reflecting off the marble floor like mirrors. The air was thick with the spiritual energy emitted by beasts of various attributes, carrying a faint, explosive tension. Teams from various universities took their seats by region. Tianshui University's ice blue uniforms stood sharply contrasted against Frostleaf University's deep green attire, while Brilliant University's golden outfits blazed like clusters of flames, boldly occupying the central position in the hall. As Lin Weiwei walked through the corridor with her ice-frosted crane, she collided head-on with a group of male students from Brilliant University. Wu Chuan, the leader, leaned against a pillar, his gaze wandering over her with undisguised lechery. You look unfamiliar, freshman. Are you from the College of Philosophy? The short guy behind him chimed in with a greasy tone. Brother Chuan's talking to you, got a problem? Philosophy majors sure are pretty, but I wonder if they feel good to the touch, huh? Watch your language. Li Mang rushed up from behind, shielding Lin Weiwei with his back. His Earth Ice Bear stood behind him, imposing and majestic. Just sparring? Why the thug act? Oh? A knight in shining armor has arrived? Wu Chuan snorted derisively, straightening his posture. What? Did I say something wrong? Mingzhi Academy comes in last every single year. Besides looking pretty, what else can they possibly offer? Lin Weiwei's face turned ashen, her voice icy as she replied, whether we're at the bottom or not will be proven at the exchange meeting. If you're itching for a fight, Senior Wu, why not step onto the duel platform right now? That suits me just fine. Wu Chuan raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. Since you're offering yourself up, Junior, I'll be happy to oblige. The battle platform instantly drew a crowd. Lin Weiwei released the Frostblade Crane. The snow-white bird spread its 2-meter wingspan, its ice crystal tail feathers glinting coldly under the lights. The aura of a second-tier dominator radiated outward, drawing gasps from the crowd. An ice-frosted crane? That's a rare breed indeed. Wu Chuan whistled. His golden red fire eagle spread its wings with a flutter, its sharp beak gleaming with a metallic sheen.
Also a second-tier commander, it radiated an even more intense aggression. Begin. The words barely left his mouth before Wu Chuan struck first, golden flame, blazing impact. The golden fire eagle sucked in air sharply, its throat glowing orange-red as a pillar of flame hurtled toward the frostfire crane. Lin Weiwei's eyes narrowed, ice mist barrier. The ice frost crane flapped its wings, expelling a white mist that instantly solidified into an icy wall. The pillar of fire exploded upon impact. Amidst the billowing vapor, the golden fire eagle suddenly dove, its talons tearing through the lingering mist to sink viciously into the ice frost crane's wing. Screech! The cold ice fierce crane let out a cry of pain, its wing instantly bearing a scorched claw mark. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. Just as she was about to command a counterattack, Wu Chuan left her no chance, press the advantage. Flame blade. The golden fire eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of crescent-shaped flame blades. The ice-frosted crane couldn't dodge in time, struck by several blades. It plummeted to the ground with a mournful cry, its feathers charred black over half its body. Wei. Li Mang's eyes bulged with fury as he snarled, Wu Chuan, you're playing dirty. Have the guts to fight me head-on. The dark brown earth ice bear roared, pounding its chest. Its thick ice armor covered its back. As soon as it regained its footing, it charged fiercely toward the golden flame eagle. But the golden fire divine eagle dodged nimbly in the air, occasionally diving to peck. Though the earth ice bear possessed astonishing defense, it could never land a hit. Instead, its fur was singed by flames until smoke curled from its body. Finally, its legs buckled, and it knelt to the ground, whimpering in defeat. Useless is useless. The short boy jeered from below the stage, both of those beasts combined aren't worth a single punch from Brother Chuan. Lin Weiwei supported the injured ice frost crane, her eyes red but stubbornly refusing to shed tears. Li Mang clenched his fists, ready to storm forward and argue, but was blocked by Kaisan University's people. In the shoving match, they nearly came to blows. Everyone, stop right now. A clear female voice cut through the chaos. Yi Tong pushed through the crowd with Lingxi in tow, followed by Su Jiqing, her face still flushed from the rush. Yi Tong swept a glance over the wreckage on stage before fixing her gaze on Wu Chuan. Her tone was flat. Attacking us at Mingzhi Academy? Have you had enough of living? Wu Chuan sized her up. Seeing her plain clothes and lack of any obvious background, he relaxed, his tone flippant. Another one from Mingzhi Academy? What, looking to avenge them? Yi Tong said nothing, merely placing a hand on Lingxi's shoulder. Lingxi, she said coolly, show him what respect means. Understood, master. Lingxi tilted her head, then vanished from her spot. Before the golden fire eagle could react, a flash of white light struck its wing. Like a. As it struggled to rise, Lingxi landed on its back, her feet lightly pressing down on its head. A gentle yet unyielding surge of spiritual energy flooded its mind, instantly crushing its will to fight. Golden fire. Wu Chuan's face drained of color, yet he dared not approach. He sensed Lingxi's power far exceeded his understanding. That earlier strike had clearly held back, otherwise, the golden fire divine eagle would have been gravely wounded. He glanced at Yi Tong, fear instantly rising in his heart. Chapter 55, Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Lingxi's toes touched down lightly beside Yi Tong. Her silver hair fluttered as she nuzzled his palm with her cheek, her obsidian eyes sparkling with a hint of self-satisfaction. Yi Tong raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his gaze sweeping toward Brilliant University. His voice was as crisp as ice. Brilliant University, is that all you've got? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding teams from other schools. The nonchalance in his tone only sharpened his edge. Anyone else think Mingzhi Academy is easy to bully? Step forward now. Don't wait until the exchange begins, only to make excuses after losing. Arrogant. The tall male student from Tianshui University slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, spiritual energy surging around him. Think beating Wu Chuan makes you invincible? I'll show you. Count me in too. A brown-haired girl from Frostleaf University stepped forward. As tensions escalated to the brink of violence, Director Wang Yongshan strode in, slamming his thermos down on the floor with a dull thud that made everyone's eardrums flutter. Have you all finished causing trouble? His eyes narrowed menacingly at Yi Tong, his mustache twitching with fury. You're not much of a fighter, but your temper's hotter than anyone's. The exchange event is tomorrow, and you've already alienated everyone. How do you expect to win first place for Mingzhi Academy? Yi Tong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. First place? Not difficult. The words landed like a stone tossed into boiling oil. Even Wang Yongshan stumbled, his voice catching before he finally snapped, fury visible in his eyes. Stop spouting nonsense. Everyone, disperse. Anyone caught fighting again will be disqualified immediately. The crowd dispersed grudgingly. Wu Chuan clutched his still trembling wrist and slunk away with the golden fire eagle. As he passed by Yi Tong, his footsteps faltered, but he ultimately dared not lift his gaze. Lin Weiwei stepped forward, her voice tinged with gratitude and embarrassment. Yi Tong, thank you. I was just too weak. Li Mang scratched his head, his face flushed. I acted impulsively too. Just moments ago, he thought Yi Tong was merely an ordinary freshman. Now, he felt his face burning. It's fine, Yitong said calmly.
We'll win it back at tomorrow's exchange meeting. Lin Weiwei watched the spiritual energy swirling around Lingxi's fingertips, then glanced at Yitong's serene profile. A sudden sense of calm settled over her heart. She exchanged a look with Li Mang, and they saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. This freshman, always overlooked, might just be the true trump card of Mingzhi Academy. As night deepened, the lights in the beast taming hall gradually dimmed, yet Lingxi's lingering spiritual energy ripples still pulsed at the center of the combat platform. Tomorrow, a true storm would erupt here, and Yitong and Lingxi were already poised and ready.
The next day,
the central combat platform of the Beastmaster Hall gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. 8 students from Mingzhi Academy stood dejectedly at the edge of the platform, their school emblems on their uniforms darkened by sweat. Their beasts sat or lay listlessly, their spirits crushed. All 8 had suffered defeat in the first round against Brilliant University, making them the first team in the exchange tournament with 0 victories. I told you not to bring Mingzhi Academy along.
It's a complete waste of time.
A snicker came from the Tianshui University team.
Was that groundhog just there to be cute? Got chased around the arena 3 times by that wind-type weasel. Total embarrassment. And that's not all.
A girl from Frostleaf University covered her mouth with a folding fan, her eyes glancing at Zhang Hao, the captain of the Philosophy Academy.
Their captain's flame wolf is even more ridiculous.
It can't even control its own fireball and ends up burning its own tail.
Are they here to make a joke? A wave of laughter washed over them.
Zhang Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. His teammates either stared at the ground or glared at the crowd through gritted teeth, yet not one dared to retort in the battle just now. They had given their all yet failed to break through the opponent's defenses.
Any counterargument would feel like self-deception. Enough noise. A cool, detached voice suddenly echoed from the entrance.
Yitong walked in slowly, Lingxi following closely behind. The spiritual energy swirling around her was tangible yet restrained. As she passed, the beast tamers from other schools instinctively crouched lower, their throats emitting uneasy whimpers.
The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into even louder murmurs. It's him? The humanoid beastmaster wielding that sword yesterday. From Mingzhi Academy? Never heard of anyone like that there. Probably just here for the hype. Think winning a few minor battles makes him some kind of savior? Yitong ignored the stares and walked straight to the Mingzhi Academy team.
Li Mang looked up and met his gaze, then quickly lowered his head again. He hadn't expected to lose so badly.
Look up.
Yitong's voice remained flat.
You lost. Don't let it break your spirit.
Lingxi suddenly stepped forward, flicked her wrist, and drew the magic sword Su from the void.
The blade, swirling with lightning, hummed as it glowed with a faint azure spiritual light. Her black hair fluttered in the gust of spiritual energy, her voice clear and piercing like a sword's cry. Those who were laughing earlier, stepped forward. The word struck the crowd like a red-hot branding iron, exploding instantly. A mere beast tamer dares give us orders? Wu Chuan of Brilliant University stepped forward, leaning on his energy cane, the wings of his golden fire eagle still bound in bandages. Yitong, keep your beast in check. Do you really think Brilliant University is easy to bully?
Lingxi lifted her gaze, her obsidian eyes locking onto Wu Chuan. With a light twist of her short blade, a sword flower bloomed like a blue butterfly. You. First. Wu Chuan's beast had fallen to Lingxi yesterday. Knowing defeat was inevitable, he lowered his head once more.
Arrogant.
Lu Chang, the deputy captain beside Wu Chuan, roared furiously. Let me show you what real power looks like. A flash of silver light erupted as a 3-meter-long silver moon demon wolf leapt onto the stage. Azure demonic patterns swirled across its fur. Barely steady on its feet, it bared its fangs at Lingxi. This was a beast master at the peak of the commander tier of full realm, stronger than yesterday's golden fire divine eagle.
Silver moon demon wolf. Lu Chang actually brought it. This should be interesting. So what if it's a 3rd-tier commander? The silver moon demon wolf is a formidable beast capable of challenging opponents far above its rank. Lu Chang sneered coldly, raising his hand to form a command seal, Moon Shadow Assault. The silver moon demon wolf blurred into motion, claws tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, poised to rip through the youth's black short robe. Yitong stood at the edge of the platform, twirling a silver beast core between her fingertips, not even lifting an eyelid. Just as the claws were about to touch Lingxi, the youth's form flickered violently. His dark silhouette shifted sideways half a foot like a ghostly apparition. Simultaneously, his wrist flipped, and the short blade traced a crisp, cold arc. With a faint sizzle, pale blue sword energy shot out like a crescent moon, striking precisely at the joint of the silver moon demon wolf's front paw. While the demon wolf howled in pain, its front paws instantly drained of strength. Its massive body staggered, crashing into the platform pillar. Before it could steady itself, Lingxi closed the distance. With a light flick of the short blade, the spirit energy concentrated at its tip erupted suddenly, transforming into several azure chains that instantly wrapped around the demon wolf's limbs. Chapter 56, All Eyes on Her. Is that spirit energy materialization? A professor in the spectator seats gasped. A beast master at the commander rank capable of such feats? The silver moon demon wolf thrashed wildly, but the chains only tightened.
Pale blue spiritual energy flowed through them into its body, swiftly dissipating its demonic power. Within 3 breaths, the ferocious beast collapsed to the ground, whimpering with unfocused eyes. Lu Chang's face drained of color as he staggered back half a step. Impossible. Lingxi sheathed her sword and stood, her gaze fixed on the fallen wolf as she stated matter-of-factly, "Next." The entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear every breath. Those who had just been mocking Manhwa Academy now felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their throats, each one frozen in fear.
Anyone else? Lingxi raised her sword toward Tianshui University, its tip pointing diagonally at the boy who had mocked the groundhog. Whoever called the groundhog ridiculous, stepped forward.
A stir rippled through the Tianshui University team. The boy steeled himself and stepped onto the stage, releasing his wind-type weasel.
I'll take you on. The wind-type weasel moved with blinding speed, materializing as a gray blur that circled Lingxi, its fangs gleaming coldly.
But Lingxi merely flickered her wrist. Her short blade hummed as it traced a circle, instantly enveloping the entire battle platform in a pale blue barrier of spiritual energy. The wind-type weasel collided with the barrier, bouncing off as if struck by an invisible wall. It crashed heavily into the corner of the platform and collapsed, unconscious. Too weak. Lingxi sheathed her blade, her fingertips lightly tracing the cool steel.
Anyone else want to mock Manhwa Academy? Come on up together.
These words ignited the powder keg.
This is outrageous. 5 students from Frostleaf University leapt onto the platform simultaneously. There were elemental beasts instantly unfurled vines, encircling Lingxi at the center. We refuse to believe you can handle 5 commander-tier beasts at once. Vines coiled like snakes toward Lingxi, their poison-tipped barbs ready to strike. But Lingxi spun abruptly, her short blade flashing from its sheath. Azure sword chi poured forth like a waterfall, scorching the venomous vines to ash in its path. The 5 wood-type beasts convulsed violently as their wood energy was forcibly stripped away by the sword chi. This energy plundering? The professors rose collectively, faces frozen in disbelief.
A humanoid beast master can control the life and death of another element's energy. Before anyone could react, Lingxi transformed into a jet-black lightning bolt, darting between the 5 beasts. His movements were so swift they left only after images, each strike of his short blade precisely targeting the energy cores of the beasts. Within 3 seconds, all 5 wood-type beasts lay sprawled on the ground, most of their energy drained.
They didn't even manage a groan before collapsing unconscious.
The spiritual energy surging around Lingxi suddenly exploded, and the aura of a 3rd-tier commander showed faint signs of wavering. The 5 streams of wood element energy he had just plundered merged within him, surging through his bloodlines toward his spirit core, emitting a faint hum. Not enough, Lingxi's voice carried a hint of excitement, his obsidian eyes flashing with battle intent.
Everyone who mocked Manhwa Academy earlier come forward. The crowd erupted at his words. He's mad. He wants to take on all of us alone? He's brought utter disgrace upon Manhwa Academy. Bring it on. I refuse to believe that all of us together can take down a single humanoid beastmaster. Over 30 beast masters surged onto the combat platform simultaneously, summoning beasts of every hue: lava-spewing volcanic lizards, heavily armored golden bears, lightning-wielding thunder-patterned leopards. More than 30 energy halos exploded across the platform, their sheer force threatening to tear the roof off. Zhang Hao's face drained as he tugged at Yitong's sleeve. Yitong, maybe we should just call it quits? Over 30 high-tier beasts, even a mentor-level beastmaster might struggle to handle that. Yitong, however, raised a hand to pat Lingxi's shoulder, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He hasn't stretched his legs in a while. Lingxi glanced up at Yitong before turning to face the 30-plus beasts. His short blade drew from its sheath once more, azure spiritual energy blazing like flames along its edge. In that instant, the spiritual energy surrounding him no longer held back. It transformed into a piercing, icy edge as his 3rd-tier aura erupted completely, its overwhelming presence subtly overshadowing the combined might of the 30-plus beasts across from him. "It begins," Lingxi murmured softly. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot. The molten lava freshly spewed by the volcanic lizard solidified mid-air into chunks, crashing to the ground and sending sparks flying. Lingxi had appeared behind it unseen, his short blade piercing precisely into the gap between its scales. A surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded in, freezing the volcanic lizard in place as its fire attribute energy was drained completely. The diamond bear's heavy punch struck empty air, making the platform hum with the impact. As it turned, Lingxi's sword chi struck its cheek, cracking a fissure in its thick armor. Before the thunder leopard's lightning could strike, Lingxi redirected it toward the beast with his sword scabbard. The leopard fell to the ground, its body charred black. Like a jet-black bolt of lightning, Lingxi darted through the swarm of over 30 beasts. He never clashed head-on with any single opponent, instead evading attacks with ghostly agility before piercing their energy cores with sword chi condensed to its absolute limit. The volcano lizard's vulnerable scales, the Vajra bear's joints, the thunder leopard's tail vertebrae. Each strike was perfectly timed, both crushing the opponent and maximizing energy absorption. As the tamed beasts fell one by one, the azure spiritual energy surging around Lingxi grew ever more intense. The bottleneck restraining his 3rd-tier mastery shattered inch by inch under the relentless barrage of energy.
When the final beast, that wind weasel that once chased Mingjur Academy's groundhog around the arena, was swept away by the sword energy, Lingxi suddenly leapt into the air. Her short blade pointed toward the dome as dazzling blue light erupted from her body.
Commander 5th rank. Wang Yangshan's thermos clattered to the floor as disbelief washed over his face. He broke through 2 ranks in a single battle. On the battle platform, over 30 tamed beasts lay scattered in disarray. Their masters stood frozen in place, their faces still frozen in disbelief. Lingxi landed softly, sheathing his dagger. His silver hair shimmered softly in the azure glow, his obsidian eyes reflecting the stunned crowd below. His voice rang out, clear and resonant like a bell. Who else dares mock Mingjur Academy? Dead silence fell over the entire arena. The 8 students from Mingjur Academy had long since frozen in shock. Zhang Hao instinctively raised his hand to wipe his eyes, only to realize tears were streaming down his face. The earlier taunts had pierced his heart like needles, yet now they shattered into dust by Lingxi's sword's resounding cry, leaving only searing blood surging through his chest. Yi Tong stepped onto the stage, patted Lingxi on the back, then turned to face the Academy of Wisdom. What are you standing around for? He gestured toward the beast still whimpering on the ground. Per the exchange rules, the victor may requisition the defeated party's energy reserves. Bring your beasts over. Lingxi just broke through. It's the perfect time to help them sort through their spiritual energy. Zhang Hao snapped out of his daze and led his team onto the battle platform. As Lingxi raised her hand to infuse a thread of pure spiritual energy into their beasts, the gruesome wounds began healing at a visible pace. Their weakened auras gradually stabilized. 2 beasts even showed faint signs of breakthrough under the nourishing energy. Thank you. The petite trainee bowed, his voice choked with emotion. His groundhog nuzzled affectionately against Lingxi's pant leg, showing not a trace of its earlier timidity. Yi Tong offered no reply, merely leading Lingxi down from the platform. As they passed the stunned, defeated opponents, his footsteps faltered momentarily. His gaze swept over their pallid faces. Remember this. His voice was low but every word was clear. It's easy to mock others' failures, but if you've got the skills, don't let yourself become the one being mocked. Sunlight streamed through the dome of the Beastmaster Hall, casting a long shadow behind him. The 8 students from Mingjur Academy followed in single file, their backs straight as arrows, their school badges gleaming in the sunlight. The crowd parted automatically, clearing a path. No one dared utter another word of gossip. Everyone understood, from this day forward, the Academy of Philosophy would no longer be the laughingstock at the bottom of the pack. And this exchange event had only just begun. Chapter 57, The Hunt Begins. Tang Family Villa. Shili bowed as he handed over a phone. Miss, I just took this. I reckon Su Feishuan is utterly hopeless now. Tang Ruoxue opened the video. Seeing Su Feishuan sitting on the ground with a helpless, despairing expression, she couldn't stop laughing. Yi Lingtian had hit her, and she had tormented his daughter and wife. It was only fair. The only regret was that Yi Lingtian remained unaware. If he knew, what expression would he wear? Would he even kneel and beg her? You did a splendid job. Go back in a couple of days. I want to drive Su Feishuan completely mad. Tang Ruoxue's eyes gleamed with a cold, vicious glint. To conquer Yi Lingtian, she would stop at nothing. Just then, Tang Long entered with a heavy sigh. Tang Ruoxue's expression shifted as she smiled. Dad, what's wrong? The martial arts tournament is approaching, yet our Tang family still lacks a powerful ally. We'll likely be crushed by the Yu and Duan families. Tang Long's hair had turned noticeably grayer from worry. The martial arts tournament was ostensibly a friendly exchange, but in reality, it was a battle for territory. Last year, the Tang family had crushed the Duan family, securing roughly 100 million in revenue within a single year. However, this year's Duan family was no ordinary foe. Both Duan Hong and Duan Hai possessed peak 9th layer Qi cultivation, a strength unmatched in Tianshan City. As for the Tang family, only he himself had reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. It was embarrassing to admit, but he had been stuck at this level for 5 years without breaking through. The Yu family, though considered the weakest of the 3 martial clans, held a wildcard. Yu Shishao was rumored to be in seclusion, striving to break through to the pre-heaven realm. Should he succeed, the Yu family would become the undisputed rulers of Tianshan City. Just then, Wu Biao entered. Tang Long rushed forward excitedly and asked, "So, when are Ma Tong and Ma Rong coming down the mountain?" After learning that the Ma family had been wiped out by Yi Lingtian, he had sent Wu Biao to notify Ma Tong and Ma Rong. No specific time was given, Wu Biao replied. But their masters said they can only descend after breaking through to the innate realm. Wu Biao replied. Hearing this, Tang Long fumed. Damn it. Do they really think breaking through to the innate realm is that easy? Those unfilial brats. Their entire family was wiped out, and they still have the nerve to focus on breaking through? Wu Biao dared not say anything more and withdrew. This journey over mountains and rivers to the Tianqing sect had truly broadened his horizons. He had always considered himself a master at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, but upon arriving at the Tianqing sect, he discovered practitioners at the 7th layer were everywhere. He wasn't even as strong as their gatekeepers. It was utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, In Xingdong's villa in Wangjun City, dozens of Qi cultivation stage 7 experts sat gathered. Xingdong glanced at the group and smiled. You are my old friends of many years. I've called you here today to ask a favor. After returning from Tianshan City, he had only gathered 5 spirit stones. This was far too meager to present to Master Yi, so he had summoned these old friends, intending to purchase more. We're all longtime friends, no need for formalities. They all laughed in unison. I intend to purchase some spirit stones from you all. The moment Xingdong spoke, the smiles vanished from everyone's faces. Spirit stones were the most coveted treasure in the martial arts world, priceless treasures. They each possessed no more than 10 stones. The square-faced martial artist frowned and said, Old Dong, I can only sell you 2 at most. Me too. Me too. The others chimed in one after another. Hearing this, Xingdong sighed and said, Sigh, the 9 of you only have 18 spirit stones combined. That's not even worth mentioning. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Asked the square-faced martial artist. Xingdong replied, Last time I went to Tianshan City, I met a martial Dao True Immortal. He instructed me to collect spirit stones. A martial Dao True Master? The square-faced warrior's expression grew solemn. Old Dong, you should know that in our martial world, the title True Master carries immense weight. It's not something to be used lightly. In the secular world, True Master is merely a title of respect. But in the martial arts realm, it signifies the supreme state of natural unity. To date, the Great Xia Kingdom has only one such True Master, Zhang Sanfeng. He currently serves the nation, and we haven't heard from him in 10 years. Of course I know that. After recounting the scene of Yi Zhenren wielding his heaven-piercing arts that day, Xingdong continued, To you, commanding thunder and lightning, summoning wind and rain, seems impossible. But I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, go challenge him yourselves. But I'm warning you, don't blame me if you die. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Truthfully, they didn't believe a word of it. They suspected Xingdong was exaggerating just to trick them out of their spirit stones. The square-faced warrior spoke up, Old Dong, if you want spirit stones, just say so. Why beat around the bush trying to trick us? You're right. How could a real cultivator come from a poor place like Tianshan Mountain? You're really joking. Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? Seeing that no one believed him, Xingdong could only say indignantly, Since you don't believe me, let's go to Tianshan City right now to prove it. He thought to himself that once they reached Tianshan City, he'd save every penny he could, leaving it all for Master Yi to seize. Fine, but what if you're deceiving us? Said the square-faced martial artist. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it without question. Xingdong declared with righteous conviction. The square-faced warrior looked at the others and said, Everyone heard that, right? We heard you. Everyone chimed in unison. The square-faced warrior looked at Xingdong with a playful smile. Old Dong, we'll set out tomorrow. If we lose, we'll hand over 10 spirit stones. No exceptions. How about it? Xingdong was a renowned master in Wangjun City, with family assets worth billions and likely a substantial stash of spirit stones himself. If they won this time, they could split it all clean. Sounds good. Xingdong nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, I was going to give you money anyway, but you've practically handed it over yourselves. Saves me the trouble of reaching into my own pocket. Inside a BMW, Yi Lingtian and Duan Shui were chatting. As they passed a certain location, Yi Lingtian suddenly noticed the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than normal atmospheric levels. Pointing at the villa outside, he asked, Old Duan, whose villa is that? Duan Shui leaned out to look and replied, Looks like it belongs to the Yu family. Why? Nothing, just wondering. A meaningful smile curved Yi Lingtian's lips. Now that he had secured the auspicious location, he only needed spirit stones and an array spirit. Spirit stones weren't a major issue, but the array spirit was troublesome. It required an animal over 100 years old. Half an hour later, Duan Shui led Yi Lingtian to the medicinal herb market. Despite being a small town, it was surprisingly bustling, with herb peddlers energetically hawking their wares. Yi Lingtian had chosen the path of alchemy precisely to gather spirit stones, quickly exchanging pills for stones. Glancing around, he noticed many herbs appeared freshly dug, though the vendors claimed they were 10 or 20 years old. Still, that was far better than outright fakes. Chapter 58, Commanding the 9th Rank. Old G, I hear the herbs here are getting better and better in age. Most of these were just dug up. Are you sure you can refine them? Duan Shui looked doubtful. As the young master of a martial arts clan, he knew a thing or two. High-grade pills? Not likely. But low-grade ones? I can whip those up in no time. Yi Lingtian pointed at the pile of herbs before him, his voice brimming with confidence. Old Duan, take this one, that one, and everything else. The herbal dealers, hearing this, eagerly helped pack the bags. Soon, the trunk of the Habel H9 was stuffed to the brim. Just as Yi Lingtian and Duan Shui were about to leave, a dozen men suddenly surrounded the car. Leading them was a stocky man with a crew cut, a badge on his chest reading Medicine King Valley. He slammed his fist against the door and demanded in a harsh tone, Get out. Duan Shui immediately opened the door and shouted at the stocky man, What do you want? We've set our sights on these herbs. the man declared with unmistakable arrogance. He had come down the mountain specifically to find these herbs, only to have them all swept up by these two. It was bloody infuriating. Don't you understand first come, first served? We bought these first. Duan Shuai's tone softened slightly when he noticed the badge on the burly man's chest. The pills refined by the Medicine King Valley held significant value for martial artists, which had allowed them to cultivate connections with numerous reclusive sects, granting them immense influence. The stocky man sneered, so what? These herbs belong to us now, period. With a wave of his hand, his men began unloading the herbs from the cart. Seeing this, Duan Shuai's face darkened. As a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, you dare to seize our herbs in broad daylight? Don't you fear tarnishing your sect's reputation? Don't try to intimidate me with that. I don't buy it. I've already taken them, what are you going to do about it? The stocky man with the crew cut spoke arrogantly before ordering his men to load all the herbs onto their own vehicle. Old Duan, let's take him down. What are we waiting for? Yi Lingtian, with his fiery temper, couldn't stand by and let someone steal his stuff. Duan Shuai quickly stepped in front of Yi Lingtian, his expression grave. Old Duan, I admit you're formidable, but he's a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. If we lay a finger on him, we'll be dealing with endless trouble. I suggest we hold back. But if you insist on confronting him, I'll stand by your side. Take him down. No sooner had Yi Lingtian spoken than Duan Shuai clenched his fist and sent the stocky man with the crew cut crashing to the ground with a single punch. The bald-headed burly man stumbled to his feet, utterly bewildered. Staring at Duan Shuai, he exclaimed in disbelief, do you know who I am? I'm Song Kuan, disciple of the 5th elder of the Medicine King Valley. Whoever you are, even if your master showed up today, he'd still get beaten. Duan Shuai rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Fine. Today I'll show you that Medicine King Valley disciples aren't to be messed with. Song Kuan commanded a crowd. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen men surged toward Duan Shuai. After all, as disciples of the Medicine King Valley, they weren't pushovers. Within moments, Duan Shuai was kicked flying into Yi Lingtian's path. Old Yi, help me. These guys are unarmed. At worst, they'll give you a few scrapes. Isn't this the perfect chance for you to train? Yi Lingtian smiled indifferently. Duan Shuai considered this. He was, after all, the young master of a martial arts clan. How could he be so easily defeated? With that thought, he scrambled to his feet and charged forward again. But before 2 moves had passed, a fist slammed into his face. Stars danced before his eyes, and he lost all sense of direction. Old Yi. I can't do this. You take over. Just watch closely. This time, Yi Lingtian didn't plan to use his spiritual energy. He relied solely on his physical strength. Lightning fast, his fist struck out, carrying a furious gust of wind. The disciples of Medicine King Valley were stunned. All they could see were blurred afterimages. There was no way to counterattack. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from one disciple, followed instantly by cries from the others. Blood spattered everywhere, frozen in time for an instant. Some had gaping holes in their arms, others in their chests, and worst of all, some had their heads blown apart. Witnessing this scene, everyone present froze in shock. They scattered in panic, and the vast marketplace emptied in an instant. Duan Shuai was speechless. Old Yi was seriously badass. His strike was ruthless, leaving no mercy. Song Kuan's legs went weak with fear. As Yi Lingtian closed in step by step, he begged, Sir, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Sure, why not? I need you to deliver a message back. Yi Lingtian smiled. Go back and tell the people of Medicine King Valley. Tell them my name is Yi Lingtian. Have them prepare all their precious medicinal herbs. I'll come to collect them. Since the Medicine King Valley held such immense power, a few top-grade spiritual herbs shouldn't be too much to ask. Maybe they'd even throw in some spirit stones. Yes, yes, yes. Song Kuan nodded vigorously like a bobblehead, then scrambled to his feet and jumped back into the car. He snarled, Kid, I'll deliver your message for sure. When I do, you're dead meat. With that, he slammed the gas pedal and sped off. Yi Lingtian smiled calmly. Seeing this, Duan Shuai looked anxious and said, Old Yi, are you crazy? Why not just eliminate him? You actually let him go back to report? We're screwed. What's there to fear? I'm here. Yi Lingtian was brimming with confidence. I admit you're formidable, but they have numbers on their side. And with a single order from Medicine King Valley, they could summon at least 3 major sects to do their bidding. Duan Shuai was burning with anxiety. What? They can summon 3 major sects? Fantastic. My spirit stones are secured. Yi Lingtian was utterly thrilled. Seeing this, Duan Shuai was utterly speechless. He could only pat Yi Lingtian on the shoulder and say earnestly, May the gods be with you. Yi Lingtian smiled and said nothing more. Back at the villa, Yi Lingtian fetched a large cauldron. After carefully measuring the proportions of the herbs, he tossed them all inside. Covering the pot, he sat cross-legged and flicked his finger. A streak of purple spirit fire ignited, steadily burning the cauldron. Of course, he couldn't just sit idle.
Since the quality of these herbs wasn't particularly high, he had to transform his own spiritual energy into spiritual essence to enhance the quality of the pills.
Time flew by.
After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Yiling Tian had refined 3 pots of pills, roughly 10,000 in total. Being about the size of sheep dung pellets, the yield was substantial. However, he remained uncertain about the market value of these low-grade pills and planned to have them appraised by the Duan family the next day.
Chapter 59, The Inspector. In the hotel.
Lin Feng carried Sui Fei to the bed, carefully removing her shoes and coat. True to his upright nature, he resisted acting on his attraction despite the temptation of such a beautiful woman.
Can't help it, my noble character won't let me take advantage of someone in distress.
Lin Feng kissed Sui Fei's cheek and reluctantly left. Truth be told, Sui Fei was incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a decent man. Anyone else in his position would have turned into a beast tonight. Lin Feng entered the bathroom and swallowed another 100,000 Peiyuan pills. According to the system, he was now not only immune to all poisons but also possessed incredibly strong physical recovery abilities. Even if someone slashed him with a knife, he could heal rapidly. But the most urgent task remained, obtaining a permanent title.
Only then could he activate the intermediate system and gain talent points.
Swish, swish, swish. Cold water washed over his body. Lin Feng felt utterly refreshed.
Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he murmured admiringly, what woman wouldn't be mesmerized by this body?
Snow white and rock hard, 8-pack abs, a straight and slender frame, it was simply perfect.
Lin Feng was utterly captivated by his own beauty.
After his bath, he instructed Tang Mi to secretly meet Li Tianhu tomorrow morning to sign a cooperation agreement.
The terms were straightforward. Lin Group would acquire a stake in Blackwater Group, securing the largest shareholding and significant decision-making authority. Though somewhat excessive, Li Tianhu had no choice but to agree. After all, that meal hadn't been for nothing. Lin Feng had recorded every word Li Tianhu had said. It might have been underhanded, but it was the most effective method. Early the next morning,
Sui Fei woke up groggily.
Glancing around, she clutched herself in fright and asked frantically, where am I?
She recalled drinking just 1 glass of wine last night before passing out, with no memory of what happened afterward.
As she pondered, a terrifying thought surfaced. Could Li Jinshu have taken advantage of her?
The thought made her want to die.
Would Lin Feng still want her?
Just then, Lin Feng emerged from the bedroom, still half asleep.
Seeing Sui Fei awake, he asked with a smile, did you sleep well? Sui Fei nodded shyly, then stammered hesitantly, did you, do that thing to me last night? What?
Lin Feng had just gotten out of bed and didn't immediately grasp the meaning behind Sui Fei's question.
Oh, that thing.
Poof.
Sui Fei let out a pouty sigh of frustration and burrowed back under the covers in embarrassment. Lin Feng finally understood and forced a wry smile. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you until you give your consent.
It must be said, his character was truly admirable, able to resist temptation even with a beauty in his arms.
A man for the ages. Hearing this, Sui Fei felt a pang of disappointment. She muttered to herself, how could a girl possibly agree to that? What a blockhead. Ifei, freshen up and let's head back to school. I have a basketball game at 3 this afternoon.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Got it. Sui Fei dressed, freshened up, and headed back with Lin Feng. The basketball court echoed with the cheers of classmates, all rooting for their respective colleges. The boys running across the court were brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Feng led Sui Fei to his team's side. Hey, sis-in-law. His teammates shouted in unison.
Sui Fei tugged at Lin Feng's arm, her cheeks flushing.
How's the game going? Lin Feng inquired. Not much different from previous years.
The Mechanical and Electrical Engineering Department, Chemical Engineering Department, and Physical Education Department are way ahead. I'm afraid it'll be tough for our medical department, our strength just can't compare.
Feng Kai's expression was grave.
He had carefully studied the techniques of those elite fighters. They were too strong, almost on par with Kanhan.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Lin Feng declared confidently.
I know you're strong, but basketball is a team game. It's all about coordination. Feng Kai looked apologetic.
It felt like being a group of foot soldiers alongside Zhao Yun, holding him back. Lin Feng offered a faint smile.
Just pass the ball to me when the time comes. Don't worry about anything else.
Hearing this, Feng Kai could only nod solemnly.
Winning this game now depended entirely on Lin Feng.
Just then, 2 burly guys walked up to Lin Feng, basketball clutched between them. They glared at him coldly, clearly not here for friendly purposes. Others watching the scene quickly scattered in fear. These 2 were the bullies of the court. No one dared provoke them.
How had Lin Feng managed to cross them?
Lin Feng ignored them, casually watching the game while holding Sui Fei's hand.
The standoff lasted nearly a minute before one of the bowl-cut boys finally snapped. Heard you've been acting cocky lately? You talking to me?
Lin Feng asked suspiciously.
What do you think?
The bald guy's tone grew harsher.
The other guy with stubble bellowed, are you deaf? Can't you hear Brother Dong talking to you? Get up now. Sui Fei flinched in fright. These 2 guys were so rude. Please don't disturb me while I'm watching the game. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the two boys.
Feng Kai hurried over and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "It's better to stay out of trouble."
Let's go.
They're Dong Hua, the fighting soul, and Lu Tian, the ball king. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. These two were likely here to avenge the shattered soul.
Even so, he felt no panic. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Lu Tian grew impatient. Sorry, I'm busy.
Lin Feng replied indifferently.
Dong Hua jabbed Lin Feng's shoulder. I hear you're the one who took down that residual soul? He was just overestimating himself. Lin Feng replied. You're pretty cocky. We'll see you on the court later. Dong Hua snorted coldly and walked away with Lu Tian dribbling a basketball.
They hadn't expected Lin Feng to refuse to beg for mercy and instead openly admit it truly rare. It seemed this Lin Feng had some real skills after all. Old Lin, watch out for them pulling dirty tricks behind the scenes.
Feng Kai cautioned. Don't worry, I don't think much of them.
Lin Feng's goal was to gain others' favor, not to defeat specific individuals. But if anyone dared to obstruct him, he wouldn't be held responsible for playing dirty.
You really are a fearless young bull. Coach Xiao snorted coldly. Those two have no rivals in Donglin City. You're just a freshman, what do you have to fight them with? Beating Canhan last time was pure luck. Don't let that become your bragging rights. Xiao Feng, never underestimate your opponents. Understood.
Lin Feng sneered dismissively. Underestimating an opponent meant their abilities were comparable, but the so-called Duhun Ball champion was worlds apart from him. This match was child's play in his eyes. The only thing that truly commanded his respect was the NBA.
Chapter 60, Clash of Geniuses. Kid, you sure can hold your liquor.
Li Tianhu toyed with his wineglass as he spoke casually, if you agree to work under me, I'll wipe the slate clean and give you an extra 2 million.
What do you say?
Faced with such a massive temptation, Lin Feng actually shook his head. Li Tianhu looked astonished. You're a poor student just starting your career. Your monthly salary tops out at 10,000 yuan.
2 million is equivalent to 20 years of your income. Doesn't that tempt you at all? Money is just a number to me. Lin Feng was exceptionally talented.
Even without the Lin Group, making money would be a breeze.
Keep pretending. Don't you feel utterly hypocritical? Li Jinshu sneered. Hypocritical? Lin Feng laughed. What was money? Just an external thing. Besides money, there were so many other things to do in life like studying hard and saving the world. Wasn't that a noble pursuit? If you think the money's too little, I can add another 3 million. Li Tianhu refused to believe anyone in this world could be uninterested in money. Even if you added 1 billion, I wouldn't bat an eye.
After all, Lin Feng wasn't short on cash to begin with.
Hearing this, Li Tianhu flew into a rage.
Lin Feng was clearly refusing to give him face, utterly ungrateful.
This kid's mouth is too big. Let's make him bleed a little first. Chang Feng seethed with anger. Others respond to kindness but not force, yet you respond to force but not kindness. How peculiar. Li Tianhu coldly ordered, go. Break 3 of his fingers first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the assassins swung his blade with deadly precision. Sorry, I don't respond to either. Facing the blade's edge, Lin Feng remained unflappable. With a flick of his finger, he caught the dagger. The assassin gasped, frantically trying to pull the blade free. But no matter how hard he strained, it wouldn't budge. He was stunned. Was this guy even a student? How could he block a blade he'd spent 10 years honing? He was starting to question his entire life.
Lin Feng flashed a devilish grin. With a sharp snap, his fingers snapped the blade clean in two. The other end, propelled by momentum, embedded itself into the door.
Everyone was stunned. Is this Superman? The 10 assassins exchanged nervous glances, hesitating to make a move. Lin Feng's tactics were more impressive than their own master, Wei Zhongxian. Still want to fight? Lin Feng's voice was icy.
Li Tianhu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing.
Take him out.
With the boss giving the order, the 10 assassins had no choice but to charge forward. Fortunately, the private room was spacious enough for them to maneuver freely. Surrounded, Lin Feng sneered with contempt. His form flickered like a streaking bolt of lightning, too swift for the naked eye to follow.
Witnessing this, the 10 assassins panicked, unsure how to strike.
When they finally caught sight of Lin Feng again, they seized the moment and lunged forward. Their attacks missed their target entirely, instead striking their own men. Too weak. Finding the fight tedious, Lin Feng simply kicked each of them out of the private room one by one. These 10 assassins were truly pitiful. They had barely descended the mountain when they encountered such a formidable foe.
How could this be possible? Li Tianhu's family stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Lin Feng was just a student, how could he possibly defeat professional assassins? It defied logic. Feng. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Li Jinshu reacted swiftly, scrambling to apologize. This time, he'd finally faced reality and dared not cross Lin Feng again. What good does it do to apologize? You should be asking your father.
Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Li Tianhu, who stood frozen in terror.
Li Tianhu feigned composure. What do you want? You brought men to kill me, and now you ask what I want? Ha! Have you lived all these years for nothing?
Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and the air seemed to grow several degrees colder. In that instant, he felt a murderous intent rise within him.
Li Tianhu's family froze in terror, holding their breath.
Being intimidated by a student was utterly humiliating, yet their bodies reacted instinctively beyond their control.
After 3 seconds of standoff, Li Tianhu finally spoke, trembling with fear. Name your terms. Whatever I can do, I'll agree to it. That would be ideal. Lin Feng replied indifferently, you must have some connection with Zheng Faidu, right?
At the mention of Zheng Faidu, Li Tianhu's expression immediately changed.
He replied nervously, I don't know him. Are you sure?
Lin Feng's cold interrogation hung heavy. Zheng Faidu was merely a general manager, yet he'd managed to stir up such a storm within the Lin group. Clearly, he'd leveraged someone else's power.
In Donglin City, the only entity with that kind of clout was the Blackwater Group. Yet Li Tianhu claimed ignorance? Who could possibly believe that? I'm sure. Li Tianhu stammered. Seems you're not being sincere.
Lin Feng closed in on Li Tianhu, grabbing him by the collar.
You'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise, you'll face jail time. What else do you know?
At the mention of prison, Li Tianhu visibly tensed. Lin Xiong's death indirectly involved him, and if thoroughly investigated, he would pay the price.
I know everything I should and shouldn't know. I'm asking you now because I want to give you one last chance.
Lin Feng's hunch proved correct. Li Tianhu was indeed one of the men responsible for Lin Xiong's death.
With things having come to this, Li Tianhu had no choice but to admit it. He nodded and said, I wasn't particularly close with Zheng Faidu, so I don't know much about his background. But from our interactions, he's a low-key, steady individual who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Plus, he's got some serious skills. At least you're being honest.
Lin Feng patted Li Tianhu on the shoulder.
By the way, I should tell you something.
I'm the newly appointed chairman of the Lin Group.
At this revelation, Li Tianhu's family stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
They knew the newly appointed chairman was named Lin Feng, but what they hadn't realized was that this Lin Feng wasn't just a namesake. Even more terrifying was that he was a college student not yet 20 years old, yet possessed such a sharp and calculating mind.
Li Tianhu had truly miscalculated. Li Jinqiu suddenly understood.
That day when Tang Mimi came to pick up Lin Feng, he had briefly suspected Lin Feng's identity. But the thought had passed quickly because Lin Feng's image as a country bumpkin was so deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Had he given it a moment more thought back then, he would never have dared provoke a confrontation with Lin Feng.
Tomorrow morning, the Lin Group will secretly sign a contract with you. With that, Lin Feng embraced Sui Fei and departed, checking into a room at the Golden Dragon Hotel. This kid is no ordinary man. Thankfully, we didn't make a huge mistake. Li Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he would sign tomorrow's contract. But my daughter-in-law is gone. What are we supposed to do now?
Chang Feng pounded Li Tianhu, shouting, no matter the cost, you must make Sui Fei my daughter-in-law.
Stop this nonsense. You're being short-sighted. Li Tianhu looked thoroughly exasperated. Mom, Brother Feng, and Sui Fei are the perfect match. As for me, I'm still not worthy.
Li Jinqiu looked utterly disheartened. After being thwarted by Lin Feng multiple times, he had lost all fighting spirit. You two losers. Chang Feng couldn't take it anymore and slammed the door as she stormed out. Sui Fei was her ideal daughter-in-law, yet now she was in someone else's arms. The thought left a bitter taste in her mouth, but there was nothing she could do about it.
Chapter 61, Re-entering the Secret Realm. Lin Xiao didn't return to the inn residence, nor did he go to the hospital.
Instead, he headed straight for the Dragon Tiger sect. The moment they saw Lin Xiao, all the martial artists present stood in solemn respect. After all, the Dragon and Tiger duo had fallen to him in a single move last time.
Honored by your presence, senior. Our Dragon Tiger sect is truly graced by your visit. Lu Long hurried out to greet him. Lu, who served tea and water with utmost courtesy. Lin Xiao gently lowered Xiao Wan onto a chair and asked calmly, do you have any medicinal herbs for treating injuries here? Yes, we do. Please follow me, senior.
Lu Long bowed slightly, gesturing for them to proceed. Soon after, Lin Xiao followed Lu Long into the medicine room. The moment he stepped inside, the pungent aroma of herbs hit him. He could tell at a whiff that some of the ingredients were over 100 years old. It seemed the Dragon and Tiger duo had quite the stash.
Lu Long smiled. Take whatever you need, senior. Rest assured, I won't take anything without paying.
Lin Xiao walked over and selected several precious herbs over a century old.
Watching from the side, Lu Long winced inwardly. Yet upon reflection, he realized these herbs would sit unused otherwise. Perhaps giving them to the senior would bring him and his younger brother a great opportunity. Immediately after, Lin Xiao began brewing the medicine nearby. The process seemed simple, and indeed it was, requiring only precise heat control, but mastering it proved difficult for most.
Soon, the medicine was ready, and he carried it out to feed it to Xiaowan. Just then, a man clad in black robes descended from the sky. A faint, disdainful sneer played at the corners of his mouth.
Lu Long sensed ill intent and coldly demanded, "Who are you?" "My name is Lei Gang. You will soon remember it for the rest of your life." Lei Gang strode toward Lu Long with steady, powerful steps.
The air around them seemed to freeze in that moment, a murderous aura spreading out. Both Lu Long and Lu Hu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. In unison, they shouted, "Take him down." The words had barely left their mouths when dozens of martial artists lunged forward.
Before they could even get close, they were sent flying by Lei Gang's protective aura.
Seeing this, Lu Long and Lu Hu paled with shock.
Such power was truly terrifying, they stood no chance against it.
Lu Long glanced at Lin Xiao, who remained utterly unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Lei Gang. He continued feeding medicine to Xiaowan.
Forced to confront the situation, Lu Long asked, "Esteemed senior, what brings you to our Dragon Tiger sect?" Lei Gang's voice was deep and solemn.
"I come at my master's command to consolidate all factions in Jinling. Your Dragon Tiger sect is merely the first stop. Submit willingly, or else I shall not only eliminate you but also slaughter every one of your wives and children."
Bold words indeed. Lu Long and Lu Hu leapt forward like tigers charging down a mountain, launching simultaneous attacks.
Lu Long's fist whistled through the air, striking fiercely toward Lei Gang's chest, while Lu Hu's palm strike sent a fierce gust of wind that seemed to tear through the very air.
Unfazed, Lei Gang crossed his arms before his chest, effortlessly parrying the assault. With a sneer, he declared, "Now it's my turn." With a single spinning kick, Lei Gang sent Lu Long and Lu Hu flying toward Lin Xiao. Both spat blood, attempting to rise and fight again, but they had already lost the will to continue. "Submit, or die." Lei Gang's voice was cold and commanding.
Lu Long and Lu Hu exchanged glances before turning their eyes to Lin Xiao.
Seeing him still administering medicine, their hearts sank. It was a simple choice, either side with Lin Xiao or choose Lei Gang. It was a gamble. In unison, they declared, "We would rather die than submit." "Quite the backbone you have." Lei Gang sneered coldly.
Just then, Lin Xiao finished administering the medicine. Setting the bowl aside, he remarked indifferently, "If you can't even defeat him, it seems your abilities are truly lacking."
Hearing this, Lu Long and Lu Hu immediately bowed deeply. "Please instruct us, senior." "You wet behind the ears brat, daring to show off in front of me? If you've got the guts, fight me."
Lei Gang pointed at Lin Xiao, his face flushed with rage. Since entering the martial arts world, this was the first time anyone had dared to look down on him, and it was a youngster younger than himself. It was an utter disgrace.
"You're not worthy."
Lin Xiao's palms slammed directly into Lu Long and Lu Hu's backs, channeling a surge of potent spiritual energy into them. Instantly, the two felt a powerful force shooting straight up through their crowns.
Boom!
Lu Long and Lu Hu's bodies trembled as if breaking free from shackles. A terrifying force erupted from their entire beings, shattering the surrounding tables, chairs, and benches into splinters.
"I broke through, bro. I broke through."
Lu Hu exclaimed joyfully. Lu Long also exclaimed joyfully, "I always felt inadequate before, but now I have boundless strength. If I faced the Rainy Night Butcher now, I believe I could take him down in one move."
"Thank you, senior."
Lu Long and Lu Hu immediately knelt before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "You two should have broken through long ago. I merely helped you open your Rin and do meridians."
Cramming at the last minute, how clever of you. "Come on, let's see how much you've improved." Lei Gang waved his hand mockingly.
Lu Long and Lu Hu sneered coldly, launching another attack. Each punch and palm strike now contained terrifying power, several times more potent than before.
Lei Gang raised his hand to block, only to be sent reeling back several steps. Enraged, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Unrivaled Fist. Lei Gang struck the air, unleashing countless phantom fists that shattered nearby rocks into fragments. Had they struck a person, death or crippling injury would have been certain. "Is that all you've got? You've underestimated us brothers." Lu Long and Lu Hu flickered like lightning, appearing before Lei Gang in the next instant.
One delivered a fist strike while the other unleashed a palm strike, piercing straight through Lei Gang's chest.
Blood gushed out in a terrifying torrent.
Lei Gang stared at his own chest in utter terror, his face frozen in disbelief.
He collapsed to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. He never imagined his very first battle would end in defeat. Dispose of him. Lu Long waved his hand dismissively, his body now radiating confidence. Subsequently, Wu Ming's men buried Lei Gang's body.
Lu Long and Lu Hu approached Lin Xiao, kneeling before him with profound gratitude.
"We thank you, senior, for imparting your teachings.
From this day forward, the Dragon Tiger sect shall recognize you as our grandmaster."
"No need."
Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "My sister, Lin Wan, will remain with the Dragon Tiger sect for now. I entrust her care to you for the time being.
Rest assured, senior. We swear to protect your sister's safety with our lives."
Lu Long and Lu Hu declared solemnly. Early the next morning, after Lin Wan awoke, Lin Xiao instructed her, "You'll train at the Dragon Tiger sect for now. I need to attend to some matters."
"Got it, big bro. Be careful."
Lin Wan clenched her fists, silently resolving to train diligently and not become a burden to her brother. After Lin Xiao departed, Lu Long and Lu Hu gathered all the county magistrates under their command. They barked sternly, "Senior's sister, Lin Wan, will be staying at our Dragon Tiger sect for a while. If any of you dare show her disrespect, you will be executed on the spot. Is that clear?" "Understood," all shouted in unison. Yesterday, Lin Xiao had casually demonstrated power that could make the Dragon Tiger duo's strength surge dramatically. They had long revered Lin Xiao as a god. How could they dare provoke his sister? Chapter 62, No Match. At that moment, the Jinling Prince's mansion. Wu Xiaoming, upon learning the blood demon had been captured, turned pale with shock and hurried to report to the Prince of Jinling. "What's the commotion?" Duan Shangyuan, the Prince of Jinling, had one arm wrapped around a voluptuous woman and the other around a seemingly innocent young maiden. His eyes were hazy, still lost in the embrace of sensual pleasure. Wu Xiaoming swallowed hard and stammered, "The blood demon has been captured." At this news, the prince leapt to his feet, flustered. "Where? Did they say anything?" "Not yet. He's currently receiving treatment at the hospital," Wu Xiaoming replied. Relieved at first, the Prince of Jinling immediately erupted in fury. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Listen, send someone to kill him now. If he rants about me, we're all finished. Your Highness, the hospital is already sealed off. It will be extremely difficult for us to get inside." Wu Xiaoming looked troubled. Smack! Prince Jinling slammed his fist on the table. "I keep you around to solve problems, not create them. Figure out a solution yourself. Don't bother me with this." Wu Xiaoming, terrified, dared not speak. Just as he turned to leave, the Prince of Jinling added, "You have half an hour to come up with a solution. Do it right here." "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Xiaoming looked utterly helpless. Forcibly breaking in was clearly impossible. Bribery? That wouldn't work either. Remote attack? Seemed feasible, but the place where the blood demon was imprisoned had no windows. Moreover, reinforced concrete walls couldn't be breached with a single shot unless he used the Flying Dragon Barrett sniper rifle. But that thing was strictly forbidden by the Ministry of War to be taken out privately. Half an hour later, the Prince of Jinling asked with a dark expression, "Have you thought of a solution?" "Your Highness, the only option now is to use the Flying Dragon Barrett to shoot the blood demon from a distance. But that weapon is registered with the Ministry of War. It would be easy for others to trace the evidence." Wu Xiaoming replied solemnly. Prince Jinling pondered briefly before dialing Sima Zhong. His voice held a forced smile. "Governor Sima, how have you been lately?" "Very well, thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Sima Zhong's expression darkened. It was like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken clearly up to no good. Prince Jinling obviously had something on his mind. The Prince of Jinling chuckled. "It's been years since I last handled the Flying Dragon Barrett. I was wondering if I could borrow it for a little fun." "Borrow?" Sima Zhong gave a wry smile. "Don't you know this thing is strictly controlled by the Burning Nation? If I lend it to you, I'd probably lose my position. I only intend to borrow it for a short while." The Prince of Jinling chuckled. "I'm afraid I can't lend it out. I hope you understand." Sima Zhong declined politely. Prince Jinling's expression darkened, then suddenly brightened as an idea struck him. He smiled. "Oh, I hear your son, Sima Sun, wants to return to serve in the capital?" At this, Sima Zhong's expression shifted. It was true his son did wish to return, and he had pulled numerous strings to make it happen, only to be repeatedly denied. Weighing the pros and cons, he reasoned that borrowing Barrett's gun for a short time was acceptable. He could simply return it later. With this thought, he reluctantly conceded, "I can only lend it to you for 3 days. Rest assured, I'll return it once I'm done." The Prince of Jinling smiled. Sima Zhong reluctantly conceded, "Then I'll trouble you with my son's affairs." "No problem at all." After hanging up, the Prince of Jinling waited for Barrett to be delivered. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had originally intended to go straight to Yuan Tong, but he ran into Jianlin instead, so he went to visit Aunt Han. "Auntie, how are you feeling now?" "Much better, thank you, Lin Xiao." "I misunderstood you before." Han Saixia felt deeply remorseful. She had always targeted Lin Xiao, yet he had saved her without holding a grudge. "It's okay, Auntie. Just focus on getting better." Lin Xiao smiled. And Jianlin chimed in jokingly from the side, "Lin Xiao, once XINNI graduates, we'll arrange your wedding." "Well." Lin Xiao looked troubled. "Uncle, I'm not ready to think about settling down yet. Let's wait until I've avenged my parents." "Fair enough. My daughter's still young anyway, haha." And Jianlin laughed heartily, then changed the subject. "By the way, the first batch of youth-preserving pills is ready. I plan to release them for free to gauge market response before holding a full-scale launch event." "Uncle, you decide." Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Bang! Just then, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air, causing the entire building to shudder. And Jianlin and Han Saixia both jumped in fright. "What's going on?" And Jianlin was as jumpy as a bird startled by a bowstring. Lin Xiao frowned, suddenly recalling something. He hurried outside to the spot where the shot had been fired, only to find a group of police officers with guns, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes.
Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The entire building shook.
The constables looked around frantically, their faces filled with panic.
They couldn't pinpoint the enemy's location. The commotion was terrifying.
Just then, Su Jiqing hurried up the emergency stairwell. Lin Xiao saw her and bluntly declared, "You lot are useless. That blood demon is probably dead by now."
Impossible.
Su Jiqing had already anticipated numerous scenarios and implemented extremely tight security measures.
There was absolutely no chance the enemy could kill the blood demon.
If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Su Jiqing rushed into the ward to find the thick walls shattered through, while the blood demon's body lay blown to pieces. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly.
Bunch of useless freeloaders. You, don't curse at people. The patrol officers' faces flushed with anger. Lin Xiao retorted coldly, "Am I wrong? You can't even handle this simple task, yet you have the nerve to claim you're protecting our country?"
At this, the constables gritted their teeth, ready to attack Lin Xiao.
"Man up and fight us one-on-one," they shouted in unison.
Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "You're not worthy."
"Enough!" Su Jiqing snapped angrily. Just then, Yu Wenting arrived.
He surveyed the scene with a grim expression, frowning. Only a Barrett could penetrate such thick reinforced concrete walls.
But there are many Barrett models, it's hard to pinpoint one right away. By the way, how many shots did you hear? 2 shots. Su Jiqing replied. Then it must be the Flying Dragon Barrett. Yuan Tong's expression grew grave. This is getting more complicated by the minute. It's actually tangled up with the Ministry of War.
Su Jiqing, you'll temporarily take charge of the prefecture office. I'm heading to the Ministry of War to investigate on the ground.
Su Jiqing nodded.
Lin Xiao stood at the cave entrance, his divine sense probing 100 li. He had assumed the person had already left, but unexpectedly, the sniper on the distant building was still there and had him in their sights.
Chapter 63, Combat Power Rankings. The next day, the martial arts tournament officially commenced.
The venue was packed with people, a continuous stream of attendees. Various factions made their appearances one after another: the Black Witch Clan, the Poison Sect, the Nangong Clan, the Heavenly Calamity Cult, and others. The venue resembled a mountain viewing park, featuring a massive circular arena at its center, roughly 500 acres in size, surrounded by tiered terraces capable of holding up to 80,000 spectators. Lin Xiao and his companions sat at the highest vantage point, commanding a view that made all else seem insignificant.
Lu Long remarked, "The turnout this year is several times greater than in previous years." "Yeah, usually it's just folks from Jinling coming to have a look around."
Lu Hu instantly felt immense pressure. After all, their purpose in coming here was to raise the profile of the Dragon Tiger sect.
Just then, the veiled beauty from yesterday took a seat beside them.
Instantly, all eyes turned their way, everyone eager to glimpse the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath that veil. But after craning their necks for ages until their throats ached, she still hadn't lifted her veil.
"Welcome, everyone, to Jiolong Bay."
At that moment, Village Chief Zhao, holding a microphone, led the Martial Arts Association members to the center of the arena.
He then announced, "Now, the Vice President of the Jinling Martial Arts Association will give a brief introduction." Taking the microphone, the Vice President declared, "My name is Shi Song.
I shall now explain the rules of the tournament. They are simple. Once you step onto the stage, life and death are in the hands of fate, and fortune lies in the heavens. I urge everyone to think carefully before entering. The victor of this martial contest will be rewarded with the 10,000-year Imperial Blood Grass."
Of course, this prize is reserved solely for the champion. 10,000-year Imperial Blood Grass?
Legend has it this herb distills the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the power to shatter cultivation bottlenecks. It's said that Jun Fengtian consumed the 10,000-year Imperial Blood herb to break through to Grandmaster rank, ascending into the legendary realm.
No wonder so many have come this year, they're all after this.
The crowd buzzed with whispers. Lu Long and Lu Hu wore expressions of greed.
If they could obtain this treasure, they'd be unstoppable in Jinling. Lin Xiao also felt a surge of secret delight.
With this item, Xiaowan might just break through to the Grandmaster realm too.
Of course, he wouldn't make a move unless absolutely necessary. I now declare the competition officially open.
Shi Song stepped down from the stage after speaking. Immediately, a dark-skinned member of the Black Witch Clan ascended the stage. He wielded a staff, clad in dark blue robes, his expression somber. His lips, particularly thick, gave him an eerie appearance. A young martial artist leapt onto the stage wielding a broad sword. Its blade was thick with a thin edge, 9 iron rings clanking loudly around it. It's someone from the Ring Blade sect. Lu Long recognized them instantly. Lu Hu nodded. That youngster is reckless. While the Ring Blade sect masters their swordplay to perfection, it's utterly useless against a Black Witch Clan master of poisonous insects like this. As he spoke, the young warrior on the stage swung his blade, striking toward the Black Witch. The Black Witch, however, remained unruffled. With a flick of his staff, he deftly sidestepped the blow. The young warrior gave him no respite, his strikes growing faster and faster. The Black Witch, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, continued to evade without counterattacking. This puzzled many observers. Oh no, Xiao Chang seems to have been poisoned by a bug. The young warrior's master gasped in alarm. Just then, the Black Witch revealed an opening. Seizing the moment, the young warrior delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, followed immediately by a downward slash aimed at his head. But at that critical moment, the young warrior suddenly felt a splitting headache. Realizing he had been poisoned, he resolved to kill the Black Witch clan member at any cost. The Black Witch muttered incantations, while the warrior, sword raised, hesitated. The next instant, he collapsed to the ground. His head rolled uncontrollably across the floor. Within moments, blood poured from his 7 orifices as he died. The scene stunned everyone present. No one had seen when the Black Witch clan member had administered the poison. Lu Long turned to Lin Xiao, his voice tinged with doubt. Senior Lin, did you see when the poison was administered? It was when the Black Witch first waved his staff. A tiny insect egg burrowed into the warrior's nose and then entered his brain. Lin Xiao himself wasn't afraid of such tactics, but if Xiao Wan had faced it, she would likely have been in grave danger. Lin Wan stammered, "Brother, that's terrifying. If it had been me, I probably would have fallen for it too. You lack real combat experience, but don't worry, I'm here to protect you." Though Lin Xiao wanted Xiao Wan to grow independently, as long as he remained her brother, he wouldn't let her suffer even the slightest harm. Lin Wan nodded firmly. On stage, a man adorned with intricate insect designs stepped onto the stage, a member of the Poison Sect. Lu Long chuckled, the Black Witch clan and the Poison Sect share the same lineage. Since splitting apart a century ago, they've become sworn enemies, utterly incompatible. This should be quite the spectacle. Today, I shall personally witness the prowess of your Black Witch clan. The Poison Sect warrior snapped his fingers in a ritual gesture and commanded, "Go." Countless centipedes, scorpions, spiders, and other creatures swirled into a whirlwind, encircling the Black Witch clan member. Break! The Black Witch tribe member shook his staff, sending countless insect eggs flying out before exploding. A swarm of bizarre insects instantly devoured all the centipedes and scorpions. You've actually refined the insect-turning bug. The Poison Sect warrior paled in shock. The insect-shattering curse was the supreme ruler born from all venomous creatures, a natural nemesis to all poisonous insects. His fate today looked grim indeed. Correct. I didn't expect you to recognize this. The Black Witch clan member said in a deep voice. But don't get too excited just yet. The Poison Sect warrior drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at the Black Witch. His speed was blinding, yet none of his strikes aimed for vital points. The Black Witch tribe member wanted to cast his bug, but he simply couldn't find an opening. Others may not understand your Black Witch clan, but we of the Poison Sect know you inside out. The Poison Sect warrior knew Black Witch clan members were unskilled in close combat, so he had trained relentlessly for years. Yet his true killing blow wasn't striking vital points, it was the dagger itself, steeped in deadly poison for 99 days. Even an elephant would die from a single slash. The Black Witch clan member knew his life was on the line if this continued. Risking a slash from the dagger, he unleashed the insect-turning bug on the Poison Sect warrior. The Poison Sect warrior slashed a bloody gash into the Black Witch's thigh before leaping backward. Though the insect plague landed on him, he did not kill it. Instead, he sneered coldly, "Ha! Today, the Poison Sect wins. You're celebrating too soon." The Black Witch tribe member hastily swallowed a pill to counter the poison's corrosive effects, but it was futile. The venom had spread too swiftly within mere seconds, it had already invaded his vital organs. His gaze turned icy as he glared at the Poison Sect member, grinding his teeth. "Let's go down together. You're delusional. It's just a mad insect bug. I've long taken precautions. Your bug can't even enter my body." The Poison Sect warrior roared with laughter. The Black Witch clan member's face twisted with unwillingness. "Impossible? Ha!" The Poison Sect warrior roared with arrogance. "What era do you think this is? A mere insect can't harm me. This garment is made of nanotech fabric, insect-proof and water-repellent." Hearing this, the Black Witch tribe member kicked out with both legs and died with eyes wide open. Chapter 64, The Sect. Who else is there? The Poison Sect warrior shouted arrogantly to the entire crowd. "I'm here to test the Poison Sect's secret arts with my 8th level cultivation." As he spoke, a man leapt directly from above onto the stage. Without a word, he attacked the Poison Sect warrior. Yet within mere exchanges, he too fell victim to the Poison Sect's poison, dying silently and unnoticed. Several more martial artists followed suit, only to meet the same fate. Eventually, no one dared to step forward anymore. "Bro, should I give it a shot?" Lu, who was itching to try. After observing these battles, he felt confident he could defeat the Poison Sect martial artist. Lu Long shook his head. This year's martial arts tournament is packed with elite fighters. If we go up, we'll just be cannon fodder. Sure enough, the masked beauty leapt into the air and glided down gracefully. Her stunning figure and flawless skin left the crowd in awe. The face beneath that veil must be breathtakingly beautiful. All eyes followed her descent, but beyond a pair of perfectly straight, shapely legs, nothing else was visible clearly. She wore safety shorts.
Landing on the stage, the masked beauty's commanding voice rang out, "I am Nangong Yao, here to test the secret arts of the poison sect. Please." The poison sect warrior, unusually courteous for once, assumed a fighting stance, his expression grave. The Nangong clan was a formidable family whose power far surpassed that of any sect or school. The emergence of Nangong Wendian, who had reached legendary heights, coupled with the clan's fiercely protective nature, demanded his utmost caution. The masked beauty struck first, wielding an unusual weapon, a crimson silk ribbon that coiled around her body. The crowd murmured in disbelief, wondering what power a mere scrap of red silk could possibly hold. Yet the next instant, they were stunned into silence. The crimson silk struck the concrete floor, shattering a large section. Had it hit a person, death would have been instant. The poison sect martial artist broke out in a cold sweat. His strengths lay in close combat and poisoning, but Nangong Yao's long-range attacks left him no opening to strike. For now, he could only play it by ear. Nangong Yao's crimson ribbon stretched over 10 meters long, each swing tearing through the air like a blade. The poison sect warrior dared not meet it head-on. Just then, the crimson ribbon coiled around his dagger. A sudden flash of insight struck him. A tiny centipede clung to the ribbon. He abandoned the dagger and retreated about 3 meters. Nangong Yao snorted coldly, flinging the dagger away before charging at the poison sect warrior once more. Little did she know that the centipede had already begun crawling along the red silk ribbon toward her body. The poison sect warrior leapt aside, a smug grin curling his lips. "Nangong Yao, you've fallen for it." Before Nangong Yao could comprehend what had happened, a sudden sharp pain shot through her hand. She looked down to find the centipede crawling on it. She flung it away, her rage boiling over as she charged at the poison sect warrior once more. "If you channel your energy again, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die." Though the poison sect warrior could have seized this chance to kill Nangong Yao, he dared not. The Nangong family fiercely protected their own. Provoking them would bring unimaginable consequences. Nangong Yao halted her attack, her strength already waning. "Miss." Her bodyguard leapt forward, swiftly lifting Nangong Yao onto his back. He hurriedly administered healing pills, which provided some relief but failed to halt the poison spread. On the stage, it was now intermission. The bodyguard shouted, "Is there anyone skilled in medicine? Please save my mistress. The Nangong family will reward you handsomely." At these words, many rushed forward to take her pulse. Some even attempted to lift her veil to glimpse her beauty, only to be struck dead by the bodyguard's palm. Seeing this, Lin Xiao said calmly, "I can save your young mistress, but you must pay a price." "What?" The bodyguard's eyes lit up with hope. The Nangong family was willing to pay any price for someone who could save their young mistress. 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Lin Xiao sought this item not for himself, but to alter Xiao Wan's constitution. Hearing this, the bodyguard's expression darkened. "Can't we substitute something else?" "No." Lin Xiao refused outright. "Then I'll call the family head." The bodyguard had no authority to decide, as the Nangong family possessed only 1,000-year snow lotus, stored in the ice chamber. He could only call the family head for instructions. After relaying the request, he hung up. "Please wait a moment. The head of the family is currently in an urgent meeting, discussing the matter." The bodyguard explained. 3 minutes later, the call came back with approval for Lin Xiao's terms. "All males, step back 10 meters. Lin Xiao said coldly. The bodyguard asked, "Why? You don't actually want to see your boss's body, do you?" Nangong Yao's poison had penetrated deep into her bones. Lin Xiao had to apply needles all over her body, inevitably touching areas that should not be touched. The bodyguard was momentarily speechless. Finally, he spat out a threat, "If you fail to save the young lady, you'll die without a proper burial. Don't threaten me. If I get annoyed, your young mistress will simply have to wait to die." Lin Xiao's voice was cold. The bodyguard dared not speak further and ordered everyone to step back. Soon, 7 or 8 girls gathered a piece of cloth and surrounded Lin Xiao and Nangong Yao. Lin Xiao kept his eyes fixed straight ahead as he began undressing Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao gasped weakly, "You despicable scoundrel, what do you think you're doing?" Lin Xiao seemed oblivious, continuing his task. Soon, a body of flawless perfection was revealed before him. Since the acupuncture needles would need to be placed on her face, he had no choice but to remove Nangong Yao's veil. No wonder she wore a veil. Her face was flawless, her skin as smooth and blemish-free as white jade, like a clear spring under moonlight. Her eyes were clear and bright, seeming to hold the vastness of the stars and the sea, sparkling with captivating light. Her lips resembled the most delicate petals, tender and dewy, with a faint pink sheen. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly, but his astonishment lasted only 3 seconds. Nangong Yao stared at Lin Xiao, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet her body was too weakened now, otherwise, she would have killed him without hesitation. "This might hurt a bit. Bear with it." With that, Lin Xiao began the acupuncture. Though Nangong Yao's flawless form lay fully exposed before him, his heart remained largely unmoved. He proceeded with the needles with calm composure. "This is the last needle." Just as Lin Xiao prepared to insert the needle, Nangong Yao exclaimed in shock, "Where are you putting it? Can you even insert it there?" "Why not?" Lin Xiao drove the needle in. Nan Gongniao blushed bright red. Next is the bloodletting technique. With no other option, Lin Xiao had to place both hands on Nan Gongniao's body.
After a series of manipulations, dark blood began seeping from the silver needles.
As time ticked by, Nan Gongniao's complexion gradually improved.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao withdrew all the needles and helped her dress.
After completing these tasks, he stated, the poison is neutralized.
Deliver the 1,000-year snow lotus to the Yin family in 3 days as promised.
With that, he walked out. The bodyguard immediately asked, "How are you feeling, miss?" "Much better."
Though Nan Gongniao had been saved, the price she paid was having her innocent body exposed.
But that wasn't the worst part. The real problem was that so many people had witnessed it. Rumors would inevitably spread soon.
Oh dear, she had no idea how she'd face her family back home.
The martial arts competition will now resume.
The poison sect martial artist stepped onto the stage. After this brief adjustment period, he had fully recovered to his peak condition.
Chapter 65, The Inspector.
Zhang Jin retreated step by step until he stumbled backward and fell to the ground.
His face twisted with terror as he stared at Yi Lingtian, his eyes filled with utter disbelief.
He was the most outstanding martial artist of the Zhang family, yet today he had been defeated by a warrior even younger than himself. In that instant, his pride crumbled into nothingness.
"Hand over the treasure you carry," Yi Lingtian said indifferently. "Don't get too excited. If you kill me, my master will certainly come after you. And besides, there are numerous experts here. Do you really think you can walk out of here alive?"
Zhang Jin's face contorted in pain.
He glared at the others and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack him now."
The group exchanged glances, and over a dozen men charged forward, determined to seize the Pei Yuan Dan from Yi Lingtian's grasp.
At this critical moment, Yi Lingtian shook his head with a dismissive sneer.
He summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing a protective aura that enveloped both Yi Qingru and Yao Yao.
The attacker's blows struck the protective aura, only to be repelled without breaking through.
They were sent flying over 10 meters, some of the less skilled even coughing up blood. Only then did they grasp the terrifying truth: this wasn't a battle between equals. Witnessing this, Yao Yao finally realized her miscalculation. They had assumed Yi Lingtian was the rabbit and themselves the wolves, never imagining Yi Lingtian was the wolf and they the rabbits. The thought was laughable. Yi Qingru spoke with both excitement and envy. "Brother, I wish I could be as strong as you."
"That day will come."
Yi Lingtian smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the crowd. His voice turned cold.
"I'll give you one chance. Hand over every treasure you possess. Otherwise, I'll see to it you meet your end right here." "Ha, what a joke. You think you can threaten us martial artists all by yourself? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. I'd advise you to be smart and hand over the Pei Yuan Dan willingly. Because you're not just facing us, you're facing the forces behind us. You can't afford to mess with us." Sun Wufu's lips curled slightly, showing no regard for Yi Lingtian. "Seems I'll have to make an example of you." Yi Lingtian's expression turned icy as he leapt into the air, leaving only streaks of afterimages behind.
Before anyone could fully register what happened, his hand had already clamped down on Sun Lao's throat.
Sun Lao's face drained of color as he struggled desperately, but it was too late.
With a sharp crack, his throat snapped. Seeing this, the others felt fear creep into their hearts and turned to flee.
"You refuse to hand over the treasure and still think you can run? The world doesn't work that way." Yi Lingtian flickered forward. Swish! 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 Those attempting to flee didn't even have time to scream before they died instantly.
He unleashed his dragon-probing claws, snatching all their storage pouches before dumping them onto the ground. "Xiao Rou, gather up all the spirit stones. As for the diamonds, rings, and such, take whatever interests you.
The rest is for Yao Yao."
"Got it, big bro." Yi Qingru beamed with excitement.
Yao Yao was overjoyed too. Any single item on the ground was worth several years of her salary. Sigh. Yi Qingru sighed. "Brother, only 5 spirit stones? They're so poor." "There are 7 of them, aren't there?" Yi Lingtian looked at the 7 people before him. "Brother, let's talk this out. It's just spirit stones, I'll give them to you right now." The speaker immediately pulled out a spirit stone and tossed it to Yi Lingtian. The others, fearing for their lives, followed suit. Only old Gu beside Lu Sueki remained utterly composed. Yi Lingtian caught the spirit stone in his hand and offered a faint smile. "Why don't you empty everything from your storage pouches for me to see? Don't push your luck." Someone retorted coldly. Without a word, Yi Lingtian struck the speaker with a palm strike from a distance, reducing him to a mist of blood. Witnessing this, the others trembled in fear as they emptied every last item from their storage pouches. Among the contents were gold rings, gold earrings, gold bracelets, and other items clearly stolen from others along with spirit stones. It was obvious they had lied earlier. Yi Lingtian sneered coldly, waved his hand, and swept all the items into his possession. The others clenched their fists, grinding their teeth in fury. They had saved for years to accumulate these meager possessions, only to have them plundered. But they couldn't fight back, so they had no choice but to submit. "You may leave now," Yi Lingtian said indifferently.
They grumbled and left, now even short of money for the journey home.
Did I give you two permission to leave?
Yilingtian fixed his gaze on Lu Sueki and Old Gu. Old Gu turned to face Yilingtian, his voice icy. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of provoking the Lu family.
No need to think about it.
I'm taking your storage bags, or you die. Yilingtian had no desire for further discussion.
Let me see what you've got. Old Gu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Every pore on his body flared open as he pushed his aura to its peak.
With a sudden leap, he shot forward like a spring.
A mid-stage expert. One of them gasped. This kid's done for.
Old Gu, kill him. We'll give you half our share of the loot. The others shouted in unison.
Old Gu clenched his fist, slicing through the air as he delivered a punch aimed squarely at Yilingtian's head, clearly intending to kill. Yilingtian sidestepped the blow.
With a thunderous crash, the furious blast tore a crater in the ground. Imagine what would happen if that fist struck a human head. It would likely have smashed the skull open, spilling out the brain matter.
You're asking for death.
Yilingtian casually waved his hand, solidifying the air into a tangible force that slammed into Old Gu. Old Gu dismissed it as trivial, but the moment his fist connected, he was sent flying backward. His internal organs churned violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
How is this possible?
Seeing this, the others fled in terror.
Lu Sueki was horrified.
Old Gu was a top-tier expert within their clan, yet he had been so utterly defeated by Yilingtian.
It was terrifying. If you dare to rob me, you should be prepared to be robbed.
As Yilingtian formed his fingers into a blade, poised to strike Old Gu down, Lu Sueki urgently pleaded, stop. Spare Old Gu, and I'll give you 20 spirit stones. True to her family's reputation as one of Jinling's most prominent clans, she offered 20 spirit stones outright.
What immense wealth and generosity. 20? Isn't your Lu family a prominent clan? Why so stingy? Yilingtian looked utterly speechless.
In the cultivation world, such low-grade spirit stones were commonplace. He had at least 100 million in his storage pouch.
Spirit stones are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. They're incredibly precious, money can't buy them. Do you think they're just ordinary rocks? Lu Sueki retorted irritably.
As far as she knew, the family possessed no more than 200 spirit stones at most.
Fine then.
But 20 stones won't even begin to cover the price for this old man's life. Yilingtian had finally caught a big fish. He wasn't about to let it slip away so easily.
Lu Sueki gritted her teeth. How about 50?
Old Master Gu had devoted his life to the Lu family. She couldn't stand by and watch him die.
I only want 200. Yilingtian said indifferently. What? 200? Lu Sueki thought she must have misheard. 200 yuan? The entire Lu family might not even have that much combined.
Old Gu looked utterly astonished.
Kid, are you a lion or something? Demanding that much? Give it or not one word. If you don't, I'll kill this old fool. Yilingtian said impatiently.
Lu Sueki gritted her teeth.
There really isn't that much. $50 is the absolute limit. I can decide on my own. Then call the family and ask for it. Yilingtian demanded. Hearing this, Lu Sueki looked utterly shocked. Aren't you afraid the Lu family will come after you? What's there to fear? If they come, I'll just ask for more.
Yilingtian was actually worried about running out of spirit stones.
Alright then, I'll call the family right now.
200 spirit stones was far beyond Lu Sueki's authority to decide. She had no choice but to inform the family head. Old Gu's expression grew grave, his heart pounding wildly. Truthfully, he didn't believe the Lu family would pay 200 spirit stones to rescue him, yet he clung to a sliver of hope.
Chapter 66, The Bloodthirsty Red Spider.
Lu Sueki dialed the number and recounted the recent events. When she mentioned the 300 spirit stones, she distinctly sensed the family head's murderous intent.
I'll give you my answer in 10 minutes.
Lu Ming, the head of the Lu family, was brimming with murderous intent. In 100 years, no one had ever dared threaten the Lu family.
Yilingtian was the first.
But due to the great distance, he couldn't rush over immediately. Thus, he faced a choice: either pay the 300 spirit stones, or Old Gu would die. After hanging up, he immediately convened a meeting with the other elders.
300 spirit stones was no small sum. My uncle said he'll give us an answer in 10 minutes. Lu Sueki said. All right. Yilingtian agreed.
With nothing else to do, he sorted through the items he'd just acquired. There were 20 spirit stones in total, not bad. But the gold, silver, and treasures were plentiful. Roughly estimating, there was over 100 million worth. Sigh, he now had more money than he could ever spend. Lu Sueki boldly approached him and asked in a gentle tone, why are you so powerful, yet you don't give off even a hint of a martial artist's aura?
Because I'm too powerful for you to perceive it.
Yilingtian replied without the slightest pretense.
You really aren't modest. Lu Sueki rolled her eyes, then smiled and began to strike up a conversation. What's your name? Which school did you train under? Are you annoying or what? Can't you see I'm busy? Yilingtian looked thoroughly impatient. Lu Sueki looked stunned.
Usually, any man she spoke to would be thrilled out of his mind, yet this man wouldn't even give her a friendly look.
Couldn't you tell she was a stunning beauty? Bro, she's a beauty. How could you be so rude to her? After speaking, Yi Qingru gave Lu Sueki a mischievous grin and asked, "Are you single? How old are you this year? Why do you ask? Are you conducting a household survey?" Lu Sueki retorted. "Just asking." Yi Qingru chuckled. "I'm 25 this year, still single. Honestly, I don't want to be single, but there just aren't many men who catch my eye." Lu Sueki sighed helplessly.
Jinling had no shortage of talented young men, but most were mere womanizers.
A few had some promise, yet they weren't handsome enough.
Thus, she remains single to this day.
"So what do you think of my brother?" Yi Qingru said jokingly. Lu Sueki shook her head. "Not really." "Oomph. Flat-chested girl, and she still looks down on my brother?" Yi Qingru glanced at Lu Sueki's chest flat as a board. The sudden remark left Lu Sueki momentarily stunned, but she quickly recovered. "Are you blind?"
She even puffed out her chest as she spoke. Yi Qingru sneered. "They're still smaller than mine." Lu Sueki glanced down, her face darkening with frustration, and reluctantly conceded the truth.
"Xiaorou, don't you two care about my feelings at all?" Yi Lingtian was utterly speechless. Where on earth did his little sister pick up all these sassy remarks? Just then, Lu Sueki's phone rang. She hurried away to take the call. "Sueki, give her 10 spirit stones first. The rest, have him come to the Lu family to collect." Lu Ming had already made up his mind. After all, old Gu had sacrificed so much for the Lu family, he couldn't be so ungrateful. But he wouldn't give a single spirit stone of the 300. Moreover, he demanded the Pei Yuan pills Lu Sueki had mentioned. He knew that once the Lu family obtained these pills, they would surely enable its members to break through to the innate realm. Then, the Lu family would become the undisputed rulers of Jinling, unchallenged by any rival. Agreed. After hanging up, Lu Sueki gathered all the spirit stones she and old Gu possessed, 10 in total, and handed them to Yi Lingtian. "What about the rest?" Yi Lingtian frowned. "That's all. I only have these. Our family head said you'll have to go to the Lu family estate for the rest." Lu Sueki knew full well that going to the Lu family meant certain death for Yi Lingtian. "If you want me to go to the Lu family, it'll cost 1,000 spirit stones." Yi Lingtian understood the Lu family's scheme perfectly well, he simply chose not to call them out on it. "Do as you please. I doubt you'll get it." Lu Sueki snorted coldly, then walked over to support old Gu as they left. "Not bad. Today's haul was quite substantial, over 30 spirit stones just from this. Robbery really is the fastest way to get rich." Yi Lingtian stretched lazily and chuckled. "Come on, let's head back to sleep." Yao Yao was overjoyed too. Just now, Yi Qingru had casually given her some items worth over 1 million each. What a kind person she'd met. After the martial arts tournament, she absolutely had to go down the mountain and explore this beautiful world. Meanwhile, the Yu residence. In one of the rooms, a sudden burst of energy shattered every window, even the tempered glass didn't survive. "Big Brother has broken through." Yu Tianhu and Yu Tianjun exclaimed simultaneously, their faces aglow with excitement. The divide between Qi cultivation and innate realm was a watershed moment. Once one broke through to innate realm, they officially entered the ranks of the elite. The Yu family was poised to rise. Yu Shixiao emerged, hands clasped behind his back, striding purposefully. Yu Tianhu and Yu Tianjun felt an overwhelming aura of power wash over them. "That Pei Yuan pill propelled me directly to the mid-stage of the innate realm. I feel power surging through my entire body now." A meaningful smile curved Yu Shixiao's lips as he inquired, "Has the martial arts tournament begun?" "It's the day after tomorrow." Yu Tianhu and Yu Tianjun exchanged glances, unsure how to broach the subject of Yu Pengfei. "Ha, looks like I timed my return perfectly. Our Yu family will soon dominate Tianshan City. Second brother, third brother, pack our things. We're heading to Qinglong town now." Yu Shixiao declared triumphantly. "Oh, and bring Peng along too. He spends all his time chasing women." "Brother, I have some bad news to share." Yu Tianhu stammered hesitantly. "What?" Yu Shixiao's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Yu Tianhu took a deep breath and said, "Penger was severely injured by someone named Yi Lingtian. He's still in critical condition." At these words, Yu Shixiao's face paled before erupting in fury. He punched the stone lion at the entrance, shattering it into pieces. Shaking with rage, he roared, "Yi Lingtian, I'll grind your bones to dust." Chapter 67, Training. "It looks pretty lively over there. Let's go check it out." Tang Long led his daughter Tang Ruoxue over, pushing through the crowd to see Yi Lingtian and his sister. Their expressions immediately darkened. "Young man, how much are you asking for these 3 top-grade Pei Yuan pills?" "How about 50 million for one?" "I'll give you 100 million. Sell them to me. I'm an heir of the 8th rank first lineage. I'll offer 100 million plus a favor from the Zheng family in exchange." At this, all eyes turned to the 8th level lineage successor. He was broad-shouldered and sturdy, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his entire body a mass of muscle.
His fists were thick with calluses, and a 5-centimeter scar ran across his forehead. That's Zhangjin, a master of external cultivation at the peak of his art, comparable to a cultivator at the initial stage of the innate realm. As someone uttered these words, the crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. A hard Qigong master specialized in external martial arts, pushing the body's potential to its absolute limit. The ancestors of the 8th grade lineage had produced a hard Qigong grandmaster who could single-handedly withstand a peak innate realm powerhouse through sheer physical prowess alone. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Zhangjin smiled faintly, his tone haughty. Young man, a favor from the Zhang family is worth its weight in gold.
You'd do well to consider this carefully. Is that so? Is it worth more than a favor from my Medicine King Valley?
Zhangjin turned to see Sun Wufu of the Medicine King Valley. He sighed silently, saying nothing. The 8th rank lineage specialized in external martial arts, relying entirely on the Medicine King Valley's elixirs. They were not to be trifled with.
Young man, you're... Seeing this, Song Koan hurriedly interjected, Master, what are you doing? Are you not going to avenge your fellow disciples? A few lives? How could they compare to these supreme Pei Yuan pills? This matter is closed. Sun Laowu snapped. Song Koan gritted his teeth and relented. Sun Laowu looked at Yi Lingtian with a gentle expression and said, Young man, if I may ask, are you a pill alchemist? Of course I am. Who else do you think could refine such a supreme pill?
Yi Lingtian replied indifferently.
Sun Laowu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. My Medicine King Valley offers a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum in exchange for your Pei Yuan pill. Furthermore, we wish to honor you as a guest alchemist.
Henceforth, all medicinal herbs within the valley shall be at your disposal.
The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd.
The Medicine King Valley had cultivated alliances with numerous sects through their alchemy, far surpassing the strength of the 8th grade sect. If they were in Yi Lingtian's position, they would undoubtedly choose the Medicine King Valley after all. The rank of guest scholar surpassed even that of elders. All eyes turned to Yi Lingtian, eager to see his response. But unexpectedly, Yi Lingtian shook his head. Besides spirit stones, if you possess any 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, I'll trade 10 Pei Yuan pills for them.
As for becoming an honorary guest of the Medicine King Valley? Sorry, I'm not interested.
The crowd stared in disbelief. No one had anticipated Yi Lingtian rejecting the Medicine King Valley's olive branch.
Tang Long's face twisted with regret.
He realized he had misjudged the situation.
Yi Lingtian possessed formidable martial arts skills and was a master alchemist.
Even the Medicine King Valley sought to honor him as a guest elder. His future was bound to be limitless. He whispered, Daughter, if you like him, perhaps you should take the initiative.
Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? He doesn't even meet my standards yet. Tang Ruoshue's face flushed crimson.
These past days, she'd lost her appetite and struggled to sleep, her mind consumed by thoughts of Yi Lingtian. She wasn't sure if this was love. Sun Laowu looked astonished, a shadow flickering in his eyes before he burst into laughter.
No deal, no hard feelings. My offer still stands.
If you ever change your mind, young man, come find me directly. Yi Lingtian thought to himself, I will come for you sooner or later. Not to change my mind, but to sweep through your Medicine King Valley. At that moment, a woman with a cool, aloof demeanor approached, followed by a middle-aged man whose powerful aura radiated an intense sense of pressure.
It's Lu Sueki, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Someone gasped.
The Lu family was a prominent clan in Jinling, thriving for centuries far beyond comparison to martial arts families like those in Tianshan City. Lu Sueki declared with unmistakable authority, I want these 3 Pei Yuan pills.
What do you have to offer? Yi Lingtian asked with keen interest. My Lu family can also honor you as a guest master. Moreover, we can intervene on your behalf 3 times. Surely that's sufficient?
Lu Sueki's face radiated confidence.
Everyone's jaws dropped.
Compared to the Medicine King Valley, the Lu family clearly held greater strength. With experts surpassing the pre-heaven realm within their ranks, they possessed the power to rival the entire Medicine King Valley.
I don't need it.
Yi Lingtian flatly refused. Faced with such a decisive refusal, Lu Sueki paused in surprise, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of admiration for Yi Lingtian. She smiled faintly and said, Since you wish to exchange the Pei Yuan Dan for spirit stones, I shall trade with you. Old Gu, bring out 3 spirit stones.
Yes, Mississippi.
Old Gu produced 3 spirit stones radiating an unusual glow. A hint of greed flickered in the onlooker's eyes. Spirit stones were rare treasures, priceless even for a fortune.
Xiao Rou, give him the pills. Yi Lingtian said indifferently.
Yes, brother. Yi Qingru accepted the spirit stones and handed 3 pills to Old Gu.
She then looked at the others and asked, Does anyone else wish to trade?
The Pei Yuan Dan had already been verified by the Lu family, the Zhang family, and the Medicine King Valley, so its efficacy was beyond doubt. Though they each held a few spirit stones, they were reluctant to part with them for the exchange.
Yet, as the saying goes, you have to spend money to make money. To enhance their strength, they had no choice but to trade. Do you have any more Pei Yuan pills? Someone inquired. Of course we do. Yi Qingru opened the box directly.
The crowd stared in stunned silence. The entire chest was filled, likely containing over 10,000 pills.
Sun Wufei's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the Valley of Medicine Kings didn't possess such a quantity.
Stunned, he asked, "Young man, how many years did it take you to refine this many Peiyuan pills?"
Is that so difficult?
Yi Lingtian smiled faintly.
It only took me 3 days. 3 days? The crowd's jaws dropped once more. That output was absurdly high, almost machine-like.
Lu Sueki, who had just traded spirit stones for the pills, felt a wave of regret wash over her.
She felt like she'd been ripped off. Anyone else interested in trading?
Yi Lingtian asked casually. Zhang Jin looked utterly speechless.
You spent just 3 days refining this many Peiyuan pills?
Trading spirit stones for them is way too much of a loss. In my opinion, you'd be making a killing selling them for $1 million each.
Exactly. Everyone chimed in agreement. Take them or leave them. I'm not forcing you.
Yi Lingtian would rather feed these pills to dogs than sell them for $1 million each.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. The efficacy of these Peiyuan pills was undeniable. Even sold on the open market, they'd fetch a hefty price.
In the end, they all dug into their pockets and traded spirit stones for them. Soon, Yi Qingru held over 20 spirit stones in her hand, enough to break through to the second layer of qi cultivation.
Chapter 68, Sovereign. Gazing at the vast quantity of Peiyuan pills in the chest, greed flashed in the eyes of the onlookers. As martial artists, whose hands weren't stained with blood. A seemingly weak young man like Yi Lingtian, clutching a gold brick, how could they let him go so easily?
They pretended to leave casually, but their minds were already plotting. Yi Lingtian smiled silently. Seeing that evening had fallen, he gathered his belongings and departed. As they walked, Yao Yao urged, "Master Yi, you should leave quickly.
They've got their eyes on you. It's not certain who's watching whom."
Yi Lingtian smiled faintly.
Yao Yao remained worried. They're all masters, very powerful.
They killed several people last year.
You're quite the kind-hearted little girl, aren't you?
Yi Lingtian gazed at the delicate young girl before him, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. Had he been a few years younger, he would have charged after her like a spirited young man. But alas, after his journey to the cultivation realm, he had lost all interest in women.
Yao Yao looked at him earnestly. Master Yi, I'm serious.
Rest assured. Yi Lingtian flashed a mischievous smile. Beside them, Yi Qingru chuckled mischievously. Brother, looks like someone cares about you more than I do.
You, always spouting nonsense. Yi Lingtian affectionately tapped Yi Qingru's forehead and said with a hint of exasperation, Stay here. I'll be right back. Got it, bro.
Yi Qingru stuck out her tongue. Seeing how much Yi Qingru's brother doted on her, Yao Yao felt envious.
She hurried after him and asked, Master Yi, can I come with you? It's quite dangerous out there, you know. Yi Lingtian chuckled. I'm not afraid. If anything happens to you, the town mayor will beat me to death. Yao Yao said, her head bowed. All right then, come with me. No sooner had Yi Lingtian finished speaking than Yi Qingru piped up impatiently, Brother, I'm coming too. Fine. You can all come. Yi Lingtian looked utterly helpless. When the fight broke out, he'd have to keep an eye on these two girls. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The three of them arrived at an open area where a chilling wind blew, sending shivers down their spines. Brother, this place feels so eerie. I can even sense a chill in the air. Yi Qingru hugged her arms and shivered. Yao Yao nodded. I used to walk this path all the time and never felt anything. That's because someone has been waiting here for a long time. Yi Lingtian remarked indifferently. Who? Yao Yao and Yi Qingru asked simultaneously. Just then, a figure leapt down from above. He was burly, carrying a large broadsword on his back, and chuckled lightly. Young man, it seems you knew we were coming all along. Seems the lure of the Peiyuan Dan is quite strong. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly before speaking. Zhang Jin, the heir of the 8th rank lineage Sun Wufu of the Medicine King Valley and the Lu family, all of you, come out now. Not bad. Seems you've got some skills after all. Sun Wufu clapped his hands as he stepped forward, his tone amused. Since you knew we were coming, did you bring the Peiyuan Dan? One after another, the others emerged as well, closing in around Yi Lingtian. Brother, there are quite a few of them. Yi Qingru trembled as she spoke. Yao Yao, who had never witnessed such a scene before, trembled fearfully. Don't forget the rules of Qinglong Town. Rules, heh. Zhang Jin roared with laughter. We'll kill all three of you. Who's going to dare cause trouble for us? Hearing this, Yao Yao was speechless. In Qinglong Town, death was far too common for anyone to care. With me here, you won't suffer a single scratch. Yi Lingkai couldn't care less about these puny minions. His goal was simple, strip them of everything they owned. Ha! You little punk, you really talk big. If you don't hand over the Peiyuan Dan today, these two chicks by your side will be keeping us company day and night. Zhang Jin grinned wickedly. Sun Laowu stroked his white beard and said indifferently, hand over the Peiyuan Dan, and we'll let you go. The man is innocent, but the treasure makes him guilty. You're just an ordinary man, yet you carry a top-grade Peiyuan pill. That's your crime. But we've discussed it, and considering you're a pill alchemist, we'll let you off. From now on, you'll be responsible for making pills for us. We won't treat you unfairly. The speaker was old Gu, standing beside Lu Sueki. Enough of this nonsense. If we attract other martial artists, won't we have to split the spoils? Move. Zhang Jin clenched his fist and stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse instantly. Before we begin, I have one question. Do any of you carry spirit stones or valuables? Facing so many opponents, Yi Lingtian showed no sign of panic. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Jin roared, "Why are you asking that?" "To buy your lives." Yi Lingtian chuckled. "You're asking for it." Zhang Jin's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before Yi Lingtian and unleashing a devastating roundhouse kick. "That kid's dead." Zhang Jin's roundhouse kick packs 1,000-pound force. It could snap a mature sapling in two with ease. Sun Wufei couldn't help but sigh with regret. What a pity Yi Lingtian couldn't serve the Medicine King Valley. Yi Lingtian casually raised his hand to block the attack. His body trembled, and with sheer force, he sent Zhang Jin flying backward. Witnessing this, everyone frowned. They themselves wouldn't dare meet Zhang Jin's whipping kick head-on, yet this kid had blocked it effortlessly. How could someone with such profound cultivation possess not a trace of martial aura? Zhang Jin's expression grew grave, a sense of unease stirring within him. Since his debut, he had faced no equal. Yet today, despite unleashing his full power, Yi Lingtian hadn't even shifted, while Zhang Jin himself nearly stumbled. He stared at Yi Lingtian for a moment, unable to fathom him. Again! Zhang Jin roared, charging forward once more. His fists flew with such ferocity that only streaks of afterimages remained in the air. After each punch, he would sometimes swing horizontally like a giant axe cleaving through the air, and other times his fist would transform into a claw, striking like a dragon's talon, aiming to rip out hearts and guts. Yi Lingtian did not strike back, instead evading with effortless grace. Thud! Zhang Jin's missed punch tore a hole straight through a nearby tree trunk, while his claw-like hand ripped chunks of bark from the bark. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. A hit like that on a person would be instantly fatal. Yi Qingru and Yao Yao's hearts were in their throats. "Is that your full strength?" Yi Lingtian asked calmly. "You're asking for death." Zhang Jin's repeated misses sent his temper spiraling. His attacks grew increasingly rapid, yet Yi Lingtian remained as leisurely as an old man fishing, his movements ghostly and elusive. "Is this all you've got? And you dare come rob me?" Yi Lingtian sneered with disdain, clenching his fist to meet Zhang Jin's punch head-on. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream as Zhang Jin flew backward, his shoulder bone protruding, a grim, crimson-tinged bone exposed. How is this possible? The crowd's expressions turned pale. Chapter 69, Secret Realm Training. You tore my clothes to shreds. How am I supposed to wear them now? Fang Qiong's face darkened, a faint aura of murderous intent lingering in her expression. This. Lin Feng looked utterly embarrassed. "I'm terribly sorry, Miss Feng. The situation was critical. Every second delayed could have cost you your life. I truly apologize. I'll forgive you because you saved my life. But let me make this clear, if you dare tell anyone about this, I'll kill you." At that moment, Fang Qiong's expression turned as cold as ice. "I understand." Lin Feng glanced around and spotted a brand new nurse's uniform on the table. Picking it up, he suggested, "Why don't you put on the nurse's uniform first?" "Fine. Turn around." After turning away, she quickly slipped into the uniform. "All set. You can turn around now." Lin Feng turned around and felt his breath catch. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a unique kind of beauty shrouded in endless mystery. No man could resist her. Noticing Lin Feng staring intently at her, Fang Qiong asked coldly, "Am I really that beautiful?" Lin Feng nodded, his expression earnest. "Yes." "Put." Fang Qiong couldn't help but laugh at his silly expression. In that instant, Lin Feng's heart fluttered with desire, and thoughts began to stir within him. How wonderful it would be if he could marry such a girl. But upon reflection, he realized that even finding an ordinary girl was difficult for him now, let alone a heavenly maiden. "Stop staring. One more glance and I'll gouge your eyes out." Fang Qiong glared at Lin Feng before walking over to open the door. Zhang Ting and Xiao Xinglin were stunned. Fang Qiong was actually standing before them, looking surprisingly well. "Miss, are you all right?" Zhang Ting asked excitedly. Fang Qiong nodded slightly. "My breathing is so much easier than before. I feel like I could run 3 kilometers without a problem now." "Miss Feng, your illness has only just subsided. Exercise is inadvisable. I'll prescribe some Chinese herbs to regulate your constitution. You should be fine in a month and a half," Lin Feng said calmly. At that moment, Xiao Xinglin erupted in anger. "Recovered this quickly? Do you take us all for fools?" No matter what method he used, Xiao Xinglin refused to believe Lin Feng could cure a patient on the brink of death. There had to be some trickery involved. It could even be a deathbed recovery. Lin Feng replied calmly, "Can't you tell for yourself whether it's real or not?" Xiao Xinglin scrutinized Fang Qiong. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes sparkling with vitality. She looked nothing like a patient.
Yet the recent examination results had been dire, indicating she could die at any moment. How could this be? His face betrayed utter disbelief. He said, "Miss Fong, let's conduct a full-body examination again. That way, we can be certain." "Yes, Mississippi." Zhang Ting also found it hard to believe. Such a swift recovery seemed too miraculous to be true. Fong Qiong lay on the bed as the machine automatically ran another scan. Moments later, the report printed out, showing everything normal. Her readings even surpassed those of a healthy person. It was nothing short of miraculous. Impossible. This can't be. Chao Xinglin's hands trembled as he held the report. After 20 years of studying Western medicine, he now felt his knowledge overturned by traditional Chinese medicine. It felt like all his studies had been for nothing. Fong Qiong smiled faintly. "Professor Chao, your prejudice against traditional Chinese medicine runs too deep. There are simply too many things in this world that science cannot explain. Don't you agree?" "Miss Fong, you're right." Chao Xinglin looked dazed, swaying as he prepared to leave. "Professor Chao, what about our wager?" Lin Fong reminded him. "Rest assured, I won't go back on my word." Chao Xinglin's aged face flushed crimson. As the leader opposing traditional Chinese medicine, he now found himself advocating for it. How ironic. Yet words spoken cannot be taken back. Even if it meant abandoning his current position, he would see it through. After he departed, Fong Qiong smiled faintly. "Thank you. Tell me what you want. I can grant it. I don't want anything. I just want to know what kind of man my father was." In Lin Feng's memories, his father had always been a vague figure. A living legend. Fong Qiong offered the highest praise. "When your father was alive, no one in the capital dared to raise their head." Hearing this, Lin Feng's face fell in shock. After all, the capital was one of the world's 10 major international cities. The people there wielded immense power and influence. Merely carving out a niche in such a place was no small feat, yet his father had made them bow their heads in submission. That was simply incredible. Fong Qiong sighed softly. But ultimately, he fell victim to the schemes of certain individuals. Hearing this, Lin Feng clenched his fists. "Miss Fong, might you tell me who they were? What? Are you planning to seek revenge?" Fong Qiong wore an amused smile. Even Zhang Ting beside them chuckled. "Not exactly," Lin Feng replied, "but one day, I will march on the capital." Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering. With the old man's legacy, he now possessed unwavering confidence. "Silly boy, you think the capital is too simple." Fong Qiong chuckled. "But speaking of which, if you ever reach that level, I might just tell you." "Fine. If you don't want to say, I won't ask." Lin Feng rose to leave. Fong Qiong asked again, "Are you truly not taking anything?" "No." Lin Feng refused. Hearing this, Fong Qiong felt a newfound respect for Lin Feng, yet she was also deeply curious. What kind of man, fresh out of prison, would refuse everything? Was he putting on airs or truly possessing integrity? She desperately wanted to know. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He answered it. It was Zhao Xiaodai calling. "Lin Feng, tomorrow is my big day with Brother Tao. You absolutely have to come, okay?" Zhao Xiaodai's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "What? Are you afraid my presence will ruin your wedding?" Lin Feng sneered coldly. Zhao Xiaodai replied, "Not at all. I should thank you, actually. How else would I have met Brother Tao?" "Fine. I'll be there on time." Though Lin Feng had no idea what Zhao Xiaodai was up to, not showing up would only make everyone think he was a coward. Fong Qiong, who had been listening nearby, had already pieced together the gist of their conversation. "Are you going to attend Zhao Xiaodai's wedding? How did you know?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Fong Qiong smiled. "I did my homework before coming. You served 3 years in prison for your future father-in-law. That devotion is truly admirable. But sadly, your sincerity went to waste. Zhao Xiaodai simply isn't worth it." Lin Feng gave a bitter laugh. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." "All right, go ahead." Fong Qiong made no attempt to stop him. Zhang Ting said, "Miss, our mission is complete. Let's return to the capital." Fong Qiong shook her head. "No rush. Tomorrow, I'll attend Zhao Xiaodai's wedding as Lin Feng's girlfriend." "Miss, could it be that you feel something for that boy?" Zhang Ting hesitated, as if she wanted to speak but held back. Fong Qiong's expression turned cold. "Do you really think you can just make wild guesses about my thoughts?" Zhang Ting immediately fell silent. Chapter 70, Instant Kill. Lin Feng passed by a Chinese herbal medicine shop and bought 2 doses of herbs, one for his mother and one for Fong Qiong. Upon returning home, he prepared the decoction for his mother and placed it before her. "Mom, take this medicine once in the morning and once at night. It will help your legs." "All right, I'll remember." Xiao Ruwei pulled out loose change from her pocket, 50 yuan notes, 20 yuan notes, even 1 yuan and 50-cent coins. She placed them in Lin Feng's palm and smiled. "Xiao Feng, take this money. Go buy yourself a new outfit tomorrow to help you find a job." "Mom, I have clothes. You keep this for yourself." Lin Feng pushed it back. "Don't you know who your mom is?"
Take it already. Xiao Ruoyi forced the money into Lin Feng's hand. Clutching the crumpled bills, Lin Feng silently vowed to give his mother a better life. After dinner, he went to the top floor and retrieved the black brocade box Feng Qiong had given him. He slowly opened the box to find a jade pendant, translucent and flawless. He picked it up and examined it closely, finding it rather ordinary, nothing special about it. Lin Feng frowned in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Just as the celestial dragon ring had recognized its master through blood, perhaps this jade pendant worked the same way. With that thought, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. The next instant, the jade pendant emitted a white glow. Whoosh! The light flickered and vanished. Lin Feng's consciousness was transported to a misty, ethereal realm. Not far away stood a man of imposing stature. Fomer, when you entered, I was already gone. Now I impart to you the secrets of the flaming fire golden pupil. I hope you will cultivate diligently. Remember this well, never display it before outsiders. No sooner had the words left his lips than the figure began to fade away. Father! Lin Feng roared before jolting awake. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he glanced at the brocade box. The jade pendant was gone. Recalling the moment, he realized the technique for the Liyue golden eye had indeed entered his mind. Remembering his father's warning, he suddenly understood those people in the capital must have killed his father for the sake of the Liyue golden eye. Father, rest assured. One day, I will go to the capital and seek justice from them. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and began his cultivation. The pores on his body opened wide, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a raging torrent. For the entire night, he repeatedly practiced the technique of expelling and absorbing energy. Early the next morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Despite practicing all night, he felt not the slightest bit tired, quite the opposite, he was full of energy. Unfortunately, he hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It seemed he'd have to resort to spiritual medicine. He glanced at the time, 9:30 a.m. Today was his ex-girlfriend's wedding day. He returned to his room and grabbed Feng Qiong's herbal medicine on his way out, intending to deliver it after attending the ceremony. Golden Dragon Hotel. The entrance was packed with people, luxury cars lining the street. Nearly all of Qingzhou's elite had gathered here. Zhou Tao stood at the entrance, greeting guests with a warm smile. Just then, a taxi pulled up smoothly in front of the Golden Dragon Hotel. Against the backdrop of luxury cars, the taxi stood out strikingly. Everyone stared at the taxi with puzzled looks, wondering, does the Zhou family have such impoverished relatives? Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out with a hint of a smile. Zhou Tao spotted him and burst out laughing. Lin Feng, I never thought you'd actually show up. Just got out of prison and haven't had your fill of delicacies yet? Came here to freeload? If I'm not welcome, I suppose I'll just have to leave. As Lin Feng turned to leave, Zhou Tao immediately rushed forward to block his path, deliberately raising his voice to shout, your beloved ex-girlfriend is about to marry me. Don't you have anything to say about that? Of course I do, but I never got the chance. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He knew Zhou Tao was deliberately trying to humiliate him, so he didn't get angry. Today I'll give you that chance to watch the woman you cherish most marry me. Zhou Tao wanted everyone to know Lin Feng was a cuckold. You want the women I've played with? Are you a garbage collector? At Lin Feng's words, Zhou Tao's eyes widened in fury. He was about to explode, but remembering the crowd watching, he forced himself to suppress his rage. Don't act like sour grapes. I bet your heart is breaking. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Truth be told, Zhao Xiaodai meant nothing to him now. Just then, an Audi A8 pulled up in front of them. Zhao Xiaodai, dressed in a wedding gown, stepped out, followed closely by her mother, Lu Caixia, and her father, Zhao Yud. Seeing the trio, Lin Feng's rage flared. Compared to Zhou Tao, he despised Zhao Xiaodia's family even more. A toad trying to eat swan meat. I warn you, stop pestering my daughter. Do you even deserve her? You're just a convict. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Lu Caixia flashed a sharp, scathing expression the moment she spotted Lin Feng. Even Zhao Yud fumed, get lost. If you ruin my daughter's marriage prospects, I'll never let you off the hook. Relatives and friends gathered around, watching the spectacle unfold. They whispered among themselves, their mocking laughter echoing constantly. To them, Lin Feng was nothing but a clown. Zhao Yud, anyone can talk about me, but not you. If it weren't for me serving 3 years in prison for you, would you even be here talking to me? Lin Feng suppressed his rage, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Zhao Yud froze, then retorted defiantly, so you're implying the police were blind and arrested the wrong person? At this, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, time had passed, and even if he made a scene, no one would care. Calming his anger, he replied coldly, even a dog knows to wag its tail. You're not even worth a dog. You dare insult me? Security. Over here. There's a troublemaker. Zhao Yud pointed at Lin Feng, so enraged he could barely form coherent words. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Lu Caixia snapped angrily.
Just as the security guard, drawn by the commotion, moved to escort Lin Feng out, Zhou Tao quickly interjected, "Mom, Dad, I invited Lin Feng here."
Lu Caixia looked astonished. Son-in-law, watch out for this troublemaker. Cause trouble? Zhou Tao sneered. You know exactly what kind of people were at the wedding. If he dares cause trouble, even if I let him off, do you think anyone else would? Oh, I see. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Lu Caixia shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance before entering the Golden Dragon Hotel with Zhao Xiaodai and the others. A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He'd see if Zhao Xiaodia's wedding could proceed smoothly. Inside the wedding hall, Lin Feng found an inconspicuous spot and sat down. Yet even there, he remained the center of attention. Those attending the Zhou and Zhao family wedding were all members of high society. Whether in their attire or their demeanor and conversation, they were a cut above ordinary people. Yet here he sat in cheap rubber shoes and inexpensive clothes, his head completely shaved. Anyone could tell at a glance he was fresh out of prison. Whispers began to circulate among the guests, many suspecting he was a beggar who'd slipped in to eat and drink for free. Facing the strange stares, Lin Feng paid no heed. He sat leisurely, eating fruit from the table, appearing utterly unfazed. Hey, isn't that Lin Feng? Back in the day, he was the star of our class, an outstanding student with top grades and character. How did he end up like this? Lin Feng turned at the sound to see a seductively alluring woman approaching him, followed by 5 or 6 others, all his former classmates. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More great book recommendations in my moments, plus Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.